Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Ultimate Presidential Dungeons & Dragons campaign Supercut. Since we are going to be picking up with the channel again, and Barack, Donatello, and Joden are going to be making a return with the Straw Dies Tonight series, we wanted to release a supercut of all of the Dungeons & Dragons episodes we have made so far. It has been fun going back through these videos and watching the voices and characters evolve over time, and we hope you enjoy this supercut. You all for coming. I can't believe that we were able to get all three AI-voiced presidents in a D&D campaign.
Well, Ben, we are glad to be here. Thank you for hosting this session.
Of course. Before we get started, a quick overview of the campaign. I am Ben Shapiro, your Dungeon Master. We will be starting at level 3 for this campaign. Was everyone able to set up their characters before this session?
Yeah, it was a piece of cake.
You got lost, Joe. I had to pretty much make your whole character for you.
I don't know what you are talking about, Donald. I did it all on my own.
I saw Donald make your character for you, Joe.
No, you must have been seeing things. I did not need any help. Ben, we need to get started. I can already feel a nap coming on.
Yes, let's get started. The party find themselves on the road, traveling with an ambassador named Thorn. A few weeks ago, each of you received a letter from King Rex, hiring you as bodyguards for Thorn in traveling to a small town named Loudwater. After meeting Thorn at a tavern outside Phandelver, you left with him in a wagon making the 2-day trek towards Loudwater.
Why are we accompanying him again, and what's so important about this town?
Christ, Joe, did you not read the letter? There's a rumor of a magical artifact that makes people not get sick in Loudwater, and King Rex is paying well to obtain it.
Yeah, Christ, Joe, just read the letter.
Sorry, forgot there was a letter. My bad, guys.
No worries, Joe. Happens to everyone. And yes, Obama is correct. Rumors of the magical artifact reached King Rex, and he dispatched Thorn as an ambassador to try to retrieve it. In his letter, he mentioned that there is a plague on his land, and he hopes the artifact can remedy that. Do you each want to introduce your characters? Donald?
I am playing a variant human fighter named Donatello. He is from the distant land of Trumpville. And the letter from King Rex was no surprise, as Donatello is the greatest fighter in all of Trumpville.
Seems a bit strong of a backstory for a level 3 fighter, but oh well.
I might be a level 3 fighter, but I could whip your ass any day.
Maybe right now, but just wait until I hit level 5 and unlock Fireball. That's right, I am playing an elf wizard named Barack.
Real creative, Barack.
It's a good name for a wizard, okay? Anyways, I'm from Neverwinter and studied at the academy there. I just graduated a few weeks ago and I'm anxious to begin to explore the world with my newfound magical abilities.
Well, I came up with a great backstory, but I don't remember what it was. However, I am playing a gnome ranger named Joden, which is Joe combined with Biden, if you were wondering. I don't remember my backstory, but let's just say that I grew up in a normal home with normal parents who like camping, and as a young adult, I took it to the next level and became part of the Rangers Guild.
That was the same backstory that you had sent me in our chat, which is impressive since you didn't remember it. All right, now that you have introduced your characters, night begins to fall and you begin to make camp for the night. What are your characters doing?
I will use my nature abilities to hunt down dinner for us. Barack, do you mind starting the fire?
Good idea, Joe. Donatello, will you help me gather wood for the fire? Then I will cast Firebolt on the wood to ignite it.
No way am I doing that. I'm going to go lean against a tree and just watch over the camp.
Barack, after seeing Donatello's refusal to help, Thorn offers to assist you in gathering wood. After gathering enough wood, you light the fire using Firebolt. Joe, will you roll a nature check with advantage because of your ranger class to see what you are able to find, hunt for dinner?
Of course. That's a 19.
All right. You are able to hunt down several rabbits and gather an assortment of edible berries. You will be eating well tonight.
I also want to roll nature to see if I can hunt stuff. I can definitely find more stuff than Sleepy Joe over there. That's bullshit. I rolled a 3. Do I get advantage too?
No, you don't have much experience in the wilds?
That's still bullshit. I have more experience than Joe in everything. But fine, what do I catch with a 3?
You find some wild mushrooms.
Sweet, I eat all the mushrooms instead of bringing them back to camp.
Donatello, you take 4 poison damage from ingesting toxic mushrooms and become poisoned.
God damn it, Donald. Why did you eat just random mushrooms that you found? Couldn't you just bring them back and have Joe identify them?
That's bullshit. My character would never eat toxic mushrooms. He is far too smart and charismatic for that.
Donatello's wisdom and intelligence are both 8. I don't think he is smart enough to know the difference between safe and dangerous mushrooms, especially with a 3 on your nature check.
Fine, well, I forced myself to throw up all of the toxic mushrooms so I am not poisoned anymore.
All right, I'll allow it. Barak, as you are gathering wood, Thorn thanks you for accompanying him on this journey. I have not traveled much outside of my homeland, at least not for many years, so I appreciate the protection that you and your friends are providing.
Of course, I was anxious to explore the world, and getting paid for it sounded like a great idea. I'm glad we were able to help as well.
Yes, of course, I hope the 25 gold is sufficient for your sacrifices.
It isn't the most gold that I've seen for sure, but it seems a fair price for a one-way trip.
If you would like, I could offer an additional 25 gold for taking me back to Phandelver following our trip.
Yeah, that sounds like a good deal. How long will you be in Loudwater for?
Thorn nervously looks over at the wagon, before hastily looking back. I don't imagine it will be for too long, a week at most. We are not even sure yet if there is an artifact there or not.
His behavior raises my suspicion, but I don't show any sign of it. Of course, let me check with my companions, but I am sure that we can do that.
Thank you.
It's no problem. I go look for Joe and Donatello, hoping to find them in the forest and away from the camp.
You find a sick Donatello not far into the forest, vomit covering a small bed of mushrooms.
No way. No, I am much too strong to just be sick over some mushrooms that I ate.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Damn, these dice are rigged. That's a 5.
With your Constitution added?
Yeah, a 2 on the dice and plus 3 for Constitution.
All right, you are definitely sick then.
Fine, but I am going to act like everything is fine.
Roll for performance.
Sweet, that's a natural 20.
All right, Joden and Barak, you find Donatello just a short distance in the forest, standing tall over a pile of vomit and a bed of mushrooms, looking like there is nothing wrong.
Okay, not quite sure what happened here, but I wanted to ask you guys something. How much do we trust this Thorn guy? He seems kind of shady to me.
Who is Thorn?
What? Joe, he is the guy who we are protecting and taking to Loudwater.
Oh, right, I knew that. What makes him seem shady to you?
Just the way he was acting by the camp just now. He seemed like he was hiding something in the cart.
Well, he did bring quite a few crates of negotiating items. Could be something in one of those.
That's what I was thinking. Joden, do you think you could distract him so that Donatello and I can investigate the cart?
Yeah, I can do that. No problem at all. I go up to Thorn and begin talking to him about the surrounding trees.
Okay, I'll have you roll for performance now.
I rolled a 13.
Okay, out of politeness, Thorn listens to you, but you can tell he isn't really interested.
Great, good job, Joe. Donatello and I will now sneak up to the cart and try to look in some of the crates.
All right, do you both want to roll for stealth?
Hell yeah, I got an 18. That's what I'm talking about. My character is the best.
I did okay, I got a 12.
All right, you both pass since Thorn is distracted. Looking through the boxes, you find some gold and other trinkets that Thorn is probably looking to trade for the artifact. One of the crates near the bottom you are unable to pry open, however. It seems some magical force is keeping it closed shut.
I steal the gold. How much is it?
You steal 50 pieces of gold.
Damn nice haul, Donald. Are you going to share that with the party?
Hell no, this is all mine. I earned it fair and square, and I'm keeping it.
Fine, be that way. Can I pick up the locked crate?
You can. You find that the crate is quite light.
I take it over to the campfire and ask Thorn what is in it. Thorn, mind telling us what is in this crate?
Roll for insight.
Cool, I got a 18.
You notice that he looks uncomfortable. Stammering, he says, "Oh, that is nothing. There is just some trinkets for trading for the artifact. Nothing important."
Will you open it then?
Thorn begins to shake his head no. "I'm sorry, but
I draw my sword and level it at his chest. Open the box. Do it, now.
Whoa, okay, fine, I'll open the box." He reaches out and flips open the lid. Obviously, it is no longer locked.
I push him back to make sure that he doesn't grab anything from it.
Okay, he is not able to grab anything from it. Looking inside, you see a collection of vials containing a swirling mist. See, nothing to be alarmed about.
What is that?
It is a magical mist. Breaking a vial will cause a mist to spread out and conceal the user. Useful for hiding a small group in plain sight.
I take all of the vials.
Okay, you can do that, but he will likely fire you if you do. Your job is to transport him safely to Loudwater.
Fine, I ask if I can take a single one of the vials. How many are there?
There is a half dozen or so. Thorn declines, saying, "I need all of these to trade for the artifact. I'm not sure what the townspeople will accept."
Why were you so shifty about this container?
Well, these are somewhat illegal in the Sword Coast. I could be arrested if authorities knew I had smuggled them in.
Why are they illegal? They don't seem that potent compared to some of the other magic that is used.
Well, just over a century ago, a group of assassins used magic like this to kill a group of nobles in Waterdeep. It caused a citywide panic, and the guards couldn't do anything to stop it. Finally, the university stepped in and controlled the riots, but this magic was banned because of it.
Can I roll insight to see if he's telling the truth?
Yeah, sure.
6. That wasn't great.
You are pretty sure he's telling the truth.
Okay, then. I think I am done questioning him. I apologize and try to make sure he knows that we are just trying to stay on the right side of things.
He accepts your apology and become a bit more at ease around you.
So what do we do now?
Well, do you guys want to set a watch or anything?
I can take the first watch. I have some work to do in my spell book anyway.
I can take the second one. I'm feeling quite tired.
Okay, I'll take third watch then.
All right. Barak's and Joden's watch pass uneventfully. During Donatello's watch, Thorn emerges from his tent and takes watch with you.
Does he know I took the gold?
Perhaps roll an insight check.
15.
It doesn't seem like he knows. I was hopeful you would accept this job, he says. I have heard tell of your accomplishments, and am pleased to have such a skilled fighter with us.
I knew my fighter was the best fighter in Trumpville. Take that, Barak.
Thorn is just trying to get on your good side, Donatello.
Well, it's working. I smile back and say thank you. I'm not surprised that someone like King Rex would want someone like me on this job. It means he knows the job will get done.
Yes, that was his thoughts exactly. I hope you don't mind me watching with you. I don't sleep much nowadays.
Sleep is for the weak. That is what I always say, at least. I came up with that saying, you know.
I didn't know that. It's a good saying.
Yeah, it is.
As the two of you chat, suddenly, a long form flies out of the darkness, striking Thorn in the chest. He falls backwards, calling out in pain as his head hits a rock, and he slips into unconsciousness. You see a 10-foot-long snake coil up on his chest, having just launched itself at him. Roll for initiative.
How do we do that again?
For goodness sakes, Joe, it is a D20 plus initiative. Every check in D&D is just a D20 plus whatever you're rolling for. I got an 8.
Oh, right, I got a 13.
I got a 17.
All right, since Joden and Barak are both in their tents, you are going to have to spend your first turn getting to the battle. I rolled a 15 for my snake, so Donatello, you will go first.
Of course I will. I am a trained fighter. All right, I am going to move and attack the snake with my long sword.
Roll for attack.
16, does that hit?
Yeah, that hits. Roll for damage.
Damn it, that's only 4 damage. I rolled a 1 on the damage die. These dice are rigged.
That still is not bad, though.
It's pretty bad. All right, can I use my action surge to make another attack?
Yeah, you can do that. Also, going forward, roll both damage and attack at the same time. It helps to speed things up a bit.
I got a 14 to hit and an 8 on damage. That's what I'm talking about. I could beat all of you guys.
And that does hit too. As the snake coils on Thorn's chest, looking to sink its fangs into him, you come up and slash it twice, dealing a total of 12 damage. Moving fast, the snake turns around and lunges at you. That's a 15 to hit.
With my shield, I have an 18 armor class. It doesn't hit me then.
As fast as it was, Donatello was faster and brings up his shield, and the snake harmlessly bounces off. All right, for Joden and Barak's first turn, they still need to get up and leave their tents, so we will be back to Donatello.
I don't even need their help. I slash at the snake with my sword again. 12 to hit and 9 on the damage.
Unfortunately, you needed a 13 to hit. You swing for the snake, but it slithers out of your reach.
Bullshit, I never missed a swing in my life. This game is definitely rigged.
Well, you missed this one, Donatello. The snake rears back and strikes at you again, this time with a 19 to hit. You bring up your shield just a fraction of a second too late, taking 12 damage as the snake impales your shoulder with its fangs. Your shield knocks it off, but you definitely took a hit.
Where the hell are Barak and Joden? Do I really have to do this all on my own?
Speaking of Joden, it is your turn.
Do I recognize the type of snake it is?
I'll allow you to roll a nature check as your bonus action for turn.
Sweet, that's a 17.
All right. You recognize it as a subspecies of jaculi, a type of large snake that coils up in trees and launches itself at prey. Typically, such a creature would not attack a group of adventurers, and definitely not when there is a fire in the camp.
Guys, there is something strange going on here. This snake shouldn't have attacked.
Why does that matter? It is attacking us. We got to kill it.
That's fair, I guess. I aim my longbow at it and take a shot. Natural 20 to hit.
Wow, that's awesome. So how critical hits work in this campaign is you will take the maximum you could roll and add it to whatever you roll.
So it would be 3 plus 3 plus 8 damage?
Yeah, if you rolled a 3 on your damage die. So 14 damage then?
Yeah, I strike it right between the eyes.
It slithers just barely to avoid its brain being split in two, but takes a heavy hit from your arrow. It is looking very wounded.
My turn to finish the job, then. I cast Scorching Ray at it.
Okay, I think that allows you to make 3 attack rolls, yeah?
Yeah, should I just roll to hit and damage for all 3 at the same time, or one at a time?
Let's just do one at a time. Might make things a bit simpler.
Okay, first one is a 13 to hit and a 5 on damage.
All right, it takes the hit and is looking very ragged.
Second one is a 10 to hit, so that misses.
Yeah, that one misses.
Third one is an 18 to hit and a 7 on damage.
Nice. You finish off the jaculi and it stops moving. Steam and smoke rising off it as it smells like burnt chicken.
I did most of that.
I did the same amount of damage as you did, Donatello.
All right, guys, good job. Are there any other enemies around?
No, it doesn't look like it. However, Thorn is unconscious on the ground still, having suffered a big hit from the jaculi.
I cast Healing Word on him. That's 7 points of healing.
As you cast Healing Word, you notice his skin turn a dark purple and begin to burn. He awakes with a start, crying out in pain and scratching at the spot you healed him. Stop, stop, he cries out.
I stop and back up.
What did you do to him?
I just tried to heal him. That was strange.
Not that strange. Looks like he is probably an undead.
Ah, that would make sense. I ready another Scorching Ray.
I draw my sword and pointed at him again. What are you?
Writhing in pain, he stammers, wait, let me explain.
I help him to his feet.
The hell you are. This is a zombie Joden. If you had a brain, he would eat it.
If he was going to eat our brains, he probably would have already. He seems to be at least a friendly undead.
I agree with Joden. I lower my hands and help him up as well.
Well, I am not dying today. I keep my sword raised.
He stands up, clearly weak from the jaculi blow and the healing spell. In the letter, King Rex told you about a magical plague on his land. Well, a part of that plague is that it turned the whole kingdom into undead. So yes, I am technically undead, but no, I don't eat brains. Most of us weren't even that affected by it, and some of the people didn't even realize they were dead until several days after.
Wow, that sucks. Is that why you are after this artifact? Do you think it will heal everyone?
Maybe, maybe not. But we don't have any other hopes.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we should get this artifact for you then.
I'll help, but I don't trust this guy. Undead or bad, period.
Thorn heads back to his tent, collapsing on his small cot. Are you all heading to bed too, or what are you doing?
I only needed to meditate, so I'll do that out here by the fire in case something else happens.
I'm still on watch, so I'll stay by the fire too.
I'm pretty tired. I'll head back to my tent.
Barak and Donatello sit watching the fire dwindle down as the sun rises over the eastern horizon. The light smell of dew permeates the campsite, and everyone feels renewed for the new day. Thorn has been quiet this morning, packing up the camp in a slow, methodical fashion without talking to anyone beyond the typical hello.
Do I heal back up to full health following the long rest?
Well, the fight came towards the end of the long rest, so rules as written you wouldn't, but I will allow it this time.
Thanks, Ben. You're the best.
No problem. So what does everyone want to be doing?
I will help Thorn pack up the camp. Joe, would you mind hunting for a quick breakfast? We could use some of our rations, but I get the feeling we might need those in the future.
Yeah, I think I remember how to hunt. I can find us some breakfast. Do I make a nature check?
Yep, you got it.
I got a 12.
You have a rough time finding anything significant, but find enough for a small and quick breakfast. Perfect for getting an early start on the road. After finishing up packing up the camp, Thorn turns to you all and says, I hope I can still count on your assistance in traveling to and from Loudwater. I can up the payment to 30 gold per way if that would sway your minds.
How about 35? That's what I call making a deal.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, piece of cake. I have great charisma. That's a 13.
Thorn looks slightly annoyed, but agrees to your terms at 35 gold per way per person. Very well. I can pay you the additional 10 gold once we get to Loudwater.
I hope that's not from the gold that Donald stole last session.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I still need to add the gold to my character sheet.
Wait, why did Donald get gold? Did we all get gold?
No, Donald was being a selfish bastard and kept all the gold he stole.
I think you mean I was being a smart businessman.
If I could roll my eyes, I would right now.
If I could punch you in the face, I would right now.
All right, guys, let's get back on track. You begin to move out again towards Loudwater. If you travel at a normal pace, you should make it by nightfall and be able to sleep in a nicer bed in a tavern.
Tavern means there'll be drinks, right? Donatello loves a good drink.
Yes, Donald, a tavern means drinks, right, Ben?
Yeah, there will definitely be drinks for you, Donatello. As you travel along the winding road, it begins to get a bit more rough to traverse. It is clear that nobody has gone this way in a long time.
It doesn't slow us down because I have my natural explorer for forests, right?
That's right, Joe.
so the group with Joden's guidance is able to make good progress through the forest. The trip passes uneventfully, and before long, just before the sun starts to set, you can hear a waterfall just in the distance, likely where Loudwater gets its name.
Should we make camp outside the city for tonight? I know I would like to sleep in a nice bed, but we also don't know what we will be facing there. Nobody has been to this town in a long time, right, Thorn?
That is correct. Loudwater is well off the beaten path and isn't even on most maps. It could be wise to wait until morning.
No way. I am not staying out here. I am going to be sleeping in that tavern tonight, belly full of good meat and foods. No offense to your cooking, Joden, but it tastes terrible.
The food is pretty bad, Joden, but I still think we should stay out here. Joden, you're the split vote.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. Sorry. Had to catch up with what was happening. I'm sorry that my cooking is pretty garbage. Back in my day, we didn't have very many spices or things to make food better. As for tonight, I too think that we should wait out here until morning. Better to be on the safe side.
You're a dinosaur, Sleepy Joe. I'm heading into the town anyways.
All right. As night falls, Thorn, Barak, and Joden all make camp outside the city as Donatello heads into the tavern. Donatello, as you approach the city gates, a guard calls down to you. Who goes there?
It is me, Donatello, the most fearsome warrior of the village of Trumpville. You may let me in now.
No visitors are allowed after dark. Come back in the morning.
Can I see the guard?
Yes. After he started speaking, you spotted him in the gatehouse.
Could I shoot him with an arrow?
You can if you want. Do you want to roll to hit?
Yes, I notch an arrow and let it fly. Bullshit, that's a 2.
Your arrow flies harmlessly by, clanging on the gatehouse and causing the guard to be alarmed. He begins to sound the alarm, and you hear a commotion on the other side of the gate.
God damn it, Donald. Why do you have to do things like this? We aren't even close to you to help you.
I was just kidding. I didn't actually shoot an arrow at the guard. I just wish him a good night and say that I will come back in the morning.
All right, I will allow it this time. But if you go so far as to roll for attack in the future, you won't be able to take back what you did.
Yes, thank you. That's a good idea. I'll head back to the camp then.
All right, you head back to the camp. After setting a watch, the night passes uneventfully, and in the morning, you all get ready to enter the city. Thorn fidgets a little, looking nervous.
I try to comfort him, telling him that we will be on his side.
Thank you, my friend. Now that we are here, but before we enter the city, I have one last request. I do not know what awaits us, but I am hesitant to believe that they will easily part with such a magnificent magical item. Would you all be willing to help me gain the trust of the townspeople and hopefully find out what they will accept for the artifact? I could pay for your services.
That sounds good and all, but what happens if they just refuse? I don't think I feel comfortable stealing it from them.
Oh no, we won't steal it. No, we will leave before it comes to that. It's just that I think the people will be more amenable if they know that we can be trusted.
All right, fine. How much are you willing to pay us?
Thorn strokes his beard thoughtfully. I'll pay you 250 gold each if we successfully leave with the artifact, and 100 gold if we don't, but you are able to help gain the trust of the townspeople.
I mean, for that type of money, let's just steal the thing.
Yeah, I changed my mind. We can steal it if we need to.
It is a lot of money, but I don't think we should steal it. Let's just try to get it the honest way.
Thank you. Just keep an open ear for people who need help. I'm sure there are plenty of them. And maybe keep what we are looking for on the down low. You move towards the town gate, where the guards seem surprised to see you. Halt! Who goes there?
We are adventurers looking to rest up from our travels.
The guards look at each other and shrug before opening the gate. Don't you be causing any trouble now, you hear? Or we will be seeing you soon.
I could take these guards out easy.
That didn't go so well last time. You missed your arrow and almost brought the whole town down on our heads.
Yeah, no offense, but you kind of suck in combat, Donatello.
I could take any of you in a one-on-one fight. I could beat you with my hands tied behind my back.
Bet there is not a chance.
Before you get the chance to fight, the gate finishes swinging open. Inside, you see the hustle and bustle of a small town. Just up ahead, you can see a town square that doubles as a marketplace. Just over the sound of people moving about their business, you notice that the sound of the waterfall never stops.
Do we see a tavern?
Indeed, just up ahead, you can see a sign for a tavern called the Blessed Waters.
Time for a drink, then.
Donatello, it is still early in the morning.
Never too early to drink, though, am I right?
I could go for a drink, too. And taverns are a good place to find people who need help. After all, Donatello is there all the time.
Are you saying I need help, Sleepy Joe? I have never needed help before in my life. I have done everything on my own.
You make a good point, Joden. All right, let's head to the tavern then.
All right. You head to the Blessed Waters Tavern. As you enter, you are greeted with the smell of fresh baked bread and sweet mead. Thorn says that he will reserve a room above for the group and to meet back tonight to discuss future details.
It's drinking time. I order a mug of the finest drink the place has.
I'll do the same.
Me too. You are buying Lou Donatello since you stole all that gold from Thorn.
Fine, I get it. You're broke and you want me to pay more than my share. Nothing new there.
You move up to the bar and a gruff man stands behind it. I'm Vadric. I own the place. What brings you to Loudwater?
We are here looking for a
We are just passing through, looking to help where we can. Just a couple of broke and tired adventurers looking for sleep and a job.
These guys might be broke, but I am loaded. I'll take 3 of your finest drinks.
We don't get many adventurers round these parts, he says, as he pours 3 drinks from a small barrel on the shelf behind him. It's a long ways to Waterdeep or Neverwinter. I'd advise you move on when you can. Folk around here aren't too used to having visitors.
Thank you, but I'm afraid we need to stay for a night or two to recover from our journey. I think our companion has even rented a room for the week.
Suit yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you, though.
You are trying to warn me? Do you even know who I am?
It doesn't matter who you are. Did you see the large cathedral on the hill as you entered the town? It's run by the priests of Sanitas. Nasty folk. They'll imprison you or throw you in the stocks just as soon as look at you. The leader, Father Lucian, is a decent enough sort, though. He tries to keep them in line. Anyways, just a warning.
Thanks for the heads up. We will stay away from them.
Do you know of anyone who could maybe use some help or could hire us for anything? A coin or two could help a lot.
Galen, a farmer just to the north of town, has been having some troubles with his crops the last couple of nights. Says he wakes up to a black ooze covering some, and a fair amount of his crop missing. You could find him in the marketplace.
Thanks, we can go see if we can find him. Galen, you said?
That's right.
Thank you. What was your name again?
It's Vadric. Good luck. And don't forget what I said. Stay away from the priests if you can.
I go wherever I want to. Nobody is going to stop me.
All right, we head to the marketplace then, looking for this farmer named Galen.
As you enter the marketplace, it is definitely the most busy place in town. People mill about, going to different stalls and storefronts. Most of the people are watching a confrontation going down on the stage. You see a man, dressed nicely but not gaudy, arguing with 2 figures draped in white robes, and a disheveled man in stocks on a stage as well.
I am guessing those are the priests. Who do you think the other guy is?
I hardly know who I am. How should I know who he is?
I bet he is just a random nobody.
I don't think so. He looks like he could be someone in a position of power. Can we hear the argument?
You hear the man arguing that, even though Phil has broken the law of Sanitas, he doesn't deserve to be humiliated in stocks in front of the whole town. The priests argue back that the punishment is fit for the crime and is laid out in the very law that Phil broke. The man then says, God damn it, he dropped a bowl of water on accident. The punishment does not fit the crime. I am the lord of the town, and I demand you let this man go. The priests flush with anger, but with a gesture the man is freed from the stocks.
Well, it's not Galen, it sounds like, but meeting the lord of the town could be good.
Can I roll to try to find Galen?
Sure, make a perception check.
That's a 19.
All right. You notice that most of the people tend to be avoiding a farmer's booth near the edge of the marketplace. You also notice a faint black smear on several of the crops at his table.
I found Galen, guys. Joden points over to him.
All right, do we want to talk to the lord of the town first or just go talk to Galen?
I think we should talk to the Lord. He seems a lot more important than some little farmer.
Okay, we can talk to the Lord first. Is that done through prayer, or how do we talk to him?
I think we can just walk up to him. He is just right over there.
Really? Oh, wow, I haven't met the Lord in person before. I thought I did back in the early 30s, but it turned out to just be a normal guy.
No, Joe, we are talking about the lord of the town, the mayor or something, not God.
Jesus Christ, Joe, how stupid can you be?
I'm not stupid, just tired. We have been playing for over 10 minutes already. I think I'm ready to be done.
All right, well, can we talk to the mayor before we conclude the session?
We can keep going for as long as you guys want. I'm free all day.
Okay, I want to ask the mayor for his name first.
I am Kieran DeLaver, though I must say I am at a loss for your name. Am I right to presume that you are the group who came to our town this morning?
Yeah, that's us. How did you know we came to town this morning?
Well, it is a small town. We don't get many visitors. It wasn't hard to put it together. You are actually the second group of adventurers to come to town this week.
The second group? When did the first come to town?
Just last week, I think that they went on an errand for Father Lucian. They will probably be back in a day or two.
Interesting. Do you know what brought them to town?
No, they weren't very forthcoming with me.
That seems suspicious. They are probably up to no good.
Perhaps. May I ask what brought you to town?
Just passing through, and we thought it would be good to rest up for a few days. Can I ask what was happening up on the stage?
Herein raises an eyebrow, clearly not believing your story. Yes, I am sorry you had to witness that unpleasantness. Phil was accused of breaking the law of Sanitas, and since those were priests of Sanitas, they saw fit to exact their own punishment on poor Phil.
I remember being in the stocks when I was a teenager. Wasn't fun times.
No, I wouldn't say that being in the stocks is fun. Can I help you with anything else? Where are you staying while in town?
I don't think we need any more help, but we wanted to offer our help where we can. We heard Galen could use some help and wanted to offer our services. We will be staying at the Blessed Waters Tavern for the next few days.
Yes, of course. Thank you for helping Galen. He has been having troubles lately. He's just in that stall over there. Huron points at the man that Joden identified earlier. Please let me know if I can help more.
Thanks, we will keep you posted.
We will pick up in the marketplace. Kieran is walking away to go about his duties, and Galen is at his stand just in front of the party.
I spotted Galen last episode, so I think I should be the one to talk to him first.
One thing before you do, I wanted to ask you both a question. Do either of you trust Thorn? I do think that we should get on the good side of the townsfolk, but he seems like he might be up to something.
I don't trust him at all. He is a zombie. Zombies are bad. There isn't much to it other than that. However, he happens to be a rich zombie, so I think it is good business sense to work with him.
How much did he offer us if we helped him?
250 gold pieces each if we help him obtain the artifact. That is like 1,000,000 gold pieces if you think about it.
Well, it is 250 gold pieces if you think about it. Is that really worth it? He already paid us 25 for bringing him here. And then Donatello, you were able to steal 50 from him and he hasn't seemed to notice yet. I think we could probably make more money by helping the townspeople, and then we can also be the good guys.
I am always the good guy. I have never done anything wrong in my life. All right, I see what you are saying. If there is more money to be had by not helping Thorn take the artifact, I am all for that.
I am down for whatever. I don't discriminate against the undead, so Thorn is okay in my book, but he is a bit suspicious for sure.
All right. I am definitely in this for the money as well. The academy wasn't cheap, and I have a fair amount of student debt. But I also don't want to make all that money by exploiting a small town in the middle of nowhere. Since we are mostly in agreement, we should go talk to Galen.
Sweet, I will lead the way. He's from the country. Me and him have an understanding. Hello, are you Galen?
Yes, I am Galen. Might I interest you in some cabbages? Don't mind the black marks, I can assure you they have been washed well.
Yeah, I will take some cabbage. My mother used to make a delicious cabbage stew. She would boil the cabbage in some water and then serve it up to us, man. That was good stuff.
I literally just threw up a bit. I interrupt whatever nostalgic love fest is going on right now and ask Galen, how can we help with your whole problem? Do you know how this black stuff is getting on your cabbage?
I don't really know, no. The past couple of nights I have tried to keep watch. I sit in a chair on my porch and look out over my cabbage field. But every night I have just fallen asleep. I used to be in the town guard, you know, night watch. I never fell asleep on watch before. But I am older now, I guess. Anyways, if you adventurers were able to come to my farm tonight and keep watch with me, maybe we could get to the bottom of it.
Aren't we supposed to meet Titus tonight?
It's Thorn, Joden, not Titus. And I think we would be okay not to meet with him. I don't think he is in an urgent situation. We should head out to the farm, I think.
Fine, we can go out to the farm. But we need to resolve this quick so that I can sleep in a real bed. Camping sucks.
Why did you become an adventurer if you hate camping? Isn't that kind of the norm?
I didn't want to become an adventurer. I was happy fighting in the arena back home. Every night I had company and a comfy bed. But if a king hires you to do something, the only way to go is up.
I guess that is fair. Should we head out to the farm now, then?
I can give you a ride out there if you would like. I'm not selling much here today, so I could take my wagon back so you don't have to walk.
Thank you, Galen. I think we will take you up on that offer.
As Galen packs up his stall, you see a man in a light brown robe walking towards you. The bystanders around him bow their heads as he passes by.
In Trumpville, people used to do that to me. He is probably very important in the town.
Hello, adventurers. I am Father Lucian. I am grateful that you have come to our small town, but what, may I ask, brings you here?
Well, we are just passing through and looking for a good place to rest. First, though, we thought we would help out our friend Galen here with a problem on his farm that has cropped up, pun intended, over the last week.
Ah, yes, Galen. I am sorry to hear about the farm. Please, if you have need of food for the coming winter, the Abbey's stores are open to you.
Thank you, adventurers, for helping us with this. May I ask your names?
I am Donatello, the greatest fighter in all of Trumpville. These are my companions, Barak the Wizard and Joden the Ranger.
It is a pleasure to meet all of you. If I might ask, I have a favor of my own once you have finished helping Galen.
Yes, of course, we are here to help.
There is a Myconid colony not far from here, where some of the priests go to obtain healing potions for the wounded and sick. However, lately, the Myconids have attacked the priests who have gone there. Would you be able to perhaps investigate and find what we have done to offend them?
Myconids, those are mushroom people, yeah? They are highly intelligent and emotional creatures with a complex social hierarchy?
Yes, that is correct. I'm only hoping that they are well and safe. If they simply do not wish to trade with us anymore, that is okay. But if you could check on them for me?
Yeah, we can do that. Where's the cave at?
It is about a mile north of the road on the way to Galen's farm. Perhaps you could stop by on your way back to town?
That sounds like a plan. Happy to be of service.
Before we accept, though, there is the matter of payment. Is there any attached to this task?
Beyond my gratitude, I do not have coin to offer. Perhaps I could offer some of the potions if the trade route is reestablished.
Good enough. Pleasure doing business with you.
With that, Father Lucian turns and begins walking back up towards the abbey, pausing to chat with the citizens around him. During the conversation, Galen finished packing up the cart as well. Father Lucian is a great man. He has helped a lot of the townsfolk through some difficult times. We had some bandits pass through a year or two ago, and he organized the priests and ran them out. Protected the amulet, I mean. He protected the abbey and all. Are you ready to go?
What was this about in...
Yeah, we can go in just a moment. I wanted to talk with my companions one last time. I lead Donatello and Joden off to the side. Well, it sounds like there is probably a magical artifact here for sure, guys. That was really strange what he did there.
Yeah, he is lying for sure. He is a really bad liar, too. I would never have made such a rookie mistake if I ever told a lie.
Why don't we just ask him what that was about?
Well, I think we should gain their trust a bit more first. If we want to protect it from Thorn, we can't express too much interest in it at first.
That is a smart move, Barak. I guess they did teach you something at that academy.
Thanks, Donatello. We move back to Galen and proceed to leave the town with him.
Great. As you travel with him in his wagon, the conversation feels strained. He clearly knows that he messed up in what he told you. However, he steers the conversation back to the problem at the farm. So like I was saying, I don't really know what is going on. The past few mornings after I woke up on my porch, there are a bunch of cabbages missing and a black tar-like substance on a lot of my plants.
Can I make a nature check to see if I know of anything that could cause that?
Sure, that sounds good.
That wasn't great, only an 8.
You think that it could be tar, or perhaps the trail of a black ooze or something?
I relay that to my companions.
Thanks for the heads up, Joe. How far are we from the farm?
You are actually pulling up to the farm now. It is a modest farm, an old but sturdy farmhouse and a small field of cabbages. The field is perhaps 400 feet by 400 feet. 2 rickety rocking chairs sit on the porch of the farmhouse. You dismount from the wagon and Galen begins unloading the unsold cabbages, placing them in baskets next to a well.
How long is it until nightfall?
You have maybe half an hour. Do you guys want to sit on the porch with Galen or set up in the field somewhere?
Would I be able to get on top of the farmhouse? Somewhere I could see most of the field and the road with a bird's eye view?
Sure, Galen grabs a ladder and helps you up onto the roof.
I am a ranger, so I want to be in the forest. Could I set up in a tree somewhere?
And I want to stand right in the middle of the field, sword planted in the dirt in front of me.
I am pretty sure that is a terrible thing to do to a sword, but very well. Joden, you are able to climb a tree and get a good vantage point, and Donatello, you stand resolutely in the middle of the field. Night begins to fall, and the silence of night begins to weigh in.
Why are you rolling dice, Ben?
Sorry, just had to make a couple of rolls. Obama, you hear snoring coming from the porch and feel a wave of exhaustion sweep over you, but your elven blood prevents you from falling asleep due to magic. Donatello, standing in the field, you feel a magical wave pulse over you, but your training as a fighter helps you recognize it and jerk yourself alert. And Joe, you don't feel anything, but you hear whispering voices from a glade not far from you and see a huddle of people around your size moving towards the field.
Do they see me?
No, not yet at least. If they continue moving in the same direction, I will have you make a stealth check, though.
Do I see them? I'm ready to kill whoever it is that is stealing this poor farmer's cabbages.
You don't. They're still hidden behind the tree line from you. Same goes for you, Barak.
I'm not going to move. Can I make the stealth check then?
Yep, you can do that.
I got an 18. That's pretty damn good.
They don't see you and move into the field. They now have entered Barak and Donatello's field of vision.
I'm going to charge them an attack. Do we need to roll for initiative?
Yeah, all right. We will roll for initiative then.
I got an 18.
That is bullshit. I should have been faster than you. I only got an 8.
I will go before you too then, Donald. I got a 14.
This is complete and utter horseshit. I'm a trained fighter. I should get a plus 20 bonus to my initiative.
I believe there is a feat that you can take that gives you a bonus to initiative. If you want to do that, Donatello, there is an optional feat you can take next level.
Whatever, you two just better take fast turns. I'm about to wreck these guys.
I want to do something a little bit out of the box for my turn. Would I be able to cast Ray of Frost, but do so behind the creatures to prevent them from running away because it is icy?
That is creative thinking. I like it, Barack. All right, you can do that, and they will have to make a dexterity saving throw if they run away. However, this will fully alert them to know that you know they are there.
That is okay. They will know soon anyways. All right, I cast Ray of Frost to do that. Do I need to make an attack roll or anything?
No, it was a smart move, so I will rule it an automatic success. Do you want to move down from the roof at all?
No, I want to stay up here so I can cast Scorching Ray next turn. I'll just end my turn there.
Okay, that sounds good. It is Joe's turn now.
Since they don't see me, do I get advantage on my attack with my bow?
Yeah, you get advantage.
Sweet, I'm going to shoot at the one closest to me then. That is a 14 to hit and a 7 on damage.
You hear a cry of pain as your arrow sinks into the knee of the creature in the back of the pack as it falls to the ground. The already scared creatures begin to try to run for it, moving backwards across Obama's frost spell. 3 of the creatures slip, including one that was helping the injured one. 4 of the creatures are sprawled on the ground, while 2 remain standing. The 2 standing ones draw their weapons, one with a sword who tries to stand between the others and the invisible bowman, and the other with a blowgun. He is going to take a shot at Barack. That is a 16 to hit, with a 5 piercing damage and 3 poison damage if it hits.
Yeah, that hits. I only have a 13 armor class.
All right, with falling down and making that attack, we will go to Donatello's turn.
It is about damn time. I'm going to charge at them with my sword and shield drawn.
All right. You make it to the area of Barack's frost spell. If you want to go out onto the ice to fight them, you will also have to make a dexterity saving throw to stay on your feet.
Piece of cake. This game is absolute trash. I cannot believe I just rolled a 3 again. I never get good rolls with these dice. I'm guessing that fails.
Yeah, you fall onto the ice, which takes up the rest of your action.
Can I use action surge to get back up and attack one of them?
Yeah, you can do that.
Natural 20. This game is the greatest invention in human history. Did you see that, Barack? Natural 20. I'm going to absolutely wreck this guy.
That was a really nice roll, Donatello. You are probably just going to kill someone in one hit.
Good chance, yeah. Do you want to go after the injured one or just one of the other ones?
The one with the blowgun. Barack is going to owe me big time after I kill him. So I add the maximum damage to what I rolled, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Sweet, that is 16 damage then.
You slice through the chest of the creature holding the blowgun. This close to them, you identify them as halflings, and as you slash the creature, you realize that they are extremely skinny and malnourished. It was a fatal blow, and he falls to the ground, bleeding profusely.
Oh, for Christ's sake! I didn't know that before I swung.
Can I use Misty Step to make it over to them and then cast Healing Word before he dies?
I'll allow it. What did you roll for the healing?
A 5.
Okay. The slash from Donald heals slightly, and the bleeding lessens. There is a higher chance that he will live. Also, sorry to break immersion, but I just realized that we had not explained how you know Healing Word to our viewers. It is not a typical wizard spell.
Oh, right, that is our bad. It was a homebrew edition due to me doing an internship in the hospital wing at the academy. We had talked before we started and felt it would be a good addition to my character and wanting him to be a good guy.
Thanks for that explanation. One of my favorite parts of Dungeons & Dragons is that since it is a shared storytelling experience, you don't have to follow all of the rules all of the time. Now, the halfling that Donald almost killed is looking like he will live, and following that gesture, the halflings stand down a bit, still nervous and alert, but not trying to defend themselves or kill you. 2 of them begin mending the wound from Joe's arrow. It is just before midnight, and the 2 injured halflings have been patched up and look like they are going to be able to make it. One of them, an older halfling, steps forward. I am sorry we were stealing cabbages. Thank you for not killing us, though. You notice that they are staying a healthy distance away from Donatello as they address Barack. We know stealing is wrong, but we were forced out of our home just a few weeks ago. Finding this field of cabbages was happenstance, but we are starving. We tried not to take too many.
Yeah, it looks like you have all had a rough go of things. May I ask your name? Also, what forced you from your home? Is there anything that we can do to help?
And what is this black stuff you are leaving behind? Is it tar or droppings from a black ooze?
I am Falnad, the leader of this tribe. These are my brothers and sisters, Vinhas, Urifer, Garfire, Yenzor, and Erdak. A hill giant invaded our home, or rather, destroyed our home by building theirs on top of ours. We lost a great many family members that day.
I am sorry to hear that. Hill giants are very inconsiderate. I have dealt with them in the past, and they are no good.
And the black stuff?
That is a special concoction called veratrum. It is harmless to eat, but it tends to drive away scary stuff. We use it around our home to protect us. It didn't seem to bother the hill giants, though. We thought it might cover our tracks here.
Ah, yes, Veratrum, I know that stuff, I think. Do I know that stuff, Ben?
Roll a nature check.
I got a 12.
You don't know anything about it. It seems to be something that this particular tribe of halflings have invented.
Is your home far from here? Maybe we could remove these hill giants?
It is not far, maybe 3 or 4 miles to the northeast. If you would be able to remove the giants from our old home, we would be greatly indebted to you.
Yeah, let us see what we can do. We should go wake Galen and let him know what is going on first.
I don't think that is a good idea. He might try to harm these little guys. They have been stealing his cabbages.
I don't think he would do that, but okay, we can head up to their home first and then update Galen when we return.
How long will he be asleep for? He looks comfortable. Man, I am getting tired too.
He will be asleep until morning. The sleep spell won't wear off unless someone wakes him or he takes damage. You are all going to head up to the halfling home then?
Might as well. Seems like the best way to resolve this.
You travel in the direction the halfling pointed, and an hour or so later, come upon a small grassy knoll. It is clear that something had happened here. You can see sections of the knoll caved in, and you can even see into some of the rooms of the halfling's house.
This reminds me of a small place in the New York countryside back in the 1800s. There was a knoll just like this, except it was just a normal hill and wasn't a halfling house.
So you are saying that you saw a grassy hill in the 1800s?
Exactly, it looked just like this.
I have no idea how you are still alive, Sleepy Joe. All right, can we see the hill giants, or how can we find them?
You can hear a low snoring coming from the far side of the hill.
Okay, how should we approach this? We could sneak up on him and try to get some hits in while he is waking up.
I speak giant. Why don't I just go talk to him?
Okay, but if you can't convince him to leave, then we will have to fight him anyways. Might as well hurt him while we can.
This is a bit of a long shot, but I had an old friend named Odysseus. He was up against a sleeping cyclops, so he just stabbed it in the eye while it was still asleep. I think we should do that here.
You want to cut out its eyes while it is sleeping? Christ, Joe, that is pretty brutal.
I think it is a good idea, surprisingly. I didn't think Joe could come up with something like that.
All right, fine, Ben. We want to sneak up on it and stab it in the eyes. Do we all need to roll stealth?
I will just have one of you make a stealth roll with advantage. Who wants to do it?
I think I have the best stealth stat, so I can do it. That's a 16 after the advantage roll.
All right. You sneak around the hill and find a slumbering hill giant, probably around 20 feet tall when it is standing up and just about as wide. It is currently sleeping on its side.
I get up close to it and get ready to stab it in one of its eyes.
I don't have any blades, but I can try to use Scorching Ray on the other one.
We might need the spell slot. I can use an arrow.
Simultaneously, you both stab the hill giant in the eyes. It immediately awakes, screaming and thrashing about, taking 34 piercing damage. I am going to need all of you to make dexterity saving throws to see if you can avoid the flailing giant.
I got an 11.
I only got a 5.
I got pretty lucky, 16.
All right. Donald and Joe are going to get knocked over and take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as the giant swats you both back. Obama is able to avoid the limbs and make it a safe distance away. The giant scrambles to its feet, holding one hand out in front of it and the other to its eyes. It starts screaming in giant.
Hey, I speak giant. What is it saying?
You hear it call out, Henrietta. Henrietta, help. Something poked my eyes. I can't see anything.
Uh-oh, guys, he is calling for someone named Henrietta.
You hear stomping coming from the forest, and a second hill giant sprints into the field, wielding a small tree as a club.
Can I cast Scorching Ray at her?
You can when it is your turn. First, we are going to roll for initiative.
I got a 3.
I got a 19.
I got an 11.
I got a 13 for the giants, so it will go Joden, Giants, Donatello, and then Barack. Joden, you're up first.
First, I want to try to move to cover. Am I able to get up into a tree or hide in part of the rubble of the halfling house?
Sure, you couldn't make it to the tree line, but you could hide in the house if you want.
Great. After I get there, I want to shoot an arrow at the new giant. That is a 16 to hit and a 5 on damage.
All right. The arrow sinks into the belly of the new giant.
but it doesn't seem fazed as it continues running towards the injured giant. Henrietta reaches the blinded giant and grabs his hand and begins leading him towards the forest. Looking over her shoulder, she spots Donatello and throws her tree at him. Donatello, make another dexterity saving throw.
I say it all the time, but this game is bullshit. That is a natural one.
Well, you aren't able to jump out of the way, and the small tree crashes into you, knocking the breath out of you as the branches gash along your whole body. Your armor protects you from a lethal blow, but it was a bad hit. You take 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
I have 3 health left. That is so stupid. Do I have to spend my turn getting out from under the tree too?
I am afraid so, Donatello. Sorry, the dice can be cruel sometimes.
Yeah, it does happen to all of us. Is it Donatello's turn then?
Yeah. What all do you want to do with your turn, Donatello? It will take an action and a strength check to get the tree off of you, but you will still have movement and a potential bonus action.
And I can't use Action Surge because we haven't rested since I used it against the halflings, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Well, that is bullshit, all I have to say about it. I guess I will try to get the tree off of me and chase after the 2 giants. Could I also use my second wind to regain 10 hit points?
Yeah, you can do that. That puts you back up to 13 then. Do you want to make a strength check for the tree?
That is a 16 on my strength check.
You succeed in pushing the tree off and getting out and begin chasing down the giants. Barack, it is your turn now.
I will cast Scorching Ray on Henrietta. First roll is a 13 to hit and a 9 on damage.
That barely hits. A beam of orange fire lashes her back as she runs into the forest.
Second roll is a 15 to hit and an 11 on damage.
That one hits as well, causing her to let go of the other giant's arm and stop in her tracks, turning slowly to face the group.
Uh-oh. I didn't think she would turn around. Well, I still get one more attack, and then I'm going to move to the halfling house as well. That is a 10 to hit, so that misses, I assume.
Yeah, that one misses. She is looking angry and begins marching towards you as you run to the halfling house. She seems to be ignoring Donatello at the moment. The other giant stumbles away blindly into the forest.
My turn then?
Yeah, it is your turn.
I am going to shoot at her with my longbow. That is an 18 to hit, but only a 4 on the damage. I rolled a 1 on my damage die.
All right, you loose another arrow, which is again lost like a splinter on this massive giant. She rushes forward, swinging a fist to pick up Barack. So we are going to make a dexterity challenge. I will roll and add my modifier, and you roll and add yours. If she beats you, then she will pick you up. Otherwise, you are able to avoid her grasp. That is a 12 on my part.
Well, I also got a natural one. This isn't going to be good.
She succeeds in picking you up then as you are not able to escape her grasp, and with a motion flings you across the field. You land with a sickening thump against a tree, taking 11 bludgeoning damage from the throw.
I think I have less health than Donatello now. Good thing I dodged the blind giant at first. Well, it is Donatello's turn now.
Yeah, it is my turn. Time to wreck this giant. I'm going to go up and attack her with my longsword. That is another natural 20. Told you guys I was going to destroy her. And I rolled max on my damage die, so that is 19 damage.
She howls with pain as you drive your longsword through her leg and kicks out at you. That is a 15 to hit, so it misses. She is then going to begin to run into the forest after the other giant, meaning you will get an attack of opportunity as well, Donatello.
That is a 16 to hit and a 5 on damage.
All right. As she begins to run away, you are able to slash her leg with your longsword. She is able to maintain her balance and trajectory running into the forest, though.
I say we let her go this time. I can't take much more of this.
I didn't take that much damage there, but I think we should let them go too. They are just hill giants after all.
Fine, we can let them go, but just know that I would have killed both of them if I needed to. I may be down to 3 health, but I am not scared of anybody, especially not those hill giants.
Now that the immediate threat has passed, what would you guys like to do?
I think I need to take at least a short rest to recover some of my hit points.
We can bunker down in the halfling home for a bit. Might be some leftover food or valuables.
Yes, I claim everything of value that we find. It is all mine.
We should share anything we find between all of us. We all helped with the hill giants.
Oh, yeah? Well, who did the most damage? Just a little hint, it was me.
Donatello, you already have 50 gold more than us. Let's just share anything we find.
Fine, whatever. I'll have a bit of pity on you guys because you are so broke.
All right. You are able to find a gold teapot that looks to be a family heirloom, worth probably 30 gold pieces or so, as well as 15 actual gold pieces. You also find a collapsed passageway and think you can hear voices from the other side of the wall.
Can we dig out the passageway?
You can,
but it will take probably until morning to clear it all away. I will still let you have the short rest if you want, but you won't be able to take a long rest since you are doing manual labor.
That sounds good. For a short rest, we can roll a portion of our hit dice and regain that many points, right?
That's right. I believe Barak can also recover a single first-level spell as well. Donatello does not recover his action surge, though.
I don't need it. I can kill enemies without it. I'm going to roll all 3 of my hit dice. I regained 16 health points, so I'm almost back up to full.
I get back 12, not bad, but I'm still injured. Can I also cast Healing Word on myself to gain a couple more?
Yeah, using that first-level spell slot that you recovered?
That is what I was thinking. Only a 1 on the dice, so that is 4 hit points back. Just enough to put me back up to full health.
I'll roll all of my dice as well. That is a 18 total. I don't get temporary hit points for the excess or anything, do I?
No excess hit points for overhealing. You are up to full health now, though. All right, with taking breaks and resting up, you are all able to feel a lot better. You are also able to clear out the passageway. On the other side, you find 2 young halflings, stuck in a kitchen of some sort. Thank goodness we thought we were going to be stuck in there forever.
Glad to help. We will be heading back towards your tribe, too. We can take you with us if you want.
Our tribe! Oh my goodness, I thought that they were dead. We need to get out of here, though. There are some nasty hill giants. We were trying to escape, but the path collapsed before we made it out. It is such a relief to hear that the others are okay. We would be glad to go with you.
Before you do, though, we would like to discuss perhaps a form of payment.
Christ, Donatello, they just lost their home. Have a bit of mercy. Also, we handled the hill giants. They shouldn't be a problem.
Fine, but never let it be said that I never cut anyone some slack. All right, we take them back to the farm to meet up with their people. It looks like Joe is asleep, though, so we should probably call this session there.
Joe, wake up, Joe. We are ending the session.
Whoa, sorry guys. Must have drifted off for a second there. We are all done, though?
Yeah, this is a good place to end. We will pick up tomorrow with taking the 2 rescued halflings back to their tribe and talking with Galen at his farm. Between today and tomorrow, we will also level up to level 4, so things will start getting better from here on. I know it kind of negates everything we did for the short rest, but I will allow everyone to heal back up to full and recover abilities and spells.
Thanks, Ben. Man, I am already the strongest fighter in probably the whole world, and when we come back tomorrow, I am going to be even stronger. Can you believe that, Barak? Joden? You guys might be getting stronger too, but don't forget that I could still whip your asses up and down the block for days.
I don't think that you have ever been able to do that, except maybe at level 1 when I only had like 7 hit points. But after that, there is no way that you could be both Joe and me in single combat. Though this does sound like a fun test that we should run someday.
In between this and our last session, everyone leveled up to level 4. I believe that Barak and Joden both chose ability score improvements, and Donatello took the alert feat to gain a +5 bonus to initiative, and he can't be surprised anymore.
Yeah, I did. Never again am I going last in combat. I personally believe that the fighter class should have the alert feat built into it, but for some reason Ben wouldn't let me homebrew that. Still though, now that I'm going first, I highly doubt that Barak and Joden will ever even be able to do anything in combat.
I think we will be able to do pretty much the same thing we have always done. I don't think that going first even makes that big of a difference unless you have some special ability or something.
I have a special ability. It is called being the best. You wouldn't understand.
I don't think you're the best. You almost killed a halfling 2 episodes ago. Just a poor, defenseless, starving halfling. That is something a bully does, not someone who is the best.
Now Joe is spouting off fake news. I will let everyone know the truth. I never attacked a defenseless halfling in my life. The halfling I attacked was in the middle of attacking Barak. Yeah, that part doesn't get covered in the mainstream media. Nor does the fact that I then saved both Barak and Joden from a hill giant last episode.
For our viewers who may not quite understand what we are referring to, this is episode 5 of the presidential D&D campaign. If you missed any of the first 4, they can all be found in this playlist on the channel. Now, most of what happened last session has been alluded to, but I'll give a quick recap. The party went to help the gnomes reclaim their home, which had been destroyed by 2 hill giants. The party then blinded one of them, who ran off into the forest and wounded the other before it too escaped into the forest. Finally, the party rescued 2 halflings from the destroyed home and is on their way back to Galen's farm to reunite the halflings and fix Galen's crop problems.
Thanks, Ben. You covered all of that really well.
Thanks, Obama. Now, the party travels for about an hour, and the sun begins to rise over the distant horizon as you reach Galen's farm. As you walk down to the farm, you notice Galen beginning to wake up, looking confused as he sees you approaching with two halflings.
Galen, hello. My apologies for not waking you last night. However, we found the source of your crop problem. There is a tribe of starving halflings whose home was destroyed by a hill giant. We ran off the hill giants, which means that the halflings should be able to return to their home and you shouldn't keep having crops go missing.
Starving halflings, you say? I would never have guessed. Maybe I could offer them some cabbages before they head off. I am not wealthy by any means, but I know what it is like to be hungry. So if I can help them in any way, then I will.
Before we talk about giving the halflings cabbages, we need to discuss our payment. What are you going to give us for helping solve your little problem?
Christ, Donald, you really are obsessed with money, aren't you?
I'm sorry. I don't have much that I can offer. I barely will have enough to get through the winter, even with the Abbey's help.
We are not taking your money, Galen. Instead, maybe you could offer us some information. We heard you say that Father Lucian had protected the amulet. What did you mean by that?
His face flushed with embarrassment. I am going to have you roll for persuasion. I'll give you advantage since you leveraged the situation well.
That's a 14. Not great, but could have been worse.
Unfortunately, you needed a 15 to successfully convince him to divulge that type of information. He stammers a bit before looking away. I'm sorry, I really am grateful for what you have done, but I can't tell you that. I shouldn't have said what I said anyways, and the priest would skin me alive if I told you something of that nature.
I unsheathe my sword and ask him again. What were you saying about that amulet?
His face looks crestfallen, as his heroes, the people who had come out of nowhere to help him, are now threatening him for information. I can see that I was right not to tell. Kill me if you must. But if I told you then, the priests would have my head anyways.
Donatello, put that away. You truly are the worst.
Worst? I am the best at everything. Go back to sleep, Sleepy Joe.
You kind of are being the worst, Donatello. Please put the sword away. We will be lucky if Galen doesn't go to the town guard now. Ben, can I roll another persuasion check to convince Galen that Donatello was way out of line and ask him not to go to the guard?
Sure, I'll allow that. Do you put away your sword, Donatello?
Fine, whatever. I put my sword back in its sheath and begin walking back towards town.
That's a 16 on the persuasion check.
That's good enough that you feel reasonably assured he won't go to the town guard. What would you all like to do now?
Do we have any other quests on our plate?
Father Lucian had requested that you go investigate the Myconid colony that has been acting strangely, and the cave in question was in between you and the town.
Sweet, let's go there then. Can we catch up to Donatello and head to the cave?
Fine. Let's go to the cave. But I swear, I better be able to kill something real quick here, and we better get some more gold. This has been a treasure-free campaign thus far.
You still have more gold than either of us, Donatello. Besides, Thorn will pay us if we decide to help him.
I'm just saying you said that helping the townspeople instead of Thorn would get us more money. But it seems like the town is broke. We haven't earned a penny helping them yet.
We gained some gold from the halfling home, right, Ben?
Yeah, I think that you found a gold teapot worth 30 gold and 15 gold coins or something like that. Split between you, someone has the teapot to sell at a later time, and each of you got 5 gold. Did you all mark that on your sheets?
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, I am carrying the teapot too. Not a chance I'm letting anyone else touch it. We can split the funds once we sell it, but until then it is mine.
Okay, fine. That works for me. To the Myconid colony, then?
You make the trek peacefully, and before midday rises overhead. Just up the path, you can see a cluster of mushrooms around the entrance to the cave.
I should go first, guys. I am a ranger, so these Myconids will recognize me as a friend.
Sounds good to me.
I will follow close behind and ready my sword.
As you enter the cave, you find that the mushrooms quickly fade and the inside of the cave is barren. It splits off into 2 directions, both of which lead into the same main cavern. In the cavern, you find a tall stone statue, one that looks like it has been here for a long time.
Wait, so there aren't any mushrooms or mushroom people?
Not that you can see. There were some mushrooms around the entrance, but the rest of the cave doesn't have any.
I draw my sword looking for something to kill.
Joden, is this normal for a Myconid colony? Did we miss something?
I don't know. I would have thought they lived in here. Ben, can I make a nature check to see where the Myconids would be?
Sure, go ahead, Joe.
That's a 19.
The mushrooms outside did look like Myconid mushrooms, and this would be their home. So it is very strange that nothing is here. As you continue looking around the cave, you feel a rumbling coming from the entrance.
I rush around to see what happened.
You see a group of people in white robes pushing a large boulder into the entrance, effectively sealing you inside.
Oh, no, they didn't. Was that the priests?
It looked like it. Ben, would we be able to move the boulder?
You can try, but first, as Donatello heads over to the entrance, you feel a heavy blow on your shoulder, like a knife slicing into your armor, and you take 11 damage and are pushed into a wall, Donatello. We will roll for initiative.
Wait, what attacked me?
As you spin around, you see the light blue outline of a swirling mist. You see it raise another arm to strike you. Luckily, due to your alert feat, that attack will have been its first turn. All right, what did everyone get?
I got a 12.
I got a 23. That is what I am talking about. A trained fighter such as myself should never have an initiative below 20. It just isn't immersive.
I only got a 5. It was a natural one on the roll.
All right, so we will go Donatello, Barak, and then Joden, after which it will go back to Donatello, then the monster, and we will go from there. Donatello, what do you want to do for your turn?
I want to slash at it with my longsword. That is a 17 to hit and an 8 on damage.
As you slash it, you notice that it reforms around your sword. It doesn't seem very affected by your swing.
That is bullshit. I have never been ineffective at anything against anything or anywhere. All right, well, I'll take an action surge to attack it again. That is a 15 to hit and an 11 on damage.
Once again, it reforms after your swing. You do notice that it takes just a microsecond longer to reform, though that could have been a trick of the light.
All right, my turn then, right?
Yep, it is your turn now.
I want to move to where I can cast Burning Hands without hitting Donatello. Is that possible?
Yeah, you can maneuver to his side and cast that.
Sweet, so it has to make a dexterity saving throw or take 11 damage, half that on a successful save.
That is only an 11. I'm guessing that fails?
Yeah, it needed a 14.
All right. You let a wave of fire wash out of your hands, enveloping the strange creature in the flames. It takes 11 fire damage.
Sweet, all right, Joe's turn then.
Yeah, my turn. I'm going to back up across the room and shoot an arrow at the creature. That is a 12 to hit and a 10 on damage.
The arrow flies wide as the creature reforms after the fire blast. You missed that one.
All right, no worries. I'll get it next time.
You literally did nothing there, Joe. Why do we even have you in the party?
Jesus, Donald, you are in a bad mood today. Joe, you do a lot for the party. Sorry you missed. Donatello, it's your turn, I think.
Yeah, Donatello's turn. Donald, please be respectful of others, though.
I was just joking, guys. Chill out. Always so serious. It is just a game. All right, I'm going to attack it with my longsword again. That is a 24 to hit and a 9 on damage.
Wait, a 24? Was that a 19 on the dice? I think you have improved critical, so that is a critical hit, right?
You're damn right, Ben. I can't believe I forgot that. I'm turning into Sleepy Joe over here. All right, so 17 damage then.
You swing a vertical strike right through the creature, and it takes a full second for it to reform afterwards. All right, it is going to slam both Donatello and Barak this turn. That is a 14 to hit Donatello, which misses, and a 16 to hit Barak. It'll be 10 damage to Barak then.
Ouch, this thing hurts. All right, my turn, though?
Not quite. Joden, as you are across the room, you see some of the dust in the center of the room begin to swirl, and a couple of small, imp-like creatures rise out of it.
Oh, dust mephits? Those guys are cool.
Christ, Ben, more enemies? You really are trying to put us through the ringer here.
It's okay, guys. I took Hordebreaker so I can handle the mephits. How many are there, Ben?
You see 3 rise out of the center of the room. They won't take a turn until next round, though. Barak, it is your turn now.
You sure you can handle them, Joden?
Yeah, I don't know if I will kill them this turn, but I can kill them.
All right, in that case, I'm going to use Scorching Ray and target the invisible stalker with all 3 rays.
I think you can just roll them all at the same time.
Damn, that is a 15, an 11, and a natural one, which is a 7. That was some terrible rolling. All right, only one of those hits?
Yeah, just the 15.
All right, that is 8 fire damage. Finally, I am going to enter Blade Song as my bonus action.
All right, that gives you a good bonus to your AC, yeah?
Yeah, so I have a 16 armor class now, not bad.
I still have a better armor class, though, Barak. All right, Joden's turn. We gotta hurry up. I'm going to destroy this thing on my turn.
Yeah, it's Joden's turn. What do you want to do, Joden?
I'm going to attack with my longbow, and my Hordebreaker will let me attack an adjacent enemy as well. First attack is a 16 to hit, second is a natural 20.
Nice, both of those hit.
Sweet, alright, that is 9 damage on the first and 16 on the second, counting the additional 8 for the critical strike.
One of them explodes in a cloud of dust, and the other turns to look at you, snarling. The final one lets out a laugh that chills all of you to your bones.
Not me, nothing scares me. All right, my turn finally?
Yeah, your turn, Donatello. What do you want to do?
I don't have a lot of options other than my longsword, so I am just going to use that. That's only a 12. This is bullshit. How could I miss? He is right in front of me.
Well, it is a swirling mist of half-invisible air in a dimly lit cave. Sorry, it just happens that way sometimes.
Whatever. It is just stupid I have to wait a whole other round in order to do something again. When do I get the extra attack option?
I think it is next level that you get to start attacking twice whenever you take the attack action. We just leveled up last session, so it will probably be either next session or the one after that we level up again.
Fine, let's just get a move on. I want it to be my turn again.
All right, it is the monster's turns now. The two dust mephits are going to move to attack Joden. That is only an 8 and then a 9, so I think both of those miss.
Wait, how do I know if they hit me again?
They have to get equal to or above your armor class. I think yours is probably like 14 or 15.
Is that this box that says AC?
Yeah, Joe, that's the one.
All right, yeah, mine is 14. They don't hit me.
Cool. Next, the invisible creature is going to swing at both Barak and Donatello again. That's a 14 on both, which I don't think hits either of you because of your bonus from Blade Singing Barak.
Yeah, my temporary armor class for the next minute is 16. My turn then?
Yeah, that was a kind of dumb turn for me too. I missed on 4 attacks.
The dice giveth and the dice taketh away, am I right? For my turn, I am going to use another level 2 slot to cast Scorching Ray again. That is an 18, a 16, and a 9 in that order. 2 of those hit then?
Yep, so you can roll 4d6 for damage.
That's 14 damage.
The creature rears back in pain, and the two of you can see a small metal cylinder floating in the middle of it before it begins to reform again. Joden, your turn again.
I'm going to drop my bow and pull out my 2 short swords. I think that means that I can attack one twice and then the other one only once.
Yeah, that is correct. Since you are fighting with 2 weapons, you can make the first attack and then use your bonus action for a second attack. And then Hordebreaker kicks in and lets you make a third attack on an adjacent creature.
Sweet. All right, that is a 23, an 8, and a 16 to hit, so I hit both of them once?
Yep, that sounds right.
That's 8 damage to the first one and only 4 to the second.
Is the 8 damage going to the injured one from last time?
Yeah, that makes sense to do that.
That one explodes in another burst of dust. You are going to need to make a Constitution saving throw or be blinded for a minute.
Damn, that is only an 8.
All right. You are blinded then. You can make that saving throw again on the beginning of your next turn. Otherwise, you will have disadvantage on just about everything.
I have a +5 dexterity saving throw. I should have succeeded there. Oh well, I'll get it the next turn. The other mephit is still alive?
Yeah, the other one is still alive. Donatello, you are up again.
It's about damn time. Can I swing at the metal cylinder?
Yeah, you can do that.
That's a 15 to hit and an 11 on damage.
You smash the cylinder with your sword and it splits in 2. The creature screeches and launches itself out of the room. The last mephit is going to run away as well, but Joden, you will get an attack of opportunity as it flees.
After disadvantage from the blindness, that's a 14 to hit and a 6 on damage.
It is mortally wounded, but still manages to escape. All right, I think that will end this combat.
I forgot about the cylinder. What is on it again?
Yes, that is a good starting place. The cylinder is inscribed in some foreign language. Does anyone speak Celestial?
I speak Celestial. We had to learn it as part of my Languages of the Realms curriculum. What does it say then?
The broken cylinder has instructions for summoning an invisible stalker on one side, a creature that is bound to its master until it has accomplished the task. On the other side, you find all of your names inscribed, as well as an author's signature spelling out Sanitas.
I knew those priests were up to no good. You all wanted us to trust them and help them, and nobody listened to me that they were bad news and were going to try to kill us.
I don't remember you saying anything like that.
Well, I did. First thing when we got to town, I said the priests and that Father Lucian guy were bad news.
Well, I don't remember that either, but a reminder to our viewers that this is episode 6 in a homebrew campaign. If you haven't watched the first 5 episodes, they are all in the Presidential D&D campaign playlist on the channel, which you can go to by clicking the link.
Thanks for that reminder, Ben. All right, so it looks like the church itself just sent an invisible assassin after us. It is interesting, though, that they waited until we were in a secluded area. They probably could have just killed us in the city, right?
Well, it looks like Kieran doesn't like them and is pushing back. Maybe they thought that if they killed us in the town square, Kieran could use it to take away their power.
Good point, Joe. It would appear that everyone in town knows we are here for the artifact, too. It was damn bad luck that the other adventuring party showed up at the same time as us. I don't think we can convince anyone that we aren't here for the artifact now.
So we should just find it and steal it for Thorn then. This town sucks. First, nobody pays us anything, and now they are trying to kill us.
Wait, guys, if they are trying to kill us, do you think Thorn is still okay?
Damn, you're right, Joe. They are probably going to kill him, too. All right. We need to push the boulder out of the way and get back to town quickly. Hopefully they won't attack us on sight, and maybe Kieran will protect us and Thorn, too.
You are able to clear the boulder out of the way with all three of you pushing on it, and hike quickly back to town. The farm wasn't far, and the cave was in between the farm and the town, so you make good time. It looks to be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when you reach Loudwater again, the sound of the waterfall heralding the end of the hike. Where do you want to go first?
Let's head to Thorn at the Blessed Waters first. Gotta make sure that we get our money, am I right?
I still am not sold that we helped Thorn obtain the artifact yet. The priests probably thought that we are here to steal it, so they were just protecting their interests. Not that that makes it better that they tried to kill us, though. We should gather up Thorn first and then head over to Herein, though. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree that is the best course of action. Good plan, Donatello.
I only come up with good plans. All right, Ben. We head to the Blessed Waters to try to take Thorn over to Kieran's house for protection.
As you move through the town, you aren't attacked or anything. You do notice that any of the priests of Sanitas that you pass duck their heads and whisper to each other when they see you, after which they begin heading towards the cathedral.
Yeah, we gotta hurry. Maybe we do need to get out of town.
Let's try Kiran first. Might end in a battle, but hopefully his place is somewhat defensible.
You make it to the Blessed Waters and find Thorn at the bar, looking quite miserable. He cheers up almost immediately after you walk in, though. Friends, I had thought you gone after you missed our rendezvous last night. I am glad to see your return.
Sorry about that, Thorn. We got tied up helping a farmer and then getting trapped in a cave with an assassin. We are fine, though.
An assassin? Sent by who? I made sure to keep our trek here relatively unknown. I can't think of anyone who would have sent an assassin.
It was the church here, those damn priests of Sanitas. Vadric was right to warn us. Surprisingly. Not that we couldn't handle them, and I still think that I could take all the priests if they come after us again.
Why would the church want to attack us? Did you tell them why we are here? Perhaps it is a religious artifact, then. It could make sense for the church to be defending it. We aren't here to steal it, though. I just wanted to trade.
They were able to figure it out because, Father Lucian knew that, something or other, I don't remember. But no, I don't think we told them. Did we tell them, guys?
No, but apparently there was another group of adventurers who came to town either this week or last week. They might not have been so covert with their intentions either. The town probably thinks we are working with them.
Damn. Those rumors must have traveled farther than I thought. All right. Well, should we leave then? If the church has already tried to kill you, I'm not sure if we could even obtain the artifact. But my people need it if we have any hope of coming back to life.
I'm not so sure taking the artifact is a good idea, but I do think that the town needs help. If there was another group of adventurers already, then who knows who else will come for it. They need more protection than a wall. I'm betting there are a lot of hands that would love to get a hold of the artifact.
Wait, you guys aren't going to help me then? What about King Rex? What about the curse?
Relax, Thorn. We haven't decided yet. We are going where the money is, and a whole town of grateful people, even if they all seem to be broke, might pay better. No offense. That's what you get for hiring adventurers.
Well, that seems a bit one-dimensional of our motives. We also want to be on the good side of things. This town had a good thing going for a long time until rumors of this artifact got out. We don't want to destroy a town to save your people, Thorn. No offense.
You think I want that? I don't want to destroy this town either. But like you said, rumors are out, and there are people coming for this artifact. How long do you think they will last if the Academy learns of such an artifact? Or the tribes of the North? Taking this artifact means that their town will live, even if people get sick again.
Maybe. We need to focus on now, though. Those priests saw us come into town. They could be sending people for us at any moment. We need to get over to Kiran's and ask for protection until we can sort this mess out.
Yeah, that is a good idea, Joden Thorn. You need to come with us over to Kiran's. Not sure yet if he will protect us, but it is better than being here.
All right, yeah, whatever you say. The crates are up in my room, though. We need to bring those along.
Fine, let's get them and get out of here.
You are able to get all of the boxes and make your way over to Kiran's house. It is a modest mansion, with a well-maintained but not too elaborate garden out front, and a few servants moving around the edge of the perimeter.
Did any priests follow us?
Make a perception check.
That's a 12.
You noticed some on the street, but they didn't seem to be following you, or even really paying much attention to you.
All right, I knock on the door to let them know we are here.
A few moments pass, and then a man probably in his late 40s opens the door. Hello, I am Stapes, servant of the Delaver House. How may I be of assistance?
Look here, okay, we need to talk to Kieran. Where is he at?
I'm afraid that the master is indisposed at the moment. However, I can let him know you are here if you wish to wait in the dining hall. Shouldn't be more than a few moments. He looks at all of the boxes you are carrying, And I can send a servant to help carry some of these boxes as well. We can just set them in the foyer until your business is concluded.
Thanks, Stapes. That would be most helpful.
He leads you into the dining hall, one of the more ornate rooms in the house. A large table takes up the center of the room, and a picture of Kieran, a woman, and a young boy hangs above the massive fireplace.
His wife and kid?
Yes, sir. That is the Lady Melanie and the young Master Tarkin. Neither of them are home at the moment.
Thanks again for your help and assistance, Stapes. I think we will be all right here.
Of course, sir. I will leave you to it and notify the Master of your arrival. As I mentioned, he should be here momentarily. Stapes leaves the room, closing the door behind him.
Anyone else getting a bad feeling that we are about to get ambushed?
Maybe. He was pretty helpful. That would be a low blow to ambush us in Kiran's dining hall, though. The place would get trashed.
I think he's just a good guy. I don't think we will get ambushed by the priests or anyone. Let's just give it a few minutes and see if Kiran comes downstairs.
Thorn clears his throat. While we wait, perhaps we can come to a more beneficial agreement about working with me to procure the artifact. I will double my offer. 500 gold pieces each, most likely paid in bars, upon returning the artifact to Castle Avernus and King Rex. Is that sufficient to sway you back to helping me?
Hell yeah, it is. Man, I could do a lot with that type of gold. That's a lot. I don't even need to negotiate on that one.
You seem pretty determined to obtain the artifact when you don't even know if it will help your people at all. I get the feeling something more is going on here. What aren't you telling us, Thorn?
Does it matter? I'm offering 1,000 gold pieces to help me get the artifact, plus the additional 35 for guarding me on the trip back to King Rex. That's 570 gold pieces total for your troubles.
That's fair. You do seem pretty desperate, though. Maybe your intentions aren't as honorable as you are making it sound. Maybe you are going to use this artifact to, I don't know, destroy the world or something. Then that gold doesn't do us much good.
What have I done to convince you all that I am on the bad side of things here? I even told you that we wouldn't steal the artifact if the townspeople refuse. Yet you still look at me as the villain.
We don't think you are a villain, Thorn, just that you aren't telling us the whole story. You and King Rex chose us. You must have known that we would ask questions.
I'm not asking any questions. I'm all in for helping you, Thorn. I don't even care if you are a bad guy and planning to destroy the world or anything.
Christ, Donald, the money isn't worth that.
Thorn's face is contorted with anger. I thought that I could trust you all. I thought that you would help me save my kingdom and my people. I can see that I was wrong. I'll be leaving town tomorrow then. He storms out of the room, and you can hear him yell at a servant to take his chest back to the tavern.
Well, that spiraled a bit. I think we made the right choice, though.
The right choice? You both just threw away 535 gold pieces. That is a ton of money.
It is a ton of money, which just seems suspicious to me. I don't understand Thorn, and that is why I don't like him. He isn't being honest with us. I don't know what he is hiding.
Fine, whatever. We better make a ton of money doing this, though. You both owe me that gold he would have paid.
Fine. If we don't make money here, we will both pay you back that money. I am starting to think that the artifact is worth more than we were thinking, though. Maybe we could even sell it to someone else for more money.
Christ, we don't even know what the artifact is or where it is, and all you guys can think about is money. You are closer to bounty hunters than adventurers right now.
With that, you hear a knock on the door, and Stapes opens it, followed by Kiran. Good afternoon, my friends. My apologies for making you wait. It has been a busy day. Now, how can I help you? Stapes said that you had some business to discuss.
Yeah, those priests in town tried to kill us. What is up with that?
His face drops. What? They wouldn't do anything like that. That is surely crossing the line. How do you know the priest tried to kill you?
I saw them shoving a boulder in front of the entrance to a cave that Father Lucian had sent us to, and then there was an invisible assassin inside. As far as assassination attempts go, it wasn't the best.
I can't. I don't believe it. Father Lucian wouldn't do something like that. Wait. He sent that other group on an errand, too. They haven't been back for quite a while now. Damn, how could I miss something like that? He paces back and forth across the room.
Why would Father Lucian want to kill us?
Kiran stops his pacing and turns to face you, face serious and stern. Well, let's be honest here, for the first time since we have met. Why are you in town? Adventurers don't just find themselves in Loudwater looking for rest. We are way too far off the beaten path. And 2 groups in the same week? Impossible. Obviously, you are here for the Amulet of St. Celine.
Well, that is the first time we have heard the name, but yes, kind of. We were hired by Thorn to help him trade for the artifact. Though, as you can see, Thorn isn't with us anymore.
Yeah, and he was paying us good money. You guys better pay us too for helping you instead of him. I wave my finger at him.
Really? You're going to help us? Why?
You guys weren't hurting anyone and were living peaceably. Then this rumor got out and people are going to come looking for the artifact. We just want to be on the good side of things and make a coin doing it too. I will wink at Donatello to try to mend some bridges.
Interesting. I didn't see this coming. All right, let's say that I believe you. There are some things that you would need to know. I will need to talk this over with Father Lucian, though. In the meantime, perhaps you could do something to gain my trust.
Did you not listen to us? Father Lucian is the one who was trying to kill us. And you are going to go tell him that we know about the amulet and that he should trust us too?
Father Lucian has consolidated a lot of political power in the last few months. Once the bandits attacked and him and his priests drove them off, he won over the favor of a lot of people. He is a sensible man, usually. I think he was just trying to act preemptively to get rid of the threat to our town.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Fine, what can we do to gain your trust?
My wife Melanie is sick. She doesn't use the power of the amulet like the rest of the town, and a while back she was cursed with a magical plague. There is a crystal grotto not far from here, where there grows a crystal that can help her stave off the effects for a while. However, it is now home to a nasty lightning elemental. The last servant I sent to get some didn't come back at all, and the guard brought back a charred corpse. I can't tell anyone of her condition, you see. My position in the town is too vulnerable.
Sure, what could go wrong going to another cave to do something for someone in town? That went pretty well last time.
I can see the irony. However, I am not misleading you or anything. There is a lightning elemental there, and it will be dangerous. However, I would be in your debt if you helped me.
Okay, we can do that. And then we can figure out how to help the town. Thorn said he was leaving tomorrow, so we won't have to worry about him.
And there better be gold at the end of this Kiran. We lost a lot to help you. I'm still not sure that was the right idea.
Of course. Thank you for your help. All right, we will pick up from there then. Kiran pointed out the grotto where the crystal is and asked if you could go investigate.
Yeah, so we will head over there. Are we able to make it out of the city, okay?
You do notice that some priests are still watching you, but nobody tries to stop you from leaving.
I don't trust these guys. I feel like Kiran is just leading us away so that the priests can try to kill us again.
I think Kieran is on our side. Let's just trust him for a minute. Besides, if the priests try to kill us again, we will probably escape and then we can come back for revenge.
Sounds like a plan. All right, we head over to the grotto. Kieran said it wasn't far, right?
True, it isn't far from the city. As you get closer, you find the cave quite easily. A small pond feeds into the front of it, and you can see blue lights flickering inside the cave.
We haven't taken a long or short rest since our fight with the invisible stalker, right?
No, you haven't yet. So I believe both Barak and Donatello are both injured and have used some of their abilities.
All right, here's what I think we should do. I can use invisibility and get in position inside, and then you guys can come rushing in. When the elemental turns to face you two, I'll reveal myself and cast Burning Hands at it. Might give us a bit of an edge. Does that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, sure. I am going to be able to do the most damage, so I'll run in first after Barak to get close to it. Then Joden can come in with his ranged attacks.
That sounds like a good plan, guys, but we will need to take a rest after this. I'm already starting to feel tired.
Joe, we started like 2 minutes ago. Jesus, you need to do aerobics or something to get your energy levels up.
He is just Sleepy Joe, that's how he is.
I was just talking about my character, guys. I don't think we really slept at all last night, and it was a long day. We were digging all night, too.
Yeah, you should all probably have a level of exhaustion, but we won't add that yet. You will need to sleep after the battle for sure. All right, so Barak is going to go invisible and then head into the cave.
Yeah, what do I see?
You see a glittering crystal cave and a ball of lightning that resembles a somewhat humanoid shape. It holds out a hand towards one of the crystals, which causes a blue flash of light that is visible from the outside. You hear what seems to be a chuckling laughter as it does so.
Oh, now I feel kind of bad. Still, I think this is our right course of action. All right, I get in position and get ready to cast Burning Hands.
I rush in yelling as I raise my sword.
And I follow as well, not yelling, but with my bow drawn.
All right, we will roll for initiative. But you guys were able to surprise the elemental, so it won't get a turn the first round of combat.
I got a 4 for initiative. I'm probably going last.
I got an 18. That alert feed is awesome. This is what a fighter should be like.
I got a 15, not too bad.
I got a 12 for the elemental, so if this goes to round 2, he will go after Joe and Donatello. For the surprise round, I'll let you guys take your turn however you want, though. I believe Barak will go first then.
Yeah, I'll let him go first with his spell.
Thanks, Donatello. All right, I cast Burning Hands. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'll say it automatically fails as part of the surprise.
Cool, all right, that's 15 points of fire damage.
It arches its back in pain and lightning arcs off of it. Barak, how close were you to it before you threw off invisibility?
Burning Hands is a 10-foot cone, so probably 5 feet away or so.
All right, nothing else happens then. Who wants to go next?
I'm up next. All right, I'm going to go in swinging my longsword. Damn, that's only a 9 to hit.
That doesn't quite hit then. It zaps away for a moment before zapping back, dodging your attack. Joden, you're up now. This is the last turn of the surprise round.
All right, I was going to attack with my longbow, but I actually am going to draw both short swords and attack it up close. That's an 11, followed by a natural 20 for the bonus attack.
Nice! All right, so normally you don't add your attack bonus to the critical roll, but I'll allow it this time since you missed with the other one.
This is going awesome. I rolled a 6 on my damage die, so that will be 15 damage with the critical.
This is bullshit. He is able to do 15 damage on his turn and I just miss? Maybe I need to start dual wielding.
Next level, you will also get your extra attack ability, which helps a lot too. All right, Joden, you get a good swing on it as it reappears after Donatello's attack, and it howls in pain. You will get struck by some lightning arcing off of it for... Damn, only 1 damage. Top of the round now, so it is Donatello's turn.
All right, if I miss again, I'm going to be pissed. That's an unnatural 20 for 12 damage.
Nice. You swing in it again, and it is still a bit dazed from Joden's attack, and you get a good hit off. You will take 3 damage as lightning arcs up your sword, however.
I'll take that trade. Is it looking wounded or weary?
Not yet. It still is giving off tons of electricity and seems more angry and annoyed than wounded. All right, Joden, you're up next.
I'm going to attack it twice again. That's a 21 and a 17. Not too shabby. The first will do 7 damage, and the second will only deal 2 since I don't add my modifier, right?
Yeah, that is right. In response, you will take 3 damage on the backlash as well. I'm not rolling super hot today. It is the elemental's turn now. It is going to zap both Donatello and Joden. That is a 14 to hit Donatello and a 9 to hit Joden. Damn, both of those miss. The elemental is also going to now jump into the crystal that it was examining before the battle. The crystal pulses with electric energy. Barak, it is your turn.
I'm going to use my last second-level spell slot to use Scorching Ray again, targeting the crystal, I guess. That is an 11 to hit and only 3 damage.
That does hit, and takes a chunk out of the crystal.
All right, second one is a 14 to hit and 9 damage.
That is going to shatter the crystal, which explodes with a wave of lightning. All of you are within 10 feet of the crystal, so I am going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw. If you are wearing or wielding anything that is metal, you have disadvantage, which I think is both Donatello and Joden.
I got a 19 on my saving throw.
With the disadvantage, I only got 5.
I only got a 7 as well because of the disadvantage.
Donatello and Joe will both take 6 damage and fall prone as lightning races through your bodies, Barak. You only take 3 damage and do not fall prone. I think you also still have 1 more Scorching Ray.
That's a 15 to hit and a 7 on damage.
The elemental is slowing down a bit and is looking more wounded now. We are back to the top of the round, and so it is Donatello's turn.
Standing up takes half my movement, but that means I should still be able to get to it, right?
Yeah, it is less than 15 feet away. You can make it to it and attack with your sword.
All right, first I want to take my second wind, which gives me 9 hit points back. Then I'm going to go and attack it again. That's a 15 to hit and a 15 on damage, since I get a +2 bonus from my fighting style.
That hits and lands a nice blow. You do take 1 damage from the electricity again. Damn, I really am rolling terrible. I think that is the 4th one on the damage dice I have rolled tonight. Joden, you're up now.
It happens to us too. All right, I'll stand up and attack it with both my short swords again. That's a 13 and a 12 to hit, so both of those probably miss then?
Yeah, both of those ones miss. Sorry, Joden. For the elemental's turn, it is going to once again try to zap both Donatello and Joden. God damn it, that is a 12 to hit Donatello and a 13 to hit Joden. Both of those miss. Not that I'm trying to kill you guys or anything, but it was supposed to be a bit more challenging. All right, the elemental is then going to jump to another crystal. That does mean that Donatello and Joden will both get attacks of opportunity.
I got a natural 20, yeah, baby. This is turning up all Donatello now. That is 17 damage as well.
That's a 21 to hit and a 9 on the damage for me.
It is looking severely wounded as it enters the crystal. The sparks flying off are more intermittent and weaker now as well. Barack, your turn.
All right, I'll move up and cast Burning Hands.
It'll fail the dexterity check since it is inside the crystal right now.
That is... Damn, 16 damage.
The crystal explodes again, and the elemental begins flickering in and out of the material plane as its hold on this realm begins to slip. You will all need to make Constitution saving throws again to see if you are knocked prone and how much damage you take.
That is an 8 for me.
A 12 for me.
I got an 8 as well.
You will all take 11 damage from the lightning and be knocked prone.
Damn, I am nearly dead again. I'm at 2.
To quote from someone who loves America almost as much as me, I can do this all day.
I'm at 15. I might switch to my longbow now.
With that, it is back to Donatello's turn.
That is a 21 to hit and an 11 on damage. I can't believe I was forgetting about my dueling bonus. That would have added up the past couple of fights.
It is barely visible now. Slight arcs of electricity are still visible. A slightly stronger electric pulse echoes up your sword, Donatello, dealing 4 points of damage.
No problem, I can take that.
All right, for my turn, I'm going to back up across the room and shoot my longbow at it. That is a 26 to hit and a 10 on damage.
In its dying throes, there is another explosion of electricity as it vanishes from the material plane, completely banished from this realm of existence. Donatello and Obama will both need to make Constitution saving throws again.
That is an 8 for me.
A 17 for me.
Donatello, you take 8 points of electric damage and fall prone. Barack, you take 4 points.
I do fall unconscious then, but we killed it, right?
Yeah, you guys were able to kill it, so we can exit combat and they can heal you back up to 1 point.
I think it is time for a long rest now, guys. That was a close one. The 2 combats with no rests in between wasn't the greatest idea.
I could have fought another 1 or 2 of these easy. I'm not even worried. Does beating this level us up to 5, though?
Yeah, we will level up to level 5 now. Are you all taking a long rest in the cave?
Yeah, I am pretty tired and wounded, so that sounds good to me.
I'll keep first watch. I'm still in the best shape out of the 3 of us. Can I also gather up some of the crystals to take back to the guy's wife or whatever?
Yeah, we can do that. The long rest passes uneventfully. You will all heal up to full health and recover any used abilities or spells. Then we can also level up to level 5 right now as well. Let's start with Barack.
I don't think I get any class features for level 5, but I do unlock level 3 spells. I'll go ahead and learn Fireball and Lightning Bolt, and then prepare both of those. I unprepared Thunder Wave to make room for those.
Nice. You'll be able to start doing a lot of damage now. All right, Joden?
I think mainly I just also get an extra attack. I also learn a new spell, and I think I'm going to go with Summon Beast. We can get some stuff to help us out now, guys.
That's a good choice, I think. Finally, Donatello.
All that I get is extra attack and some more health. Pretty easy level up for all of us, I think.
Yeah, a big power spike for each of you, but not a lot of work to do. All right, you rest until the morning, which helps soothe your aching wounds and electric burns. What would you like to do now that morning has come?
Well, it does seem like Kieran was telling the truth this time. It wasn't a trap, really. He could have been expecting us to die by the lightning elemental, but I think his wife probably really is sick, and this crystal will help her.
Can I do an Arcana check on the crystals to see why they would help her, or maybe a Nature check to see if I've seen these crystals before?
I'll allow either or.
That is a 19 on my Nature check, then.
You haven't seen a crystal like this before. You can feel a magic pulsing from it, though, and have heard of certain magical crystals that can extract curses and store them in the crystal. Pretty naturalistic healing, but also pretty rare.
That is useful. Can we take some of the crystals to sell or something?
Yeah, crystals like this would probably sell for a good amount if you can find a buyer. The Academy at Neverwinter would be a good market for something like this, or maybe some of the healers in Waterdeep would want this as well.
Sweet, all right. How many usable crystals can we take then?
Let me see. Since you destroyed 2 of the crystals with the lightning elemental in them, that leaves 4 crystal clusters that you can harvest successfully.
I store them all in my pouch. Kieran better be willing to pay for this too.
Christ, Donald, the man's wife is dying. I do think that he should pay us for our services, but we shouldn't extort the guy.
I didn't say extort, just that we should be getting paid for our efforts, just like you said. And if not, well, I guess he doesn't want the crystals then.
Well, I guess we can go that way. It would be nice to actually get paid for something. Father Lucian still owes us healing potions from his lie and attempted assassination.
That's fair. All right, we head back over to Quran with the crystals in hand now.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the first presidential D&D campaign one-shot adventure. The aim of these videos is to be standalone adventures that are longer than the rest of the sessions on the channel and take place separate from the rest of the campaign. If you have not watched any of the presidential D&D campaign, all the episodes can be found in this playlist. The first couple of these will explore the backstories of the different characters from the original campaign. For this first one, we will be focusing on Donatello, the fighter champion from the town of Trumpville. As a small disclaimer, the adventurers will be at the same level as their character from the campaign. This doesn't make a lot of sense lore-wise, but is a lot easier to manage. Well, to start off, does everyone want to introduce their characters?
I, of course, am playing as Donatello, and this is the story of how I became the most beloved and renowned fighter in all the land of Trumpville and the surrounding villages.
For this adventure, I am also playing as a dwarf fighter named Amabo. I believe that I am Donatello's rival in the arena here. Is that correct, Ben?
Yes, and we will get to that more in just a moment. Finally, Joe, who are you playing?
I am playing as a monk named Nadib, that is N-E-D-I-B or Biden backwards. I am Donatello's mentor and trainer, truly the reason for all of his successes.
That's a flat-out lie. I am responsible for all my victories. You are just trying to ride my coattails.
Great! Thank you all for introducing your characters. We will start the session on a momentous day in Trumpville. Most of the town is empty, though the noise of the crowd can be heard for miles around. Today is the most sacred of days for Trumpville. Today is Arena Day, the day when everyone has a chance to compete for the title of Warrior of Trumpville.
This is going to be a piece of cake for me this year. I have already won the previous 6 or 7 years, so I am not worried at all about maintaining my spot as the champion.
You aren't going to be able to win this year, though, Donatello. You haven't had to fight me yet.
That's what they say every year. Haven't lost yet, though.
All right, so at the moment, all three of you are in the pits, a small area just underneath the arena where the fighters prepare for their battles. As Donatello is the previous champion, and Amabo has been undefeated in the season so far, you both will be fighting as the last battle, which is coming up next. What are you both doing?
I'm sitting on my throne eating grapes, not a worry or a care in the world.
I'm going to be sharpening my great axe. I'm not losing this one.
Nadib is going to be trying to get Donatello to focus up and get his shit together. I know that Amabo is going to be a lot harder than the previous opponents.
Stop fussing, Nadib. You're being real annoying right now. Just let me prepare my way.
You're being an idiot, Donatello. You haven't even shined your armor yet. You don't just need to win, you need to put on the show.
I am the show. That's why all of these people are here. They are here to watch me bash in the skull of that small little puny dwarf over there.
Can I hear any of this?
They are talking pretty loud and it echoes well in the pits. You can hear every word.
I'm just going to chuckle and continue sharpening my axe.
Well, that small little puny dwarf is undefeated. You need to take this seriously.
No, I don't. Want to know why? He is undefeated this season. I have never been defeated before. Just shut up, Nadib.
I'm just going to throw my hands up and walk away.
All right, the referees are going to enter and announce that the fighters need to be heading up to the arena. Donatello on the red side, Amabo is the blue one.
I'll head up to get ready then.
Same too after I finish up my grapes, though.
Okay, after you both take your positions, the gates swing open and the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, fight!
I confidently stride into the arena, looking around at the stands and raising my sword in victory already.
I'll do the opposite, hunched over and ready to fight, not caring about the spectators. I am not going to lose today.
Nadib, where are you at?
Is there like a spot for the coaches, mentors? I'll be there if there is. Otherwise, I'll just be in the bottom row of the stands.
There is a sort of dugout for the mentors. You see Amabo's mentor, Reina, sitting in it as well. All right, Donatello and Amabo, you meet in the middle of the arena. As you both raise your weapons to begin the battle, I am going to have you roll for initiative.
That's a 19 for me.
14 on my side. Damn, Amabo has a -1 initiative bonus. That sucks.
Yeah, he is a dwarf in heavy armor, I guess. All right, Donatello, you are going to be up first.
All right, I am going to swing my longsword twice. Damn, even these new dice are rigged. That is an 11 on both of them. All right, I don't think I want to action surge yet. As my 2 swings are either parried or absorbed by his armor, I'm going to gesture excitedly to the crowd.
The crowd cheers, even though you didn't land a hit. You'll have advantage on your next attack, buoyed as you are by their admiration.
My turn then?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to swing with my great axe twice as well. That's an unnatural 20 and then a 16.
The first hit's not the second. With my shield, I have an AC of 18.
That is 10 damage.
As you wave to the crowd, Donatello, Amabo comes in with a heavy hit, crashing into your armor and probably cracking a rib. You spin and are able to catch the second swing with your shield. The crowd boos. So, Amabo, you will have disadvantage on your next attack against Donatello.
So they don't like me attacking while he is waving?
That's right. It was viewed by the crowd as a cheap shot. Still, you hit him pretty good there.
Yeah, low blow Amabo. I'm going to swing at him again.
Actually, before it is your turn, you feel the ground start to tremble, and out of nowhere, an extremely large rock flies into the arena, landing with a thud no more than 10 feet from the two of you.
An attack on Arena Day? That's dumb. All of the fighters in the town are here and equipped.
With a heavy crash, the large swinging doors cave in, and two armored hill giants wielding large metal poles as clubs enter the arena.
And I am already injured. Thanks, Amabo.
Yes, you did take a hit already. Good thing it was only one, though. So, as a bit of a backstory, the town of Trumpville has been feuding with a tribe of hill giants for a while now. As Trumpville has grown, they forced the hill giants away from their encampment. Obviously, the hill giants have not forgiven that slight.
No matter, I know it's metagaming, but we took on a hill giant at level 3 in the last campaign. We got this. All right, was that their turns or what happens now?
Yeah, their turn will have been entering the arena. Nadib, you can take your turn, and then we will go to the top of the round. Do you want to roll initiative to see when you take your next turn as well?
That's a 16, so I'll go in between Donatello and Amabo, I think.
Yep, that sounds right.
All right, I'm going to use one key point to use Step of the Wind and Dash as my bonus action, and my jumping distance is double. So I'm going to pretty much fly out of the stands and at one of the giants. I am then going to swing at it, wielding my quarterstaff in both hands. That is a 17 to hit and 9 damage.
That does hit. All right, so out of nowhere, Nadib comes soaring across the arena, taking long jumps and lightly landing on his feet, and then cracks his staff over one of the giants' heads. Anything else, Nadib?
No, that's it for me this turn.
All right, sweet, my turn then. I am going to charge and attack the giant Nadib just hit. That is a 15 and a 16 to hit. What's the armor class we need?
You need a 15 to hit, so both of those do land.
Sweet, all right, that's 19 total damage.
The giant lets out a loud roar as you slash at its enormous stomach. I think we are back to Nadib's turn then.
That was quick. I'm going to strike it with my quarterstaff again and then use another key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as bonus actions. That's a 15, a 17, and a 10. So the staff and 1 unarmed strike hit then?
That sounds right.
Nice, 14 points of damage. Finally, I'm going to spend another key point to try to stun it. It needs to make a 13 Constitution saving throw.
Damn, you guys are making quick work of this giant. I only got an 11, so one of the 2 giants will also be stunned from Nadib's quarterstaff. Amabo, it's your turn now.
Nice. All right, I'm going to run up and attack with my great axe at the one that isn't wounded or stunned yet. That's a 25 and a 19 to hit. For a total of 23 damage, I am also going to expend a superiority die for disarming attack, adding 3 to the damage and forcing it to make a strength saving throw or be disarmed. It needs at least a 15.
That's a solid hit and a 16 for the strength check, so it keeps its weapon. All right, the stunned giant is going to be stunned for the turn, so it won't be able to take an action or reaction. It recovers from its stun, however. The other giant is going to swing at Amabo with the metal pole. That is a 24 to hit, dealing 25 total damage.
Wow, that is just over half my health. That was one hell of a blow.
It was. And it gets a second attack as well. It is going to swing at Donatello for this one. That is a 25 to hit and 21 damage.
I no longer think that this is going to be a piece of cake. Still, I'll be able to take second wind on my turn, and I'll probably action surge too. Is it my turn now, Ben?
Yeah, that was all of the giants' turns.
I'll swing with my longsword. Can I just roll all 4 since I'll use action surge as well?
That makes sense.
That is a 24, 18, 7, and then 22 in that order. 3 of those hit, dealing a total of 25 damage, all to the stunned, injured giant. Then I'll use second wind to regain... Damn, only 7 health. Still, the giant probably won't be able to kill me in 1 hit. Is the giant I hurt still alive?
It is, but it is looking very wounded. It's moving a bit slower, and blood is gushing out of the multiple wounds and bruises left by you and Nadib. Nadib, you're up now.
I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. I'll attack with my quarterstaff and then attack twice with flurry of blows using 1 key point and use a second key point to try to stun it again. I think I need to still target the wounded one. That's a 12 to hit with the quarterstaff, so that misses, but a 23 and 16 to hit with my unarmed strikes, dealing 15 damage. It then needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Well, it actually won't need to make the Constitution saving throw, and you can gain that key point back. It is going to fall over, unconscious and bleeding out.
Nice, Nadib. I knew I kept you around for something. I did most of that, though.
Whatever, Donatello, I save your ass all the time.
Whatever, I don't need you. Amabo's turn now?
Yeah, my turn. All right, I'll swing at the hill giant twice again. That's a 15 and a 21 to hit, dealing 27 damage. Great weapon fighting came in handy there. It would have only been 18 damage without it.
Nice, all right. That giant is also starting to look wounded.
I'll also use my action surge and second wind here too.
Copycat.
Whatever, Donatello, it's the smartest move. That's a 10 and a 21 to hit for 11 damage off the 21. I'll use a superiority die to try to disarm it again, so that's an additional... Damn, 1 damage. It does need to make a strength saving throw of 15 or lose its weapon.
That's only a 12 for me, so it will drop the metal pole this time. All right, anything else, Amabo?
Yes, finally my second wind to recover. 10 hit points. All right, it is the giant's turn now.
The giant is going to pick up its pole and take another swing at Donatello. That's a 19 to hit, dealing 25 damage.
It is targeting me. This doesn't seem fair. All right, I'm wounded, but still on my feet, though.
Sounds good. That'll be its full turn since it had to pick up the weapon again, so you're up now, Donatello. It is looking very wounded.
Time to finish it off, then. That's a 19, which is a critical hit for me, and then an 18 for the second swing. With the critical, that is 30 total damage.
That is going to be it for the hill giant, then. It falls to the ground with a crash. That will conclude combat, then.
Wait, actually, for my turn, I want to swing at Donatello.
You backstabbing bastard!
I'll actually allow that. You are technically still in the arena.
That's an 18 to hit for 11 damage.
Great, well, I'm unconscious now. Thanks a lot, Amabo.
Well, that will conclude combat then, unless you want to do something else, Nadib.
I don't think I can. Technically, Amabo won, right?
Yeah, since Amabo is still standing, he is technically the winner of the battle. The remaining crowd that didn't run away falls silent as Amabo's blow knocks Donatello unconscious. The referee hurries over, making a wide berth around the fallen giant, and grabs your hand, Amabo, proclaiming you the winner.
This is so rigged. You stole this from me, Amabo.
Don't know what you are talking about. As far as I can see, I won this fair and square.
All right, that does conclude the arena segment then. The doctors hurry out and patch up Donatello, taking him to the hospital tent for recovery, and Amabo is taken to the victor's circle to be crowned warrior of the town of Trumpville. The night is spent in celebration as Donatello recovers. The next morning, Donatello, you awake to find yourself in the hospital tent, sore and bruised, but alive.
I am really ticked off. I am going to go find Amabo and attack him.
As you stand up, a hooded man steps into the room. Hello, Donatello. I am sorry for your loss in the arena yesterday, but I have some information that I believe would be of use to you.
Spit it out already. I have some blood to spill.
Well, I have it on good authority that the hill giants were coerced into attacking the arena during your battle yesterday, coerced by your opponent, Amabo.
I believe it. That was far too coincidental and nobody could beat me in a fair fight.
Exactly. And I was there in the arena watching. The giant targeted you at the end there. I think that the intention was for you to die there.
Nobody could kill me, though? All right, well, this settles it. I am definitely going to go kill Amabo.
Well, I think you need to get proof first. Otherwise, you'll just look like a sore loser.
I don't care if people think that, but fine, how would I go about getting proof?
The hill giants aren't too happy that 2 of their finest warriors were killed. If anyone was able to point the finger at Amabo, it would be them. And I believe you do speak giant, yes?
Yeah, I speak giant. Fine, I'll head up there to their encampment. I'll push past him to leave the tent.
One last thing, Donatello, I would advise that you get Nadib to accompany you. Allies are a good thing to have.
I'll consider it. I don't need him, though. All right, I'll leave the tent and head over to Nadib's house. Nadib, I need to talk to you.
Oh boy, this'll be good. What do you want, Donatello? I'm sorry you lost, but it happens. Maybe if you had just taken me more seriously, things would be different.
Shut up, Nadib. That battle was rigged. I intend to prove it.
Rigged? How?
A strange man came to me in the hospital tent and said that Amabo had coerced the giants somehow into sabotaging me. That's the only reason I lost.
I see. Well, you know what I say. Some random person comes up to you and says something outrageous. You just gotta believe him. All right, say we do trust him, though. We need to prove it. Let's head to the hill giant encampment to investigate then?
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, Ben, we head over to the hill giant camp to ask them about Amabo and why those 2 giants were there.
The camp is only about a half-day journey, and you are able to make good time. A crude wall has been constructed made out of trees that have been thrust into the ground, and a hill giant stands guard at the entrance. You there, friend or foe? It calls out in giant after seeing you approach.
Friend, mighty giant, I have come to talk to your leader.
Friend, do you bring gifts to talk to Moog?
I bring vengeance for the giants killed in Loudwater.
Roll a persuasion check.
That's a 12.
All right then. Moog is talking to other friend right now. You may enter. He is at the fire.
Other friend?
We go in and go find Moog.
At the center of the camp, sitting in a makeshift throne on the far side of the fire, you see the biggest hill giant you have ever seen, talking to a very familiar person. Welcome back, Amabo.
Oh, mighty Moog, I come with terrible news. Your hill giant warriors have been slain. The humans did not care to honor their right to battle in the arena.
Those were my best warriors, Amabo. How did they meet their end?
Do I see Donatello and Nadib yet?
Yeah, you see them as they entered the circle.
Them. They are the ones who killed your giant warriors.
Oh, this is bad.
Moog looks over at the two of you. You, is this true? Did you kill my emissaries to Loudwater?
Yes, but only because Amabo had them attack us. They almost killed me.
Amabo? Did you tell the giants to attack these puny humans? Is that part of the battle arena to have our tribe recognized as champion?
Yes, that is all part of the challenge. You see, Donatello here is the old champion of the arena. Defeating him in battle would mean that your giants would be hailed as the new champion.
You did sabotage me then, Amabo? You didn't have the guts to face me in honest battle.
Enough talk, puny humans. I am tempted to just kill all of you and be done with that pathetic town of Trumpville.
You could never destroy Trumpville, you overgrown brute. We could destroy your whole camp if we wanted to.
Maybe not the best course of action to insult the hill giants while we are here alone, Donatello.
See, he insults you, King Moog. You must not allow him to leave alive.
Your turn to roll a persuasion check, Amabo.
Damn, that's a 2. I think that my reign as a bad guy might be coming to a close pretty soon here.
Moog looks down at Amabo and suddenly launches out with a kick, sending him tumbling across the clearing. Amabo, you take 16 points of bludgeoning damage. You are trickster, dishonorable in battle. We should kill you now, but we don't want pesky humans attacking us again. All of you, leave now, or we will destroy you. Several other hill giants come from around the encampment to observe what is happening.
All right, we leave. I want to drag Amabo behind me as we do. Once we get out of the encampment, I drop Amabo and turn to him and say, "You are a cheater and a coward, Amabo. Here is your chance at an honest fight and an honest death."
Wait, Donatello, you can't kill him. You don't have proof yet. And even if you did, he belongs in prison, not dead.
There is no proof. I get up to my feet. Fine, Donatello, you want to fight? Let's fight. I mean, I am injured from that idiotic hill giant, but I could still whip your ass any day.
All right, let's roll for initiative.
That's a 22.
18 for me.
6 for me this time.
All right, Donatello, you are up first.
I am going to attack Amabo. Hell yeah, natural 20. That's 18 damage.
Yikes, I am almost dead already. The 16 damage from the giant had already hit me pretty hard.
And I still get my second attack. That is a 19, so another critical hit. Damn, that was awesome. All right, and then it is 19 damage.
Well, I am unconscious now. Damn, that was a lot of damage, Donatello. I must admit that if you went first, there is a chance you could defeat Barak and Joden.
I always knew I could, all right? I am going to kill Amabo now.
I am going to attack Donatello to try to stop him from killing Amabo. That's a 21 to hit and 6 damage with my quarterstaff, and I will try to stun him. Donatello, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Damn, this is bullshit. You're a backstabbing traitor, Nadib. All right, that's a natural 1.
All right, Donatello, you are stunned until Nadib's next turn.
Am I able to just knock him out if he is stunned?
Not rules as written, but in this particular case, I'll allow it.
All right, I am going to knock him out and then take Amabo back to town to be healed.
You're a dead man, Nadib. I never should have trusted you.
You were going to kill him, Donatello.
Whatever. Next time I see either of you, I'm going to kill you both.
All right, Donatello, you awake again, the second time knocked unconscious in 2 days, which probably means you would have permanent brain damage. That is pretty unsafe. Anyways, you wake up in the forest clearing where you just fought Amabo and Nadib, and standing over you is the man from the hospital tent.
Great, what do you want this time?
You can't go back to Trumpville, you know. Amabo has already started to spread the word that you tried to kill him because he is the champion now. Nadib appears to be trying to defend you, but Amabo's wounds would say otherwise. Plus, people know you. You're a wanted man now.
Who cares? I am going to kill those bastards, both of them. If it wasn't for Nadib, Amabo would be dead now. I don't care if I end up in jail or not.
What if I could offer you an alternative?
An alternative? What?
I have here a letter from King Rex. He rules over a small land not too far from here. He is organizing a team of bodyguards to protect an ambassador. Anyways, the letter explains it in further detail. I was sent to give it to the winner of the arena here. But once I understood that you should have won if it wasn't for the cheating tactics of Amabo, I am giving it to you instead.
What's in it for me?
Gold. Chances for a lot of it. And perhaps redemption. King Rex could use his political sway to potentially pardon you from Amabo's accusations. Then you could return and face him again in the arena.
Fine, where are we meeting?
A tavern, just outside of Phandelver. 3 weeks' time. It'll be a long journey from here, but if you leave now, you could make it in time.
Well, I guess I am going to Phandelver then.
All right, that concludes this origin story then. Donatello has been kicked out of his town because of the deceptions of the new arena champion. From here, he travels to Phandalver and meets up with Thorn, Barak, and Joden.
This was definitely different from our regular campaign. It's weird playing as more of an NPC than a player character.
Yeah, that was interesting for sure. It's a bit longer of a session too, which makes sense since we had to cover the entire origin story.
And you never know when aspects from this could turn up in the campaign itself.
Well, if either Amabo or Nadib show up in the campaign, Donatello is going to kill them for sure.
I don't know, Donatello. Nadib kind of kicked your ass there.
To be fair, I did kind of break the rules. Donatello was still at a pretty high hit points when I let Nadib knock him out.
So the only times I've ever lost is when people were cheating. If people were just honest and upstanding like me, then I would never lose. Ever.
If you say so, Donald. All right, back to regular programming.
Going anywhere good. All right, you are on your way back to Chiron's mansion, and the trek passes uneventfully. It seems that the area around Loudwater is pretty safe for the most part. As you get closer to the city, you hear the cascading waterfall in the distance. You make it to Chiron's mansion. What do you want to do now?
I'll knock on the door to ask Stapes if Chiron is home.
The door creaks open, and Stapes welcomes you inside. Hello, my lords. The master is just upstairs with the lady. I was asked to escort you up there, hoping you arrived today. He leads the way upstairs, and under his breath says, the lady is not in good health. I am very grateful that you made such efforts to obtain the crystal speedily. You do have it, I presume?
Yeah, we got it. We should discuss some form of payment before we conclude our transaction, though.
Yes, of course. It is not my place to conduct such matters, but I am sure that the master will reward you generously for your efforts. He opens the door to a master bedroom, where you find Kieran sitting on a chair, holding the hand of the woman who was in the painting over the fireplace, Melanie DeLaver. He turns, and his grief-stricken face melts into a grateful one. Adventurers, please, tell me that you have returned with the crystal. He looks down at her. She is not doing well, I am afraid.
We do. After we give it to you, we should discuss the matter of payment as well. I don't mean to be insensitive, but it took great effort and mortal danger to procure these crystals.
Of course, do not worry. I shall see you well rewarded. May I have the crystals?
I think I took them, so I will give him one of the 4 clusters.
Thank you! Thank you! He grabs her hand and carefully pierces the skin using the crystal. You can see a black mist fill up the crystal, and Melanie immediately begins to gain color back to her skin. With a cry of relief, Chiron embraces her.
Glad that we could be of service.
Yes, we are happy to help out.
Chiron turns to face you all, wiping away the tears on his face. I am in your debt. Unfortunately, I also must be the bearer of bad news. However, give me a moment to prepare myself, and we can talk in the dining hall. Stapes can escort you down.
Before we go, what about payment for the crystals?
Yes, how much do you believe your efforts were worth? I was thinking about 75 gold coins, 25 for each of you. Does that sound sufficient?
Yes, Chiron, more than enough. Thank you for your generosity.
Very well then. Stapes, please collect the gold from the treasury and bring it to them after escorting them to the dining hall. Stapes escorts you down to the dining hall and then leaves you to go fetch the gold.
Once Stapes leaves, I just want to point out that isn't very much gold. I stole twice that from Thorn.
It isn't a small amount, though. It took us less than a day, and I believe that a solid worker can expect to earn 1 gold coin a day. That is valuing us at 25 times for less than a day's work.
That's a good way of looking at it, Joden. That was a small task, and he is willing to pay us 1/10 of what Thorn was going to pay us. I think we are probably going to at least break even helping the town protect the artifact.
Okay, I get it, fine. Hopefully we start making some real money soon, though. And after this, I think we should mend the bridge with Thorn. I think he would probably accept at least momentary use of the artifact. He shouldn't need much more than that, right?
I still don't trust him, but I don't think it could hurt to do that.
As you finish your conversation, the door opens, and both Kieran and Stapes enter the room, Stapes with 3 small leather pouches of gold.
Those are pretty small pouches, Kieran. You aren't cheating us, are you?
Kieran laughs, apparently taking your words as a joke. No, of course not. I can assure you that each of these contain 25 gold pieces. Now, as I said before, I must be the bearer of bad news. I went to talk to Father Lucian on your behalf. It did not go well. I don't think he will try to kill you again, but he does know that you are here for the amulet, and he is not happy about that. I believe that you are trying to help us now, but I don't have the power to actually challenge Father Lucian. Unless that changes, you won't be that welcome in the town, and nobody here will trust you. Which brings us to my current predicament. I feel bad that I must ask more of you after you have already saved my wife.
Well, like we said when we met, we are here to help.
And get paid, so keep that in mind for whatever you need us to do.
Of course. Now, I have told you that there was another adventuring party that came to town last week, and Father Lucian sent them on an errand. I need you to go find them.
Well, I think there is a good chance they are dead, right? I mean, Father Lucian already tried to kill us. It doesn't seem like he has many qualms about doing whatever he wants to do.
Agreed. This is the problem that I am currently facing. I don't have the political power to challenge Lucian, not since the incident with the bandits. Some of the townsfolk are still loyal to me, but the ineffectiveness of the guards in dealing with the bandits and the success of Lucian and his priests has many doubting my capabilities as the lord of the town. As such, I hope that you can find the adventurers, dead or alive, and bring them back. Seeing what Lucian has done will hopefully win back some favor to my side.
I don't know, Kieran. Getting involved in the middle of a political battle between you and Father Lucian doesn't sound like the best idea. We have enough politics in our lives already.
Well, I can offer triple your previous payment if you help me out. 75 gold pieces each this time.
Make it 100 and we will head out today.
Make a persuasion check.
That's a 17. I told you guys my charisma is unstoppable. Nobody can just say no to me.
Okay, you have a deal then.
Well, I guess that settles that then. All right, do you know where Father Lucian sent the other adventuring party?
There is a small outpost just south of here in the marsh of Chellenber, maybe a 2-day journey. Typically, they bring up fish and other supplies that aren't easily obtained in Loudwater once a week. However, they've missed the past 2 shipments. Father Lucian sent the other adventurers down to make sure that everything was okay and to bring up a shipment.
Wait, why did Father Lucian lie to us but give the other group an actual task?
Simple answer is that he didn't lie to you, not completely. There is a Myconid colony close by, and the priests do trade for healing potions there. It helps with worker injuries, and we use them to trade with the outpost I'm sending you to. It's more dangerous down there than in the land around Loudwater. However, the Myconid colony is to the northwest, not northeast.
Clever. That would have been a tough lie to pick up on, and a small enough one that he could chalk it up to an honest mistake if the townspeople asked. And I'm betting he would just deny sending the assassin and brand us as heretics.
I really hate this Father Lucian guy, but I gotta give him props. He did a good job with that.
That is what worries me the most. If he was able to set that up, and probably send the other party into a trap as well, what else has he done that I haven't noticed? Things have gone extremely well for Lucian over the past couple of years. How much of that is life and how much is unnatural coincidence?
He is one to keep an eye on then, for sure. All right, say that we trust you, which you haven't given us any reasons not to. I think we still have a few questions before we head out of town again, especially since this one will be for a longer time period.
Of course, I would assume nothing less. I will answer your questions to the best of my abilities. What is on your mind?
Why is your wife sick? According to the rumors that we heard, nobody in this town should get sick at all. You said she doesn't use the power of the amulet like the rest of the town. Why?
I was worried you would ask that. I hope you realize that what I am about to tell you could easily result in me being stoned by the priests. It is against the highest codes of the church to tell outsiders of the amulet. I got around that once with my wife, but that was only because Lucian and I were friends then. Not anymore, though.
So your wife is an outsider as well?
Yes, she was part of a nomadic tribe of druids that lived to the north of here. When I was younger and made a lot more trouble, I had accidentally set fire to a small grove. The druids almost killed me for that. She saved my life, though, and we met in secret for a time after that. Finally, her tribe was going to be moving on, but I asked her to marry me and stay in the town. She accepted, and so I told her of the amulet and what it could do for her. However, she did not want to pay the price.
So there is a catch. What's the deal with the amulet, then?
Kieran looks hesitant, but continues. The amulet of Saint Celine was a gift from Sanitas to the founder of the abbey here, Celine de Laver, one of my great ancestors. One of Lucian's as well. It had the power to cure sickness and extend life. Incredible. Celine hid the amulet, but our town began to grow as travelers heard of the magical healing powers of the abbey here. For a short time, it seemed like we would become a religious capital. Then we found out the truth. The amulet of Saint Celine carries a heavy price. It doesn't cure sickness, it delays it. As long as you are drinking water touched by the amulet consistently, you will be fine. But if you don't, then your sickness comes back in full force, it seems. Travelers who came to Loudwater to be healed were reported as dying almost immediately a week or two after being healed.
That sounds more like a curse than a blessing.
Agreed. it is a curse. But also, if you live here in Loudwater, then isn't that worth it? You don't have to worry about sickness. Your life is longer. But if you are a traveler, such as yourselves, then it can be deadly. Aging even a week in a single day is painful.
So the town still drinks the water, but it means they can't leave then?
Exactly. Once we discovered the truth, we got worried. We covered up and destroyed the roads leading here. We didn't want travelers to come, be healed for a short time, and then die a painful death.
So how does this come back to your wife? If she is here, why doesn't she just drink the water?
She views it as swearing fealty to Sanitas. Hell, all of the religious rites that have been made around the amulet imply or straight out say that. The priests are zealots about the water and its healing properties. Melanie doesn't want to do that. She says it is an affront to her free spirit to swear loyalty to a god that she thinks tricked the townspeople. Growing up, I thought she was crazy. Lately, I've been thinking she has a point.
I'm guessing this is what caused the rift between you and Lucian. You said you used to be friends.
That was the beginning of it. Then Melanie and I had our son Tarkin. We didn't want him to be confined to the town for his whole life. I pressed Lucian to fake the newborn rites of water, as well as the other ones as he grew up. He consented, but in his eyes, I think that is when I was finally branded as an apostate. That was the end of our friendship.
I'm sorry, it is tough to lose friends. For what it is worth, I think you made the right choice, though. Confining someone to the town for good seems cruel.
That is how Melanie and I both feel. I am sure there are others in the town who feel that way as well, but it is considered heresy to even suggest that. Anyways, I believe that answers your question about why my wife is sick. Did you have any other questions?
I don't think so. I think we should go talk to Thorn and explain the situation to him as well, though. I don't think he would want to take the artifact if it meant dooming the town to a painful death. Besides, he seems to know a fair bit of magic. Maybe he could have some ideas on a way to save the town then.
I don't trust Thorn enough to tell him the full story, especially when I get the feeling he isn't telling us the full story. I think we should just tell him that the amulet is also cursed and wouldn't work as a solution for his people.
I would appreciate you not telling him much. As I said, I could be stoned just for telling you three, but I need you to trust me. I want this town to be okay, and with the rumors out, it isn't going to be unless we change what we are doing.
All right, I think that is probably everything we need to know for now. We should go talk to Thorn and then head down to the outpost to find those other adventurers.
Agreed. We are going to get rich off of this. If we can get Thorn back on our side, we stand to make a ton of money.
If we want to be back on Thorn's side, that is. Let's see if he tells us the full story this time. All right, Ben. We head over to the Blessed Waters. I think that is where Thorn is at still. I want to keep my eyes out for priests acting suspicious, though.
All right. On the way back to the Blessed Waters, you don't actually see any of the priests. You do find Thorn at the bar, however. I think that we should probably wrap up the session here, guys. Next session, we can talk to Thorn and then head out of town. That was a lot of exposition for one session, though.
Agreed. That was a lot of information. I'm feeling pretty tired.
Yeah, this was a good session. We learned what we actually came to town for. That amulet really sucks, though. Sanitas is a real dick for giving it to Celine without telling her the downsides.
Agreed. Like, not getting sick is pretty awesome, but what if the amulet actually was stolen? The whole town would just die. All of Sanitas's loyal followers would just be in one massive grave.
If they were still secluded, though, it wouldn't be as much of a threat. I do wonder how these rumors got out. We should ask Thorn how exactly he came to know of Loudwater, if we are able to get back on speaking terms with him.
That is a really good point, Joe. It sounds like they have been successfully hiding for a long time. How would rumors get out all of a sudden? Nobody can leave the town.
Holy shit. All right, I think that this is definitely metagaming, but I just realized that Kieran's son could leave the town. He didn't drink the water, so he could have left. We haven't seen him yet, and I think Stape said that he wasn't home. God damn! I am so smart. I figured out your whole plot, Ben.
That was some clever thinking, Donald. You guys could ask both Thorn and Kieran that next time you see them.
So I have been thinking about this, guys, and I think that the only way this town is going to be okay is if they are open and honest with the outside world, especially now that people are thinking that they have some artifact that makes it so people don't get sick, but don't know that it is also a death sentence.
That's not a bad idea, Joe. The problem is that I think there would still be a lot of people who would come after the amulet, even if it would end up killing them. And if someone did steal it, the town would die. I think that we need to convince the townspeople to stop using the water, except for those who already have been drinking it, so that in a generation or two the amulet no longer poses a threat.
And what about in the meantime, Barack? We don't know how far these rumors traveled, or how they got that far unless I'm right, and it was Kiran's son that ratted out the town. It could be destroyed in the next generation or two.
Well, I am not sure on the best course of action long term then. I think we can all agree that Father Lucian needs to go, though, so helping out Kieran is our best action at the moment.
I do think we should still go see Thorn and try to mend that bridge, though. We have enough enemies with the church and Father Lucian after us. I don't want to risk Thorn stabbing us in the back somehow or somewhere.
Agreed, mostly because I think we can reforge a mutually beneficial agreement with him again and get paid. Then we'd have the town paying us and Thorn paying us too.
I don't know if Thorn is going to pay us, though. We can't really let him take the artifact.
But maybe he can take some of the water back, and they can set up some sort of supply chain. Loudwater sends them enough water for their people, and King Rex and Thorn pay them, and by addition us, for it.
Worth a shot, I suppose. All right, let's talk to Thorn then. Is he still at the bar, Ben?
Yeah, Thorn is still at the bar, downing a large tankard of mead.
Thorn, we should talk.
He turns to face you, anger beginning to bubble up on his face, but then disappearing. This mead is truly fantastic, guys. You should try some.
Have you just been drinking since you left?
Why not? I'm toast after this. King Rex isn't going to win. Probably that bastard Alcio Metis or that lunatic Cardina Artazas. Hell, after this failure, I wouldn't be surprised if that old hag Madame Eris won the war. It's hopeless. And here I was, trying to save my kingdom, helping out a comatose king who probably wishes he were dead. What's the point?
I only understood a small portion of that. I don't think now is the time to bring up the whole amulet thing, but also we are leaving town for at least 4 days. He will be gone by the time we get back.
Yeah, is he drunk, Ben?
Wasted. His words are slurred, he is slumping in his seat, and he only seems about half aware of what is going on.
He can't handle his liquor at all. How long was it between us talking to him at Kiran's house and finding him here?
Probably a good 3 or 4 hours. It is starting to be a bit later in the day.
Shit! We told Kieran that we would leave today if he upped it to 100 gold each. All right, I think we should get Thorn up to his bed and then maybe leave a note for him for when he sobers up.
Good idea, Donald. All right, Ben. We help him up to the rooms and write a note explaining that we actually do want to help him after all, but that we are gone for a few days. I don't think we should include any sensitive information about the artifact, though. It wouldn't be good if the townspeople found out that we know.
All right. After writing the note for Thorn and leaving him in his room, you are ready to head out of town. Kieran did say that it would be a good 2 days' journey down to the outpost, so you will be on the road for a bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, once night falls and it is unsafe to continue, we can set up camp.
You set up camp just before the marsh really starts, and it takes a little bit over an hour to set up the tents and get the fire going. The night passes uneventfully, though I am assuming that you had a watch set up.
Yeah, we had one set up. Nothing happens that night, though?
Nope, nothing really happens. As you begin traveling the next day, you enter the actual marsh of Chilimber. The air becomes thicker, and a swampy smell permeates the small road you are traveling on. Deep pools of murky water surround you, with moss-covered trees rising out of the depths. Mist hangs low, not yet banished by the heat of the day.
Yeah, something tells me this is going to go poorly. This is zombie weather for sure, and we are in a swamp.
I confidently lead the group. Don't worry, Joden. If something happens, I'll handle it. You guys can just hang back and do whatever you want to do.
You can hear wildlife in the distance, crows squawking and frogs croaking. However, nothing comes up to the road, and the trek is rather peaceful. Time passes quickly on the road, and soon enough it is about midday when you come across a wagon wheel in the path. On its side, nobody to be seen in the area.
You said nobody to be seen, Ben. Can we see any creatures or anything instead?
Roll a perception check.
That's a 21.
Nice! Almost before it is too late, you see a large tentacle snap out at you from the pool to the left side of the road. All right, let's roll for initiative.
All we saw was a tentacle, though, right? We haven't seen what it is yet?
That's right.
Okay, no matter. I'll kill it on my turn. That's a 9 for my initiative. This is bullshit. That would have been a 4 if it wasn't for my alert feat. I should be going first.
I rolled a 12, not bad.
A 17 for me. I guess I get to go first then?
Yeah, I got a 14 for the creature. You're up then, Joden.
Everyone knows this is bullshit, though, right? I mean, how could I be going last? I am a trained fighter. I should have already dealt a blow before anyone else realized there was something attacking us.
Not this time. Guess it was Sleepy Donatello instead of Sleepy Joe. For my turn, I'm going to launch an arrow into the pool where the tentacle came from.
All right, you aim your longbow and take a shot.
That's an unnatural 20 to hit and 11 damage. Do we see what we are attacking now?
The water thrashes about, causing waves of muddy water to wash over your feet. and you see a large creature standing on 3 legs with 2 tentacles on its back as well.
Sweet, all right, I'm going to shoot at it again. That's a 22 to hit, but only 5 damage this time. Quite a bit unluckier this time around.
Your second arrow slices its side, and it lets out a low growl. All right, for its turn, it is going to swing a tentacle at Joden, and then another tentacle at Donatello. That's a 23 to hit Joden and a 10 to hit Donatello, so only Joden is going to get hit by that. You take 11 bludgeoning damage and 3 piercing damage as you see small, jagged teeth jutting along the tentacle where it grabbed you. It attempts to grapple you, but you are able to escape its grasp. It does, however, grab your bow and rip it out of your hands, tossing it into the swamp.
It stole my longbow?
Yeah, still a chance you can get it back, but it'll involve swimming in the swamp. All right, finally it is going to try to bite Joden as well. That's a 24 to hit for 5 damage, and you will need to make a Constitution saving throw.
That's a 19.
All right, you are able to resist and overcome the poison from the bite. Barak's turn.
Hurry up already, Barak. I need to kill this thing.
Chill for just a second, Donatello. All right, so I want to cast Lightning Bolt since it is too close to all of us for Fireball. Is there still water on the ground around our feet, though? That would probably mean I can't cast Lightning Bolt.
The water did wash over your feet, so there is a good chance of bad stuff happening if you use that.
Damn, all right, back to Scorching Ray then. First one is a 24 to hit and 6 damage.
That hits. Second ray?
16 to hit and 7 damage.
That hits as well. Final one?
16 to hit again and 10 damage this time.
Nice. I don't think you've been able to hit all 3 before. That was pretty good.
Yeah, typically I miss at least one. Feels good, man.
All right, my turn now. Time to show this thing who's the boss. Damn, that's a natural one. This is bullshit.
At least you get a second attack now.
True. All right, I swing at it again. That's an 11 to hit and 12 damage. Damn, these rolls are garbage.
Sorry, Donatello, that one misses. You need at least a 14.
This is such horseshit. How could I miss it? It is a huge creature with tentacles flying around, and I am a trained fighter who swung and missed twice with a longsword. That makes no logical sense.
Well, not hitting above the armor class doesn't necessarily mean that you missed. For example, here we could say that the first blow was thrown off by a tentacle, and as you swung around for the second blow, you stumbled a bit, and your sword glanced off of its natural armor.
Still, I did 0 damage. All right, I want to action surge. I better hit it this time. It's about damn time. All right, that's a 22 to hit and 7 damage. Do I still get to attack again?
Yeah, so every time you take the attack action, you get 2 swings. Action Surge gives you an additional action, so if you use that to attack, you get 2 swings now.
Second swing is 16 and only 6 damage. Bullshit, I rolled a 1 on the damage die, and my first attack I rolled a 2 on the damage die.
That sucks, man. Sorry. Still, you did hit it twice, which counts for something.
Yeah, whatever. All right, let's keep this going so we can get to my turn again. Joden's up now?
Yep, we moved to the top of the round, so Joden is up.
All right, well, I don't have my bow anymore since this thing is extremely rude, but I am going to pull out my 2 short swords and attack it. How does this work with 2-weapon fighting?
So your extra attack allows you to attack twice, and 2-weapon fighting allows you to make a bonus attack for your bonus action. So I believe you get to make 3 attacks, but only add your damage modifier to the first 2.
Good enough. First swing is a natural 20, hell yeah. All right, that will be 12 damage on that one then.
Nice.
This is bullshit. I am much more skilled with a sword and you get the critical hit? Whatever, this is rigged.
Shut up, Donatello. All right, second attack is a 24 to hit and 6 damage for that one.
Nice. It is looking wounded and a bit wild, thrashing about, splashing murky and disgusting water all over the place. Finally, your bonus attack for 2-weapon fighting?
Damn, only a 13. That was really close. I needed a 14, right?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, it is the monster's turn now. The 2 tentacles are going to swing around and attack Donatello and Barak. Oh my god, this is the greatest day of my life. That was 2 natural 20s.
Damn, we're screwed.
That is 22 bludgeoning damage and 6 piercing damage to both of you.
God damn, I'm down to 4 health off of that one hit. I need to rest after this, guys.
I'm still at about half. I'm not worried. All right, Obama's turn and then my turn?
Sorry, it is then going to lunge and bite Joden as well. That is a 23 to hit for 6 damage, and you will have to make a Constitution saving throw again, Joden.
Damn, only a 7. Things are not going so well for us this time, guys.
Yeah, I think that you used up all your luck during the fight with the lightning elemental. I thought this would be an easier battle, but I'm rolling great, and you guys aren't rolling that hot. Joden, you will become poisoned. At the beginning of your turn, and each day until you succeed, you take 1d6 poison damage, and can then try the saving throw again. All right, it is Barak's turn now.
All right, how big is this creature, Ben?
It's a large creature, so it is taking up a space about 10 feet by 10 feet.
Would it be possible for me to cast Fireball about 8 feet off to the side? Far enough away it wouldn't hit us, but it would be caught in the blast?
Yeah, I'll allow that. Dexterity saving throw for me then?
Yep, you need a 15.
Looks like my luck might be running out. I only got a 3.
Sweet, all right, so that will be 8d6 damage. 33 damage, damn, I love this spell.
That is going to do it for the Otyu then. The massive fireball explosion lights some of the nearby trees on fire and scorches the side of the monster really bad as it collapses on its side. It makes a motion to try to get to its feet, then falls again, succumbing to the emptiness of death.
That fight was really shitty on my end, guys. For once, I barely did anything in combat. Most of the time, I have to carry you all on my shoulders.
I think this proves that you need us too, Donatello.
Don't be getting too full of yourself, Sleepy Joe. I just rolled bad, okay? Any normal day, I could crush you both still.
I definitely don't think that is true anymore. Fireball or Lightning Bolt would both annihilate you, Donatello.
Fake news. I would easily destroy both of you. You only have like 2 total health, Barak, and Joden is playing the weakest class in the game.
After defeating the Otyu, the heat from Barak's fireball cleared away the mist enough for you to see a destroyed wagon and subsequent trail of destruction leading further into the marsh. It will be an uncomfortable journey traveling through the muck, though.
Unfortunately, I don't have any spells I think that would help with that. I guess it is just going to be a bit gross for a while for us to follow this trail. Before we even get to that, though, can we take a short rest? I am at 4 hit points. That battle was tough for me.
That sounds like a good idea. I could go for a light nap.
Yeah, I'm sure you could, Sleepy Joe. All right, we can take a short rest for Barak, I guess. I'm not that worried, though.
Didn't you take the same amount of damage as Barak?
Yeah, I got that sweet double critical strike and did a ton of damage.
Yeah, but I am pretty much a tank. I could take hits like that all day and walk off with barely a scratch. Anyways, just saying, since Barak needs the long rest, then we can all take one.
Whatever, Donatello. All right, Ben, so we can roll any number of hit dice and recover that much health, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I need to roll all of mine, probably. All right, that is 22 hit points back, which puts me up a lot and in a better spot. I think I'll also use Healing Word on myself to recover. An additional 8 points. I'm back to full then, but that did cost a spell slot. Finally, I think I get to recover 3 levels worth of spell slots too, so I'll get my Fireball back.
Nice, that was a good short rest. Donatello, how many hit points do you recover?
I'm only going to use 3 hit dice, so I still have 2 left if we need another short rest later. That's 19 hit points. Not bad. I can work with that.
I'm going to use all my hit dice recovering. Wow, 42 damage. I was only down 25, so that heals me up to full.
Nice, I think that is everything for short rest then, yeah?
Everything for me, yeah.
All right. The party rests up, mending wounds and getting mentally ready for trudging through the swamp. It is about 5 in the evening now, so there is still a couple of hours of light for you to follow the wreckage.
Okay, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't see many other options. Let's get going then.
The trek is long and arduous, the thick, murky water slowing you down as you wade through algae and vines. Snakes slither away as you cross through, and though you feel something brush against your leg from time to time, nothing attacks you or bothers you as you follow an immense trail of destruction. Broken wood, cracked crates, and shattered vials of healing potion continue leading away from the road. The sky begins to darken as you continue following it.
Hold on a moment, guys. Why is this trail of wreckage so long? You'd think that whatever it was that destroyed the wagon would have taken some of this stuff, not just left it behind.
That's actually a surprisingly good point, Joden. This does feel like we are kind of walking into a trap.
Well, obviously we are. Do you guys see any other option, though? The other adventuring party probably came this way, too.
Fair. All right, I guess we continue following it, Ben, but I want to ready a fireball spell. Lightning Bolt would be deadly to all of us here.
Yeah, I am readying my 2 short swords, too. Damn, guys, I just realized that we never went after my longbow. Could I have been looking for that during the rest, Ben?
Ah, yes. I had forgotten about that, too. You did scour the swamp looking for your bow, and finally did find it towards the end of the short rest. However, it had been snapped in half by the Otyu.
Damn, that's lame. All right, I'll still ready my 2 short swords.
And I'll obviously ready my sword and shield, too.
All right, you continue following the wreckage, until it abruptly comes to a stop. No more broken crates, no more wagon pieces or broken bottles. Nothing. The sun is setting, and night begins to fall. You do see a small patch of land that you could make camp on.
I know it's metagaming, but that is definitely a shambling mound or something. This is not going to be good. Can I make a perception check on the patch of land, Ben?
Of course.
That's a 15.
It just looks like a mound of dirt. There is a tree on it, and vines spreading out. You have seen similar mounds of dirt on the trek here, just rises in the landscape from the murky swamp.
Well, I am getting out of this muck. Might as well fight the shambling mound if that is what it is. I'll move on to the patch of ground.
All right, nothing happens. It doesn't start moving or anything.
See, guys, nothing to worry about. Is there room to set up my tent or a campfire or anything?
Using some of Barak's magic, you are able to start a fire even though everything is damp. There isn't space to set up tents, though, but you are able to set up bedrolls on the wet ground.
All right, well, I'll take first watch, I guess. We should all get some rest. We aren't hurt or anything, but it's also pretty dark. Joden and I can see in the dark. I don't think you can write, Donatello?
No, if you light a torch with more of that magic, I'll still keep watch, though. Nobody is going to be saying that I can't pull my weight.
All right, you all settle down for the night. During your watch, Barak, it is pretty uneventful. You can hear creatures moving in the swamp, but they seem to be keeping a fair distance from the camp and the fire. Towards the end, as you are starting to get ready to wake Joden for his watch, I'm going to have you make a wisdom saving throw. You'll have advantage on it because of your Fey ancestry.
Damn, that's only a 9. I rolled a 3 and a 5 on the dice. Not very lucky, even with the advantage.
Yeah, that's a shitty roll, Obama. All right, what is coming after us?
You feel surprisingly comfortable and calm as you look up to see a tall, slender figure approaching you in the darkness. Hello, traveler. My name is Silas. Do not worry, I come in peace. Might I ask your name?
So am I charmed then, or what happened?
Yeah, you are currently under the effects of the charm spell.
Oh shit, this is a vampire, isn't it? Do I wake up?
No, neither you or Joden wake up yet.
My name is Barak. Come, friend, sit by my fire.
Oh, I actually saw you resting out here and wanted to offer you a more comfortable locale. My home is not far, and will offer greater protection from the elements than this patch of ground, and a comfortable bed.
Thank you. Just let me wake my friends and we can head over there.
No, do not wake them yet. They look comfortable, which is a rare thing to find in the marsh of Chellenber. Please, just follow me. I'll return for your friends, and I can assure you, no harm will come to them while we travel to my home.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Silas.
He leads you a short distance away into a dark cave with a small fire in the middle. He points out a small cot inside of a cage. Do not worry about the cage. It is there for your protection. Cannot have creatures from the outside barging in and attacking you. And as if on cue, you hear wolves howling in the distance.
Can I make an insight check to see if I believe him?
You can, but you'll have disadvantage because of the charm.
Okay, I just think it's my last chance before I die. God damn, I am not rolling great. Even if I didn't have disadvantage, it would only be a 14. With disadvantage, that's a 12, though.
What he is saying seems to make perfect sense. As you enter the cage and lie down, he closes the door behind you, and you hear a slight click of a lock. Not enough to jar you from your charm, though, and you enter your meditative trance.
Well, guys, it was nice knowing you.
All right, so Barak is gone. What's going on back at the camp?
Well, now that that has happened, I'm going to have both Donatello and Joden make wisdom saving throws as well.
Damn, that's only a 14. All right, does that succeed, or am I heading to the cave now, too?
You need a 17 to succeed on this one. You feel a gentle nudging as Silas wakes you up and convinces you to head to the cave as well, placing you in a similar locked cage with a small bed. You'll be safe from the creatures outside here, my friend. Don't worry. I'll return with your last companion shortly. It is just easier to bring you one at a time, attract less attention that way. You are traveling in dangerous territory here. You never know what is out there in the dark.
Well, at least there is a bed here. More comfortable than that patch of ground.
True that. At least we will be somewhat comfortable when we die.
All right, finally, Joden.
That's an unnatural 20 for mine.
You are actually able to shrug off the charm. You feel a nudging, and you turn to see Silas standing over you. Hello, traveler and friend. Come, your friends are already sleeping in my home.
Whoa, who are you? Where are my friends? I want to jump to my feet and pull out my short swords.
He hisses and steps back. Impressive, you have a strong mind, little one. No matter, I can still break your body.
Damn, that wasn't menacing at all.
Hold up. How in the world does Joden have a stronger mind than Barak and me? This is Joden we are talking about. He couldn't even remember the last session right.
Shut up, Donatello. All right, do we need to roll initiative? A solo fight against a vampire? That sounds winnable, right, guys?
Not a chance. You're dead, Joden.
Yeah, we can roll initiative. Just before we do, however, he relaxes suddenly and resumes his more leisured posture. I do not wish to fight you, little gnome, but I can and will. However, I have your friends captive.
You will not find them if you somehow manage to vanquish me. You hear wolves howling a short distance away. Not that you could. If you want to see your friends, come with me willingly, and I will take you there. First, you must relinquish your weapons, though.
Damn, this is a tough one. If I give him my weapons and go, we all probably die. If I fight him, I definitely die.
Yeah, I would probably just surrender Joe. Maybe together we can try to work something out.
Makes sense. All right, I agree and give up my weapons.
He leads you a short distance away to the cave. Since you are not charmed, you notice more about it. There are 6 total cages. 3 are empty at the moment, and he leads you to one of those. 2 of them are inhabited by Donatello and Barak. The last one, though, you see a small, emaciated dwarf breathing heavily and raggedly.
Oh my God, you better not do this, Ben.
I was wondering if you would put that together, Donald. Joden, you also see a small alchemy station near the back, vials of dark liquids and an assortment of plants and powders, and a large cauldron on a small wood stove.
Wait, hold up. What did you put together, Donald?
That's a Mabo in the 3rd cage, isn't it, Ben?
You're still asleep and charmed, Donatello. You haven't seen anything yet.
Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. Amabo's a good guy. Well, not really, but he had a good voice actor in that one shot we ran. Handsome guy.
You both are not good at being asleep. Take a note from Joe's book. All right, Joden, he locks you in the cage. Sleep well, little friend. It was good luck that I ran into the 3 of you tonight. My last meal, he looks over at the dwarf, well, is starting to go bad. Food is much better fresh, you know. All right, guys, we will end the session there.
Okay, but before we go, that's a Mabo, right, Ben? You still haven't answered the question.
Yeah, that is a Mabo in the 3rd cage. Dehydrated, exsanguinated, 3/4 of the way dead a Mabo. Looks like you might get your wish, Donatello.
Shit. All I want to do is kill him, but now I am the bad guy if we escape and leave him here. This means I either have to be the bad guy or save him. This sucks.
Yeah, we definitely do have to save him if we can.
Fine, we save him, and then once he heals up, I kill him. I'll give him a quick death, though. None of this draining his blood over who knows how long.
How in the world did Amabo end up here, though? Isn't this a long ways from Trumpville?
That's a good point, Ben. How is he here?
Well, I can't give up everything yet. You'll just have to ask him in the next session.
Fair enough. One last thing before we go, though. How long does the charm last for?
Rules as written. It would last for 24 hours, or the vampire is destroyed, or you succeed on the saving throw. If the vampire or its allies harm you, you have the option to repeat the saving throw too. However, for the purposes of this campaign, and for this particular vampire, I'll say the charm ends in the morning when you wake up.
All right, that sounds good. We need to kill this vampire, guys.
I don't know if we can. We haven't faced anything even remotely as strong as a vampire yet, especially a vampire with a lair. No, I think we need to think of a better way out of here.
Agreed. I have the strongest mind here, so I'll come up with something before next time, guys. Don't worry.
You just got lucky on the roll, Sleepy Joe.
Damn, this is not looking good for us, guys.
Quit your whining, Barak. We are going to wreck this vampire. You have magic spells, I have a sword, and Joden isn't completely useless. We got this.
Maybe in a fair fight, I don't have my weapons, and we are all stuck in cages. I agree with Barak. This is not good for us.
After the 3 of you have been confined to your cages, the night passes by uneventfully. When you wake up, you see Silas sitting at the workbench pouring and measuring various concoctions. Cracks of sunlight are visible by the entrance to the cave, but Silas has put up some sort of curtain to block most of the light.
What are you doing, Silas? I don't know many vampires, but I didn't figure you lot for scientists.
He looks up, looking somewhat annoyed. I don't like it when my food talks, but you have caught me in a good mood. With the 3 of you, I should be well fed for a few weeks. The dwarf is on his last legs, so yes, I am a scientist. Immortality offers some interesting perspectives on learning potential in the alchemical arts.
I can see how that would be true. Some of the students I was with at the academy would have given their left arm for that type of gift.
Gift? Believe me, immortality is not a gift, especially when combined with such a heinous curse as vampirism. It is a meager existence, I assure you.
I guess I could see that living in a cave in a swamp doesn't sound like grand living. I thought most vampires lived in castles.
Ha! Perhaps the oldest of us. There's not nearly enough castles for when every new vampire needs one. Besides, you have to have come from royalty, or a special bloodline for that. No, I am just a commoner. I used to be a bandit, actually, so perhaps I was less than a commoner. My so-called friends would tease me about my potions and brews, but it helped them be stronger, faster, so I was useful. He shakes his head. Anyways, that was also a different life, before I came to this wretched place that will be my tomb.
So how did you become a vampire then?
He gets up angrily. Do you all think that if you talk to me that I will spare you or something? Are you thinking that maybe there will be a chance for escape?
There is no escape, for any of you or for me. He stalks over and whips out a key, unlocking Amabo's cage.
Wait, if you keep feeding on him, he's going to die.
Everything is going to die. Except for me, I suppose. But do not worry, I'm not feeding at the moment. It is not quite lunchtime yet. He pulls out a vial. I do need his blood, though. Unless one of you are willing to volunteer.
Take mine.
Really? Take yours? How much do you know of vampires, my friend? Do you know how we can hear heartbeats? Can smell fear or anger off of prey a mile away? You were angry when you woke. That anger was directed at me. But the rage that you feel towards this dwarf was a bonfire comparatively. I felt the surge of adrenaline when you saw him. Why would you volunteer?
I need him alive. Mainly so that I can kill him, but also I don't want to see him die in some dark cave. No, I need to beat him in combat, fair and square.
Silas laughs. Well, my apologies, but none of you will be leaving here alive. But very well, if you wish to spare him for another day, you can offer your blood. He tosses the vial at you and returns to the alchemy station.
Who is the dwarf Donatello?
A stain on the name of Gladiator.
I don't know, seems like a decent fellow.
He isn't. He made a deal with the sworn rivals of Trumpville to steal my crown as arena champion. I have no idea how he got here, though.
Interesting. So this is Thorn, then.
Christ, Joe, no, this is Amabo. You need to do some Sudoku. I'm surprised you even remember your name at this point. Anyways, I'll cut my arm and put in some blood to the vial before tossing it back over to Silas.
Silas moves with extraordinary speed and catches the vial, then groans in pain, gripping the end of the table with a grimace on his face. Then the look fades, and he continues working on his project.
Well, that's interesting. We might stand a chance against an injured vampire.
What do you think is wrong with him? None of us hurt him, right?
Not me. I came here willingly because he charmed me.
Same here.
Hey, Silas, are you hurt?
He turns, his look of annoyance returning. What matter is it to you?
Well, maybe we can help you out with whatever hurt you and you let us go.
He laughs, his fangs showing menacingly. Oh, you can help me, can you? You three with your infinite knowledge and experience? You can undo what that damned priest did? You can rid me of this pain?
Hold up, a priest did this to you? Was it Lucian?
The look of mirth from the humor he found in Barak's words melts into a look of rage as he spits on the floor. Don't say his name. I will kill that priest. I just need to heal first.
Hey, Donatello, how's this for my memory? The bandit crew you were with, Silas, Lucian, and his priest came after you, didn't they? They ran off the others and captured you somehow.
He scowls. No, he hired the others, and they delivered me to Lucian, bound and powerless. The closest thing I have ever had to family sold me for a sack of gold. Can't blame them, I suppose. I would have sold any of them in a heartbeat. Still hurt, though. The enchanted silver bands around my hands and throat. He rubs his wrists painfully.
This doesn't make sense. Why would Lucian buy a vampire? What did he do to you, Silas?
Silas stands. Shut up, all of you. Bastards. Distractions. I need to focus. I need to work. You are just food now, do you understand? You're dead. At least the dwarf understood that. He fell silent after I fed on his friend. Is that what you need? He turns to face all of you, face transformed into a demonic vampire look, with fangs bared. Do you want me to feed? If I kill the dwarf, will you just be quiet?
Look, Silas, feed on us if you want, but there's no love lost between us and Lucian. Hell, we are probably going to end up killing him once we return to Loudwater. Maybe we could actually be friends here. Or if not friends, how about co-workers?
Really? You think you could kill Lucian? You three? It took me less than an hour to place you all in cages. How do you plan to get past his priests, to even get close enough to kill Lucian? Just ask nicely.
No, we are going to kill all the priests too, probably. Any that get in our way, at least.
But first, we need to know what Lucian did to you, and we need to bring Amabo back to Loudwater with us.
Ah, yes. Let me let you all leave because you claim that you want to kill Lucian. That makes perfect sense.
He tried to kill us first, locked us in a cave with an assassin. But Kieran, the lord of the town, is on our side. Look, Silas, you can continue trying to fight him on your own. Maybe you can undo whatever he did to you. Maybe you can't. Either way, you would have a better chance with us on your side.
Fine. You do make some valid points. Perhaps allies in my battle with Lucian would be helpful. But I still can't just let you all go. The travelers aren't moving between the outpost and Loudwater very often anymore. I need sustenance. If I let you go, then I will starve. But I am not unreasonable. I have a deal. If you accept, then we can be allies in this battle. If not, well, then I feed on each of you.
I am always looking to make a deal. What did you have in mind?
I let the three of you go, but hold on to Amabo. You travel to the outpost. It is a day's journey from here, and bring me back 3 victims for me. Then I let you all and the dwarf go.
In order for you to let us go, you want us to find 3 people to take our place?
Yes. His lips curl in a wicked smile. Of course, they could be criminals, murderers, thieves. Blood is blood, you see.
No, we won't do that.
Hold on, Donatello. All right, fine. Let's say we do that. We need some more information first. What did Father Lucian do to you? Do you have any proof?
His smile fades. He tortured me, locked me in silver shackles in a chamber beneath the abbey, injected me with the blessed waters. We will cure you, Silas, he would say. Suffice it to say that vampirism and water blessed by a godly artifact do not mix well. He would have me feed on unconscious victims who had been drinking the water all their lives. The blood would boil me from the inside out. Only my curse kept me alive, a poor, whimpering mess.
That sounds horrible. Why would he do that?
He claimed it was for the war. Lucian would go on and on about the war. Tell me how I was an instrumental weapon, that I would turn the tide. I think it was because he is a cruel man. I may be a monster, but Father Lucian and his band of holy men are so much worse.
What war?
I don't know. He wouldn't say more than that. But alas, it doesn't matter to me. I escaped barely due to one of the priests getting a bit too close. His blood boiled, but as I drained him, it gave me strength. I broke the bands and fled, hardly more than a gaunt shadow. That was a month ago. I fled into the swamp, subsisting on animal blood until I found this cave. I traded with the outpost down south and was able to get the rudimentary ingredients to begin some experiments. See, now that I have this blessed water in my veins, using my abilities causes incredible pain. My magic is the only thing that remains intact. Then the trading caravan caught my attention. Fresh blood was too tempting to pass over. It gave me strength again, renewed vigor for my cause. The second caravan was an unfortunate one. An Otu had destroyed it. 2 caravans missing, though. I knew someone would come looking. So I scattered the debris, laid a trail. Then the first adventuring party came through, and I locked them in these cages. The dwarf is the sole survivor now. And then, just as I was beginning to worry about food, you 3 came splashing along, even easier to capture than the first party.
That's because you cheated. You couldn't beat us in fair combat.
His eyes flash with deadly intent. Have you that much confidence in your capabilities? The intense pain caused by using my abilities is nothing when fighting to the death. I could pluck your entrails and splay them in front of you with the bat of an eye.
Whatever. We aren't going to kidnap 3 innocent victims to secure our release.
Donatello, we have to. It's our only way out. Trust me, they won't be innocent victims.
I can't believe you are going along with this, but fine. Whatever. All right, let us go then.
Very well. If you accept my agreement, then I shall let you go when night falls. In case you plan on betraying me, though, I won't be here when you return, nor will the dwarf. If you come at night, alone except with the 3 victims, and place them in the cages, then I will return and consider our arrangement fulfilled.
It's a deal.
The day passes stressfully, with Silas disregarding any future attempts at communication. As night begins to fall, Silas opens Amabo's cage and picks him up with ease, only a slight grimace as he does so. He slips out the door, returning 10 minutes later, and tossing each of you the key to your cage. I will ensure that the dwarf remains alive for 3 nights. If you are still not back, I will kill him, and I will go to the outpost and begin slaughtering the inhabitants. They have not harmed me. I do not wish to kill them. But if you renege on our deal, then I will crush them.
You know, you're a real good guy, Silas. All right, we will be back as soon as we can.
Once we get a good distance away, I want to push Barak. What the hell are you thinking? We can't sacrifice 3 people. I don't want to die, but I'm not going to have those deaths on my conscience.
Relax, Donatello. Don't worry, we are definitely not sacrificing anybody to that vampire. But we also can't let Amabo die either. I have a plan. We just need to make it to the outpost first. I am not sure if Silas can hear us where we are. He could be anywhere.
Fine, you better be right, though.
You travel in the direction that Silas pointed you, and soon enough come to the road which hastens your arrival. The next day is spent traveling, which is rather uneventful as the road winds through the marsh. As night falls, so this will be night 1 of your deal, you see the lights of the outpost. It is a small village, houses built on stilts to stand out of the water, and a few guard towers around the perimeter. The largest building has a sign out front that reads, Lady of the Marsh Tavern.
Do any of the guards stop us or anything?
You can actually see that the guard towers are empty, and most of the lights in the houses are out as well. You can hear a crowd inside the tavern, though that is honestly the only sign of life.
All right, it is finally time for me to have a warm bed and a true drink. I don't even know if we were able to finish the one that we got from Vadric before we headed out.
Agreed. Let's get a room and some food. Then tonight we can talk about my plan.
It better be a good one. I'm not seeing any good options for dealing with a pissed-off vampire, even if he is injured still. That end with us and Amabo alive.
Awesome. Thanks for joining, guys. We will probably end the session there. I am interested to hear this plan of yours as well, Barack.
I bet you don't even have a plan. You were just saying that so that I would actually leave. We are taking back 3 victims, aren't we?
Christ, Donald, have some faith. The whole campaign I have been trying to keep us on the good side of things. We wouldn't really be good guys if we sacrificed people to a vampire.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, Ben. Is there any chance I can get a new bow in this town?
Yes. You will probably be able to get a new bow. Also, you were able to recover your short swords after Silas took them back at the cave.
Sweet. All right, that makes me feel better. I like that bow. Family heirloom, you know?
Damn, well, you still have the pieces, right? Maybe we can find someone to fix it at some point.
Is there a blacksmith in Loudwater, Ben, or a Fletcher or someone that could maybe fix it?
Yeah, there is one of both of those in Loudwater. We will start our session in the Lady of the Marsh Tavern in the outpost south of Loudwater. I realized last session that we haven't even named this outpost at all, but we will just call it Southern Edge. I don't foresee the campaign going any further south than this.
Were we able to get some drinks and beds at the tavern?
As you walk in, as we talked about last session, the tavern is packed with most of the town. Large groups gather around tables, toasting and cheering with drinking contests, gambling matches, and stories. It is the liveliest tavern you have been in this campaign. You left the tavern south of Phandelver early in the morning, so it wasn't rowdy or full then. And the Blessed Waters Tavern in Loudwater has only housed Vadric and Thorn thus far.
All right, this is home for me. But I am still saying that we all want to hear Barack's plan. I feel like you are just helping him stall Ben.
We gotta set the scene, Donatello. You are able to get drinks and a room for the 3 of you. As you retire for the night up to the room, you can still hear the crowd down below. Whereas in Loudwater, you were a strange sight. Nobody really paid you any attention here.
That's a nice change of pace.
All right, I agree with Donatello now. You don't have a plan, do you, Barack?
Of course I do. Before I forget, though, we should also talk about Thorn's drunken revelations at some point, too. I think he called Rex the Comatose King and mentioned a couple of different names of what seemed like political rivals back in King Rex's kingdom. Sounds like he is in the middle of a civil war.
Yes, we should talk about those things. We should also bring them up to Thorn when we see him next. Of course, in the meantime, we need to figure out our little vampire problem. I hate Amabo. I'd almost be willing to just let him die there, but I want my revenge. We need to save him, allow him to recover to good health, and then I am going to fight him fair and square. Of course, first we need to know your plan.
All right, chill out. Here is my plan. We go to the graveyard. We pay off the local gravekeeper and ask him to bring freshly dead bodies up into the swamp. Whenever someone dies, if he immediately brings them up to Silas, Silas should be able to get a few days of sustenance off of them, and this would be an ongoing process. Much better for Silas long-term than only 3 victims. Especially since with the 2 missing caravans, there is a good chance the priests are onto him, and will start hunting.
So your plan, the one that you bet Amabo's life on, is that a vampire will be okay with feeding on dead bodies?
Freshly dead bodies, yeah. Look, unless you guys have a better idea, I think this is what we are going for. Ben, can I make an Arcana check or something to see if I know anything of vampire lore, to see if this would fit?
Sure, you can make an Arcana check. I'm not quite sure if this is a genius plan or a dumb one yet. Let's see how you do on the roll.
That's a 21.
All right. I guess it is a genius one. You have heard of vampires feeding on dead bodies before. It isn't preferred by vampires, but a lot of the more humane ones in large cities have similar deals with the local morticians and gravekeepers.
You're saying this could actually work, Ben?
Yeah, it's honestly not a bad plan. Perhaps Silas would be willing to take a supply of dead bodies instead of 3 fresh ones.
See, I told you guys I had a plan, and it didn't involve sacrificing anyone to Silas.
I gotta give you props for that one. It was a lucky roll, too. All right, so that is our plan then. We probably can't go to the graveyard until the morning, yeah? I don't particularly want to go there at night.
That sounds like a good plan. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss before heading to bed and resting until morning? This will be a long rest, so everyone will recover everything. Though I think the last short rest pretty much helped everyone get up to full. The fact that you didn't end up fighting Silas helped all of your hit points a lot.
Was that a possibility?
Of course. I had actually planned on Barack succeeding on the saving throw, after which he probably would have woken you 2 up, and then you would have been able to fight Silas. He got pretty unlucky, though, and then Donatello failed his as well, so that's just how it panned out.
These dice have been rigged for me lately. I don't think I've gotten a good roll in like 3 sessions.
Yeah, you all have honestly been kind of unlucky for a while. That Ochu almost killed all of you. Anyways, we are getting a bit off track. Did you want to talk about Thorn's stuff tonight, or wait until you meet up with him back in Loudwater?
Just a quick discussion on it. If I remember right, which I do, then he mentioned 3 names, Alcio Matus, Cardina Artazis, and Madame Eris. Do we recognize any of those names? Can I make a history check?
Sure you can. Though you hadn't heard of King Rex when he had reached out to you, it is highly unlikely that you will have heard of any of them.
Oh, okay, I won't roll then. What do you guys think he meant when he called King Rex comatose?
Probably that he's just like Sleepy Joe here.
Hey, that was rude. Don't you remember when a vampire said that I had the strongest mind out of all of us?
He charmed you last, Joden. He was probably just tired and didn't cast the spell right, or you even just forgot, and he did really charm you. Barack and I were both captured by the time you came meandering in with him.
That's a good point, Joden. I do find it unlikely that he was able to charm Donatello and me and fail on you. Anyways, it could be that Rex is like Joe and likes sleep. I think we should probably go to bed and head to the graveyard in the morning. There is still just a lot that we don't know, and at this point it is just all speculation.
Agreed. Let's just wait and talk to Thorn when we get back.
You all head to bed and wake up early in the morning. The town outside seems to be already bustling, and as you look out the window, you can see several people getting on shallow boats and heading out into the marsh. And there actually are guards in the towers now.
Let's go ask the barkeep for directions.
And maybe ask him why the guards don't keep watch at night. Seems like that would be the better time to be keeping watch.
You head downstairs and find the barkeep, a young man named Jace.
All right, guys, I'm the most charismatic of us, so I should be the one to ask for directions.
That feels like a very straightforward question. I don't know why you would need charisma. It's just, hey, can you point me to the nearest graveyard?
Shut up, Joden. We don't know this town. Maybe they find it suspicious if someone shows up asking for directions to a graveyard. I know I would. So I am going to be a bit more secretive about it.
Fine, whatever, Donatello.
All right, Ben. I approach the barkeep. Hey, man, where can I find the nearest graveyard? Can I roll a persuasion check to get him to tell me?
Sure, Donatello, you can roll a persuasion check to ask him for directions.
Sweet. Damn, these dice are still rigged. That's only a 9.
Well, lucky for you, you only needed a 5. It's just asking for directions. Head outside, and then take a right at the fork in the road. There's a dam down there that blocks the marsh, and the graveyard is right there. You can't miss it. There's a huge mausoleum in the center, and Hamlet, the gravekeeper, lives above it.
He lives above the mausoleum?
Yeah, strange fellow. We don't really see him except, at the funerals and stuff.
Seems like he would get lonely out there. We should go pay him a visit.
Yeah, let's head out.
You leave the lady on the marsh and head in the direction Jace told you. The outpost is bigger than it appeared to be last night. There must be close to 150 houses built on stilts to keep them out of the marsh. Before long, you see the dam that Jace had mentioned, and just beyond it, the graveyard. A large, stately mausoleum looms in the center of it, the only building on the ground that you have seen since arriving in Southern Edge.
Does it look like anyone is home?
There is smoke coming out of a chimney stack. You don't see anyone, though.
What about the mist? I'm assuming there is mist. It wouldn't be a proper creepy cemetery without it.
Yeah, pretty much the whole marsh of Chellenber has a heavy mist that lingers into the afternoon and evening. If it doesn't get hot enough, the fog just never goes away.
Well, I guess I'll knock.
You approach the door and see a large skull knocker. As you raise it and knock on the door swings open with a loud creak.
You are just using all the haunted stereotypes, aren't you, Ben?
Not all of them. It's morning, not nighttime. If I was using all the stereotypes, I would have just had you find the mausoleum when you arrived at Southern Edge last night.
That's fair. All right, I am going to rest my hand on my short sword and head in. And we can't forget to go find a new bow for me once we finish here, guys. I meant to do that beforehand.
Oh yeah, you gotta remind us of these things, Joe. Write it down on those notes you say you are always writing.
Good idea, Barack. All right, what do I find inside the mausoleum?
You enter the large building and see a large wall ahead of you with a lot of grave markers. A staircase on the left side leads up, while a staircase on the right leads down. There are no torches, but at least on this floor there is plenty of natural light. You do notice that even inside the building the mist is still lingering, with tendrils creeping downwards into the crypts.
All right, let's head upstairs then. Jay said that he lives above it, right?
Yeah, let's head up. I don't want to go into the crypts.
As you reach the top of the stairs, you see the door cracked open just a bit. Inside, you see a man moving in front of a stove, cooking something. He looks over, and you see yellow eyes behind a heavy beard.
Yellow eyes?
With seemingly inhuman speed, he crosses the room and flings open the door. Hello there. Please come in. He steps back, revealing the full room. To say that the room is in a state of complete disarray would be a bit under-exaggerated. There are stacks of books, pots, pans, jars full of spiders, and old, rotting food laying out all over. Sorry, I don't get many visitors up here. I do not see a dead body. Well, perhaps some soon-to-be dead ones, if you know what I mean. Except for you, he says, pointing to Barack. He sniffs in your direction. Hi, elf, huh? I can still smell the academy on you. Yes, age does not bring ruin to your race as much as the rest of us. You are still young, though. Southern Edge is an intriguing place for an academic such as yourself. Alas, I forget myself. What brings about this visit?
Have we walked in yet?
I don't think so, unless you guys want to. Currently, he is standing behind the door, gesturing for the three of you to enter. Ironically, there would not even be enough room for the three of you to stand and face each other. Small paths wind through the massive amount of things.
Yeah, I'm not going in there. Look, guy, you seem like a strange fellow. We wanted to propose a business offer.
His nose twitches. Business? My only business is with the dead. How am I able to help out 3 living? Unless that is what you need help with? Many people can help you with that. Just head out into the swamp and something will come along to help you with the transition to the other side.
Well, we are here on behalf of the dead. Vampires are undead, right, Ben?
I should probably have you make an arcana check, but yeah, they are undead.
Yeah, abandoning discretion, we are here on behalf of a vampire looking to strike up a deal concerning recently dead bodies.
Ah, vampires. Intriguing creatures. Is it feral yet? Most of them go feral eventually. Long supplies of fresh blood without attracting vampire hunters is a tricky thing to accomplish. But yes, I think we can strike a deal. The dead down below are becoming increasingly restless. Fewer bodies means greater security. Very well, we can make a deal. I will give up 1 body a week for the next. Let's see here. 46 weeks. Yes, that would work well. In return, I need a simple favor.
You are an odd person, but fine. What's the favor?
Well, as I mentioned before, the dead down below have become increasingly restless. Riker is supposed to keep them in line, but now I think he is once again trying to raise up an army to destroy the town. Nothing new, I suppose. You can't trust wraiths for too long, even if you control them. Anyways, I have been thinking it would be good to remove him from the chain of authority. He lives on the 2nd floor of the basement.
You keep a wraith in your basement in order to control a horde of undead? What the hell is this place?
His yellow eyes flash blue for a quick second. Well, it's a fun place to be. Always something interesting happening down below. Don't worry, we haven't had an escapee in, well, since that one ghoul made it out into the town. The guard sent him right back, though. Nothing to worry about.
Why don't you just kill the undead and put them in graves? Or burn the bodies or something?
Well, money, of course. There are plenty of people willing to pay coin for a zombie or a white. The church buys them for training and experimental purposes. The conclave buys them for, well, I don't actually know why they buy them. On occasion, some ambitious necromancer buys them for another attempt at conquering some village or city. This is why Southern Edge exists. The Marsh of Chelimber imbues the dead with different properties and capabilities.
All right, we can take care of the wraith in the basement. Hopefully we don't see you around.
Oh yes, I hope not to see any of you either. Though I must say each of you would make a phenomenal zombie.
Let's get out of here and go fight this wraith. I don't like this guy.
Agreed. Maybe after we deal with Silas, Father Lucian, and finish up a deal with Thorn, we can come back here and destroy this place. This whole thing seems wrong.
For once, I think we are all in complete agreement. It's a shame we have so much stuff on our plate. All right, let's go to the basement, I guess.
All right, guys, we will probably end the session there. Just as a bit of forewarning, this next part will be the first dungeon that you guys go through. That's pretty crazy. 12 episodes of playing Dungeons and Dragons, and we haven't been to a dungeon or seen a dragon yet.
That is pretty funny. What is different about a dungeon compared to the previous combats we've done, though?
Well, this dungeon is going to be a series of combats. We will go over it more next session, but another thing to note is that you are really pressed for time because of Silas. That means you probably won't be able to take a long rest until you make it back to him. Definitely some potential problems ahead.
I'm not worried at all. We are going to handle this little wraith so easily it probably will only take half a session to move through the entire dungeon.
I'm sure Ben has it mapped out to take us longer than that. How long do you think the dungeon will last for Ben?
It's hard to plan out ahead of time, since it depends a lot on what you guys roll and stuff. But if I had to guess, next session, you will make it all the way to the wraith. And then the session following that you will fight him and be able to return to Silas. So we are probably 3 sessions out from a return to Loudwater.
And then we get to kill Father Lucian once and for all.
First, we need to discredit him, though. Amabo will hopefully come in handy there, and maybe we can even convince Silas to help us out and stand against Father Lucian. It wouldn't be great to just kill him and then have the whole town trying to kill us.
I don't see a lot wrong with that. Eventually, the town would realize that we were just trying to help them out. And I doubt the town could kill us at this point. Anyways, my main priority right now is killing Amabo. Father Lucian is just icing on the cake.
Well, I guess that's okay. Amabo does probably deserve to die.
All right, are we heading to the basement then?
Yep. Leaving Hamlet's, the gravekeeper's room, you head back downstairs and look into the maw of the basement. Mist is still spilling down the steps, and there are no torches or lights that you can see. At the bottom of the stairs is a wrought iron gate, not locked and slightly ajar.
The gate is open? How do they keep the zombies down there?
That's a good point, Joden. Ben, can I make an Arcana check to see if I can see any runes or magic?
Sure, you can do that.
That's a 26.
You see a small line of magic runes that ward off undead. Pretty powerful magic.
I pointed out, that's how. All right, it shouldn't stop us from crossing, though, right?
Not unless any of you are undead.
Well, I know I'm not. All right, I'll head into the basement, lighting a torch so that I can see, and having my sword in my right hand. Actually, Barak, can I hand you the torch? That way I can have my shield and my dueling feat is active.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I'm probably the only one who doesn't need both hands. I'll carry the torch then.
As you enter the basement, you see a large room similar to the one upstairs, with all the walls covered with coffin-sized burial chambers. Several of the tombstones are cracked or broken on the floor.
No zombies yet, though?
Not that you can see in this room. Opposite the door you walked in, there is another wrought iron gate, this one completely open, leading into a similar room. Joden and Barak, due to your dark vision, you can see movement in that room.
I think I should just cast a fireball through the door.
Should we make sure they are zombies first?
Joden, we are in a crypt that Hamlet said was crawling with zombies, and you want to make sure that these dark shapes moving in the darkness are zombies before we kill them?
Just to be safe. Besides, can't let Barak have all the fun. Ben, I want to call out to the shapes. Hey, you there, are you a zombie?
You hear a low groaning coming from the next room, and the shapes begin moving towards you and through the gate.
All right, I'm launching a fireball.
I'll say they all fail the dex save since the room is small enough that the fireball is going to scorch the whole thing.
Not the best fireball, but that is 21 damage.
With a large flash and a boom, the whole room is illuminated in a bright fire. Several of the shapes are just obliterated, while others continue pressing forward, now on fire. You can see rotten, dead flesh burning, and the smell is quite horrendous.
Hopefully this messes up their profit margin for the next while, too.
All right, guys, time to roll initiative. Barak, I'm going to have that be your turn for the first round, though.
That's fair. For the next round, I rolled a 12.
That's only a 10 for me. That's bullshit, but oh well.
Only a 6 for me, so you will go before me, Donatello. Hopefully that's all of our crappy rolls out of the way.
I got a 12, so I'll be able to go first. 3 wights enter the room first, eyes glowing white in undead rage. One of each of them is going to move and attack each of you. That's a 1 to hit Donatello, a 17 to hit Joden, and a 7 to hit Barak. Joden, you take 6 damage as the wight slashes at you with a longsword. Then they are all going to attack again. This time it's a 12 to hit Donatello, a 14 to hit Joden, and a 6 to hit Barak. Damn, I am not rolling great either, guys. All right, sorry, Joden, you do take another 8 damage as he slashes you again. Finally, I'll have each of the wights take 4 damage due to the fire. All right, 2 of the other shapes are going to begin moving forward, then fall over as the flames continue burning through their muscles and skin. Just the 3 wights left for this room, then. Donatello, you're up now.
Okay, it's over for this guy. Hot damn, that's a natural 20 to hit, dealing 16 total damage, and then a 17 to hit, dealing 12 damage. Not the best roll on the critical hit, but not bad. Do both of those hit?
Yeah, both of those hit, but it does have resistance to non-magical and non-silvered weapons, so it takes half damage. Your blade cuts in deep and the white glowing eyes flash in pain, but it is still going strong.
I'm not going to action surge this time.
All right, Joden, you're up.
I'm going to swing with both of my short swords, so that'll be 3 total attacks on the wight that attacked me. Damn, that's an 8, a 13, and a 21. Which of those hit?
That's pretty unlucky. Only the 21 hits, and that's the one you don't get your attack damage bonus on. You need at least a 14.
Damn, yeah, that was unlucky. All right, that is 6 damage is all.
All right, it hardly seems to recognize the blow. All right, top of the round, so we'll say Barak goes first since we tied on initiative.
All right, I'm going to cast my Firebolt cantrip. I feel like I'll need my more powerful spells later. That's a natural 20. Damn, I guess I'm still rolling okay. Do I still get to add max damage for the critical on a spell?
Yeah, you get to do that.
Hell yeah. That's 28 damage then. That Firebolt did more damage than my Fireball.
Damn, nice hit. All right, that white is going to die then. Anything else on your turn, Barack?
No, that'll be it for me.
My turn then. There are 2 whites left, so they are both going to attack the person in front of them. That's a 21 to hit Joden for 10 damage. Sorry, Joden. And a 23 to hit Donatello for 7 damage. All right, then they are going to attack again. That's a 13 to hit Joden, which I believe finally misses, dealing 9 damage, and a 19 to hit Donatello, dealing another 7.
Yeah, that misses. Only barely, though. I'm going to need help here, guys.
Just don't be so useless, Joden. All right, my turn then, Ben.
Yeah, your turn, Donatello.
I am going to attack it twice again. That's a 19 total on the first die, and a natural 1 on the other one. That'll be 12 damage then.
All right, that does finish off the white in front of you. Anything else?
No, I don't think I want to action surge or second wind yet.
For my turn, I'm going to attack it with all my short swords again. That's a 15, 17, and 11, so 2 of those hit, dealing a total of 12 damage. Not great.
The white eyes do flash in pain, but the white is still moving. All right, Barack, it is your turn now.
I'll use Firebolt again. It worked well last time. Damn, that misses this time. Only a 13.
What the hell, Barack? How do you miss a firebolt when he's like 5 feet away?
How do you miss a sword swing when he's right in front of you, Donatello? I thought you were a trained fighter.
I am a trained fighter, but I also think that I need a challenge sometimes. So I miss on purpose on occasion to give the other person a chance.
All right, it is my turn now. The white is going to swing once at Joden and once at Barack. That's a 12 to hit Joden and a 21 to hit Barack. That's 7 damage, Barack.
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Time for this one to die too. All right, I'll swing at it twice. That's a 16 and a 12. One of those hit for 12 damage.
That is going to do it for this white. With a mighty swing, Donatello beheads it, and it falls to the ground, the glowing white eyes fading to black.
Told you I was a trained fighter, Barack. I could do that every time if I wanted to, but then there would be no challenge and you guys wouldn't get any practice in.
It was already really damaged, Donatello. You just got a lucky last hit. Anyways, that was it for the first battle, but I don't think we should rest yet. We should use up some healing stuff, though. I'll use 1 slot to cast Healing Word on myself. That heals me up 6 damage.
What about me? I'm pretty hurt after that. The white just kept hitting me.
Stop whining, Joden. Don't you have cure wounds anyways? I feel like I saw that on your character sheet.
Oh yeah, huh? It is just right there. All right, first I'll use a 2nd level spell slot to cast Cure Wounds Healing. 11 points, and then I'll cast it at level 1 healing. Another 5 points. That feels a lot better. Do you need any healing, Donatello?
No, I'm fine. I only took like 2 hits and I still have my second wind. I'm not worried at all. Should we move on then?
Yeah, I'm ready too.
You move into the now scorched chamber where Barack fired the fireball. A lot of the burial chambers are busted open, claw marks visible on the inside of them. A staircase leads further down into the depths.
Well, down we go then.
As you descend the stairs and enter the next chamber, you see a small brazier in the center of the room. 2 zombies stand facing a closed door, and on the other 2 sides of the chamber, you see hallways leading away. You can hear zombies down both hallways.
A puzzle then, Ben? All right, we can handle this.
Think we just need to light the braziers?
That would make sense. Some kind of magic lock to keep the wraith behind it?
Well, we will keep the initiative from the previous round, so it will go Barack, the zombies, Donatello, and then Joden.
That sounds good to me. I'll use a 2nd level slot to cast Scorching Ray. I get 3 beams, so I want to target the 2 zombies and then the brazier for my final one. Oh my god. You guys aren't going to believe me, but that is a double natural 20, and then an 18 to hit the brazier.
Fake news, not a chance. That's your 3rd critical since we entered.
I know, that's why I said you wouldn't believe me, but I swear, that's what I rolled.
That's awesome, Barack. How much damage?
16 to the first, 17 to the second, and 7 to the brazier.
Rays of scorching fire shoot out and impale the 2 zombies. They turn around snarling, moving slow with charred bodies. The 3rd ray ignites the brazier in the center of the room with a flare, and you can hear the zombies from the 2 other passages starting to head towards you. Anything else for your turn, Barack?
Yeah, I am going to use Blade Song this time. That raises my AC to 16.
Nice. All right, my turn then. The 2 zombies are going to move up and attack Barack. That's a 7 and a 14, so both of those miss. That was a nice use of Blade Song then. From the 2 passageways, you see 2 more zombies come from the left, and a white come from the right one. Joden and Donatello, which sides of Barack are you on?
I'll be on the right and handle the white.
All right, I guess I'm on the left then.
Okay, the 2 zombies are going to attack Joden. That's a 14 and a 17. I think both of those hit.
How do I know if they hit again?
Christ, Joe, we have been playing for 13 sessions, and you already said that the last guys missed. Were you just making it up? It's your armor class. I think yours is 14.
Oh yeah, that's right here. All right, both of those hit then.
So that is 10 total damage between the 2 of them. And then the white is going to attack Donatello, first with a sword, and then with a life drain attack.
That doesn't sound good.
No worries here.
That's a 15 and a 10, so both of those miss. It's pretty difficult to hit that 18 armor class.
Like I said, no worries here. I got this. All right, for my turn, I'm going to attack the white. That's a 24 and a 21 for a total of 19 damage. Not the best, but not too bad.
I think you're going to need help, Donatello. Those last whites were difficult without silver or magic weapons, and that was after I hit all of them with a fireball.
Just focus on your 2 zombies, Barack. I got this over here.
My turn then?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'll attack with my short swords, and I'll just focus on one of them. That's a 19, 15, and 16 for a total of 14 damage.
All right, he is still alive, but you cut off one of its arms. It'll attack with disadvantage now. Barack, your turn now.
All right, I want to use Burning Hands. Can I get them in a cone, Ben?
I'll say you can. You probably would have needed to move, and they would have gotten opportunity attacks, but we'll ignore that this time and say you are just able to do it from there. Dex saves for the zombies?
Yeah, 15 is the save.
That's a 16 and an 18. One of them got a natural 20. That was pretty cool.
All right, so they take half of 14 damage, so 7.
Flames shoot from your hands and engulf the zombies, and one of them falls dead while the other continues coming forward, purple necrotic energy healing its wounds.
Undead fortitude, huh? All right, it's almost dead at least.
For the zombies' turns, there is going to be 1 attack on Barack, 2 on Joden with 1 having disadvantage, and 2 longsword attacks on Donatello. That's a 7 on Barack, an unnatural 20 and a 9 on Joden, and another unnatural 20 and 15 on Donatello. So Joden, you will take 4 damage, and Donatello, you will take 7 damage.
All right, we need to kill these things for real now. I think I'm still going to wait for Action Surge and Second Wind, though. It'll be better in the fight against the Wraith, I think. So I'll just attack it twice. That's a 21 and a 22 for 19 total damage. I think that's what I did last round, too.
I think so. It is starting to look a bit more wounded as its eyes begin to glow more furiously. All right, Joden, you're up again.
I'm just going to attack with my short swords again. That's a 6, a critical hit, and a 23. The critical hit is going to be 15 damage, and the other one will be 5.
All right, you do kill the first injured zombie with the critical strike, chopping off its head with your short sword. The other stab didn't seem to do as much. Top of the round, so Barack's up again.
I'm going to use Scorching Ray again, targeting 1 ray at the zombie in front of me and the other 2 at the white. That's a 21 to hit the zombie for 8 damage, a 17 to hit the white for 10 damage, and then a 14 to hit the white for 4 damage.
The zombie does die, and the white takes a heavy hit. The flames begin to burn off its skin as purple and white energy flow out of it. All right, so we got 1 zombie attacking Joden and the white attacking Donatello. That's a 15 to hit Joden for a whole 3 damage, and both of Donatello's miss with a 13 and 15.
I'll swing with my sword again at the white. That's a 19 and a 16 for 18 total damage.
You slice the white in 2, and it falls to the ground, finally at rest. All right, 1 last zombie. You're up, Joden.
That's a 19, a 12, and then a critical strike. Does the 12 hit?
Yeah, you only need an 8 for the zombies.
Sweet, that is a total of 25 damage.
You slash once, cutting off its head, twice cutting through its arm, and then a 3rd time slicing off one of its legs. That zombie is dead for sure.
All right, hopefully we are at the Wraith now.
Yeah, the Wraith will be on just the other side of this wall. You'll be able to fight it next session.
Finishing up tonight, can we look down the passageways for other braziers? Or are there other enemies down those halls?
No other enemies. You do find a very similar room at the end of both hallways, and a brazier in the center of both of those. Lighting all 3 braziers, you return to the center room to find that nothing has changed.
Wait, the door didn't open?
No, you didn't hear a locking mechanism or anything either.
Can I push on the door?
Sure, the door swings open with a little bit of resistance. There is definitely not a lock of any sort on the door.
The braziers were just distractions then?
Well, the Gravekeeper would want to see if he was down here, so there is a brazier in both rooms. I think that makes sense.
You knew that we would think it was a puzzle, though.
I hoped you would think it was. Joden had just swung open the door at the end of our last session, and as it opens, you see a ring of candles with a blue magic linking them together. In the circle is a swirling black form, which spins, and you can see a formless face stare at you. Visitors. I have not had visitors in a long time. Why have you come to my home?
Well, it's a nice place. Just thought we would come say hi.
Shut up, Joden. No, we are here to kill you before you destroy the town, which honestly we kind of want to do too, but the timing is just off between our 2 goals.
Kill me? So Hamlet has sent you then? Told you about how I am raising my army to destroy him?
Yeah, kind of. It's nothing personal.
So you do not believe in your mission?
Not really. Like Donatello said, we would love nothing more than for this town to meet its doom. But right now we are in kind of a tight spot with a vampire, so we just gotta do what we gotta do.
Interesting. And if I could convince you otherwise, would you instead let me go? Free me from my prison?
Nice try, swirling form of darkness, but I don't think we can free you.
The name is Riker. The swirling form condenses and a man made from shadow stands up. At least that is what I was known by in life.
Look, no offense, Riker, but we kind of have to kill you. Besides, aren't wraiths like evil incarnate spirits of people who did horrible things in life or made deals with devils and the like?
That is usually true. It was a noble thing to ask for and make a deal, however. I willingly gave up my life for her. She was dying, you see. A terrible sickness. I would do it again in a heartbeat. I am not evil, though. Another being already had claim on my soul, and so upon making that deal, my soul splintered. Refusing to split completely, I became a wraith. I lost myself in the darkness for a long time. Being captured by Hamlet has actually led to some clarity on my part.
Can I make an insight check to see if he is telling the truth, Ben?
Yeah, go for it.
Damn, that's a 7.
His story seems kind of suspect. You haven't heard of that situation resulting in a wraith before.
I don't think I believe you, Riker. You're just trying to get us to let you out of here, aren't you?
I mean, I would do the same in his shoes. Can't blame him for trying.
I suppose you have no reason to trust me. And it sounds like you don't really have a choice in the matter, so perhaps we should just do battle. With the three of you being slightly weakened, I could see the tide turning in my favor. It will be a close battle if we do fight. I could steal your life force and use that to break free. It results in at least one of us dying, though.
Yeah, it will result in you dying.
Are you so bloodthirsty that you would slay a somewhat innocent man to procure your freedom?
I mean, you aren't even a man anymore. According to Silas, he needed at least 3 victims, so killing you would be the least bloodshed to get out of this predicament.
Very well, then. If it must come to bloodshed, then so be it. All right, guys, let's roll for initiative, then.
Were you anticipating this going a different way, Ben?
I could see it going either way. You guys could have let him go, or you could fight him. I did think you would most likely end up fighting him since he is a wraith and the bad guy at the end of a dungeon. But there is little in this world that is black or white, and I think the game world should reflect that. Anyways, what did everyone get?
I got a 9.
I got a 22.
I got a 22 as well.
Stop lying, Joden. God, that is so annoying.
No, for reals, I got a 19 and I have a +3 to my initiative.
You're always raining on my parade. All right, well, we tied, so I am still going first.
What if I wanted to go first?
Too bad.
Ben?
All right, guys, just roll again, and whoever rolls higher gets to go first.
Ha, I got a 17, Joden. Told you I was going first.
All right, yeah, I only got an 8. Fine, you can go first, Donatello.
I got an 18, so yeah, I'll go after Donatello and Joden.
All right, here we go. I'm going to go swing with my longsword. Holy shit, these dice are so completely rigged it isn't even funny. I literally rolled a 3 on both attacks. All right, I'll use my action surge now to attack again. God damn it, one of those was a 3 again. Is someone messing with me or something? Anyways, the other is a 21, so I'm guessing that hits?
Yeah, you guys will only need a 13 to hit the wraith.
Fine, that's 12 damage. God, this is so annoying. All right, finally I'll use second wind. That's 8 hit points. Not bad, but I'm still rolling crappy. And it was another 3.
Well, everyone misses sometimes, Donatello. Only you could miss all the time.
Screw you, Barack.
All right, Joden, it's your turn.
I think for this first turn, I'm going to cast Summon Beast to summon a bear. That does take up my whole turn, but it'll be good the longer this battle goes.
Nice, it takes its turn, and then it'll be the wraith's turn.
All right, it is going to move up and attack the wraith.
As it moves, I'm going to have it make a dexterity saving throw to see if it disrupts the magic binding circle that the wraith is in.
Makes sense. Damn, that's a 4.
Nice going, Joe. You're going to let the wraith escape now.
There is a whoosh of air as the candles go out. Joe, your bear will still get to attack, though.
And it gets advantage because of pack tactics, right?
Yeah, Donatello is within 5 feet and isn't incapacitated.
That's a 14 then to deal 8 damage.
And that isn't magical damage, right?
I don't think so. It says piercing damage here.
All right, so yeah, it isn't magical. It seems to largely ignore the bear's claws, focusing instead on the broken circle now. You have indeed freed me. We do not have to fight. I still bear no ill will towards you.
Yeah, but you're evil. And we have enough of that to deal with as is.
Fine. It raises a hand and 2 burial chambers break open, zombies crawling out. It is then going to swing at Donatello. That's a 19, dealing 18 damage. Donatello, you need to make a Constitution saving throw or your max hit points will be reduced by 18 until you finish a long rest.
Damn, that's a strong attack. These dice are so rigged it isn't even funny anymore, guys. That's a 10.
All right, your health is reduced by 18 until you finish a long rest then. All right, Barack, you're up.
How big is the room? Could I cast Fireball back away and try to have it hit the wraith and the zombies?
I'll say you can, but you'll have to roll an Arcana check to target the fireball just right and not hit Donatello or the bear.
Sorry, Donatello, this might kill you, but I'm going for it. That's a 17 on the Arcana check.
Nice, all right. You're able to target it at the very back corner. It'll hit the 2 zombies and the wraith. And they all definitely fail that dexterity check. That was an 11, a 2, and a 3.
Hell yeah, all right, that's 28 damage.
The zombies disintegrate immediately, and the Wraith's swirling black cloak is atomized as there is a massive blast of fire.
Damn nice, Barack. At least one of us is doing something.
Did you not see me take that hit from the Wraith and I'm still going strong?
Just to be nice, I'll also use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Donatello, healing him for 6 points.
Oh, thanks, Barack. That was nice of you.
No problem. Let's just finish this thing off, yeah?
I'll handle it from here. All right, I'm swinging at it again. I think it is my turn now, right?
Yep, top of the round.
That's a 21 and then a natural 20? Yeah, baby, told you I had this handled just fine. That's 27 damage total.
With your blade red hot from the fireball, you swing at the Wraith twice, and it hisses in pain. You were less weakened than I thought by the journey down here. No matter. Death would be a sweet release from this hell.
I feel kind of bad for this guy, but not too bad. I'm going to slash with my short swords this time. That's a natural one, a 23 and then a 15, and wow, I did max damage. That's 15 damage.
It begins flickering out of existence, losing the humanoid form and becoming a swirling black mist. Is your bear going to swing as well, Joden?
Oh yeah, I forgot about my bear. Damn, that's a 6.
All right. The bear swings as Riker flickers out of existence for a moment, missing completely. He is going to swing at Donatello again. That was a critical hit. Damn, I'm sorry, Donatello, you might die here for reals. That's 42 damage and make a Constitution saving throw. If you fail, Donatello will die.
You're stressing me out here, Ben. I swear if I roll badly again, I'm just going to quit. Hot damn, that's a 25. Wow, you actually had me scared for a moment, Ben.
Wow, that was a close one. All right, Donatello, you fall unconscious, the Wraith's flailing attack sapping your life force. You are able to resist the effect and hold on to your vitality, even in unconsciousness. The battle is almost over, but if it continues going, you will have to make death-saving throws. Those will be kept private from everyone else, so nobody is going to know if you are dying or succeeding.
That makes sense. All right, for my turn, I'm going to cast Scorching Ray, targeting the Wraith. That's a 26, a 16, and a 17, dealing 6, then 7, and then 6 more damage.
All right, with 3 beams of scorching fire, the Wraith lets out an ethereal scream as it vanishes. You hear it say, "I'm coming, Celine! At last I am coming for you!" as a howl of wind booms across the room.
Wait, Celine, isn't that the name of the amulet thing?
Holy hell, you're right, Joden. How in the world do you remember that and forget Thorn every session?
I haven't forgotten Thorn. We haven't met a Thorn.
Christ, I just can't anymore. Anyways, are one of y'all going to save me before I die here?
Oh yeah, sorry, Donatello. I'll use Cure Wounds on Donatello. That's 3 hit points.
Christ, Joe, you are a terrible spellcaster. I'll cast Healing Word on him again, healing for 5 more points.
Donatello, your eyes slowly open as you feel like you fell asleep on the beach and are now extremely sunburned. Your eyes are heavy, and your body aches all over. You are alive, though.
Damn, honestly, guys, that was closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it was going pretty good until that Wraith got the critical strike. That was really unlucky for us.
And really lucky for me.
Do we find any gold or anything in here? A chest at the end of the dungeon? Come on, Ben. There has to be some loot.
Inside one of the 2 burial chambers that were broken open, you see a small short bow.
No way, a new bow. Thanks, Ben.
As you pick up the bow, Joden, you feel a small flash of power emanating from it.
Really? That's all we find? A new magic bow for Joden?
He did need a new bow, I guess. Can I use an Arcana check to try to determine what it does?
Sure.
That's only a 12.
You are able to determine that it has a name, which is Thorn. You don't know what it does, though.
Oh, is this what you guys meant by Thorn? Did you all plan this out beforehand with Ben?
Christ, Joe, Thorn is the guy who brought us to Loudwater in the first place. I doubt you'll ever remember the name of the bow either. All right, guys. I think it's time to talk to Hamlet again.
You head upstairs, moving past all of the once-again dead zombies that you killed on your way down. Already you can hear scratching on the inside of the graves as more undead awaken from their slumber.
I feel like this place has way too many corpses for the mausoleum of a small town. Especially if they are always selling zombies, too.
Yeah, I wonder if they buy corpses and then bury them here, and that somehow imbues them with an undead curse, maybe?
That seems to add up. This is a terrible town. They buy dead bodies to bring them back to life and sell them to whoever comes along. Like, come on, is this common in the world, Ben?
It is a pretty niche trade for sure. Apparently a prosperous one, though.
It's sick is what it is.
Agreed all around. All right, you make it to Hamlet's room to find the door wide open and the room somehow even more messy than it was last time. Hamlet sees you come up the steps and rushes over to greet you. Hello again. I can feel that the Wraith is gone. Impressive. I was hoping that at least one of you would be joining those down below, but alas, I am glad to see you all alive.
Yeah, we took care of your problem. We have a deal then?
He smiles, revealing 2 rows of pointed, crooked black teeth. Yes, of course we have a deal. I shall send a body a week for the next 46 weeks into the swamp. Just tell me where and it shall be done.
I point out to a spot close to Silas's cave. Just there is fine. We'll let our acquaintance know to pick them up there.
Pleasure doing business with you. And of course, if you ever have a need for a zombie or two, you know where to go. I'll even give you the special friends and family discount. Of course, you'd need to sign the waiver releasing us from responsibility if the zombie chooses to bite, claw, or maim you or a loved one.
Yeah, none of us are interested. We should hit the road, guys. I don't know how long that took, but we should get back to Silas as quickly as possible, and then back to Loudwater.
Agreed. I want to see if I can find more about this Riker guy. If he was telling the truth, then he was Celine's husband and made a deal with something and saved her from a sickness. That sounds oddly like the amulet.
My thoughts exactly, Barack. And it would make more sense why the amulet seems to be cursed as well. It came from a devil or a demon or something, not a god.
Yeah, that could make sense, I guess. So we are thinking Celine lied and told everyone Sanitas had given it to her?
Makes sense to me. A lot easier to believe than saying your husband traded his life and soul for it.
Interesting. I still feel like there are pieces of the puzzle we are missing, though. Why did Lucian buy Silas? And what is the war he is going on about? Is it related to Thorn's civil war somehow? I feel like everyone has been telling us half-truths this whole time.
Except for Kieran. As far as I can see, he has told us the truth every time we've talked to him. At least what he believes to be the truth. And he has at least been honest and told us when he can't tell us something yet.
That's fair. Kieran seems like a good guy. I told you guys we should trust him.
All right, so we start our session leaving the mausoleum in Southern Edge. Is there anything else you guys want to do before leaving?
Yes, actually, I was reading some comments and realized that we have no healing potions, and I believe that Kieran said that Southern Edge provides Loudwater with some. Could we go looking for an alchemy shop or something and spend some gold?
I don't need any healing potions. Can we see if they would buy the crystals we got from the cave, though? I had completely forgotten about those. And maybe the teapot, too.
All right, you are able to find an alchemist shop, the Swampy Crucible. Healing potions do cost 30 gold pieces per potion, though.
Holy hell, I could barely afford 2, and it would take all my money. What do they do, make you immortal or something?
They heal 2d4 plus 2 health.
That's it? All right, I'm sticking with my healing word then.
Yeah, I'm out as well.
Are they willing to buy the crystals?
They offer you 35 gold per crystal bundle. I believe you have 3 bundles left.
Yeah, I think we should wait, guys. A magical crystal that can stave off magical curses is worth more than that in Neverwinter or something.
Agreed, this place is a ripoff. All right, let's hit the road then.
It is just after midday when you begin traveling north through the marsh of Chalimber. The mists still hang low, but you are able to travel in safety and don't run into any monsters or trouble. It took you guys a full day to reach Southern Edge from Silas's cave, so night falls before you are able to get there. Do you want to set up camp and have a long rest or just keep traveling?
We need to do a long rest. I'm still almost dead from that wraith targeting me.
Agreed. I'm still near full, but I have no spells right now.
All right, you set up camp and keep a watch, but the night passes uneventfully. The next day is spent traveling until you come close to Silas's cave. It is evening when you reach it, and Silas is standing in the entrance, a hungry look in his eye, holding a Mabo by the neck to his side. I don't see any food with you. Have you really come empty-handed?
Shit, we didn't bring back one of the bodies today.
Nope, that was not a great plan, guys. Hey, Silas, how's it going?
He clutches Amabo's neck and a thin line of blood runs down. Hungry. Have you brought food, or have you come to terms with me killing the dwarf?
Well, we didn't bring any people with us, but we did set up a deal with the gravekeeper in Southern Edge. He said he would bring you a body a week for pretty much a year. That's better than 3 bodies, right?
He grimaces. Food for a year doesn't help the hunger now, though.
What if we used one of the crystals? It could maybe stave off the vampirism for a bit, right? Isn't it a magical curse?
Genius, Joden. You know, sometimes I think we underestimate you.
I don't think that. All right, I'll pull out one of the crystals. Silas, do you think this would work as a temporary fix? It should help ward off magical curses for a bit. Might help with your water problem, too.
Make a persuasion check.
Sweet, I have great charisma. That's a 16.
He drops Amabo, who is too weak to stand and falls in a heap to the ground. Fine. Anything to be rid of this hunger. He takes the crystal from you and plunges it into his arm, breathing a shaky sigh of relief as it fills up with a black smoke. He relaxes visibly. Yes, that did help somewhat. All right. I suppose I should thank you for setting up a deal with the gravekeeper down in Southern Edge. That is a similar deal to what my parents had back in... Never mind. That's not important. The dwarf is yours to take.
Wait, are you still going to help us defeat Father Lucian? Having you on our side would be pretty helpful.
Also, even with Amabo, we don't really have any evidence against Father Lucian. Father Lucian sent the adventurers on a real quest just hoping they would die. And yes, you did kill them. But I don't think that's proof of Father Lucian's malfeasance.
And how could I help you?
Well, you could testify if there is a trial, I mean. I don't fully know how things work in Loudwater, but there must be some system of law that we can use to our advantage.
The court of law would never succeed against some like Lucian unless you had rock-solid proof. Even then, there is a good chance the people would just let him go. He could easily claim that he was acting in his position as head priest and protecting the town by sending the adventurers into danger or even flat out trying to kill you. The town is fearful enough of outsiders as it is.
Fine, then we kill him. That would get rid of him.
Silas smiles, fangs visible. I am on board for that. Very well, if you need my help in the battle against Lucian, I will come. He pulls out a pair of stones from a pouch. These are sending stones, so you can communicate with me over vast distances. If you need me, I can be there very quickly. Of course, it would have to be at night. Sunlight doesn't kill vampires immediately, but I can't be in it for long.
Never thought I'd say it, but thank you, Silas.
Before we leave, is there anything else you can tell us about what Father Lucian was doing to you or why he was torturing you?
A flash of pain crosses his face and he begins rubbing his neck in pain. You can see a thin red scar around his neck where it looks like he had been shackled by something. Yes, okay, I can tell you whatever you want to know. After being sold by my crew, Lucian took me into the cellar of the abbey and chained me against the wall. He took off the enchanted silver bands to allow me to gain my power back and then began injecting me with the blessed waters. I felt like my skin was boiling alive. He actually succeeded for moments where I felt the curse leave me entirely, but then it would come back, and I would become an even stronger vampire for a time. I was in that prison for close to a year. Then, after one time where he had driven my powers from me, and they were returning in full force, a priest came too close. I drained him in seconds, and it gave me strength. I burst through the chains and enchantments and fled.
So he was able to cure you, but like everything else with the water, it faded over time and it would come back in and make up all the time it was cured.
Yeah, I definitely think Riker was telling the truth. I don't think this amulet came from a god. Something else is pulling strings here.
Silas, all that Father Lucian said while you were imprisoned was that you were a weapon in the war? He said nothing else and didn't do anything strange?
He never called me by my name. He would call me a servant of Vampire. That was strange. Other than that, no. The other priests never spoke, no matter how much I tried to get them to. Father Lucian would just come about once a week or so, and he would say the same thing every time. Servant of Vampire, blessed are you, for you are an instrumental weapon in the fight against your master and evil itself. With this water in your blood, you shall turn the tide of the war. Trust me, I almost went insane in that cell. Those were the only words I heard for a year, other than my own.
Damn, that sounds miserable. Servant of Vampire, though? Who is Vampire?
A myth, supposedly the founder of the vampire curse. Many of the stories my parents would tell me... Never mind. Anyways, a bedtime story to tell to children to get them to sleep through the night.
Well, I mean, that's something then. So Lucian supposedly is fighting against Vampire and using the amulet to do so?
Even if he is, and that was true, I still think we have to kill Lucian, right? I mean, he is definitely a bad guy.
A bad guy potentially fighting a worse guy. But yeah, I think we still need to kill him. Probably. Let's talk to Kieran and then update Thorn first. Thanks for telling us all of that, Silas. It sounds like a painful memory, but it could help in this whole thing. We'll call when we need you.
Very well, I must thank you three. You've woken me out of my slumber. I must admit, I got lost there for a while. Torture and isolation does that to you. I am not inherently evil, I swear to you.
We believe you.
All right, let's get on the road then. We have work to do in Loudwater and some priests to kill.
Yeah, let's hit the road.
You leave Silas's cave with Amabo in tow, making it to the road and heading north to Loudwater. You pass by the slain Otyug and destroyed wagon, and soon enough make it out of the swamp. You can finally see the sky clearly, and the air feels fresher, not the humid mist that hangs low over the marsh of Chelumber. As night falls, you can hear the sound of the waterfall in the distance, heralding your arrival to Loudwater.
All right, where are we going first, Kieran or Thorn?
I vote Thorn. We've been gone for probably a week or so. It'd be good to see if he's still here and alive.
That's fair. We did kind of leave without making sure he'd be safe from Father Lucian.
All right, you head to the Blessed Waters Tavern, finding Vadric in the main dining hall. The tavern is still mostly empty, despite the late hour. Sitting at one of the tables, you notice a familiar-looking woman, Melanie DeLaver. All right, guys, it is time to introduce our guest who will be voicing Melanie Kamala Harris.
Thanks for having me on the show, guys. Joe, it's nice to finally know where you've been disappearing off to when we are supposed to be working.
Hey, Kamala, nice to see you also decided to play hooky from the White House. I mean, let's face it, they don't really need us there all the time. Just have to blow off some steam sometimes.
Yeah, I wish I had something like this when I was in office.
I would just go golfing. Do you all not do that?
Okay, let's get back on track here, guys. All right, Melanie, after seeing the group walk in, waves you over and gets up to greet you.
Oh, right, that's my cue. Hello, adventurers. I was hoping to see you return, and Kieran will be glad at your arrival, too. Does your dwarf friend here need help? He looks rather pale.
Yeah, he's been living with a vampire for a bit, not good for your health. Is there a hospital or somewhere we can take him?
Well, the priests handle most of the healing like this, but I don't think you'd want to go see them. Let's take him back to the house and we can take care of him there. Kieran retrieved Thorn from here after you had left, and he is there as well. You'll be able to talk to the both of them while Stapes and I can help your friend back to health.
Thanks, that sounds good. All right, let's head over to Karan's then.
As you leave, Vadric calls out. Adventurers, a word before you leave if you would.
Yeah, what's up, Vadric? Thanks for your tip, by the way. Those priests are bad news.
Yes, I have heard some rumors about the priests trying to kill you. They haven't gained much traction, but I hear most of them. Anyways, I overheard you mentioning a vampire. Was he a rather tall fellow? Wears glasses?
That sounds like it could be a lot of different people, but yeah, that sounds like Silas too.
I'm glad to hear he is alive. I saw him being escorted into town a year ago by the priests. Looked quite miserable, and when I asked, they simply said that he was a vampire and would be kept in the prison in the abbey. Then there were sometimes screams that could be heard, but the priests would always deny it. It's good to hear he isn't there anymore.
If you knew that he was being tortured, why didn't you say anything?
Well, the bandits were tormenting the town after that. Once the priests ran them off, they've basically become untouchable. Most folk view them all as heroes. There wasn't much I could do, even if I tried.
So it sounds like you're on our side then? You don't like the priests very much?
I don't like bullies. Some of the priests are all right and are honest and try to help the town. But lately, more and more of them seem to be just power-hungry and cruel. It's not what they are supposed to be. I used to be a priest myself. Granted, that's been a long time. I left the order when Kieran's father passed away. I like Kieran more than Father Lucian, I guess.
It's good to hear we have at least someone in the town on our side. Thank you, Vadric.
Of course. There are more than you think that I believe don't like the priests. Pretty much anyone they've put in the stocks hate them. And I think people are starting to get tired of hearing how they saved the town from bandits. Anyways, just putting some stuff out there. You didn't hear it from me, though.
Thanks, Vadric. You're a good guy.
All right, over to Kiran's house then?
I'll lead the way.
All right, that sounds good. We will probably end the session there then and pick this up next time at Kieran's mansion. Amabo looks to already be starting to recover a bit from the blood loss and constant drain of Silas. And I think you have quite a bit to talk to Thorn and Kieran about in the next session. Probably another almost combat-free one, but you might begin to confront Father Lucian at the end. We'll have to see how it all pans out.
I kind of want to just march up and kill him. I think Silas is definitely right, though Vadric seems to think differently. I don't think Lucian has left enough evidence besides hearsay to be convicted by the town.
I don't know, Vadric does seem to think that people aren't the biggest fans of the priests as of late. But yeah, even if the people all knew and believed the priests are trying to kill us, I don't think that would be the biggest problem for them. They probably would do the same to protect the amulet of St. Celine.
Agreed. Before we go, though, can we discuss this vampire thing? Have you guys ever heard of that?
Could I make a quick history check before we go, Ben?
Sure, we should roll at least some dice before we end the session.
That's a 26?
All right, you have heard quite a bit about Vampire, at least the lore behind him. He is said to be one of a group of somewhat evil entities called the Dark Powers, who rule over the domains of dread through champions. Vampire is said to be the source of vampirism, a boon he bestowed upon loyal followers in days where he was in greater power and not confined to the demi-plane of Ravenloft, which is where the domains of dread are located. Vampirism spread like a curse, though many orders of vampire hunters put a stop to widespread vampirism. There is still rumor of some cities far to the south that are entirely comprised of vampires, though. Over the last several centuries, however, it has been theorized more and more that Vampire is just a relic of an older time when people didn't have a good explanation for vampires.
So he is like Zeus in Greek myth? Believed in once upon a time, but not really anymore, but there are still stories and mythos around him?
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Well, I'm betting that he is real, and that we are going to kill him. Don't worry, guys. I can handle the actual killing gods part on my own. Donatello isn't backing down from a fight anytime soon.
So, our session is going to begin arriving at Kieran's mansion. Even before you are able to knock on the door, Stapes opens it. My lady, you really should not be traveling out in the city unprotected.
Relax, Stapes. I was just waiting with Vadric at the inn for our friends to return.
Yes, of course. My apologies. I did not mean to correct the lady. Just concerned for your safety and health, that is all.
Of course, no harm was done, Stapes. Can we get our new dwarf friend to a bed and get him some food? He still has not woken up, and I am told he has been sleeping for a long time. He is in poorer health than I was, I'm afraid.
Of course. My lords and lady, Master Kieran and Lord Thorn are waiting in the dining hall. The guard informed them of your arrival. Stapes grabs Amabo and leads him away.
Hey, Stapes, you gotta make sure he heals up fine. We have unfinished business, him and me.
Of course, my lord.
Why does he address us as Lord? It's nice and all, but we hardly know him.
Stapes is heavily steeped in tradition, and it is tradition to call visitors to the House Lord. Most visitors would not be granted immediate access to see Kiran, but then again, it is strange times we are in now.
You used to be a druid, right, Melanie?
That is correct, though I am afraid that I do not have any of my old powers left. My family, well, they did not take kindly to me leaving them. That is where my affliction comes from. Which reminds me, I have not thanked you three for recovering the crystals and defeating the elemental there. Kiran informed me of your efforts, and we are truly in your debt.
Just trying to help out good people.
You reach and enter the dining hall to find Kieran and Thorn seated at the far side of the table, talking over a light supper. Thorn looks up, then looks down, rather embarrassed at where you all left things. Kieran smiles. My friends, I have been anxious for your return. Tell me, was your trip successful?
Sort of. The adventuring party was dead as expected, save for that leech in the other room, Amabo.
I see. All right, we must talk further, but first, let's get you some food. He rings a bell, and two servants come in carrying platters of food, one with fresh-baked bread and some salted meats, and the other with fresh fruits and vegetables. Much better food than the traveling rations you have been subsisting on for a while.
Thanks, Kiran. We appreciate that.
I'll take my seat to Kieran's left, across from Thorn. Please sit, adventurers. We can talk while we eat.
Yes, tell me how it went. I'm sorry to hear that the other group is indeed dead, though it does confirm my suspicions. Did you find out more about how they met their demise, or why the recent caravans have not arrived in town?
First off, there was an Ochu that destroyed a caravan. We killed that, pretty much just me, but I guess these guys helped.
God, Donald, every time. You literally did nothing in that battle. Anyways, the main problem was a vampire named Silas who is living in the swamp. He is definitely actually one of the main things we wanted to discuss with you.
A vampire? Interesting. You killed him, I presume? Or is he still going to be a problem?
No, we didn't kill him. He's a pretty nice guy, actually. Well, if you ignore the people he's killed, that is. We set up a deal with the Gravekeeper down in Southern Edge to provide him with food, so you shouldn't have to worry about any further problems from him.
You didn't kill the vampire that was feeding on your dwarf friend?
He isn't our friend. Pretty much the opposite. But no, we didn't kill Silas. Turns out he hates Lucian probably more than we do. An unlikely ally, if you will.
Why does he hate Lucian?
Apparently Lucian was torturing him in the Abbey for the better part of a year. Also, it sounds like Lucian was definitely behind the bandits last year too. We think that the bandits tormenting this town are the same ones who sold Silas to Lucian for a ton of gold.
That's awful. Why would Lucian do something like that? We used to be friends, you know, back before he became head priest and before I was lord of the town. He has changed a lot since then, though, but the Lucian I used to know would never do something like that.
Well, he's definitely not the same Lucian you used to know then. Anyways, Silas did kill the adventuring party and one of the caravans, but mostly because he was starving and had just escaped being tortured for a year. Can't really blame him for that.
Also, did you know about Southern Edge selling zombies and the like? Rather atrocious things are happening down there.
Kieran grimaces and Thorn looks up, interest piqued with a morbid curiosity. Yes, I am aware of Southern Edge. It is a rather distasteful thing that they do, but we have to deal with them out of necessity. They keep our existence secret, but allow us to have contact with the outside world.
Regardless, we do want to go down and try to stop that sometime. It just seems like a terrible thing. All right, we need to talk about Lucian, though, and what we want to do with him. We haven't recovered any evidence that would implicate him other than our word or Amabo's or Silas. He has done a good job of either covering his tracks or making it seem like an accident that I don't think many would believe us. And even if they did, wouldn't the town probably agree with him that adventurers like us are a threat to the town and he probably did the right thing?
Kieran's face drops. Yes, unfortunately, you are probably right. I'm sorry. I truly do believe that you three want to help us, but I don't think that there is a good way to convince the town of anything. Thorn raises his hand. Kieran, if you wouldn't mind, would it be okay if I talk with the adventurers in private for a moment, just to discuss some possibilities for moving forward? Kieran stands. Yes, of course. Melanie and I can give you the room. Both Kieran and Melanie leave.
Thorn, it's good to see you again. Thanks for not leaving town after our last disagreement.
I almost did. But your note influenced me to stay for a few more days. It took a bit of convincing, but Kieran has also updated me on the nature of the amulet of Saint Celine. It is disappointing, but I don't think that this amulet does hold any answers for me or my people.
Speaking of your people, when we saw you in the bar, you mentioned some stuff about your homeland that we wanted to ask you about. You mentioned a couple of names and also that Rex was a comatose king. What did you mean by all of that?
Yes, there is a lot that I suppose I should tell you about my home. I am sorry for not telling you more beforehand, but you must believe me. I do not believe that it will impact much. Perhaps if you were to travel there, it would be good to know more, but I do not foresee you ever stepping foot in my home. I am willing now to tell you more, but first I wanted to talk to you about the amulet. It is a cursed object, I am sure you realize.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would use something like that. And we don't think that a god would give it to them. It is way too evil for that, right?
Yeah, it sounds awfully familiar to some artifacts in my homeland, though, and has the signature of a dark power written all over it. The dark powers are always giving artifacts like this to destabilize kingdoms and destroy civilizations. It is honestly surprising that Loudwater has survived as long as they have, if I am right, and probably due to them isolating themselves from the outside world.
Wait, so the dark powers are real then? What about Vampire?
Vampire is one of the worst of the bunch. He controls a major portion of the domains of dread at the moment, through champions like Strahd von Zarevich and Magnus Santiago. Why?
Well, while Lucian was torturing Silas, he kept saying that it was to strike a blow against Vampire in some sort of war with him.
That makes no sense. The only things that Vampire is in a war with are other dark powers. Unless... Thorn's face drops. No, it can't be. Excuse me, adventurers. I'll be back shortly. I just need to check on something. Thorn gets up in a hurry and leaves the room, leaving the three of you alone.
Okay, so there is definitely a lot of strange things going on here. Why does Thorn seem so familiar with the dark powers, do you think?
And why did he just leave in such a hurry when he heard Lucian is fighting against Vampire? You'd think that would be good news if Thorn dislikes Vampire as much as it sounds.
Well, at least we are back on the good side of Draxos, yeah? And he will probably tell us the truth now, which is a refreshing change of pace.
Jesus Christ, Joe, why can't you ever remember Thorn's name? I swear you have very selective memory.
Oh, right, Thorn. I don't think I've forgotten that before, though.
You forget it literally every single time he comes up in a session, Joe. All right, anyways, back to the questions at hand. We really need to make a list of all the questions we have so that we can ask them all and get some answers. We still need to know how Thorn heard the rumors, where Kieran's son is, who Riker made the deal with, what the deal with Thorn's homeland is, and what we are going to do about Father Lucian. I am probably forgetting a bunch of them, but I think that's the majority, yeah?
That all sounds good to me. I think you are probably right that Kieran's son is who spread the rumors that Thorn heard. It sounds like Riker might have made a deal with one of the dark powers for the amulet then? Thorn said that the only things that Vampire is in a war with are the other dark powers, so it's probably them.
That all makes sense to me.
With that, Kieran and Melanie come into the room in a hurry, bringing in a young man as well.
Good news, adventurers. This is our son, Tarkin. He has returned home at last.
Well, that answers that question then. Where was he?
That is a good question, Tarkin. Where were you? We were so worried.
Tarkin looks down at the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave. I had traveled down to Southern Edge just to get out of town for a bit. Then I found a group that was heading west to Baldur's Gate, and then we got attacked by bandits. And then I was rescued by a noble heading up to Neverwinter, and then another group of bandits attacked us. A scary-looking bandit with blood on his face convinced them to let me go. Then I made it to Neverwinter and was looking for a way to come back here. I ended up in the Eastern Kingdoms after some more travel mishaps, and ended up in the court of King Lavinius. At first I was treated well, but then he thought that I was a spy and locked me up. I was tortured for a bit. I'm so sorry. I told him about Loudwater and the amulet. Tears fall fast down his face. I only escaped a week ago. Loudwater is in trouble.
Well, that answers a lot of questions. Why is Loudwater in trouble?
King Lavinius is sending an army here. They'll be here within the week. He thinks that the amulet is going to make him a new world power. His army will never get sick, and they will be able to spread disease across the land to all of those who won't swear loyalty to him. I'm so sorry, Father, Mother. I never meant for any of this to happen.
Oh no, my sweet son, none of that is your fault. I'm so sorry for all of that. Come, you're safe now. I'll lead him out of the room to go rest.
So there is an army on its way to take the amulet. Yeah, this is bad news.
I don't even know anything that we can do about that.
Forgive me, adventurers. I am at a loss for words. Kieran paces back and forth in front of the fire. We need to evacuate the town. We can take the amulet and head down to Southern Edge. That'll buy us some time.
And just keep running. The town is dependent on that amulet. They'll die without it. Running away will just spread awareness of the existence of the amulet and paint an even bigger target on your back.
And what would you suggest? Just as Kieran finishes asking that, Thorn bursts back into the room. We have a problem. A big problem.
Yeah, we know Thorn. There's an army on its way.
A look of surprise crosses his face before melting back into worry. No, not that, though that is also bad news. Someone stole the vials. Please tell me you have them. He looks at Donatello.
No, I didn't take them. Besides, I don't know if that's a big problem. A bunch of vials of assassin-type forbidden magic is bad for sure, but not worse than an army on the way.
No, I lied. I'm sorry, okay? I just didn't know if I could trust you at the time. You were threatening to kill me. The vials aren't meant for concealing assassins in plain sight or whatever I said. It is much worse than that. I shouldn't have brought them here, but Rex insisted and I caved.
Okay, what are they then?
The Mists of Ravenloft. Whoever took those vials has the capability to transport the entire town, and probably more than just the town, into the plane of Ravenloft, into the domains of dread.
Yeah, that sounds bad. Why would you bring those here? Why would you even have that?
Because I'm from one of the domains. Azalin Rex rules over Darkon, or rather, he ruled over it, and still does. Sort of. Anyways, that's not important now. We have to find those vials, and we have to secure them. Otherwise, the army won't matter because all of Loudwater and all of its inhabitants will be gone.
Well, no offense, and that sounds pretty terrible, don't get me wrong, but wouldn't that kind of solve our army problem? If we just aren't here anymore?
Not a bad idea, Donatello, but I don't know if that would be worth it. The domains of dread seem pretty bad. I'd almost rather take our chances with the army. Anyways, either way, we need to find who took those vials.
Well, if I had to bet, it's probably Father Lucian, right? He seems to know about these dark powers, and it seems like something he would do.
Yeah, it was definitely Lucian. Anyways, Kieran, before we get much further, there is still the matter of payment. I believe you promised us 100 gold pieces each.
Kiran stops in front of the fire. Yeah, of course. I'll get you your gold, do not worry. He pauses. This is all going to shit. We need to do something. I'll send out scouts to find the army. See how much time we have before they get here. You four need to find those vials. All right, guys, that seems like a good place to end the session.
This all escalated quickly for sure. There's an army on the way and the whole town is about to get plane shifted to the domains of dread. That's part of the Shadowfell, right, Ben?
Yeah, they act pretty much as a subplane within the Shadowfell. Definitely not sunshine and rainbows.
I honestly still think that we just need to break those vials then. Being in the Shadowfell is better than being killed by that army. I mean, I could just kill the whole army, I guess. It can't be more than, 10,000 soldiers? That's a piece of cake.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Donatello. Not on the killing the army part, but that our best chance is probably just transporting the town to the Shadowfell then.
Even if we do decide we want to do that, we still need to get those vials. I do wonder how this fits into Father Lucian's plans. Why would he want to take us to the domains of dread anyways?
Definitely still some questions, and you all are pretty pressed for time.
As I have been thinking, I truly do believe that we just need to go to the domains of dread.
I'm pretty sure that's a one-way trip, though. That means that we and the whole town will be there forever.
Yeah, I don't fancy living in a place called the Domains of Dread, but also getting destroyed by an army seems pretty bad.
Maybe we can use the vials to bluff? Tell the leaders of the army that if they come any closer, we will break the vials and transport all of us there.
That's not a bad idea. You couldn't have come up with it if it wasn't for me, though.
Whatever, Donald.
All right, let's start this off with a recap then. Obama, would you mind?
Yeah, sure, no problem, Ben. All right, so last session we had made it back to Loudwater with Amabo and went with Melanie DeLaver over to the mansion. Then we met with Thorn and Kieran and talked with them about our whole Lucian problem. After talking with Thorn alone, he seemed to think something was wrong and left in a hurry to go check on something, and then Kieran came back with his son, who told us there was an army on the way to destroy Loudwater for the amulet. Finally, Thorn came back with news that his magic vials containing the Mists of Ravenloft were missing, and that someone had stolen them. That person now has the power to transport all of Loudwater into the domains of dread. All of the previous episodes can be found at this playlist here if you've missed any or want a refresher on some of the earlier episodes.
So I was thinking, how exactly do you think Kieran's son escaped? He was held prisoner as a spy. I don't think that they would really just let him go, right? At least I know that we wouldn't do that for spies.
That's a surprisingly good point, Joden. How would he have escaped? It stands to reason that someone let him out on purpose, right? We should ask him about that.
That's just another question that we need to find the answer to, though. I think first we need to deal with the vial situation. Otherwise, any moment whoever stole them could just transport the whole town into the Shadowfell. That would be pretty bad.
All right, yeah, you're probably right. Let's head over to Father Lucian and ask him some questions then. Do you think he will just try to kill us on sight?
If I had to guess, he knows we're in town. I bet the guards told him as well as Kieran, which means we might be heading into a trap, or he might just not want to kill us in the middle of the town.
You guys want to head up to the Abbey then to talk with Father Lucian?
Yeah, let's do that first.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this is actually the first time that you've gone up to the Abbey. If you remember, it rests atop a hill overlooking the town. As you climb the steps and reach the top, you see a large fountain. A man, made to appear to be floating slightly off the ground, hands an amulet to a young woman. Water bursts out of the amulet, cascading down to a basin.
You're telling me that if we had just come up here earlier in the campaign, we would have seen this and almost immediately found out it was an amulet we were looking for?
Well, yeah. You did honestly find out it was an amulet pretty quick, though. I believe Galen had slipped up and mentioned that on the wagon ride out to his farm in episode 3 or something. You just didn't know what it did, or rather the downside of the amulet, until Kiran told you.
I guess that's true. All right, let's head in then.
The large front gate leads into a courtyard. You see about a dozen priests in white robes milling about, each of whom stare at you and pause for a moment before continuing about their business. The doors to the chapel swing open, and Father Lucian marches out in his customary brown robes. Adventurers, it is so good to see you all again. I realized shortly after our last meeting that I had given you the wrong instructions to the Myconid colony. My deepest apologies.
I really want to just chop this guy's head off. Yeah, no problem, Lucian. Now we need to talk.
Of course, we can talk here, I can assure you. Nobody will bother us.
Did you do it?
Do what?
Steal something from our friend Thorn, who we came to town with.
Now, why would I go and do a thing like that? I'm sure he wasn't carrying around some dangerous magical artifact or anything worth stealing, right?
Yeah, he definitely took them. What do we do now, though? We can't just kill him, otherwise we'll probably never find the vials and the whole town will hate us, assuming that we kill the rest of the priests before they kill us.
I still vote we just kill him anyways.
I agree with Joe, though. We won't get the vials, the town will still be in danger, and they won't trust us anymore after that.
Fine, Lucian, we know you took them. Those are dangerous. Do you even know what they can do?
Make a persuasion check. Or intimidation, I'll give you either one.
Definitely intimidation, then. That's a 25.
Lucian looks down, a look of worry crossing his face. They are going to help us win the war, Senitas promised. I know that the town will hate me for it, but in the long run, their sacrifices will have been vital in the war against evil.
What evil are you fighting, Lucian? Do you really think that a god would have you do any of this?
Sometimes good people have to do bad things for the greater good. Anyways, I have no need to talk to you of this. It is clear that you don't understand.
Understand what, Lucian?
That I would die to stop the enemy. That everything I have done is for the betterment and safety of the town and its people. That I will win this war, even if it means that I won't see the better world that will be created for my sacrifice and the sacrifices of the people here.
We get that, Lucian. But if you use those vials, you will banish the town forever to a dark place. A place definitely not of the gods.
A place where we will win the war for the good of all mankind.
All right, can we just kill him now?
Maybe soon. First, let's head out for a moment. I'll use invisibility and sneak past in and see if I can steal those vials.
Can you use invisibility on me instead? I think I'd have a higher chance of being stealthy inside. My stealth is a +6.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, assuming you remember what it is you are stealing. All right, after we leave the Abbey then, I'll cast invisibility on Joden.
All right, Joden, you turn invisible. I'll still have you roll a stealth check for not making noise, but you can make it with advantage as you head in to try to steal the vials back.
Good thing I had advantage. That would have been a 10 otherwise. That's a 22.
You are able to step carefully and quickly without making noise all the way into the chapel, following Father Lucian. He stops at the altar, and priests quickly fill up the room. My brothers and sisters of the cloth, thank you for joining me today. This is a momentous day in the history of our town, for today we will be striking a crucial blow in the fight against evil. Tonight, when the moon is at its peak, as we complete the ceremony of the blessing of the water, he holds one of the vials over his head. We shall break these vials over the water and travel to the Plain of Dread. There, we shall wage war against Vampire and his servants of darkness, and we shall be victorious. The priests let out a war chant. Sanitas, bless our blades to strike true, our armor to withstand blows, and our lives to be long and glorious. And then the crowd begins to disperse, the priests resuming their tasks around the abbey, and some heading down to the marketplace. Lucian heads off into a small chamber to the side.
All right, I'll follow him to try to find the rest of the vials.
He sets the vial on his desk, and you see a small collection of them on the desk as well. Lucian then heads off into another room, sitting down in a chair and watching the fire.
Can I make a sleight of hand check to steal the vials?
Yeah, with advantage since you're invisible.
That's an unnatural 20.
You are able to steal the 6 vials successfully. Lucian doesn't even look up.
For once in your life, you did something good, Joden. Now get out of there.
Yeah, I'll leave as quickly as possible and meet up with Barak and Donatello.
I gotta say, knock on wood, but that went a lot better than I thought it would.
Yeah, I thought for sure Lucian would catch Joden somehow and he would die. But you actually did it, Joden. All right, we should get these vials back to Thorn then.
As you begin to descend the hill, you see a battalion of guards begin moving up. Then behind you, you see a handful of priests call out, "Thieves! Stop, thieves!"
God damn it, Joden. I knew you messed up somehow. Well, guys, are we fighting or running?
How many guards are there, Ben?
About 15 or so coming up the hill. You see more guards mobilizing down in the village as well. And then there are 8 priests coming at you from the abbey.
All right, I can get out of here with Misty Step, and I can cast invisibility as a 3rd-level spell on you guys. It won't be great, but you might be able to sneak around the abbey and avoid being caught until the way down is clear.
Running it is, then? I agree. I think you both would probably die if we fought the guards.
All right, as the guards move up the hill and the priests come to arrest you, Barak, you cast invisibility targeting both Donatello and Joden, and then Misty step down to a rooftop off to the side of the hill. I'll have you make an athletics check to keep your balance, and Donatello and Joden, Both of you need to make stealth checks with advantage to avoid making noise. However, Donatello, you are wearing heavy armor, I believe, so you also have disadvantage, so you only get one roll.
That's a 3 for me. I'm falling to the street.
I got an 18. Ain't nobody seeing me.
I got a 25, so I'm probably safe too.
All right, Donatello and Joden, you are both able to sneak away invisible, mostly due to the fact that Barak, after Misty stepping away, lets out a loud cry as he falls to the ground. Barak, you take 9 bludgeoning damage as you land on some crates in an alleyway. The guards are now chasing you, believing that you brought the other 2 with you, but messed up on your landing.
All right, now that I am in the alleyway, can I use my last second-level spell slot to cast invisibility on myself?
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Since you'll be out of eyesight of the guards, I'll say that you were able to hide successfully and evade the guards. Where do you all want to meet up? You are fugitives now.
Probably back to Karan's then?
Yeah, that seems smart. I think we should see where the army is at, and then we can use the vials to send them to Ravenloft instead.
That's a pretty good idea. We should bring that up to Thorn. He could probably help us know how many vials to use and how far away from the town they need to be. We don't want to end up getting both the town and the army sucked into the domains of dread.
Agreed. All right, let's head over to Kieran's then.
As you approach Kiran's house, you find another battalion of guards pounding on his door. Kiran, by order of the High Priest, open up. You see Stapes open the door, and then the guards barge in, dealing a heavy blow to Stapes and knocking him back. You are under arrest for crimes of treason against the church. A few minutes later, you see the guards emerge with Kiran and Thorn being led away in shackles. Melanie at the door with Tarkin begging them not to take them.
Shit. Well, I think it's time to kill the guards then.
What time of day is it, Ben?
Just after noon.
All right, I don't think we can fight the guards. I'm almost entirely out of spells after getting us out of there, and if we start fighting, then we'll have to just kill everyone. We have the vials. That buys us some time so we can rest up. I can get my spell slots back, and then we can stage a prison break.
I don't even think we would need you to take all of those guards, but fine. That's a good idea.
The guards march away, leading the 2 of them to the abbey where the prison is located. Joden, as you reach into your pocket to pull out the vials, you find instead of vials, 6 small candles, cut in the same shape as the vials.
Guys, I don't have the vials.
God damn it, Joden, I can't believe this. You fell for a simple illusion?
That's a pretty decent piece of magic, honestly. I'm kind of impressed. Well, scratch that plan then. How long do we have until nightfall, Ben?
You'll have about 10 hours until midnight, when Father Lucian said that they would conduct the ceremony and break the vials.
Damn, how many spells do you have, Barak?
I had to use all my second-level spells and one of my third on invisibility and Misty Step. So I have 4 first level and 1 more third level.
All right, we need to come up with a good plan here, guys, and pretty quick. I knew it was too easy to steal those vials. Lucian must have known we were going to try to steal them. Melanie, Tarkin, and Stapes are still at the house, though?
Yeah, all 3 of them are still there.
You've put us into quite the predicament, Ben. Should we call for Silas? He could help us, probably.
But it's still day out. He couldn't make it until tonight, so we definitely should call him, but it won't help until it's nighttime.
All right, unfortunately, I think we need to take a long rest then. We can work on coming up with a plan, but that'll get Barak his spells back, and I don't think there's much we can do until tonight anyways. We can talk with Melanie and them to try to come up with a way to both stop Father Lucian and break them out, but I really don't think we can do anything until night falls. That gives us 2 hours to find a way to fix all of this.
Yeah, I do think that's probably the best course of action then.
Agreed. All right, we will head to the mansion, still invisible, and after entering talk with Melanie, Tarkin, and Stapes, and try to find a way out of this mess. Maybe we should stop and try to get Vadric to help too. He seems the most amenable to our cause out of everyone here, and he seems like he might know of some other people who are open to hearing us out and helping us stop Lucian. Then there is still the matter of the army. I wonder if Kiran found out how far away they are yet. Melanie or Stapes might know.
You all head into the mansion, ready to rest up and come up with some plans for how to get out of this mess. We will end the session there, but for next time, you all get to take a long rest, and we will also level up to level 6. I think it's probably about time for that.
Sweet, I get another ability score increase. That'll put me at an 18 strength now. Damn, only a 4 on the health dice. I'm up to 60 health points, though.
That's pretty good. I'm only at 38. I do have extra attack now, but that's not the best as a wizard. Wait, do spells count as attacks?
No, spells don't count as attacks, but that extra attack also lets you cast a cantrip instead of a second attack. So you could swing with a weapon and then cast one of your cantrips instead of just casting a cantrip.
Oh, that's not too bad then. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm at 52 health. That's not bad. I also get a new favorite enemy, which I'm going to choose undead. I kind of wish I didn't choose dragons at level 1. I don't know if we will ever see a dragon. And then I get another natural explorer, so I'll choose swamp. Pretty thematic that I know how to traverse swamps now that we've been in one for a while.
Awesome. So I think that concludes the leveling up part. Any other questions before we end the session?
Yeah, are you kidding me about all of this shit you threw our way, Ben? Like, here we were just going along, handling a few small side quests and rescuing a mobbo from Silas. And then now, all of a sudden, we have an army on the way and a crazy priest trying to send us all to the domains of dread. What the hell?
Yeah, things definitely ramped up quickly in the past 2 sessions. Now we are also fugitives and have until midnight to stop Lucian, or we will fail. And even after we stop him, we still have to stop the army. Though I do think that Donatello's idea to try to send the army to Ravenloft instead is a good idea.
Shit definitely did hit the fan both this and last episodes. Lucian set you up pretty good with the thief thing. He probably told everyone you stole gold or something, and now there's not a good way to clear your name since you all ran away, and the fact that he still has the vials is bad news too. Anyways, all stuff I'm sure you'll all figure out next session.
Yeah, maybe. Or we just end up in the domains of dread as fugitives, though hopefully once people see how terrible it is there, then they won't be so worried about us fugitives anymore.
We have so much on our hands that we haven't even really stopped to ask about motives here either. So is Lucian serving a dark power then? It sounds like he really believes that he is helping out Sanitas.
Yeah, I rolled pretty great on that intimidation check. I think he was telling the truth. That just means that someone is manipulating him then?
That makes sense to me. Some dark power is masquerading as Sanitas and tricking Lucian into helping him. If the whole land gets trapped in the domains of dread, would it become a new domain or would it just be part of an existing one?
That's probably something that Thorn would have to answer. Not a ton is known about the domains of dread, and it is honestly pretty impressive that Thorn was even able to get out of them. Not to mention a magical artifact that has the capability to transfer something from here to a domain of dread is an insanely powerful one.
Yeah, and he has 6 of those vials. That does make me think that they don't have a great area of effect, though, right? If he needs 6 of them just for the town of Loudwater?
Hey, guys, want to know what I just realized? If we are able to get the vials and still have some left after dealing with the army, we should use it to send Southern Edge to the domains of dread. Something tells me they would fit right in over there.
And Thorn is an undead, so I am sure that his kingdom wouldn't take kindly to people selling off undead into slavery, pretty much.
That's a really good point. I had honestly kind of forgotten that Thorn is a zombie. I bet he doesn't like the sound of Southern Edge at all.
Yeah, Thorn would definitely hate them. Melanie, Tarkin, and Stapes are all present.
Please tell me you have a plan, adventurers. We need to free Kiran. Those charges are preposterous. He hasn't done anything to commit treason against the church. He is trying to save the town.
Yeah, don't worry, we know. We are going to be working on a plan to free him. Silas said that he would be able to come help, so we will call for him, and I need to rest to recover some spells. I had to use a lot of magic in order to get out of there earlier.
Would one of you be able to go get Vadric as well? We could probably use his help too.
I'll use the sending stone that Silas gave me to call for him as well, and let him know what is going on, and that we need his help for when night falls.
Yes, Tarkin, go get Vadric and ask him to come here.
Tarkin will hurry away to the Blessed Waters, returning a few minutes later with Vadric. Donatello, what do you want to say to Silas? You have 25 words to convey your message.
Let's see here, Silas. We need your help. Father Lucian is about to plane shift the whole town, and they have taken captives. Meet us.
Sorry, that's all the words you have.
What? I don't think that was 25 words.
It was. The message translates as follows. Let's see here, Silas. We need your help. Father Lucian is about to plane shift the whole town, and they have taken captives. Meet us.
Damn, nice going, Donatello. All right, does Silas send a message back?
He does, almost immediately. Idiot. Choose your words more wisely. It is a good thing I can track you guys almost anywhere. I'll be there just after nightfall. Idiot.
I changed my mind. We are going to kill Silas, too. Maybe when we send Southern Edge to Ravenloft, we can send him, too. Nobody calls me an idiot and gets away with it.
Christ, grow up, Donatello. Stop being such a baby.
At least I can remember who Thorn is.
Who?
Jesus Christ. All right, what's the plan going to be then? We have Vadric, Stapes, Melanie, Tarkin, Silas, and the 3 of us. We just have to fend off a town of guards, steal the vials, and probably kill Lucian, and free Kiran and Thorn. And we will only have about 2 hours to do all of that after I rest up and recover my spell slots.
I thought you were supposed to be the one with the plan. Aren't you always bragging about that?
Yeah, just point me in a direction and I can handle the guards alone.
I don't think I'm always bragging about having a plan, but yes, I have a plan. Mostly. I think Silas can handle getting Thorn and Kiran out of prison. He has his charm, and he could handle himself if things go sideways. Perhaps Melanie or Tarkin could go with as well. Might help to at least have a pretend reason to see them and make the charm a bit easier to go along with.
Yeah, I can go with him. I'm not going to leave the 2 of them alone with a vampire.
You really seem to have something against vampires, don't you? Anyways, all right, then the 3 of us need to sneak up to the Abbey. Vadric, do you know of any alternate routes up to the Abbey?
Stapes raises his hand. My lords, there is indeed a back route that would work quite well in this circumstance, I think. The servants of the Abbey use it to travel down for water and to avoid being seen. Most of them are friends of mine. I can make sure the way is clear tonight, and it will lead you within the Abbey walls themselves.
Damn, Stapes, I don't say this lightly, but you are pretty awesome.
Thank you, my lord. I should get going if I'm to make the necessary arrangements. Excuse me.
Before you go, Stapes, Kiran had promised us 100 gold pieces each, and I don't want to miss out on that if this thing goes sideways.
Of course, I'll have someone bring it right up.
Christ, Donald, you really are just a murder hobo looking for gold, aren't you? Okay, we have the way up to the Abbey. It would still be really helpful if we could cause a distraction for the guards down here in the village. Vadric, do you think you'd be able to cause a disturbance?
Just me? No, not really. But I know of some people who can help with that, and I think are open to the cause. They did not like seeing Kiran being dragged away in chains. He is almost always out in the town helping people, and definitely has a lot of the populace on his side. We can make a sizable enough distraction.
All right, so that just leaves us to take on an abbey full of warrior priests who are getting ready to battle a dark power by transporting the whole town into the Shadowfell. Piece of cake, honestly. Barak and Joden, you could both stay here with Tarkin.
Before we forget, has the scout returned yet about when that army is supposed to get here?
No, not yet, but Kieran sent him on the fastest horse we have. We won't know until he returns.
Before we all forget too, Tarkin, how exactly did you escape?
Tarkin's face grows red. What? How did I escape?
Oh yeah, I actually forgot about this. That was the first Joden. Yes, Tarkin, how did you escape?
He grows quiet. Do one of you want to make a persuasion or intimidation check?
I'll roll for intimidation, of course. Holy hell. This is rigged. I got a natural one. You're telling me that I was able to intimidate the high priest who is ready to sacrifice himself in his town for some god, and I am not able to intimidate an 18-year-old kid?
That is exactly what I'm telling you. You stammer on your words, and the intention of your intimidation falls flat.
I've never stammered before in my whole life. This is bullshit.
Well, first time for everything, I guess. Tarkin looks down. I don't want to talk about it, okay? It was an accident.
I'm sure it was, son. That isn't your fault. Just tell us what happened.
Do you want to roll persuasion this time, Kamala? I'll give you advantage on it.
I don't have a character sheet, but that's a 15.
He looks up, tears beginning to brim in his eyes. They came in and told me that they were sending an army out that day to come and destroy the town, and that I had served my purpose. They unshackled me, and the executioner came in and was about to kill me. But then, he sneezed.
I'm sorry, he sneezed?
Yeah, he sneezed. He dropped the knife he was about to stab me with, and I picked it up and stabbed him. It all happened so quickly I didn't mean to kill him, but he was about to kill me, and I had just a small moment, and I took it, and then he was dead, and I just ran. I didn't run into any guards, and before I knew it, I was on the road. I followed a sign for Southern Edge and just kept running until I made it back here.
Okay, out of game moment for just a second here. Ben, you really expect us to believe that Silas finds and saves this kid on the road, somehow being part of a group of bandits that just happened to rob a carriage Tarkin was a part of, and then after being imprisoned for being a spy, he was able to escape because a highly trained executioner sneezed at the wrong moment, dropped a knife, and then this 18-year-old kid was able to kill him and run away without bumping into any guards, and then just happened to see a sign for Southern Edge, a small little outpost in the middle of nowhere, and found his way home. That is way too much coincidence to have happened. No way.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Donald here. That's a lot of pretty specific chances to line up in order to get him back here.
Well, it's rather obvious, right, guys? Something sent him here, probably whatever dark power is manipulating Lucian.
That's a pretty good guess, Joe. Anyways, you all know I can't spoil the story. So, any other plans, or are you long resting for the next 8 hours to recover the spell slots?
All right, yeah, we should take that rest and then get to work, guys. We have our work cut out for us here.
The next couple of hours pass by uneventfully, except for Silas arriving just after sunset, looking to be in a fair amount of pain. He clearly traveled really fast to have made it here so soon. He does agree to the plan, however.
Something I just thought about. Can he go on to holy ground? Wouldn't the chapel be blessed or something?
No, the chapel is most certainly not holy ground, Silas says. I don't think it was ever even touched or blessed by a god. Whatever dwells there is certainly not from the celestial plane, I can tell you that much.
Interesting. So not only has Lucian been deceived then, but probably all of the high priests dating back to whenever Celine first got the amulet from Riker.
It would appear so. All right, are you all ready to head out into the city for the final showdown then? The time has come.
Hell yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to go kill Lucian. Both of you better leave him to me.
All right, we can do that. Something tells me you'll regret that, though.
I have zero regrets.
All right, as you exit the Dilever house and Melanie and Silas go their own way to the prison to rescue Thorn and Kieran, you can see a heavy fog rolling in from the east, Stapes leads you around to the servant entrance, a narrow flight of stairs that would easily be missed if you didn't know what you were looking for. My lords, please do be careful. I hope you are able to succeed in your mission, however.
Thanks for taking us here, Stapes. It was good to have met you.
Honestly, Stapes has got to be one of the best people in the campaign.
You probably jinxed it, Joden. Now he's going to betray us or something. Did he bring us the gold, Ben?
Yes, a servant brought each of you a bag of 100 pieces of gold. You should all add that to your character sheets. All right, as you begin the climb, it looks like Stapes did a good job and cleared the way for you. You don't run into any servants the whole way up and emerge into the kitchens of the Abbey. Here, you find a couple of servants, but they largely ignore you except for a few pointed stairs.
All right, let's go stop a psychopathic priest from destroying the town then.
The kitchen exits into a courtyard, just to the left of the chapel entrance. You can hear chanting from inside.
Wait, how are we supposed to stop Lucian from just breaking a couple of vials? That seems like an easy thing to do in just a moment of time, just by throwing them to the ground once we enter and start massacring priests.
Turn me invisible this time, Barak. I'll move in and kill Lucian before he even has a chance to do that. And I can steal the vials, too.
Why would we send you? You'll have disadvantage on the noise stealth check, so you're the most likely one to get caught.
I'm not going to get caught, and I won't make the same mistake as Sleepy Joden over here either.
That is literally the dumbest thing I've heard all day, Donatello. You have the worst stealth and are wearing heavy armor. There is no reason at all we should send you. It would almost be smarter just to have Barak send a fireball up there destroying everything than to send you.
Fine, whatever. You better leave Lucian to me, though. I'm going to chop off his head.
All right, Joden, then. I'll cast invisibility on Joden and send him in to steal the vials.
Sounds like a plan. Joden, as you enter invisible, you see row after row of priests, and even just common folk who have gathered for the ceremony of the blessing of the water. Father Lucian stands at the head of the chapel in front of the same altar as he had given his earlier speech, holding an amulet above his head and chanting something under his breath. The whole congregation seems to know the chant by heart, as they are all murmuring it as well.
All right, I think I should sneak into his office and try to find the vials there. We still have like an hour and a half or something before he said he would complete the ceremony, yeah?
You have about an hour. It took a while to make it to the stairs quietly and then to climb them to the Abbey.
Still, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay, I'll do that then. Do I find the vials in his office, Ben? Fingers crossed.
No, the vials aren't in his office. You scour them up and down, taking about 10 minutes to do so, but no vials.
All right, he must have them on him then. So I need to sneak up to the front of a crowded chapel and steal something from the priest without anybody noticing. This is the most stealthy thing I've ever done, I think.
It will be, yeah. All right, I'll need you to roll a stealth check with advantage to see if you are able to make it there without making noise, and then a sleight of hand check. I won't give you advantage on that one, to see if you can steal the vials from his pocket without him noticing.
That's a 21 for the stealth check, so I should make it up there.
Nice, Joden. Almost there.
And a natural 20 to steal it.
Goddamn, I thought for sure you were going to lose it there.
Wow, that was a crazy good roll. You are able to steal 5 vials from his pocket without him noticing.
Can I make a perception check to see if they are the real deal?
Sure. You want to do that in the front of the chapel as well, or...
No, I'll head back outside to the others.
Wait a second, you aren't pulling one over on us this time, Ben. I thought there were 6 vials.
Dang, I thought I had pulled it off. Yes, you are correct, Donatello. There were 6 vials in the box in episode 1.
Damn, so he still has one of the vials on him then?
It would appear so.
Damn. All right, I'm going to go back up and try to find the last one.
Since you rolled so well on the last one, I'll just say that you've definitely learned how to be quiet while moving. You see the other vial in the same hand as the amulet, above his head and over a large basin of water.
Damn! There's no way you can steal that. All right, Joden, you gotta chop off his arm and steal the vial that way.
Christ, that seems brutal, Donatello.
Do you have a better idea, Barak?
Well, no, not really.
All right, I'll try to cut off his arm with my short sword and steal the vial as I do so.
Roll for an attack. You get advantage since you're invisible.
Holy hell, that's only a 12. I got out all my good rolls earlier.
That does still hit him, actually. He is only wearing a brown robe.
7 damage then.
You swing with your sword at his arm, cutting it deep but not quite severing it, as he brings his arm down with a cry and the whole audience gasps. Blood splatters onto you, Joden, revealing you even though you are invisible, but you are able to grab the vial from his hand. So you are now standing at the front of a crowded chapel, blood covering you, ruining your invisibility, having just slashed at the head priest and stolen both the vial and the amulet from him in front of everybody. That seems like a good spot to end this session.
Shit, Ben, can't we just keep going? Make it an extra long finale for our viewers?
Yeah, Ben, we gotta end this on a bang.
All right, fine. We can keep going. You're right, there isn't a whole lot left. Just a final battle and then handling the army and wrapping up campaign stuff. Pretty much another episode.
Sweet, thanks. All right, can I run in and slash at a bunch of priests with my longsword?
Well, first we have to roll for initiative.
I got a 13.
I got a 22.
God damn it, I got another natural one. I guess it's a good thing that I didn't try to be the one sneaking around.
I got an 11 for mine, so I'll go after Joden and Barak then.
Are we actually fighting or are we running, guys? I got the vials. If we escape, then we could just be gone with them.
That's actually a good point. I guess we should probably just run away.
Hell no. I have not come this far just to avoid the final battle.
All right, fine. I guess we didn't listen to you last time and ended up as fugitives still. I'll swing at Father Lucian then.
The hell you will. I told you that he's mine.
Fine, whatever, Donatello. I'll swing at some random priest then. Ben, how many priests are there?
There are probably 25 or so priests and 10 commoners in the room.
Christ, we should have just ran.
I'll swing at the closest priest to me then. That's a natural 20, a 16, and an 8. Which of those hit?
You need a 10 to hit anyone in the room.
All right, so that is going to be 13 damage off the critical and 5 damage off the other hit.
Okay, so just from the perspective of the commoners, an invisible enemy just tried to kill Father Lucian, stole the amulet, and then cut down another priest in the space of just a few seconds. That priest is going to fall, dead with a loud yell as you plunge your sword into his heart.
Damn, Joe, you are being pretty brutal right now.
It was your idea.
Still, that seems like a bit overkill. Literally.
All right, Barak, you're up.
I kind of want to cast Fireball. That would solve a lot of our problems, but then I would kill a bunch of commoners. I feel pretty bad about this, guys. We are literally marching into a chapel and killing off a ton of holy people that have just been deceived by a dark power.
That's kind of fair. I didn't think about it that way.
Don't lose your nerve, guys. Some of these are probably the people who locked us in that cave.
Yeah, on orders from Father Lucian. All right, yeah, I'm not going to kill these priests.
Why'd you have to go making sense after I killed one of them? I feel really bad now.
Fine. We won't kill them. How about incapacitation? Can we go for non-lethal blows?
Hey, Ben, how big is the chapel?
It's about 30 feet across in all directions. A set of pews are every 5 feet or so up until the altar.
That is the perfect size. All right, I want to cast Hypnotic Pattern to try to charm everyone then.
Dang, nice. I didn't know you got that spell.
Only thanks to that level up to 6.
All right, so all of the priests and commoners are going to need to make a wisdom saving throw then?
Yeah, 15 is the save DC.
I'm going to roll for them in groups of 5, and I'll say that the commoners are automatically charmed. Damn, that is going to be really effective. That's a 6, a 14, a 12, a 7, and a 21. So only 5 of the priests, and I'll say Father Lucian is in that group, are not going to be charmed then.
All right, I then want to tell everyone to leave and try to tell Father Lucian that we just want to talk.
Make a persuasion check.
Hell yeah, that's an unnatural 20.
All right, I did not see this going this way at all. So after Joden attempted to murder Lucian and then did murder a priest, Barak is able to charm about 30 people and tell them to leave, and then convince Lucian to at least hear you guys out and stop further bloodshed.
You've got to be shitting me. After all this time, we finally have a battle, and then for some reason I'm going last, and then the battle is over before I even get to take a turn? You all planned this, didn't you? You probably rigged all my dice rolls to be terrible just to mess with me.
How would we even do that, Donatello?
I don't know. We all know what kinds of tech we have stored away in vaults. Something there must have been able to do this.
We didn't use some sort of secret technology to rig your dice, Donald. This is just how this all panned out. All right, Lucian, look. I know you think that Sanitas is the one who is wanting you to do all of this, but you've been tricked. The amulet isn't even from Sanitas. It's from a dark power probably who got Riker to make a deal to save his dying wife, Celine.
I don't know how you know those names, but that's heresy.
Really? Do you really think a god would give you an amulet that kills people if they stop using it?
It's a sign of their devotion to Sanitas. If they are not willing to continually partake of the water, then they are disloyal and heretics and deserve death.
Nice god you worship, then. Why don't you drink the water, then?
Actually, you guys wouldn't really know that. That was revealed in the Silas one-shot, or at least hinted at since Lucian was able to travel a long distance away.
Oh, right, yeah, all right, then. What about this army on its way to destroy the town?
Sanitas has revealed that army to me in a dream. That is why we need to move to the domains now. We need to take the fight to Vampire. He clutches his arm, blood running down it from Joden's blade.
Look, let's say for just a second that you're right. Sanitas is behind this and wants you to go fight Vampire. Even though he honestly doesn't seem like a big deal if you aren't in the domains, but whatever. Can we just talk it over like adults and come up with a compromise?
Roll another persuasion check, Barak.
Damn, that's only a 10.
There isn't time. He's going to lunge at Joden and try to take the vials back. Joden, do you want to make a contested dexterity check? That's only a 6 on my side, so I think he probably fails.
Yeah, I got a 16.
As he lunges, he slips and lets out a loud cry of pain as he falls onto his bleeding arm. The other priests gather around him, helping him back to his feet. This is why I knew that adventurers were bad news. You never see the bigger picture. All you want is coin. Fine. I'll offer you 1,000 gold pieces each if you just give me the vials and leave.
We aren't going to let you destroy a whole town for gold.
Well, that's a lot of gold. I'm sure Ben has other adventures we can go on.
Come on, Donatello, you know we can't take that.
I know that doesn't mean we have to say no right away. Maybe he would bring it to us and then we could find a creative way out, or something like that. 1,000 gold pieces each is a lot of money.
Not worth condemning a town to doom, though.
No, definitely not. But that was his starting offer. I bet I could get him to double that easy. Anyways, obviously we can't take the money.
Why not? You have no connections to this place. You didn't even know we existed until you arrived here a week ago. Just leave, a whole lot richer, and forget any of this happened.
If you are so bent on fighting Vampire, why drag the whole town with you? You could just go out into the woods, take a single vial and your priests, and go fight Vampire that way.
They would die without the amulet. It wouldn't be worth throwing our lives away for a week's battle against Vampire.
And do you really think that the town will survive much longer than that in the domains of dread? Come on, it would probably be destroyed within a week.
I'll let you make another persuasion check, this one with advantage. You guys are making some good points.
God, I have the worst persuasion. The advantage helped a lot, though. That's a 16.
Fine, whatever. We can just lose. The army will just come and destroy us.
No, we are going to be sending them to Ravenloft instead. We just need to go find Thorn and ask him how many vials we need to use and how far away the army needs to be in order for us to not get sucked in.
As if on cue, the doors to the chapel fling open, and Silas, Thorn, Kieran, and Melanie all walk in. Silas has blood on his face, and as his eyes fall upon Lucian, his face contorts with vampiric fury. You. He stalks across the chapel.
Wait, Silas, wait.
Can I stop him, Ben?
Make a strength saving throw, Joden.
That's a 12.
With vampiric strength and a snarl of pain, he launches you across the room. You take 5 bludgeoning damage as you smash into the wall. Silas lets out an otherworldly screech, and the priests back away, except for Father Lucian, who stands with a determined look on his face.
You've got to be kidding me. I don't even get to fight, and now Silas is going to get to kill Lucian instead of me? I'm going to throw my longsword at Silas to try to get him to stop.
Make an attack roll.
That's a 25 for 8 damage.
Your longsword flies true, slicing into his side. Silas falls to his knees, letting out another snarl and tearing the sword out. He flings it back at you, Donatello. Make a dexterity saving throw.
That's a 7.
You take 9 slashing damage as you try to move out of the way, but it slices your arm.
All right, my turn. I'll Misty step in front of him. Silas, please stop. He isn't worth it.
Make a persuasion check.
God, another one of these. All right, I really wish someone else had tried that first. Could I try for a religion check instead, since we are in a chapel and he is a priest?
All right, I'll allow that.
God damn it, that's a natural one. It wouldn't have mattered if it was persuasion or religion.
He swipes at you, knocking you to the side, and you take 7 slashing damage. He deserves to die. Silas grabs Father Lucian by the robes and plunges his teeth into his neck. Father Lucian grows pale, and within a few seconds, Silas drops him to the ground in a heap. He then turns and begins marching out of the chapel.
Honestly, Lucian did deserve that. Do we try to stop Silas? I think we might have a chance at beating him, but it would probably be a close one.
I think we let him go. He helped us free Thorn and Kiran, and I can't really blame him for killing Lucian.
Yeah, neither can I. Lucian tortured him for a year. I just wish we had been able to stop him from killing him.
Yeah, none of you rolled great except for Donatello on that sword throw. All right, Silas leaves the chapel and stalks out of the abbey.
Well, this all went pretty terribly. At least we got the vials. You said Thorn was here?
Yep. Thorn came in with Silas. The remaining priests all take Father Lucian's body and rush out of the chapel in fear. Adventurers, thank you for saving us. That was a rather grisly sight.
No problem, Thorn. Yeah, I wish I'd been able to kill Father Lucian, but I'll settle for Silas getting his revenge. I still need to kill Amabo, so I definitely get it with Silas.
Were you able to recover the vials?
Yeah, I have them here. I'll bring him over the 6 vials and hand the amulet over to Kieran.
Kieran nods. Thank you. He turns and leads Melanie away, leaving the 3 of you and Thorn in the chapel. Thank you for recovering these. I can see in hindsight that I was definitely right and should never have brought these here.
Why did you bring them? We definitely need some answers, Thorn.
I do owe you a lot of answers, but there will be a time for that later.
Right, first we need to deal with the army. We were thinking of using the vials to send the army to Ravenloft. Do you think that would work?
It probably would. It would save the town too. But I don't know how many you would need to take just the army and not too much with them. It depends on how large the army is, and Kieran's scout has still not returned.
He probably died on the scouting trip.
Agreed. It is not an easy thing to scout an army, especially if the army had scouts looking for spies.
What's the plan then?
Unfortunately, there is only one way forward. I owe you all even more answers. I'm sorry. And with that, Thorn throws the vials at the ground. Mist immediately springs forth, spreading out into the city. You can see spectral figures moving in the mist, hands reaching out and ghosts rising up.
Holy shit, why would you do that, Thorn?
I'm sorry, my friends. I did not wish to do so, but it is the only way.
After everything we just did to stop this from happening, Thorn just broke the vials just like that, and now he's talking like Father Lucian too, god damn it.
Do I know of any way to stop this, Ben?
No, nothing like this was ever discussed in the Academy. Perhaps, if you had been able to start casting before Thorn had broken the vials, you could have used your tiny hut spell to stop the mists from spreading, but you aren't even sure if that would have worked. The entire town gets blanketed in the mist, and a wall begins moving up about a mile outside of the city. You can hear the screaming coming from down below, and the air begins to feel different, heavier.
Can I kill Thorn?
Seconded.
Sure, make an attack roll.
That's a 19 on the dice, so it is a critical strike. That's 16 damage.
As you swing with your sword to decapitate Thorn, he drops his head in sorrow. I truly am sorry. Then with a single swipe, you take off his head. After forming a large bubble outside, the mist begins to dissipate slightly, and you can hear wolves howling in the distance. Welcome to Ravenloft. This is the Season 2 premiere, an exciting milestone for the campaign and the channel. Last session ended on a bit of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, and all because we didn't kill that bastard Thorn when we had the chance. I've decided that Silas did the right thing by killing Lucian, so I'm not mad at him. Thorn got what he deserved, though.
I don't know. I've been second-guessing decapitating him. We could have gotten a lot of answers out of him, probably.
We definitely haven't seen the last of Thorn though, right, Ben? I feel like that was a rather degrading death for someone who was the ambassador of a king well-connected enough to have magical vials that could transport an entire town to the domains of dread.
That is surprisingly coherent and rational, Joe. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe playing D&D is starting to spin the wheels in that empty head of yours.
Anyways, you know I can't answer that. Spoilers and all. All right, so instead of an episode recap, I'll give a quick campaign recap. For anyone who has missed any of the previous season, all 18 episodes can be found in this playlist. Or if you'd rather watch a longer video, it has been combined into 2 movies which can be found here. All right, so last season on the presidential D&D campaign, the group arrived in Loudwater with the zombie ambassador Thorn Valamir. King Rex had hired you to escort him to Loudwater, and just after you made it there, Thorn also offered more money if you helped him retrieve the artifact. Over the next episodes, you helped a farmer, a tribe of halflings, avoided an assassination attempt by the priests of Sanitas, got captured by Silas the vampire, made a deal with a gravekeeper in Southern Edge to provide Silas with dead bodies in exchange for your freedom and Amabo the dwarfs, made it back to Loudwater and confronted Father Lucian about the vials containing the Mists of Ravenloft, and avoided a complete bloodbath at the end thanks to a powerful spell and a lucky charisma roll by Barak. Then Silas showed up and murdered Father Lucian, draining him of all his blood and ignoring your attempts to stop him. Finally, Thorn betrayed you all at the end, breaking the vials and sending you and the whole town to Ravenloft, the demiplane of dread. In an attack of rage, Donatello cut off Thorn's head as the mist spread out, covering the town and extending past the town by about a mile. That is where we left off last episode.
Thanks for the recap, Ben. I must admit I'm not quite sure what we are going to do now. I guess we need to figure out exactly where we are.
Didn't you hear Ben just now? We are in Ravenloft, the demiplane of dread.
Christ, Joden, of course we are. But Ravenloft is a big place. You got who knows how many domains of dread, each with a different dreadlord, and each ruled by a different dark power, at least at the moment. It is like a bunch of different city-states, each in a perpetual civil war.
Did you read materials outside of the campaign, Donald?
No, that's bullshit. Why would you accuse me of something like that?
Yeah, you definitely did, didn't you?
No way. Anyways, even if I did, it's not like that is against the rules. We were on break for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's okay if you did. This is a homebrew adventure, and only small parts will have been things you could have read online. All right, so let's get started then. Donatello slices off Thorn's head, and his body slumps to the ground, beginning to melt away in the mists. Overhead, you can see the mist forming a sort of bubble around the city, probably about a mile out on several sides and reaching up a mile high. As it meets far in the sky, it suddenly pops, the mist falling gently through the sky and revealing a different environment around you. Far, far off in the distance, you can see a castle to the south, and to the north, the lights of a distant city. A heavy mist clings close to the ground. If you weren't at the abbey and above the layer of mist, you could only see maybe 20 feet in front of you. The city is in chaos down below. You can hear people screaming and guards trying to maintain order.
Well, this is a bit of a mess. All right, let's go down and try to rally the people and get some order back in place. Where did the priests go?
They took away Father Lucian's body deeper into the abbey, not appearing to care about the town at the moment.
Damn priests, never there when they would be useful and just looking to stab you in the back. I think we should have killed them all still.
You're just salty because you didn't get to fight in the big battle. As a matter of fact, I'm the only one who really did fight, yeah?
Yeah, after your turn, I cast the spell and charm most of the priests, and then convinced Father Lucian not to fight at the moment.
Yeah, because otherwise I would have killed all of them.
Anyways, to the matter at hand, let's round up the people and try to calm everyone down, yeah?
All right, you head down into the main part of the city and begin trying to get all of the people to listen to you. Who wants to roll for persuasion? Or intimidation, I suppose, would work as well.
You know what I am rolling for? Hot damn, first roll of the season and it's a 19. That bodes well for us, guys.
Nice, Donatello.
You're able to start rounding up the people and they begin listening to you more. What do you want to tell them?
All right, everyone, meet at the Blessed Waters Tavern. Once we get everyone there, we can discuss what we are going to be doing next.
People start migrating over to the tavern, and you see Kieran and Melanie follow your lead and start directing people to head over to the Blessed Waters as well. As you approach another group near the front gates to do the same, you hear a low rumbling come from the other side of the wall.
Damn!
All right, everyone, you need to get over to the Blessed Waters quick. We don't know what's out there.
As people begin moving away from the gate, you see misty tendrils poke through the holes in the portcullis, and it explodes outwards. The people begin screaming, tripping over each other in an attempt to get away as quickly as they can. Just through the gate, you can see the thin outline of an octopus-looking creature made entirely out of the mist. All right, let's roll for initiative.
That's a 16.
Hell yeah, I am never going last again. That's a 19 for me.
Only an 8 for me.
All right, and I only got a 3, so it'll go Donatello, Barak, Joden, and then the Fog Octopus.
Sweet, all right, I am going to go swing with my longsword at it. God damn it, this is so rigged. I rolled a 1 and a 2. Does a 9 hit by chance?
No, as you move to swing at it, the writhing tentacles stop you from hitting it accurately.
I really need to get some new dice, maybe some solid gold ones or something. All right, I'll use Action Surge to swing again. That's more like it. That's a 23 and a 22. I'm assuming those hit.
Yeah, you only need a 17.
Holy hell, it has a 17 armor class. This is one tough octopus.
No problem for me, though. All right, that's 15 total damage.
Nice hits. All right, you swing your longsword again, anticipating its movements and slicing off one of the tentacles. It lets out an ethereal screech as the tentacle falls to the ground, vanishing and fading back into the mist. Barak?
All right, I don't think I have a great chance at hitting it with an attack spell, so I'll cast Burning Hands. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's only a 6.
Sweet, that's 14 damage then. I'll also use my bonus action for Blade Song to buff my AC.
Nice, all right? The flames shoot out of your hands and it screeches and stumbles backwards, tentacles flailing wildly and causing a lot of damage to the gatehouse. Joden?
I'll use my new bow to shoot at it twice. That's a 19 and a 23 for 11 damage.
Nice. It is looking wounded for sure. Now it has its turn, though. It swings down with 3 tentacles and is going to slam each of you. That's an 11 to hit Barak, an 8 to hit Donatello, and a 13 to hit Joden. Correct me if I am wrong, but I think all of those miss, yeah?
Yeah, I have a 14 armor class, and I think everyone else has more than me since Barak is using his Blade Song thingy-majig.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. It is then going to use its bonus action to disperse a thick cloud of mist, making the area heavily obscured. We will go to the top of the round then.
So if it is heavily obscured, I can't see it?
Yeah, so this will function as a sort of one-sided magical darkness. Your attacks will have disadvantage, however, it can see through the mist, so it will have advantage against you.
That's OP.
No problem, guys. All right, I'll swing at it with my longsword. Damn, I did roll really great as to be expected, but the first attack with disadvantage is only a 16. The second attack is a 19, though, so that one hits for 13 damage.
It lets out a loud cry and you feel a tentacle fall to the ground. It is severely wounded.
All right, I think I am going to do something I don't think I've done this whole campaign. I'm going to attack it with my scimitar. Wow, that went far better than I thought it would. With disadvantage, that's a 19 for 5 damage. It would have been a critical if it wasn't for that disadvantage, though.
Sucks to suck, Barak.
At least I still hit it, though, Donatello. I think you've missed 3 attacks now. Anyways, I also get my extra attack, which I will use to cast Firebolt. That's an 18 to hit for 11 damage.
Damn, I thought that the disadvantage would actually do something, but you all are on fire with these rolls. All right, that firebolt strikes true, banishing some of the mist, and you see the octopus creature fall backwards with a thump, vanishing into mist as it hits the ground.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you all to hit a 17 armor class with such efficiency. I guess I need to up the difficulty going forward. All right, that is the end of combat, though. You successfully defended the town against the Haze Inkling.
Haze Inkling? You're saying that was a small fog octopus?
Who knows? Anyways, you have also been able to get at least most of the town into the area surrounding the Blessed Waters, though not everyone fits inside. As you join them, You see an unfortunate familiar face, Amabo the dwarf, looking to be at least partially recovered from being kept as Silas's captive.
You're lucky you're not quite healed back up, Amabo. Otherwise, we would be dueling right now.
I seem to remember that I won our last fight, Donatello.
Only because you cheated and attacked me after I had to defeat those hill giants.
A victor is a victor.
Oh boy, I really want to kill this guy.
Before you do, we need to make our next plan. I hate to say it, but if Amabo is still as skilled as he was when I played him in that standalone, we could definitely use his help in this whole thing.
His help? He sided with the sworn enemies of Trumpville, betrayed his people, and swindled me out of my rightful crown as arena champion. I don't want his help.
Well, you might not want it, but the town could use it. I think that the three of us should head down to that castle. That could be where King Rex is, yeah? Maybe he knows a way to get us out of here and undo what Thorn did.
Another surprisingly good point, Joden. All right, for the townspeople, they need to stay inside and out of the mists. Hopefully they begin to fade more in the morning. It is still night, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, the ritual was supposed to happen at midnight, and that was about 3 hours ago.
Okay, the gatehouse is destroyed thanks to that creature. What did you call it, Ben?
A haze inkling?
Right, the haze inkling. So the city is definitely vulnerable. I would suggest gathering together and rationing the food and water supplies, and then choosing a small portion of the town to fortify and set a guard.
Yeah, that's a good plan. Does Kieran still have the amulet?
Yes, I have it here, adventurers.
All right, I don't think you need all of that religious mumbo-jumbo. You just need to touch it to water, and you should be able to keep the benefits active and the town alive. Might even help them with some of the hunger pains that will be coming if we can't figure out a long-term food solution.
I think you should all set up in the Abbey. It has kitchens and seems to be mostly self-sufficient, and the hills should help make a defensible location.
Yeah, take up shelter in the Abbey, set a guard, ration food and water. We're going to head to that castle and try to get King Rex to take us back to the material plane. Or at the very least, set up a food and water supply and find out more information about how to defend from those haze inklings. No way those are the only creatures out in the mists, too.
The townsfolk nod, and Kieran quickly begins making the arrangements that you all detailed. People begin moving up to the Abbey, stopping in homes to gather food and water. You help where you can, and soon enough it is morning time. You also notice that the ever-present noise of the waterfall is beginning to quiet and eventually disappear as the water stops flowing from the no longer present mountain.
Damn, that's not good. They definitely need to ration water then. Do they have a reservoir or anything?
There is a small lake/pond at the base of the waterfall, leading into a river that flows away from the city.
We need to block that river then, yeah? Then the water will stay in the reservoir?
How hard is it to build a dam? Do we just toss things in until it fills up?
I think we should leave that to the townspeople. It might take some time, and we should get heading to that castle. Maybe they won't even need to finish the dam before we are able to get back to the Sword Coast.
Nice thinking. Yeah, all right, we will add that to their tasks, to build some sort of dam and keep as much water here as possible. Then we should hit the road.
You exit through the destroyed gatehouse, leaving the town of Loudwater behind you. You can see the marsh of Chelumber, or at least part of the marsh on the way down, but it doesn't look like very much of it was taken with the city into Ravenloft. We will probably end our first session there, though, yeah?
That seems like a good stopping point. Then tomorrow we can pick up as being on the road and make our way to the castle. How far is it going to be?
It is definitely way off in the distance. You might be able to make it at the end of the day tomorrow. You can't actually see the castle from here. You could only see it on top of the Abbey's hill.
Yeah, I'm sure nothing is going to go wrong traveling through a small portion of the marsh of Chelumber, which has been transported into Ravenloft. Hey, now that I'm thinking about it, can I use the sending stone to try to send a message to Silas? See if he came along?
You pull out the sending stone. What do you want to say?
Looks like we are in Ravenloft now. Did you come along for the journey? Also, we aren't mad at you about Lucian. He deserved that.
Wow, that was pretty good. Exactly 25 words, I think. You can sense that there is someone holding the other stone, but no response comes.
That bodes well. All right, let's give him some time to calm down, and then we can hopefully meet up. Honestly, I feel like Silas might like it here. All the mist makes it feel like the whole place is the Marsh of Chelumber.
I don't think Silas liked living in the marsh, though. I got the sense it was more of just convenient and close enough to Loudwater to one day exact his revenge. Which he then did. I can't blame him for being mad at us. We all did try to stop him from killing Father Lucian Donatello. You even threw a sword at him.
I thought it would get his attention. It would get mine if someone threw a sword at me.
Just saying that I get if he doesn't want to talk to us right now. We have the stone. Let's just hope that he contacts us sometime and wants to meet up or talk more. Assuming he even was in the town when the mist started. Good chance he is back in the Sword Coast and doesn't even realize the town is missing yet.
I do feel kind of cheated. Everything we did to get him that supply of fresh dead bodies is kind of just going to go to waste if he came here to Ravenloft.
We didn't do that much, though, right? Just moved through a dungeon and killed a wraith who might have actually been a good guy?
Yeah, but we could have gotten gold instead if we knew that we were coming here to Ravenloft and those dead bodies were going to go to waste.
And then Silas would have killed us in Amabo, probably.
We will start our session on the road, heading towards the castle where you hope to find King Rex. The travel is fairly easy and uneventful, the heavy mist clearing up substantially as the day warms up. You travel through a short stretch of the marsh of Chelumber before it suddenly ends, and you are able to continue along what seems to be an empty field. The mist clears up enough that you can even see the tops of the castle poking out through the mists. Still probably just over a day's journey up ahead, though.
What's the landscape like then? Just like flat fields and the like?
Yeah, short hills occasionally pop out of the mist, but honestly, it is like traveling through Kansas, except there is an extremely heavy mist that still clings to the ground. So instead of being able to see to the horizon, you can only see maybe half a mile in any given direction before the ground is obscured by the mists.
Oh, great, because who wouldn't want to be walking forever in Kansas?
Yeah, that's pretty boring. Any more of those octopus things, Ben?
No more haze inklings. However, you do hear a commotion up ahead, and as you hurry towards it, you see a short man in a colorful red cape standing on top of a small wagon. One of the wheels snapped and broken, and you see a handful of figures trying to climb up as the man swings a cane down at them.
Are they zombies?
You can't quite tell from here.
Yeah, they're zombies.
All right, yeah, as you get closer, you see their rotting flesh and can even smell them. Definitely zombies. Let's roll for initiative then.
Hold up for a second. I thought Thorn said that his whole land was zombies. Are these citizens or are they just zombies?
Does it matter? I thought you were the one who said that zombies are always bad unless they are rich zombies, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I did say that. All right, let's kill them then. Sweet, that's a 21.
I got a 19.
Damn, only an 11. I feel like I haven't been rolling great this season so far.
Well, I got a 7. You're rolling better than I am.
That's not saying much. You missed 3 attack rolls in a row last session. That was pretty terrible.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, and I should have done the special fog thing before I attacked. Then I would have gotten advantage on it. Oh well, always next time, though.
All right, well, I am going to go attack the zombies.
They're about 60 feet from you, so if you want to get to them with your sword, you'd have to wait until next turn. You could use your action to dash to move further if you want, though.
What? This is rigged. Fine, I'll shoot my crossbow at them after moving the 30 feet.
You have a crossbow since when?
Since the beginning of the campaign. I just never use it because I'd rather be up close and slashing than being a coward so far away. All right, so I'll shoot it twice then.
Actually, since it has the loading property, you can only attack with it once per action regardless of your extra attack.
What? This is so rigged. All right, fine, whatever. I'll shoot it once then. That's a 19 on the dice. Is that still a critical hit because of my improved critical?
Yeah, that is.
Sweet, that's 12 damage then.
You fire a crossbow bolt and it flies true, striking one of the zombies in the shoulder and pinning it to the cart. The other zombies turn and begin running at you, making almost a screeching sound rather the typical zombie groan. You hear the man exclaim as well and jump off the carriage, working on the wagon wheel with surprising efficiency.
Not normal zombies, then? How many are there, Ben?
There's 6 of them.
I'm sure you could guess my next question. Are they close together?
Except for the one pinned to the cart, yes, they are close together. Your fireball would be able to hit all 5 of them.
Fireball it is, then.
Damn, I got below 10 on all 5 rolls. Since they have a -2 to dexterity, one of them literally got a 0.
Sweet, all right, that is 24 damage, then.
That is going to incinerate all 5 of them, reducing them to nothing more than dust as a huge explosion rocks the ground around you. The man working on the wagon up ahead jumps with fright and then begins running out to where the zombies were. Damn, all gone. You hear him saying,
Wow, nice going, Barack. Those were probably his friends.
His friends, they were attacking him. Hey, man, you okay?
He kneels down in the middle of the smoldering crater, apparently not bothered by the lingering flames of the fireball. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just not easy to capture a feral for my experiments, and they aren't made that often either.
A feral zombie? What are you, a necromancer or something?
Well, yes, of course I am. Don't you recognize me? I am Dr. Necrotech in the flesh, pun intended.
I'm sorry, Dr. Necrotech, and you're a necromancer? Isn't that something you probably don't want to be broadcasting?
Why would I hide who I am?
Because necromancers are, usually evil.
An evil necromancer? Ha! I never would have thought of that. Usually it's those clerics that you really need to be fearful of. Where are you lot from? Obviously far from here if you haven't heard of me. Maybe over in Neverchar Springs or something.
No, I am from the distant and honorable city of Trumpville. I am Donatello, champion of the arena.
Trumpville, where is that? Is that part of old Cardina's territory? She frightens me, that one.
Well, that answers that question then. We must be in Thorn's homeland. I think he called it Darkon, yeah? He mentioned Cardina while he was drunk way back in that one episode.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
No, you don't, Joden. Stop lying. No, we are from the Sword Coast. It's a different plane than this one.
Oh, really? You are familiar with extraplanar travel then? Interesting. Perhaps this was more than fate that we encountered each other. See, I have been working on a new invention, the Grave Transit System, I'm calling it. It will revolutionize travel, you see. Make it so that one can enter a graveyard here or near the castle, and then poof, you'd be in Mantira Bay before you know it. There are some kinks in the item, though. The last one I sent through ended up more than 6 feet in the ground, and that's no good for anyone you know.
I'm only picking up parts of what you are saying, but that seems useful. How can we help? I'm not going to be one of your test subjects.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Though I can assure you it is completely safe. I definitely worked out that kink, and there should no longer be anyone teleported under the ground. But no, I just need someone in the graveyard observing while I send a feral through from a different graveyard. Is that something you would be able to help me with?
You mentioned that before. What's a feral?
Oh, dear me, my apologies. I'm not used to talking to someone not from here. We don't get many visitors. At least not that the Night Watchers don't take care of pretty quickly. A feral is one of the citizens who, well, needs a reboot, let's say. They have lost their sanity and their mind. Undeath does that to you.
So you're undead then?
Well, yes, of course. Everyone here in Darkon is undead, except for perhaps those shadow shippers. Interesting folk they are.
All right, why did you say they need a reboot? What does that mean?
Well, kill them, I mean. After you kill a feral, it'll take a couple days, but then they'll come back as their happy self. Nightmare for the prisons, as I'm sure you can imagine. Immortal inmates are quite the problem.
But obviously they aren't immortal. We just killed those zombies.
For a bit, yeah. It'll make more sense once you make it to Castle Avernus. You are heading to the castle, yes? At least that is the only thing this far south from Illaluk.
Yeah, we are going to the castle. We need to talk to King Rex.
Good luck with that. Now, for my experiment, there is a graveyard not more than 3 miles further south. A battle was fought there just after the eclipse. If you camped there tonight, I can make it to the eastern yard early tomorrow morning.
And what do we get for this?
Besides the honor of working with Dr. Necrotech himself, well, you'd have one of the Grave Transit System keys for your own personal use. After I work out the kinks, of course. And I can give you a discount on one of my other marvelous inventions as well, if you would like any of them. Who am I kidding? Of course you would.
What other inventions do you have?
Well, perhaps I can interest you in one of my newer inventions. Hasn't even been seen in Illaluk yet. I call it the Sight Stealer. He holds up a bloody eyeball and then spins it around, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth in the back of it. It truly is marvelous. You see, just place it on someone's eye, and it will eat the eye, implant itself in the victim's skull, and then you can use this. He pulls out a small flat stone to see whatever the person can see. If you did it while they were asleep, they'd never know that you had stolen one of their eyes. The Night Watchers are going to pay top dollar for these, you see. Of course, there are also bone spikes, cursed candles, swarm callers, orb of obscurities, anything you could find in a typical necrotech store.
All right, how much for the Sight Stealer?
Well, I promise to give you a good deal. How about 60 shadow shards and you have a deal?
How much gold is that?
Oh, gold? All right, you drive a hard bargain. 85 gold pieces and it's all yours.
That isn't cheap, still might come in handy. How many do you have?
You're in luck. I have 4 on me. I do need one for the Night Watcher demonstration, but the other 3 are all yours if you've got the coin.
I don't know if we need 3 of them. I'll split the cost with you, though, Barack.
I don't need to split that. I'll take one Dr. Necrotech. What's your real name, though?
It's Alcott, of course. It is strange to meet someone who doesn't know who I am. I don't like being called that, though. Dr. Necrotech is just fine.
All right, here's the 85 gold pieces for me.
I'll give him 45 if you give him 40, Joden.
Yeah, sounds good.
He places a bloody eye and a smooth stone into a bag and hands one of the bags to both of you. Pleasure doing business with you. Now, better get to the graveyard quick. Night will be falling soon, and I heard there are some haze krakens down here. Best to keep out of sight once night falls.
Haze Krakens, what the hell is this place, Ben?
It's Ravenloft, or Darkon at least.
Well, I don't know if this was a good enough deal, but the grave teleporter thing would be useful probably if he gets it working. Strange guy. I think him and Hamlet would get along great.
Oh yeah, Hamlet would love this place. Shame he didn't get brought along.
Isn't that the guy you killed, Donatello?
Christ, Joe, no, that was Thorn that I killed. Hamlet is the gravekeeper in Southern Edge.
Oh, right, I knew that.
No, you didn't. All right, let's head down to the graveyard then. Will we make it before nightfall, Ben? I don't want to run into those haze krakens.
Yeah, it isn't too far, but still a bit away. Dr. Necrotech walks back to his cart and smacks the remaining zombie on the head. That was awfully mean of you lot to break my wagon wheel. Now you are going to have to pull this all by yourself. He straps a chain around its neck and unpins the zombie from the wagon and then begins walking away. The zombie lurches after him, slowly pulling the wagon behind it.
I think this is worse than the zombie trade in Southern Edge.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Probably. I feel like they should just kill all the ferals then, right?
I think that would make the most sense. I guess maybe the ferals are a bit easier to control.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust him. I guess I'm having a hard time trusting any zombies after what Thorn did.
Agreed. Still, this one seems more eccentric than stab you in the back, you know?
I could agree with that. Anyways, to the graveyard then.
You make it to the graveyard, a large mass burial site with small gravestones with dozens of names on them. As night begins to settle in, you see large, misty forms moving out in the distance, dwarfing the size of the haze inkling you fought earlier.
The haze krakens? Yeah, something tells me we don't want to fight those things.
Loudwater might just be destroyed when we get back if those decide to move through it, yeah?
I'd say so.
All right, what do we have to do here then?
The doctor said to wait until morning and then we would see what happens. Long rest then?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm not really missing anything though.
It'd be good to get my action surge back. And Barak used some spells too.
All right, you set up camp in the graveyard, which is rather unnerving. The fog thickens in the night, and you could swear just over the whistling wind to hear scratching sounds coming from beneath your feet. It passes uneventfully, though, and before too long, the sun begins to rise and the mist begins to recede. Now that you are getting more used to seeing in the mists, you do notice that there appears to be a large wall of mist that encloses the land not far to the east and west, forming a large slice of land with a large city to the north, Loudwater in the middle, and the castle to the south.
Interesting place, Darkon is. All right, it's morning. Do we see the zombie Dr. Necrotech said he'd be sending through?
Nothing strange or out of the ordinary happens for a while. As the sun continues to steadily rise into the sky, each of you jump as you hear a loud popping sound coming from high in the sky. As you look up, you can see a figure falling fast from probably 1,000 or so feet up in the air. It lands with a sickening crunch, and you can see the zombie that Donatello had pinned to the cart falling crash into the ground.
Well, it's a good thing we didn't test it ourselves, though it does look like he fixed the teleporting into the ground problem.
How do you think we let him know that, though? We still need to head to the castle, and I have no idea where the eastern yard is.
Yeah, that's a good question. We should have cleared that up with him before we parted ways.
As if on cue, you suddenly hear the doctor's voice emanating from the zombie body. You see a small cracked skull in the zombie's hand. Hello? Did you find it? How did it go?
Another sending stone type thing. All right, hello, doctor, you still have problems? The zombie teleported like 1,000 feet in the air. It was almost as tall as Trump Tower in Trumpville.
Ah, I see. Well, progress is progress, I suppose. At least he didn't teleport into the ground. All right, well, keep this skull and I'll keep in touch. Let me know whenever you find a graveyard and we can keep tuning this. Goodbye, my mortal friends from far away. The sun has risen a bit and the mists of Ravenloft begin disappearing. Far off in the distance, you can see the haze krakens begin to vanish under the beams of sunlight. Judging the distance, you can probably make it to the castle by nightfall.
All right, let's get on the road then. We'll have to see if Thorn is at the castle or not, and try to get Rex to talk to us.
Yeah, I don't think we will be successful on that. Dr. Necrotech seemed to think it wasn't going to be possible to talk to Rex, and Thorn called him a comatose king last season. I feel like something went very wrong with this whole curse that turned everyone into zombies.
Except for the shadow shippers, right? I thought the doctor had said that they were the only ones who weren't zombies. I wonder what shadow shippers are.
What was the other thing he mentioned? Night Watchers? It sounded like they typically kill or otherwise handle visitors to Darkon. We should probably keep an eye out for them too.
Yeah, hopefully the castle holds some answers. The city to the north the doctor called Ilaluk too. If we don't find what we are looking for here, we should head there, I guess.
Agreed. Maybe we can find a better selling point for the magic crystals up there too. That alchemy shop in Southern Edge was a ripoff.
Yeah, they definitely were.
Anything else you want to discuss on the journey down to the castle?
I don't think so. Can we still see the mist wall that you had mentioned to the east and west?
It is still there, but there do appear to be breaks in the wall now during the heat of the day. Not large ones and relatively few, but some paths leading away into the mists.
I am quite curious to find out what happened here. My guess is that it was probably Thorn's fault. That's why he was so insistent on trying to fix it all. He was probably the one who caused it.
I don't know who that is, but we should probably kill him for that.
Christ, Joe. You're just messing with us now, right? Please tell me you're just messing with us.
I've come to the conclusion that there is a portion of Joe's memory bank that is just broken or missing, and that's where Thorn keeps getting stored. Anyways, did we make it to the castle, Ben?
You are approaching the castle, yes. A steady climb leads up the mountain towards the castle, which rests on a sort of man-made plateau sticking out the side. Dark towers stretch towards the sky, and up this close you can see the state of decay that the castle is in. The towers look like they should be tumbling toward the ground, some of them just almost floating in the air. The walls are crumbling, and yet the stones as they fall just seem to stick in the air. As you crest the plateau, you can also see out across the land from your better vantage point. The paths leading away into the mists on the east and west seem to open up after a time, allowing you to see more lands beyond those. All in all, Darkon looks like it is falling to pieces, as if the land is at war with the mists and is starting to lose badly.
Damn, yeah, this place is a mess.
Can we at least enter the castle?
A collection of stone steps, worn, faded, and crumbling, lead up to the gatehouse. You can definitely traverse it, though it is difficult terrain.
That's something that you say right before combat, Ben. I'll ready my sword.
That's fair. Though definitely metagaming, difficult terrain doesn't do a whole lot outside of combat. You don't see anything threatening, however. You can only hear the wind whistling through the castle, finding all of the holes and gaps caused by the decaying castle structure.
Yeah, right. There's something coming for sure.
In the meantime, we can pass through the gatehouse, though?
Yes, you pass through the open gatehouse, the portcullis rusted through and crumbling much like the rest of the castle, and enter a large courtyard. A large fountain rests in the middle, stagnant and smelly water resting in the basin. Though it is covered by vines and torn apart, you can see that it once would have been a majestic fountain of a man, sword in one hand and holding a flame in the other, with a crown on his head.
Probably King Rex, yeah? I wonder how old all of them are. Did Thorn ever say?
Not that I remember. If they are all zombies, though, who knows how old they are or how long the land has been like this. Dr. Necrotex seemed to accept it as a way of life, so I'm guessing it's been quite a few years. Given the state of the castle, could be a much longer time than that, too.
Yeah, I think that's a fair estimation. It would take a long time for a castle like this to fall apart. At least if they took any care and the construction wasn't sloppy.
Behind the fountain, the keep rises up to the sky, even more torn apart than the exterior walls. You can see through walls that are in the process of falling, yet held in place by some form of magic. Honestly, without the magic, you would probably just be looking at a pile of loose stones and rock. A large set of double doors are slightly open in front of you, barely hanging on rusted hinges.
Only one way to go, yeah, guys?
Can I make a perception check to see if I can spot anything, Ben?
Sure, go for it.
That's a 14.
You do see a figure watching you from a room above the large doors. As you look up at it, it darts away into the darkness.
Told you guys, this is a trap for sure.
Do you have any ideas besides just moving on?
Well, no, but still, just be ready.
Are you guys moving into the keep then?
Yeah, I'll rest my hands on my short swords, though. Do we need to light a torch for Donatello?
Yeah, you okay carrying it again, Barack? I want both my longsword and my shield out.
Yeah, sure, I can carry it. We'll move through the doorway then.
You enter into the keep and find yourselves in an elaborate entry hall. Or rather, what once would have been an elaborate entry hall. Faded tapestries depicting battles in the kingdom lie in tatters all around. A massive chandelier lies broken in the middle of the floor, glass shards scattered around it. Another large set of doors stand in front of you, and you can see a dim, sickly green glow emanating through it.
Want to bet that that's the throne room?
Yeah, I bet it is.
In we go then. King Rex should probably be in there.
I have a pretty bad feeling about this.
I already told you guys that it was a trap. Of course you should have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, Donatello. All right, I'll lead the way then.
Like hell you are. I'm going first for sure. Ben, I push open the doors leading into the throne room.
As you push on the doors, the green light gets a little brighter. Inside, contrary to the rest of the castle, the throne room appears to be in its original order. It's clean, the walls are solid, and columns stand tall. Thick purple curtains hang around stained glass windows. Outside, sunlight barely makes it through the mists, causing the whole land to look gray and old. But here, bright beams of light illuminate the room. On the far side, you see a man, royal crown on his head, sitting on the throne with his eyes closed.
Damn, I really wish I had detect magic. Ben, can I make an arcana check to see if any of this is real? Do we even see what the green glow was coming from?
You can go ahead and make that arcana check. No, nothing in here is giving off a green glow, though.
It's definitely all fake, right?
Why, though? It's clear to see that the castle is falling apart. If it is an illusion, it isn't a very great one.
That's an unnatural 20.
You can feel the illusion magic all around you, though with that high of a roll, you are actually able to see through the illusion. Columns lie in rubble, and all around the man there is a pillar of green light shooting up into the sky.
Told you, Joden.
I'm still a bit confused, though. Why would that type of magic be here like that?
I agree, it doesn't really line up. Anyways, should we try to talk to him?
I got it. Hello, good king. Would I be right in assuming that you are King Rex?
There is no response, and he doesn't open his eyes.
I'm guessing that we shouldn't go much closer. How big was the green pillar around him?
Probably about 10 feet out from him in the throne. You did notice that the throne was actually in good condition, as well as everything behind the green wall.
All right, I want to march up and slash at the green wall.
That's a terrible idea, Donatello.
Yeah, that is really stupid. Why don't I just shoot it with my bow?
Really? If swinging at it with my sword is such a terrible idea, shooting it with your bow is better? If anything happens, you're going to get hit instead of me, and at least I can take a hit.
I don't have that much health less than you, Donatello.
Yeah, but I have second wind and can recover some of mine.
And I have a healing spell.
All right, enough of that. Ben, can I try to do another Arcana check, specifically on the wall?
Sure, go ahead.
That's an 8.
You aren't at all sure what it is.
Fine, Donatello, go hit it then.
With pleasure. Ben, I'm going to swing at the green wall.
You walk up, following Barak's instructions to know where it is, and swing at the wall in front of you. As you swing with all of your might, your swing stops suddenly in the air, and with a flash of green light, your sword begins to melt along the blade.
Damn it, I pull the blade back and take a look. Is my sword ruined?
The side you swung with looks like it has been melted by acid, but the other side is still sharp.
Told you. Should have just used an arrow. I could afford to lose an arrow.
This is stupid.
You swung at a magical force field. What did you expect would happen?
I don't know. For me to get thrown backwards or something? If that happened and you shot an arrow, it could have rebounded and killed one of us. Better that I lost my sword. Though I'm reconsidering that now. If it had killed you, I don't think I'd be that mad.
So he isn't responding at all, Ben?
No, he looks like he is sleeping. When the illusion is up, he looks like a young man, maybe in his early 30s. But behind the illusion, he looks ancient, with long white hair and a beard falling to the floor and sunken eyes and cheeks, almost like a mummy or something.
Like Joe then, but with long hair?
Hey!
As the three of you stand just a short distance from the green wall, you hear a door creak open.
So does my sword still work then?
Yeah, in fact, I'll even give it an extra property so that you can deal 1d6 magical bludgeoning damage if you swing with the side that was melted, or 1d8 non-magical slashing damage if you swing it normally. You will need to find or have someone make a new scabbard, though. Yours won't fit the sword anymore.
Sweet, all right, I'm keeping my sword drawn. Can we see who it is?
Above the doors you walked in, you see a large balcony that stretches across the room and a dark figure standing up there. "Hello, travelers," he says in a deep voice. "Why have you come looking for the comatose king?"
Well, honestly, we want to get out of here and take our city back home.
Ah, yes, the new city on the plains. Interesting predicament you find yourselves in, then.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get backstabbed by a traitorous zombie.
I would be careful with your verbiage. Most here will frown on the name of zombie. You are, after all, describing all but travelers to this land. This is the land of the undead.
They go by undead then, not zombies?
Indeed. Some have taken to viewing zombie as a derogatory term. It carries with it implications of thoughtless, hungry corpses that only seek their next meal. Similar to the ferals, I suppose.
All right, that's good to know, but honestly, we just want to get out of here. Do you know how we can leave?
Well, I do, but that would require his permission. He gestures to the man sitting in the throne. Hard to do when nobody can talk to him.
Why is he sleeping then? He really is looking like Sleepy Joe up there.
Shut up, Donatello. But yeah, how can we wake him up?
I do not know. If I did, I would have done it by now. Though I do have some ideas. I've been studying him for quite some time now.
Who are you, and are we right that this is King Rex behind us?
Yes, that is King Rex. I am just an interested party. I wish for Darkon to return to its former days of glory, when the Shroud wasn't eating away at the borders and the Hazelings didn't rule the Knights. I wish for the king to resume his post as the greatest king to ever live, leaving behind the ambitions that led us to here so many years ago.
So King Rex caused all of this? Why don't you just kill him then?
Easier said than done. That wall has stood for 2,000 years. Besides, the land of Darkon is tied to Azalin Rex. If he dies, I believe the land would be swallowed up by the mists almost immediately.
All right, you said you had some ideas. What are they?
The most promising is that we need to remove the powers of the other Dark Lords from the land. I do not know how much of the domains of dread you know, but there are currently 4 champions in the land. That is unheard of in the history of Ravenloft. Azalin is the champion of the Shadowed One, and the other 3 rule the opposing factions. Perhaps if they were destroyed, then Azalin would have the power to cure the land and awaken.
Piece of cake. Just point us the right way and I'll take care of them. Who are the other 3 champions?
There is Baron Medus, ruler of the Night Watchers. Their capital is the port city Mantira Bay. Then there is Cardina Artazas, the lunatic leader of the Shadow Moon Society over in Nevikar Springs. And finally, Madame Eris, currently 3rd in power of the Ageless Council, though I suspect the other 2 to be more of figureheads than true leaders. If Madame Eris wanted the council to make a move, it would happen.
All right, so we kill the 3 of them and then the king wakes up. Easy enough.
You'd have to do more than kill them. You'd have to destroy their souls, or at least capture them and prevent them from returning here.
Here is in this castle. Why would they come here?
The phylactery throne, of course. Every soul in Darkon is tied to it. If you kill any of them, they'll be reformed here just a few days later.
If that's true, why is there nobody here? Wouldn't one of them want to control the throne and then they could just kill their enemies over and over?
Trust me, they have tried, and failed. King Rex is not as helpless as you might think. Just not consciously, I guess.
All right, fine. Before we go and kill these other champions for you, though, we need to know who you are, not just that interested party crap.
I suppose that's fair. Though it does complicate things. He lights a torch. You did cut off my head a few days ago, after all. And up on the balcony, tall and with his head connected to his body, stands Thorn Valamir.
Who?
For Christ's sakes, all right, Barack, throw a fireball up there.
I had a suspicion that was him. I'm not going to throw a fireball, though. We should fight him, keep him alive, and then interrogate him, though. He should know of a way out of here that's a lot easier than destroying the souls of 3 champions of various dark powers.
Wait, guys, who are we talking about here?
Shut up, Sleepy Joe. Rock.
All right, guys, let's get started. Our session is going to be starting in the throne room. King Rex is behind an impenetrable wall behind you, and Thorn is up on a balcony above the door.
I want to shoot my crossbow at him.
All right, you did say you had your sword and shield out, or actually a sword and the torch. It would take you a second to put those away and grab your crossbow.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had took the torch back. I want to throw the torch at him.
All right, roll an attack using your strength as a modifier. You won't add your proficiency bonus, though. I don't think you've really practiced with torch throwing.
I've practiced with everything, but fine. Damn, that's only a 10.
You chuck the torch at Thorn, caring more for the strength behind it than aiming well. As the torch spirals through the air, it's actually looking like it would be a pretty good shot. Then the flame goes out, it pauses in the air for a second, and then flies fast at the green barrier, melting as it makes contact.
Damn, that was my favorite torch.
All right, well, I'll cast Firebolt at him. That's a 16 to hit.
You throw a bolt of fire, and it looks like it'll hit him right in the chest until at the last second, the flames go out and it fizzles in the air. Thorn chuckles wryly. I told you, King Rex is not as helpless as he seems. You can't harm me here, though I can't blame you for trying. I did bring you in the town here after you worked so hard to save it.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
It's not an easy thing to explain. However, I realized something as I was in that jail cell. The dark powers have been manipulating me. I thought that Rex had spoken to me in a dream, told me to go find the 3 of you and go to Loudwater, told me to bring those damned vials, all to find that artifact and that it would cure the domain. I was desperate. Do you know how long I've been trying to fix all of this? To fix his mistakes? He levels a finger at King Rex.
So you found out you were being manipulated and then decided to do the exact thing that the dark powers wanted you to do? That was real smart, Thorn.
No, not quite. See, I realized that the 3 of you had thwarted them. You had the vials, you had a plan to get rid of an army that no doubt some dark power had set in motion, and you had defeated that wicked priest. You won. The 3 of you somehow actually beat them. I was certain that I would be trapped in that cell or killed as the town was taken here to Darkon. Then I wasn't. I was freed, and the town was safe.
Yeah, we won. Why did you betray us then?
Because that was a small battle in an extremely long war. If the 3 of you were able to win there, then I realized that there was finally a chance to win here. I had given up hope that that was possible, you see.
Can I roll insight to see if he is telling the truth?
Why would you roll it? Don't you have like the worst insight out of all of us? I think Barack should do it.
Joden said it first. He should get the roll.
Agreed.
Damn, that's only a 5.
Told you guys.
You can't see any holes in his story.
All right, Thorn, I believe you. That sounds plausible.
I'm willing to believe you too, against my better judgment, but you need to tell us the whole story. Why is King Rex in a coma, and why did you say that all of this was his mistake? What exactly is even going on in Darkon?
Very well, that seems reasonable. If I tell you that, are you willing to help me fix Darkon for good?
I guess. I mean, if you are talking about putting King Rex back in power, wouldn't that mean there is still a dark power ruling over Darkon, though? You called him the Shadowed One or something like that?
Yes, Rex is the champion of the Shadowed One, though it is not quite the same as most of the other champions. I can tell you the history if you so wish, and how Darkon came to be in the state it is now, but only if you will then help me fix it. Otherwise, I need to get to work on other matters and other hopes. You 3 have given me many ideas.
Okay, yeah, I think we have a deal.
As long as there is a suitable amount of gold at the end of this.
Yes, I will make sure you're all well rewarded, and I think you will find that gold is less rare and easier to find in Darkon. Most of the vendors deal in shadow shards instead, and gold is worth less, so you can get more of it than you would back in the Sword Coast. Exchange rates are pretty good.
What exactly are shadow shards too?
It's a fairly common mineral back in the Sword Coast obsidian. Very rare here in the domains, though. It is cut and processed into shards such as these. He tosses down a bag which falls with a clink. Inside the bag, you find 60 little shards of obsidian coated in a clear resin for durability and shaped like a teardrop.
Interesting. All right, tell us what's going on then.
Very well. Just over 2,000 years ago, King Rex ruled another kingdom in the Sword Coast. It was a small duchy compared to the sprawling kingdoms of today, though. His time there wasn't of great import, though I did serve him even all the way back then. Until he was betrayed by his wife, Valina. It was only due to sheer luck and his natural magical aptitude that he escaped with his life, and I followed him. After running day and night away from our home, we found ourselves engulfed in a thick fog. Before long, we found ourselves in the village of Barovia, in the domains of Dread. Barovia was, and still is to the best of my knowledge, ruled by a champion of vampire named Strahd von Zarovich. You must understand, the domains are prisons. mostly for the champions of the dark powers, but also for the poor souls who find themselves trapped within.
What do you mean prisons?
There is no escape for the Dreadlords unless their very souls are destroyed. They are like gods, but only within their lands, and they cannot escape. King Rex and Strahd got along well at first, researching the mists and looking for a way out. Strahd was a snake, though. He could have let Rex go at any point if he so wished, but kept him as a prisoner. Until a dark power noticed Rex as well, the Shadowed One, a dark power known for secrets and knowledge. Rex used the dark power to escape and came here to Darkon. It was ruled then by a petty dreadlord that was easy enough to depose, and so Rex came to own his own domain of dread, but he was trapped here as a prisoner.
That's a bum deal. Sounds like you and Rex had a streak of bad luck then.
It still has not ended. Rex was always searching for more knowledge, wanting to get back to the Sword Coast and take his revenge on those who had betrayed him. The Shadowed One led him to a rite that would allow Rex to become a lich, an undead being of tremendous power. Keep in mind, this was over the course of about 20 years. In that time, Rex had even remarried and sired a son, Zalathor. But Rex never wavered from trying to be free from his prison. The process to becoming a lich is a painful one, paved with a river of blood. But Rex wasn't going to just murder anyone. So he took prisoners, murderers, and traitors and put them to death as part of the ritual. I won't condone what he did, but it was his way of trying to maintain his humanity by not shedding innocent blood. It came to the final day. The ritual was almost complete when the final prisoner came before him. It wasn't another prisoner, though. It was his son, Zalathor.
All right, so he killed his son and ascended to lichhood then?
No, he refused. He demanded that another prisoner be brought before him. Zalathor insisted that if his father were to take one more life, it would have to be his own. Rex continued to try to refuse, and even fought off a possession by the Shadowed One. But ritual magic is dangerous. The ritual demanded a sacrifice, and Zalathor suddenly began bleeding out without a wound. Azalin used all of his concentration and magic to prevent his death. What happened next was disorienting. Even after literal millennia spent trying to remember, I still haven't been able to fully remember what happened. There was an explosion of green energy of some sort, and the mists flooded the land. It took over everything, and Azalin was weeping over the body of his son. There was darkness then, and then it was gone. Rex sat on his throne, face furrowed in concentration, and the mists receded. Not quite to where they were before, but significantly lessened. Then the death wall went up.
Damn.
Agreed. The kingdom fell apart over the next couple of months and years. The mists have slowly encroached in, eating more and more of the land, and the people realized they were in essence immortal. Once one died, they would reform at the castle within a few days. There were some sieges at first, but then powerful magic began protecting this place. I am the gatekeeper here, the royal ambassador. Nobody can enter without my permission, and I send reformed undead back to wherever they were before. Most of them don't remember who they were in previous lives unless they have somehow attracted the attention of a dark power.
Okay, so the kingdom is still continuing to fall apart? But it sounds like you think that King Rex is holding it all together, but it is taking all of his will to do so? All because he failed a ritual that was designed to turn him into a lich? And if what you say about everyone else is true, how do you still remember if you aren't the champion of a dark power?
More or less. I've lost hope that he would awaken over the past 1,000 years or so. That was until I had a dream where he talked to me. But of course, that wasn't him. I'm not even sure which dark power it was. I don't know why I remember everything. I have guessed that it is due to me holding favor in King Rex's court.
All right, I can agree not to kill you, I suppose. So we can probably help you out then. This is going against my better judgment, though. I just don't see any other way. How do we get to Mantira Bay? That's where you said Baron Midas was at, right?
Indeed. That is the home base of the Night Watchers.
Who are the Night Watchers? The doctor mentioned that most visitors are handled by them.
The doctor? Dr. Necrotech, I presume? Interesting fellow. I haven't quite figured him out yet. He is new to Darkon, which is quite strange. But he doesn't seem to be on the side of a dark power. Anyways, the Night Watchers are an underground group of enforcers and assassins. They claim to be the solution to crime and corruption, but honestly, they are one of the roots of it. Baron Midas is their leader, hiding deep under the radar in Mantira Bay. He controls all of the incoming shipments from the shadow shippers, merchants who traverse the mists and trade between the different domains.
That answers who the shadow shippers are then. How do they cross the mists?
I don't know. They have been coming here ever since Rex and I arrived in Darkon.
All right, that brings us back to my original question. How do we get there?
Well, I use teleportation circles to transport everyone back to where they came from, or at least where I suspect they came from. I can send you there when you are ready. Though after that you are on your own. I was already away from the castle for far too long while you were accompanying me to Loudwater.
How did you get out of Darkon then? If you were able to leave, then I assume you have a way out?
I thought it was Rex who had given me permission, but some other dark power must have opened the way out. I simply rode with my caravan out into the mist and found myself outside Phandelver.
Interesting. Not sure if I believe you, but I'm itching to kill someone, and apparently we aren't going to be able to kill you. All right, finally, any tips on handling those haze krakens and stuff out there?
The Hazelings will largely ignore any organized settlements and structures, particularly graveyards. The only exception is if they are threatened or confused.
So the one that attacked Loudwater was just confused then?
A haze kraken attacked Loudwater, and it is still intact? Impressive.
It was a haze inkling, though now that I say that, I realize that we probably don't know that. Ben, you had said that during combat that one time.
Oh yeah. Let's say that Dr. Necrotech informed you of the name, and you put it together after seeing the haze krakens from the graveyard. Ah, that makes more sense. Still impressive. Loudwater must have been placed in its typical track. The mists chose where it would be located. It was only good fortune that you made it to the castle so quickly. I only reformed after you killed me this morning.
That was a fun time. You deserved it.
I do not hold it against you. Well, are you ready to head to Mantira Bay then?
Yeah, I guess let's get out of here. Oh, but first, Loudwater needs food and help if more of those haze inklings or a haze kraken attacks.
I'll make sure they have an adequate supply of food and water. Ilaluk is only a day's journey north of there.
Oh yeah, can you actually take us there? It would be good to be in a large city again.
I hope that Mantira Bay is large enough for you. I could send you to Ilaluk, though you would become an undead if I did so. There is only death inside of the city. It was the most affected by the eclipse.
Is the eclipse when that whole thing with Rex happened?
Yes, that is what the inhabitants have taken to calling it at least. Any who travel to Ilaluk will die after passing through the necrotic zone.
Well, that sucks. All right, to Mantira Bay then. I'm hoping that there are merchants and stuff there.
It is the main location where the shadow shippers enter Darkon, though some do pass through Neverker Springs as well. You'll find plenty of merchants for whatever you need.
All right, finally. If gold isn't really worth much here, mind giving us an advance or some shadow shards or anything. It'd be nice to have enough money to do what we need to in Mantira Bay. I'm guessing it won't be easy or cheap to find the leader of the Night Watchers.
I must be rubbing off on you, Sleepy Joe. That's a brilliant idea.
All right, roll for persuasion. He'll definitely give you some since you made a good argument, but how much will be dependent on your roll?
Wow, I'm impressed. That's a 21.
That is a valid argument. Very well. In addition to the 60 shadow shards I tossed down earlier, I'll give each of you 100 shadow shards each. So you'll all have a total of 120 shadow shards. Fair enough?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Thorn. Though honestly, you also owe us, I believe, 500 gold pieces each for helping you obtain the artifact.
You didn't bring me the artifact, though.
Well, we still helped you, and the artifact is here in Darkon now.
Very well. I'll give each of you an additional 150 shadow shards, but that is it.
Sounds like a good deal. All right, where's the teleportation circle now?
Just through these doors. Give me a moment to collect your money. He exits through a side door and brings back 3 small bags. Each of these is also an enchanted bag of holding. It won't hold a lot, but should cover any and all money that you obtain while here in Darkon. Your 250 shadow shards are inside.
Wow, thanks, Thorn. For reals this time.
I am a bit confused as to how killing off these other champions is going to heal the land, but oh well. We've talked enough, and I'm ready to try to do something. The last thing we should do before we leave is find out from Thorn how we can destroy or capture the souls of these guys.
I'm not quite sure. It would be difficult magic, that is for sure. Perhaps the shadow shippers might have a magical artifact that could do the job. I don't know of any in Darkon that would do that. It's not an easy job that I am asking of you, that is for sure. Dr. Necrotech could be a potential final solution. He has the intelligence to probably construct something that could contain a soul, though I don't really trust him. Visitors are rare, and visitors with his caliber of knowledge and both mechanical and alchemical skill are non-existent. I think the last visitor who would be similar to him would be Rex himself.
Well, I agree that he probably has other agendas on his plate. You have them too, though. As a matter of fact, I think we are probably the only ones in this whole scenario who don't have any alternate agendas. We are just trying to get us and Loudwater back to the Sword Coast.
And make some money doing it.
Well, if you're able to help me, I can offer an additional 250 shadow shards per champion you vanquish. So that's 750 total for each of you.
Make it an even 1,000 for killing all 3 and you have a deal.
Roll for persuasion.
Hell yeah, I am the absolute best. That's a 19.
Very well, you drive a hard bargain, 250 each, but if you vanquish all 3 of them, then an additional 250 shadow shards.
Nice going, Donatello. All right, this sounds like a plan then.
Entering into the portal room, it is an extremely large room. There are probably around 40 or so teleportation circles etched into the floor, each spaced about 5 feet apart. Giant pillars hold the roof aloft in the middle of the room. Thorn leads you over to one. This circle is almost never used. I don't think that the Night Watchers would be guarding this one. I believe they capture and brainwash anyone going through the main circle to Mantira Bay.
They really have this town in their grip then. Is it just because of these shadow shippers? Makes it the main port of trade for all of Darkon and thus a prime target?
Yeah, pretty much. Just after the eclipse, Mantira Bay was a battleground of people trying to seize control. The Night Watchers actually did bring a semblance of peace to the area, though they do it through strict control. Once someone is reformed, without most of their memories or sense of self, the Night Watchers capture them and brainwash them to their side. There is a small rebellion there, but as soon as one member is caught or captured, then they are lost forever, pretty much. I can't imagine there are more than half a dozen or so people fighting against the Night Watchers at any given point.
Well, they are getting 3 more then.
Remember, it isn't the Night Watchers you need to destroy, just Baron Metis. And before you can do that, you need to find some way to kill him for good. Hopefully, either the Shadow Shippers have something or Dr. Necrotech can invent something.
Worst case, we just kill him and send him here, though. Then you can just continually kill him whenever he reforms, yeah?
That could work for a time. It's not a long-term solution, though. Since he has been blessed by the dark powers, he retains his memories. And I do not know what abilities he has been granted through his service. It makes him a tougher one to detain than most.
That makes sense, I suppose. All right, to Mantira Bay then?
Very well. Step inside the circle, if you would. As the 3 of you step inside, he murmurs an incantation, and the circle begins to glow and spin with a green energy. He finished the incantation. Good luck. Then, with a flash of green light, the chamber around you is whisked away, and after a moment of darkness, you are greeted with the smell of rotting fish. Through the darkness, you can see the outline of a door, and Barak and Joden, with your dark vision, you can see barrels of fish. You appear to be in some sort of small storage hut, and you can hear waves crashing against the shore just outside. The air is wet and sticky, feeling similar to the marsh of Chelumber. You can also hear the hustle and bustle of a port city outside the small shack.
Well, I'll lead the way then. I'll push open the door, hoping it smells better outside.
Yeah, get me out of here too.
As the door swings open, bringing with it the salty smell of an ocean, you can see the docks ahead of you. The shack you are in is just one of a collection of small buildings in a storage area. You see a grizzled old man look over at you. Hey, you 3. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be in there.
Our apologies, we must have gotten turned around.
Yeah, turned around all right. You stealing these fish? Bet you lot haven't worked an honest day in your whole lives. Get out of here, for I call the Watchers to come and get you.
I'll have you know I am the most honorable fighter in all of Trumpville. Why would I steal fish? I could buy my own, and it wouldn't be any of this rotting fish down here.
Oh? Rich guys then? Well, I bet you wouldn't mind passing some of those riches over here to avoid the Watchers then?
You're extorting us now?
I prefer to call it a business arrangement. The Watchers don't take kindly to thieves, you know.
Look, we're sorry for bothering you, sir. We will just be on our way, and we can all forget this ever happened.
No way in hell. You know what, old man? Call those Watchers. I've been meaning to have a word with them anyways.
Donatello, just shut up. Can we just go?
The old man looks kind of annoyed, then nods his head. Fine, whatever. Get out of here. More trouble than you're worth, you lot are. Best be watching your back, though.
Okay, that's it. I want to punch him as we walk by.
All right, roll for your hit.
That's a 22 for 5 damage.
As you walk past, you swing out and catch him right on the chin, and he falls to the floor with a grunt. Guard! Guard! He hit me, this one did.
God damn it, Donatello. All right, can we try to run before the guard makes it here?
Why? Let's just kill these Night Watchers and then kill the leader guy when he shows his face.
We need to get the artifact to actually destroy him first. Otherwise, we aren't really doing anything.
Fine, whatever. I'm not running away like a coward, though. Let's just walk away and pretend like we have no idea who this guy is or what happened. I can talk my way out of it.
So your plan is to talk your way out of being arrested by a corrupt secret police who will probably kill us as soon as they realize we aren't zombies?
I'll act like I came with the Shadow Shippers.
Fine, I guess we will all face the guards together then. I'll ready invisibility to cast on the 2 of you if things go sideways, and then I'll Misty Step away myself.
All right, within just a minute or so, you see a group of 3 men walking down from the docks over in your direction. The old man comes running up behind you. This one, he is the one who hit me. The man in the lead looks over at him. Nigel, this is the 3rd time someone has hit you while you've been down by the storage shacks. Something tells me it isn't them who are the problem.
Yeah, he was trying to extort us and accused us of stealing fish. We came in on the ship and we're just stretching our legs.
Roll for deception, Donatello.
Told you guys I had this handled. That's a natural 20.
Ah, yes, I thought I saw the 3 of you get off that ship a while ago. No worries, we can handle Nigel here. He won't be bothering you again. One of the other men pulls out a short dagger and leads Nigel back down towards the shacks.
For Christ's sakes, you just got that guy killed Donatello.
Well, they are immortal, right? So he'll be all right.
Yeah, just without his memories and everything. Christ, all right, let's just get out of here and keep our heads down. Let's head over to the ships and try to make a deal with some of the Shadow Shippers.
Agreed. I feel bad for that guy.
Well, I'm not gonna be the bad guy here. Hey, random assassin dude, don't kill him, just let him go. I'm sure he's learned his lesson.
The three men turn to face you. It's none of your concern, Fog Swindler. Keep moving.
It's our concern now. Let him go or else. And I'll menacingly move my hand to my sword.
All right, roll for intimidation.
Damn, my luck had to run out sometime, I guess. That's only a 13.
Fine, we will leave him alone. He waves his hand, and the man with his dagger drawn slips it back into its sheath. He points a finger at you. I'd not come back to the bay anytime soon. Get out of here before my generosity starts to slip.
Thank you very much, kind sirs. I'll grab Donatello's arm and walk away.
I'll rip my arm out of Barak's grip, but yeah, we can leave now. Let's go try to trade for this artifact thing. Actually, should we try to talk to the doctor first? There should be a graveyard somewhere, and he would probably give us a better deal than the Shadow Shippers, right?
That makes sense. Ben, is there a graveyard in Mantira Bay?
You do see a small church building, run down and looking abandoned, but there is a graveyard around it. The graveyard is tidy and well kept, with the headstones looking freshly cleaned.
I do wonder why the graveyards are in good condition. That's kind of strange, right? Like nobody dies. Why would they still have graveyards to worry about?
That's a good question. Maybe after someone dies, they still need to do something with the body. Like the person's soul might still be there, but the person is pretty much gone without their memories.
Can you imagine losing all of your memories like that?
Joden, that happens to you every time you wake up.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Donatello. Anyways, do we use the skull to communicate with him?
I think so.
Yeah, you can use the skull he sent to send a message to Dr. Necrotech.
All right, hey doctor, we are at another graveyard. Do you have anything to capture or destroy someone's soul? We need it to help Thorn.
A couple of seconds pass. Then the skull opens its mouth. Great news. I am at a graveyard too. Nothing like that on hand. Give me a few days. I can see what I can do. The skull goes silent again, and then a minute or so later, there is a popping sound, and a zombie suddenly pops into view, appearing right in the center of a tombstone, its body splitting in two.
Well, at least it's on the ground now. Can we send the message back with what happened?
That would have to wait until tomorrow. The sending skull can only transmit a message once every midnight.
All right, that makes sense. Can we also send a message to Silas? When was the last time we did that?
That was just after you had arrived in Darkon, so you can try to send another one, yeah.
Hey, Silas, we are in Mantira Bay. Let us know if you are still alive. Thanks for killing Father Lucian for us.
Once again, you can feel someone on the other side of the stone, but no response comes.
Damn!
You know, maybe he did escape the mists, but the spell doesn't work right across planes.
Can I make an Arcana check for that, Ben?
Sure, go for it.
All right, that's a 10.
There haven't been a whole lot of experiments done on sending stones, but some of them do suggest that the spell can malfunction when traveling vast distances.
That seems like a reasonable conclusion then, Joden. It could be possible that he isn't even getting our messages and could be sending a message back.
I hope he is still in the Sword Coast, otherwise those bodies from Hamlet are just going to be piling up in the swamp. The Swamp of Timber is creepy enough as it is.
It's the Marsh of Chelimber. All right, so the doctor said it might take a few days for him to come up with something. What do you want to do in the meantime?
I want to go talk to some of the Shadow Shippers. Maybe they have some good things for trade, and we still have a couple of the crystal clusters, too. Hopefully we can sell them. And that stupid gold teapot, too.
Oh yeah, I had kind of forgotten about the gold teapot. It wouldn't be worth much here though, right? We should wait to sell it until we get back to the Sword Coast?
Well, we can at least see how many shadow shards they would be willing to pay for it.
All right, you head back down to the docks, where you can see some tents set up and vendors hawking wares. There is quite the collection of random objects and foods, fruits only found in the jungles of Chult, Barovian wine stamped with the Wizard of Wine's logo, Trumpville specialty foods wrapped in ceremonial edible gold, and potions sealed by the Academy in Neverwinter. Bits and bobs and foods from all over the Sword Coast and the domains of Dread.
Any magical artifact dealers?
There are a couple. You can see some bags of holding, some various weapons, but mostly just things to help in day-to-day life. A miniaturized Otu trash disposal, a set of self-washing dishes, and some ever-frosted chests to keep food cold and good for longer. There are a lot of people down here as well, mostly just looking, but some people making purchases. It's a trade day in Mantira Bay.
An Otu trash disposal? That's that one monster that tried to kill us in the Marsh of Chelimber that I killed single-handedly, right?
You mean the one that you did almost nothing against? Yeah, it's a mini one of those. A lot of cities capture and place an Otu in a garbage pit. They eat a ton.
How much is that, Ben?
35 shadow shards. It is pretty bulky, though. It would be difficult to carry around while you are traveling.
Yeah, all right. I didn't want it anyways. What about weapons? Any enchanted swords?
There is an enchanted longsword for sale in one of the tents. A short and old gnome sits on a stool inside. Hello, I am Zephyr Pebblefoot at your service. May I interest you in this blade? You may pick it up if you wish. It is as light as a feather. You'll hardly feel it on your hip as you travel, and can swing it much faster. Still strong as any other blade as well, I can assure you.
Light as a feather? Am I able to hit harder with it than Ben?
Mechanically, it'll function as a +1 longsword, so you'll add an additional 1 to your hit and 1 to the damage, and it'll be magic damage as well.
How much is it?
175 shadow shards, and it is yours.
You drive a hard bargain. How about an even 100?
Roll for persuasion. You'll have disadvantage since that's a hefty discount you are asking for.
Okay, fine, whatever. Damn, only a 10.
I'm sorry, 175 is already a great deal. It took great effort to procure this item.
All right, fine, yeah, I'll buy it.
Great, thank you for doing business. Can I interest any of you in any other items? A wizard should never be without a staff, you know. I have a staff of shadows right here. Very helpful for hiding in places where one shouldn't be.
That's interesting. How much?
125 and it is yours?
Sure, that sounds like a good deal then.
Phenomenal. He hands you the staff, a dark wooden staff with an obsidian orb at the top. You can use it to cast the darkness spell once per day and in a customizable radius of up to 5 feet around you. So you could hide in a corner in a dungeon, or even during combat just have a 5-foot radius of darkness. In combat, it does count as a bonus action.
Oh, I can see how that could be useful.
And finally you, my fellow gnome friend, what can I help you with?
Do you have any armor? I already have a magical bow, but some improved armor could be good.
Ah, yes, I have just the thing for you. And I can tell that you prefer the lighter armor too. This isn't magical, but is a custom enhancement to your regular studded leather armor. It'll offer you a greater range of protection and movement than any other armor you could find out there, guaranteed. 70 shadow shards and it is all yours.
So what does it do, Ben?
It'll be studded leather armor, so you'll get a +1 from your current leather armor. And then it will also increase your movement speed by 10 feet because it is a lot easier to move in.
Seems like a good deal. All right, I'll buy that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the presidential D&D campaign, where AI-voiced U.S. presidents play Dungeons & Dragons with me, Ben Shapiro, your AI Dungeon Master. This is a one-shot adventure, but everyone is playing as their characters from the main campaign. If you haven't caught the last couple of episodes of Season 2, they can be viewed at the playlist linked here.
I'm excited to see what you have planned for us, Ben. Usually you give us some lore or motives for our characters, but this time you just said to plan on being ourselves. This isn't the regular campaign, though?
Well, whatever it is, there better be some combat. You promised us that there would be more combat this season, and the closest we've come to combat is when I punched that guy and got the guard called on us.
Well, Donald, you are in luck then. This is a special one-shot that will take place in an alternate universe to the main campaign, or something like that. Honestly, I haven't really figured out where this would tie into the lore, so let's just call it a what-if series. For this one-shot, you all are competing in the Arena of Loudwater, against people and groups that you've encountered in the past. I know that some people were disappointed that the final battle of last season was avoided thanks to a clever spell on Barak's part and some lousy rolling on mine, so hopefully this rectifies that desire for bloodshed.
No way, you're kidding me, Ben. I'm actually going to get to kill those damn priests, the ones who locked me in that cave.
This sounds like a lot of fun, so we'll probably fight those priests, maybe a real fight with Lug and Henrietta, and maybe Hamlet, that gravekeeper down in Southern Edge.
That's the plan, though I can't spoil too much. It is going to be a vastly combat-oriented session. Well, with that, should we get started then?
Yeah, I'm ready for a real fight.
Very well. Our session starts inside the famed Loudwater Arena, where spectators have come from miles and miles around to view the famous Loudwater adventurers fight against all of their famed foes. The stands are packed. Almost a full 200 or so residents of Loudwater have come to watch.
200? Did you mean 200,000?
Well, no, it's a market day too, so it's just those people who were kind of bored.
This is lame.
It kind of makes sense. Loudwater is a pretty small town in the middle of nowhere.
It reminds me of my high school graduation. It was the first one conducted in the country you know. I remember riding up in a horse and buggy in my finest tweed jacket. Man, those were good times.
How in the 9 hells are you still alive, Joe?
That's a good question. All right, so the 3 of you are in the middle of a large arena. It has some diverse terrain with some low walls, some small plinths that you and enemies could stand on. The first round of the arena is about to begin as the crowd begins chanting. Well, more of just a couple of the people in the crowd, you see 3 priests come out of all 4 entrances to the battlefield. All right, let's roll for initiative.
I got an 18.
Liar! I got an 18 as well. I'm going first, though.
I think we should let me go first so that I could fireball. Though I don't know how many rests we will have. Maybe I don't want to fireball.
Yeah, you should save those. I'm going first. No way am I letting one of you fight before me again. Next thing we know before my turn, all the priests will be dead.
I only got a 7.
I got a 3, so you'll still go before me, Joden. All right, Donatello is up first then, unless Barak wants to go first?
Nah, I guess Donatello can go before me.
Sweet. I want to go to the nearest priest and swing with my new enchanted longsword.
All right, you jump over a low wall and run to the nearest group of 3, barely making it with your movement speed before swinging at him.
That's a 23 to hit for 14 damage on the first hit.
You land a heavy blow, knocking him below half health. A look of surprise mixed with terror crosses the priest's face.
Second attack is... Damn, only an 11. I knew these dice were still rigged.
That actually does hit. You need an 11 exactly for these guys.
No way, all right, that's 13 damage then.
The second blow does him in. How do you want it to happen?
Want what to happen?
I'll let you describe how you kill him.
Oh, I see. All right, after the first swing cuts across his chest, I then get in a backswing with the sword, decapitating him.
Seems sufficiently brutal. All right, do you want to action surge or do anything else for your turn?
I don't think so. I'll save that, I think. Will we get to rest in between arena fights?
You'll get to short rest in between each one, but no long rest. So I think you'll only have the one action surge.
It says here that I can action surge once per short rest.
Oh, I guess I was wrong. So yes, you'll have one action surge per round in the arena.
I'm action surging then. I'll attack the next priest.
Sounds good.
That's a 21 for 15 damage.
Another heavy blow. This priest is below half health as well.
Second one is a 12 for 11 damage.
Wow, that was pretty good. You'll kill that one too.
Sweet. Driven by rage, I'll swing at the second priest as well, chopping off his arm and then stabbing him through the chest.
Dang, nice job, Donatello. That was impressive.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you guys have me here. Otherwise, you'd probably all die.
All right, Barak's turn next.
Sweet. All right, first I want to enter Blade Song as my bonus action, which also gives me plus 10 movement speed. So I'll move up to the last priest in the group Donatello is fighting and swing at him with my scimitar. That's a 14 to hit for 4 damage.
All right, it's more of a glancing slash. He calls out in pain, but is still in good fighting condition.
Then I'm going to firebolt him. That's a 13 to hit for 10 damage.
You run up to the priest, moving extremely fast, and slash him with your scimitar, and then shoot a bolt of fire from your offhand. He stumbles backwards a step or two before regaining his composure, a look of pain on his face as you knock him below half health.
Sweet. All right, that's my turn. Joden, you're up.
All right, could I make it on top of one of those plinths that you mentioned, Ben?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay, I want to climb on top of one of those and then shoot my bow at a different group of priests to also trigger my Horde Breaker. Am I right that they are within 5 feet of each other?
Yeah, you can definitely trigger that.
Awesome. That's a 19 for 6 damage to the first, a 15 for 6 damage to the second, and then a 26 for 4 damage to the first again.
All right, they definitely take some damage as you unleash a barrage of arrows, but they are still going strong. Anything else on your turn, Joden?
No, that's it for me.
All right, my turn now. Joden, those priests that you shot at are going to run over to you, but they aren't quite able to make it onto the plinth. They're just starting to climb up. Barak, the priest you torched, is going to attack you, as well as one other priest that was able to make it to you. One of the other groups of 3 is going to be running at Joden and the other at Donatello and Barak, but nobody else is going to be able to make it to you guys. Damn, I rolled terribly, though. That is a 6, an 8, a 7, and a 10 to hit you, Barak. Feeling the surge of battle magic running through you, it seems as though the 2 priests are moving in slow motion as they swing, but you dodge out of the way each time.
Nice. Yeah, none of those would have hit me even if I wasn't in Blade Song.
Yeah, I rolled really crappy there. All right, back to the top of the round. It'll be Donatello's turn.
Sweet, I want to go attack the injured one that Barak is fighting. That's an 11 for 15 damage.
All right, that does kill the first one. You're getting really lucky. You keep hitting right at their armor class.
It could be luckier, though. I could be hitting criticals. All right, I'll swing at the other one with my second attack then. That's a 21 for 10 damage.
Nice, all right. So there are 3 of the 12 priests dead, and then 3 more are injured. Anything else for your turn, Donatello?
No, I'm done.
All right, for my turn, I want to do the same thing, so I'll swing with my scimitar at the one that Donatello just attacked, and then firebolt him after that. That's a 14 for 4 damage off the scimitar, and a 21 for 18 damage off the firebolt.
All right, how does it happen?
I spin around, still in my blade song, and slash at the injured priest, driving my scimitar into his shoulder before reaching out with my other hand and unleashing a firebolt point blank into his chest.
Nice. All right, anything else for your turn?
No, that's all for me.
All right, I think I would have disadvantage shooting them with my bow, right, Ben, since they are so close to me?
Technically, you have disadvantage if they are within 80 feet, I believe, but I'm giving you advantage since you got onto higher ground, so it'll be a normal shot.
Cool. I'll shoot the more injured one again, then use Horde Breaker to hit the other injured one, and then shoot the first one last time. That's a 16 for 6, a 17 for 9, and then a 26 for 5.
The first one is going to be heavily injured, barely even able to stand as he falls back down, failing on his climb up onto the plinth. The second is going to be injured just under half now. Anything else for your turn, Joden?
No, that'll be all for me. I want to stay up on my plinth thing.
All right, 2 of the priests, the 2 injured ones, are going to be able to climb up and attack you, but there isn't enough room for anyone else. Then there are going to be a total of 4 priests that can make it to Barak and Donatello, while the last 2 stalk Joden from the ground looking for a way up or a way to hit him. Joden, that's a 17, a 5, and then a 20 to hit you for a total of 9 damage. Barak, that's an 11, a 15, a natural 20, and then a 14. I think only the 20 hits you since you are in Blade Song, yeah?
Yeah, just the critical, barely. My AC is 16.
All right, so you take 11 damage. And then finally, Donatello, that's a 17, a 15, a 19, and a natural 1 to hit you for a total of 2 damage.
No sweat then. We are wrecking these priest guys.
This is just round 1 though, Donatello. We still got a long ways to go.
Also, the gates on the far side of the arena are going to open, and you see Father Lucian in his customary brown robes step into the arena. You can see a dark blue light radiating from his hands, but he isn't going to do anything this turn.
All right, I'm going to go fight Father Lucian then.
Wait, I need your help here, Donatello. There are like 4 priests on us and then 4 more on Joden. Let's take care of them first, and then we can all focus on Father Lucian.
Fine, whatever. I guess I'll help out you weaklings. These priests literally can't hit us at all. Ben, I'll swing at one of the priests who attacked me last round, the one who actually hit me. That's a 26 for 15 damage, and then a 14 for 14 damage.
All right, you cleave the priest in 2, and he falls to the ground dead. Anything else for your turn?
No, my only bonus action is Second Wind, and I've only taken 2 damage so far.
All right, for my turn, is there any way that I can get the 3 last priests on us in the cone for Burning Hands?
Yeah, you can do that.
Sweet. I'm going to cast Burning Hands as a 3rd level spell. They need to make dexterity saving throws.
That's a 14, an 8, and a 19.
Okay, the 2 who got below 15 take 26 damage, and then the final guy takes 13.
You quite literally melt 2 of the priests as they fall to the ground dead. The last priest was able to mostly dodge out of the way, his robes catching fire as he rolls on the ground to put them out. He gets back up with a grimace on his face, burned quite thoroughly and very angry. All right, Joden, you're up.
Well, now that they are up here, I'm going to drop my bow and attack with my short swords. I think that means I can attack a total of 4 times, right? Since I have the extra attack Hordebreaker and then the dual-wielding attack as well.
Yeah, that sounds right. To the dual-wielding one, you won't add your skill damage, but you will on all the others.
Sweet. All right, that's a 14 for 6 damage, a 22 for 9 damage, another 22 for another 9 damage, and then an unnatural 20 for 4 damage.
All right, you are able to kill both of them. How does it go down?
I swing with my short swords in a flurry of blows, slicing both enemies with each of the swings, and then I kick them off the plinth.
Nice. All right, that leaves a total of 3 priests and Father Lucian. The dark blue light around Father Lucian begins to grow, and then you see each of the priests' maces begin glowing with that same light as well. Then Father Lucian is going to raise a hand, and a bolt of blue energy is going to race at both Donatello and Barak. You'll both need to make dexterity saving throws.
That's a natural 20 for me.
That's a 14 for me.
All right, you both passed, though you did need a 14, so you're getting right on the edge there, Donatello. You'll both take 16 damage from the black bolt.
Damn, that would have dealt 32 damage if I had failed. That would have knocked me unconscious in just that one hit.
Yeah, it was a strong attack there. All right, then the priests are going to attack. The 2 are going to climb up onto the plinth with Joden and attack him, and then the last one is going to attack Donatello. That's a 17, an unnatural 20, a 3, and a 12 to hit Joden for a total of 17 damage. Then a 19 and an 8 to hit Donatello for 9 damage.
Damn, these guys hit a lot harder with whatever Father Lucian did.
Yeah, it was a really good ability that Father Lucian gave them. All right, top of the round then. Donatello, you're up.
Well, I'm going to attack this last priest in front of me. That's a 23 for 12 damage.
That does kill him.
Nice. And then I'm going to run and attack Father Lucian with the other one.
Your other attack will have to be with your crossbow. He is more than 30 feet away.
Damn it. All right, fine. With my crossbow then. God damn it. That's only a 6. This is rigged.
That one does miss. For Father Lucian, you all need at least a 13 to hit.
Whatever. I'll kill him on my next turn.
All right, my turn. Joden, do you need help up there? I could hit them with a spell.
Yeah, I could probably use a bit of help. I don't know when that spell is going to wear off, so these guys hit pretty hard now.
All right, I'll cast Scorching Ray at the priests up by Joden, just at the 2nd level spell slot. That's a 16, a 17, and a natural 20, for 8 damage on the first, 6 on the second, and then 19 on the last one. I'll shoot the first 2 at one of them and the last at the other.
All right, they both survive, but they are both below half, and the second one is almost dead. Anything else on your turn?
Would I be able to run behind cover from Father Lucian? I can't take another hit like that from him.
Yeah, you could find full cover behind another one of the plinths, one that Joden and the 2 priests aren't on.
All right, yeah, I'll go there, but then that is my turn.
Joden, you're up next.
All right, I want to slash with my short swords again. I'll focus on the more injured one until he is dead, then on the other one. That's a 19, a 24, a 7, and a 12. The first swing does 9 damage, then a total of 6 for the second and fourth swings.
All right, that first one does kill the injured priest, and the other one is looking heavily injured as well. The blue energy around his weapon fades as well. All right, Father Lucian is going to murmur an incantation and raise a hand, and 3 bolts are going to fly out, 2 of them striking Donatello and the 3rd striking Joden. Donatello, you take 9 damage, and Joden, you take 4. Then the priest is going to attack Joden. That's a 19 and a 12 for a total of 4 damage.
Damn, guys, this is starting to wear on us. I'm getting pretty low.
Yeah, I'll be happy for the short rest, but I'll still be pretty injured, I think.
I'm not worried at all. We got this, guys. All right, my turn, Ben.
Yeah, your turn.
All right, can I make it to Father Lucian now?
Yeah, you can make it up to him.
Sweet. I'm going to slash at him twice. That's a natural 20 and a 15. The natural 20 will deal 20 damage, and the other deals 9.
Actually, he is going to throw up a magical barrier as a reaction after you hit him the first time, raising his armor class by 5 until his next turn. He does take 20 damage, though. That was a heavy hit.
That's bullshit, but all right, whatever. I'll then use my second wind to recover. 12 hit points. That's my turn, though.
All right, do I have a line of sight to him, or is Donatello in the way?
You have a clear line of sight. Donatello is off to the side of him from where you are.
Sweet. I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt. He is within 100 feet, I'm guessing?
Yep. Dexterity save for him, then?
Yeah, he needs a 15.
Damn, that's only a 13.
Awesome, that's 26 damage then.
All right, he is well below half health now. Anything else for your turn?
I'm going to cast Healing Word as a 2nd level spell for my bonus action. That heals me for 10 health. Then I'm going behind my plinth again, hiding from Father Lucian's line of sight.
Coward!
Hey, I'm not dying here. This is only the first fight still.
All right, Joden, you're up next.
I'm gonna slash at this last guy. I only get 3 attacks now since my Horde Breaker is over, though. That's an 18, an 11, and a 7 for a total of 14 damage off of the first 2.
That does kill the last remaining priest. It is just Father Lucian now.
All right, can I hop down to get behind the plinth as well?
Yeah, you can do that. He is just fighting Donatello up close now.
I got this, guys. You can keep hiding.
All right, for Father Lucian's turn, he is going to pull out a long sword as well, wreathed in that dark blue light, and swing it at you, Donatello. That's an 18 to hit for 8 damage, and then a 12, which misses.
All right, well, for my turn, I'm going to swing back at him. That's an 18 for 10 damage, and then another critical hit for 19 damage.
All right, once again, he throws up a magical barrier, but it doesn't do anything as your sword comes crashing through it, impaling his shoulder right through the heart. He drops to a knee. I was just trying to save the world. Vampire is a threat to us all. And then falls over dead. All right, guys, that's round 1 of the arena. We'll take a short rest, but then we're moving right into round 2.
Dang, this is a lot harder than I thought it would be.
No, it's not. I'm doing fine.
What health are you at?
I'm still at 34, over half.
I'm only at 18. I need to heal up with this short rest for sure.
I'm at 21, so just over half after using that healing spell. I'm going to use 3 of my hit dice on this rest. That's 15 for me.
Yeah, I'll use 3 as well, I guess. Damn, that's 36 for me. I rolled really well. At least I'm up to full again.
I'm going to use 4, I think. All right, that's 43, so I'm up to full as well. Ready for round 2, I guess.
I'm only down 1 of each spell slot too, so yeah, let's go to round 2.
All right, a group of guards come out and clean up the dead bodies while you are resting, and you can see some of the crowd murmuring. You did just kill pretty much the entire clergy for Sanitas, but life goes on. The arena stays the same, with some low walls and the plinths in the same area. As the 3 of you stand in the middle, 2 of the gates open up, and you hear the groaning of zombies coming from both of them. They come lurching out, clothed in armor and each wielding somewhat crude weapons, thick tree branches instead of clubs, long, jagged pieces of metal instead of spears. There are about 3 dozen zombies coming from each of the gates.
Christ. All right, do we need to roll initiative again, or are we keeping the same as last time?
We can just keep the same as last time. It makes sense for the 3 of you to get to act before the zombies do.
All right, this is the first time that I think it would be a bad idea for me to run in with my longsword. We need to split up the groups, I think.
Well, before we do that, I want a fireball while they are all grouped together.
Fine, I guess that makes sense. Leave some for the rest of us, though. You can go before me, I guess.
Whoa, I think that might be the first time Donatello has ever willingly let someone else go before him, guys.
I'm not an idiot, Joden. Of course, Barak should go first with his fireball.
All right, I want to throw a fireball at the zombies coming out of the south gate.
Very well, it has a 10-foot radius, right? So it could hit in a 20-foot circle?
No, actually, it's a 20-foot radius.
Oh, wow. Even bigger than I thought then. All right, I'll say that you are able to hit all of the zombies at the south gate. I'll make a roll for every 9 of them, so I'll only roll 4 times. That's a 15, an 18, a 0, and a -1.
All right, the ones who failed take 35 damage and the others take 17.
Damn, all right. Half of the zombies melt away, while the other half were knocked back by the force of the blast and stagger back to their feet, burning and severely damaged. You see the other zombies begin moving apart to make a fireball less effective.
You're saying that the zombies learned?
Or something controlling the zombies did. Is Hamlet here? I bet Hamlet is here.
Looking around, you can actually see Hamlet's yellow eyes peering from behind one of the 2 closed gates.
Finally, on my turn, I'll enter Bladesong. What's the plan then, guys? We could try to go kill Hamlet, but there are like 50 zombies in this arena. We'll die pretty quick if we get caught.
The plinths make it so that only 3 people can be on top of one at a time. But killing 50 zombies seems like it would take a long time.
Yeah, let's just try to kill Hamlet and see if that solves the zombie problem. All right, Ben, for my turn, I want to run at the gate where Hamlet is.
You are able to make it to the gate. What do you want to do from there?
Can I try to lift the gate?
Sure, make a strength check.
Hell yeah, that's a 22.
Wow, you needed a 20, so that was lucky. You've honestly had some of the luckiest rolls this session. Against Father Lucian, you needed a 17 to make it past his shield, and you rolled an 18 and a natural 20. And you've hit right on the armor class a lot, too.
It's not luck, Ben. It's 100% skill.
It's literally rolling dice, Donatello. It's the definition of luck.
It's all in the wrist. All right, I'm guessing that did take my action to lift the gate, though?
Yeah, it did take your action.
Well, I'm still going to action surge and then attack Hamlet with my sword. That's a 19 and a 12. What do we need to hit him?
You need a 15, so the 19 does hit.
All right, that's 12 damage then.
He takes the blow and lets out an inhuman growl. You see his body start to morph, and within seconds find yourself face to face with a werewolf.
Damn, he's a werewolf? I guess that explains the yellow eyes.
All right, my turn then?
Yeah, your turn. Unless you had anything else you wanted to do, Donatello.
No, I'm good. It can be Joden's turn.
I want to climb on top of the plinth again and then shoot my bow at Hamlet. That's an 11 and a natural 20, so that's a total of 14 damage off of the critical hit.
All right, you let loose 2 arrows. With inhuman speed, he slashes one of them out of the air, but then the other impales his shoulder. All right, my turn then. The zombies are going to move. 2 of them climbing on top of the plinth where Joden is, and then 4 zombies are going to be in range to attack Barak. About a dozen zombies are going to move to Donatello, but none of them reach you. All right, the 2 attacking Joden get a 19 and then a natural 20, for a total of 16 damage. Then the 4 attacking Barak get an 8, a 14, an 18, and a 10. You only take 2 damage since you're in Bladesong, then Barak. All right, then, Hamlet is going to slash at Donatello with his claws and then bite at him as well. That's a 21 for 5 damage on the claws, and then only a 7 to hit with the bite. So he slashes you, but then you are able to swing your shield around to stop his fangs. All right, back up to Barak then.
All right, if I Misty Step away as a bonus action, would the zombies get an attack of opportunity?
I don't think so. You're teleporting and not moving away.
Nice. For my bonus action, then, I'm going to Misty Step onto the plinth nearest to me and then cast Firebolt at Hamlet. That's a 24 for 16 damage.
That's a good hit. He is looking quite wounded.
Nice. All right, that's my turn then.
I'm going to slash at him with my sword then. That's a 26 and a 22 for 11 damage each.
All right, that is going to kill Hamlet then. The zombies pause for a moment, then begin wandering away, no longer controlled by Hamlet. Hamlet lays dying, slowly transforming back into his human self. It was just business, that's all. Everyone has to make money somehow, right?
Not by selling off zombie slave armies.
Yeah, good riddance.
All right, how many more rounds do we have, Ben?
Next one is the final round.
Okay, I want to use just one of my hit dice then. I'm still pretty close to full. Could I also use a healing spell if I don't heal all the way back up?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
All right, that was 7 off of my hit dice and then another 7 off of cure wounds.
I won't use any hit dice. I'm still pretty much at full. Would I be able to use my second wind before the short rest and still have it afterwards for the next fight?
I'll allow that too.
That's 7 points of healing from that, so I'm good.
I'll use one of my hit dice too. That's 7 points of healing from that, so I'm back up to full. I don't recover any spell slots though, since I only get to do that after a short rest once per long rest.
All right, everyone ready for the next round then?
Yeah, I am. Who are we fighting as the last boss? Is it the Hill Giants?
I hope not. We wrecked them earlier. Lug ran away crying because we beat him so bad.
Well, Lug ran away crying because we stabbed out his eyes.
Well, I guess we will just have to see then. You have been fighting and then resting for most of the day, and now the last fight has finally arrived. You are all a bit worn and weary, though the adrenaline from this upcoming battle is pushing you onwards. You stand in the middle of the arena, and then the east gate slides open. A single figure walks out. Silas stands there looking at you all with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Hello, adventurers. Shame we find ourselves here.
Hell yes, we are going to wreck this guy.
Silas is definitely a worthy final boss, though.
All right, same initiative order then?
Yeah, it's been working so far. We can keep the same one.
All right, I'm going first this time, Barack. I'm going to run up and attack Silas. Can I make it to him?
You can.
Sweet, all right, that's a 19 and a 26 for 21 total damage. Do both of those hit? What's his armor class?
You need a 16, so yeah, both of those hit. He grunts in pain with the 2 strikes. Did you want to use Action Surge?
Hell yeah, I do. That's a 21 and a 19 for 22 total damage.
Nice, you've done a lot of damage this turn. All right, anything else for your turn?
No, that's it.
He's going to reach out and attack you. That's a 28 to hit. Instead of taking damage, he's going to grapple you instead.
Damn, okay, no problem. That just means I can't move away. I can still attack him, right?
Yeah, you can still attack him. All right, Barack, it's your turn.
All right, could I get into position to cast Lightning Bolt at him?
You can, but since he is grappling Donatello, you would hit Donatello as well.
That makes sense. All right, I'll just use my last second-level spell to cast Scorching Ray. Oh my god, that's a double natural 20 and then a 23 for the last one.
Damn, you are about to deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, that's 48 damage. I'll also go into Blade Song too.
Well, this might be a bit anticlimactic then. He cries out in pain but holds on to Donatello. He is looking wounded, and the bloodthirsty look in his eyes begins to bore into each of you. He is going to bite Donatello. That's another 28 to hit, dealing 9 piercing damage and then 12 necrotic. Your hit points are also reduced by 12 Donatello.
No problem, we are destroying him.
My turn then?
Yeah, your turn now.
All right, I'm going to hang back with Barack and shoot 2 arrows at him. That's a 25 and a 17 to hit, dealing 9 damage. Damn, I really need to up my damage output.
It's all right. I do wonder what your bow actually does too. We know it's magical and you're attuned to it, I think. Haven't seen it have any effects yet.
No, you haven't yet. You could do another Arcana check on it in a session, or Joden, you might find out by accident. It does have some magical properties.
Interesting. All right, well, I think that is it for my turn.
All right, Silas's turn now. At the start of his turn, you see a pack of wolves come barreling into the arena from the other 3 gates, 13 wolves to be exact. They surround Barack and Joden, and 3 of them move towards Silas and the grappled Donatello. Silas is then going to bite Donatello again. That's a critical hit, dealing 16 damage on the bite and then 28 necrotic damage.
Well, I'm out for the count. That's really dumb.
Sorry, Donatello, that was bad luck. Silas is then going to move and swing at Barack this time. That's a 26 to hit, and so he is going to grapple you this time.
Damn. All right, well, Donatello's turn then.
I'm dead.
Well, you're unconscious, so you'll make a death-saving throw, but just privately. Everybody else just sees you lying there, breathing very shallow as you have been drained of a lot of blood.
My turn then?
Yeah.
All right, Joden, this is going to be all up to you. I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt at Silas.
He's holding you, so you'll get hit too.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's a 13 on the dexterity saving throw, but he is going to use his legendary resistance to succeed on it. You'll need to roll for it too.
That's a 19 for me, so we both succeed then, which means we both take... Damn, only 18 damage. I thought that would go a lot better than it did.
All right, after your turn, he's going to bite at you. That's a 21 to hit for 9 piercing damage and 10 necrotic.
Well, I'm down to 1 health then. Sorry, guys. We definitely were not powerful enough to take on a vampire.
Yeah, no joke. He got lucky, though. If I had had another turn, he would be dead.
All right, Joden, you're up again.
Hey guys, what was the name of my bow again?
It was Thorn.
Oh, that's right. This is what you have always been talking about when you keep mentioning Thorn. All right, if I say the name, does anything happen? Thorn?
Your bow comes to life in your hands. The arrow you had notched grows barbs around it. You'll add 1d6 of piercing damage whenever you hit with the bow now.
Damn, wish I had known that earlier. Can I do that all the time?
Only once per day.
Fair enough. All right, I'll shoot at Silas twice then.
Typically, you would have disadvantage, but I'll say that you can just roll it normal.
Thanks. All right, that's a natural 20 and an unnatural 20. That's 20 damage off of the arrows. Do I add critical damage to the thorn damage too?
Yeah, to all the damage you would be rolling.
That's another 22 damage then.
That does finish off Silas then. You shoot 2 arrows right into his side, the second one piercing his heart. He drops Barack, falling to a knee. Interesting. I had always thought I would fear my end when it came. Now I only feel hope. Thank you, my friends.
Wait, we did it then?
You guys did. Yeah, I must say I wasn't expecting 3 different turns of dealing over 40 damage. You guys have a crazy high damage output with all of those criticals. The wolves disperse, heading out the gates.
I'll rush over to Donatello and use Healing Word on him. Only as a first level, unfortunately, since I have no other spells.
All right, I must say it was really lame that I died at the end there, but also that was a pretty fun session.
Yeah, that was a lot of combat and rolling. I thought we lost at the end there.
Yeah, what made you think of activating your bow like that?
Well, I remembered suddenly that it had a special name. I hadn't tried saying it before. It's a pretty cool bow.
Yeah, that came in clutch there. Of course, you both would have been dead if I didn't deal all that damage at the beginning and distract him for the first full turn cycle.
You did tank a lot of damage there.
Awesome. Well, I guess we can end it there then. You all know what Jotun's bow does now, so that'll be something to take back to the regular campaign.
And more importantly, I got to kill Father Lucian finally. That's how the season finale should have ended.
And we killed Hamlet too and put an end to the terrible things happening in Southern Edge too. Though I don't actually think that killing just him would end it. It seems like the whole town is probably on board with what is going on.
Agreed. That was where I got my bow, though, right? After killing the Wraith guy?
I think so, yeah, that seems like a long time ago. Hard to believe we've only been doing this campaign for just over a month.
And that was with our break between seasons too. It feels good to be back though. Now to matters at hand. Can I sell my old sword to Zephyr Pebblefoot? I think that was the name of the magical artifact merchant we bought all of our stuff from.
Yeah, that was him. He takes a long look at your sword, murmuring an incantation over the melted side of it. Interesting weapon you have here. I don't know how much I would be able to get for it. Most people will see the deformed blade and pass it over. But it is magical, at least that side of it. Very well, I can offer you 50 shadow shards for it.
That's it? It's worth at least 100.
Perhaps. That is what I will try to sell it for. But it's a risky item for me to take and try to sell. There is a good chance it just sits on the shelf for years. I'm afraid I can't go above 55.
All right, very well. At least that makes some of my money back. What about this gold teapot?
As you reach into your bag for the teapot, you actually can't find it.
What the hell? Did one of you two take it?
No, you were very clear that you wanted to hang on to it.
Well, I don't have it now. It's nowhere to be found in my bag, Ben?
Nope. Just your gold coins and traveling essentials. Then also the magical small bag of holding that Thorn gave you for holding shadow shards.
Did you lose it somewhere?
Well, I guess so. That's dumb, but it wasn't worth much anyways.
Hey Zephyr, would you happen to have any items that could say, I don't know, capture someone's soul?
Zephyr's eyebrow raises slightly. No, that would be contraband in the city. That's a dangerous request.
Okay, no matter. Thought that we would check.
Very well. No harm in asking, I suppose. He reaches back behind a shelf. Before I forget, you really should have some shadow slick for cleaning the staff. I think I have a small bottle back here. He rummages around for a second before producing a small black vial. Nasty stuff. Don't get it on your hands for sure. He passed it over to you and passes a small piece of paper as well. If you do, well, you didn't get it from me. Then he turns and begins talking to a nearby vendor about how crazy the new Valaki Burgomaster is.
What's the paper say?
I don't know, what does it say, Ben?
You open it up, taking care to do so covertly. Inside, in hastily scribbled handwriting, you read, "The Nautical Bazaar aboard the Mistweaver. Tonight after dark."
Interesting. What's the Mistweaver? Is that one of the boats?
Yes, you see the larger of the boats in the harbor has the name scratched on the side, barnacles clinging to its hull. The figurehead, a cloaked figure with an orb in its hands, leans out towards the city ominously. A few merchants and sailors move around on board, and a group of guards stand watch, investigating all boxes that are unloaded.
Well, we can get past them easy enough. How long until it is dark, Ben?
To be honest, I think we kind of skipped a night, but we will say it is late in the afternoon. The mist-covered sun hangs low above the distant horizon. You probably have another hour or so until the sun is set completely. Is there anything else you want to do in the city, or do you want to wait until you are climbing aboard tonight?
I'm good to wait until we are going aboard. We already did our shopping unless there was anything else anyone needed.
I think I'm good too. Should we make a plan for how we're going to get on the boat? If the guards are watching, it won't be easy to slip on board.
We could use your magic to make us invisible and then you could misty step. I think there is a simpler way though. We should just bribe the guards.
Think they would go for that?
I think so. I don't think the Night Watchers would take the moral high ground. Besides, I bet they get a cut of whatever happens in the underground black market thing, the Nautical Bazaar or whatever.
All right, I'm down to try it. Worst comes to worst, and maybe we do meet the leader of the Night Watchers sooner than we anticipated. Should we each pitch in maybe 5 shadow shards? I'll cover the rest if they need more.
Oh yeah, so that all of our viewers can call me a greedy bastard? No, I'll pay whatever it costs. If anyone is going to be the fan favorite, it's going to be me.
All right, I'm fine with that. You sure you don't want us to pitch anything in?
Yeah, I'm sure. Though depending on the cost of the artifact, we might all need to contribute for that. I'm betting that an artifact that can destroy or capture someone's souls carries a hefty price tag.
I would guess so as well. All right, that all sounds like a plan then.
Yeah, that's some good planning. Very well, the sun sets and darkness begins to press in. The mists thicken, more rolling in from the ocean in front of you, obscuring your vision to only a few feet. You can hear people and things moving in the dark, but can't see much. As you make your way across the docks and approach the guards, you see a tall gentleman handing a small pouch to the guards. "Thank you for your watch," he says as he steps past them boarding the ship.
All right, I am going to approach the guards and pass them a small pouch of 20 shadow shards. Then I'll say the same thing. Thank you for your watch, and move to board the ship.
The guard hefts the bag, looking quite surprised. "Of course, my lord."
Damn it, I probably only needed to give him like 5 or something.
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah, it would have been awkward if he had stopped us. I am not familiar with the etiquette for a secret underground market.
Yeah, though, since we were so generous, he'll be able to remember us. This must be a profitable guard position. I wonder if they're all night watchers.
They are keeping watch at night. I think it's safe to say they are.
Can we follow the guy who was in front of us, Ben?
Yeah, you follow him down into the ship, where you can now hear a lot of people talking and murmuring under their breath. The man walks down a long hallway, and the door at the end opens. "Hello? Welcome to the Nautical Bazaar," a servant says, holding the door open. "Please, feel free to look around and talk to any of the vendors. If you have any weapons, please keep them sheathed. Peace is enforced here for the safety of all of our customers, of course."
Thank goodness. If he was going to try to take my sword, he was going to have a fight on his hands.
Something tells me that we would probably lose that fight. Who knows what this place is, or how many guards and magical protections are in place. Besides, if someone is just casually selling a soul destroyer, they could have anything up their sleeves.
Through the door, it feels a lot like the marketplace on land did, only more crowded. It seems people from all over Darkon have come to the Nautical Bazaar. There are a lot more strange items, and a lot more weapons and armors. You see a displacer beast, bound with enchanted iron and steel chains in a cage. Another vendor has a wide selection of poisons, all with labels saying that they even work on undead. Finally, you spot 2 different familiar figures. Dr. Necrotech talking with a short Duergar vendor with a large assortment of plants, and Zephyr Pebblefoot manning his own stall with many of the same items you had seen above. You actually see him passing off Donatello's sword in exchange for a pouch of shadow shards.
Damn it, he sold it the same day. I bet I could have gotten more for it.
Where would you like to go first? There is also an area off to the side where an announcer is leading an auction. That is where the man you followed went to after entering the room.
Well, I think Zephyr will have more information on if there is an artifact capable of those things here, but also maybe the doctor has made some progress or has some ideas on it as well, since we talked to him a couple of hours ago.
I think we should talk with Zephyr first, probably. I'm not that surprised to find Dr. Necrotech here. This feels like his type of thing.
We barely even know him, but yeah, I also am not surprised he is here. I kind of want to go over to the auction area, mostly because I am not sure why Ben specifically pointed out the guy that we followed in here. I thought he would just be another patron, but maybe he is someone important.
That's definitely metagaming, though. I think we should go talk to Zephyr, too. Maybe he'll give us some pointers.
Fine, but after that, let's head to the auction area. Ben, I want to keep an eye on the guy we followed. Does he have a name?
Not that you know. All right, as you approach Zephyr's stand, he looks up with a smile. "Hello again, my friends. Glad you found the bazaar all right. I haven't seen you around here before. Are you in town for the bazaar specifically, or what brings you to Mantira Bay? Those night watchers are pretty brutal here, you know."
Yeah, we just came up from Illaluk for the bazaar. We are looking for that item we talked about earlier. Figured this would be the place to find it.
He raises an eyebrow and then nods. Agreed. Now, you are looking for an item to destroy someone's soul, huh? That is dangerous stuff in Darkon, you know. Most people are pretty attached to their souls when it makes them immortal.
You aren't from Darkon, though, right? You came here with the Shadow Shippers?
Yes, that's right. I am from a small village outside Neverwinter. My family kicked me out, and I found a new one on board the Mistweaver. It's a rough crowd, but we look after our own. Anyways, for the item. I happen to have something that can capture a soul. It's a tricky piece of magic, let me tell you. Much harder to come by than most things I have. Took it from an ancient lich down in Barovia.
And of course, therefore, the price is high. How much?
Unfortunately, it's not for sale. It is up for trade, though.
What would you accept as a trade?
Information. There is a blind oracle not far from here. Supposedly, he was lost in the Feywild for years, until a Fey lady blessed him immense knowledge and with the ability to see the future. Then he found his way here to Darkon, apparently. Not too far from here, I'm sure if you hurried, you could make it back before we leave port in 3 days.
And what information are you after?
The location of my real family. I tried to head back there to mend some bridges, but they had moved on long before. I would give you the artifact in exchange for finding out where they are.
Straightforward enough. All right, where is this blind oracle?
If you head down the coast, you'll find a small cove about 25 miles south. There is a cave there, and the oracle is in the cave. It would be simple enough if Darkon wasn't, well, Darkon.
Very well, we'll go talk to the oracle. He could probably help us too.
Anything else you want to ask Zephyr, or do you want to leave the ship, or you could also go to the auction area or talk to Dr. Necrotech?
All right, we can head over to the auction area.
Yeah, we can go there. I'm itching for some combat, though, Ben. You said there would be more combat this season, and we haven't fought anyone. Sure, the arena session helped tide me over a bit since I pretty much single-handedly won the whole thing, but there's been a lot of talking here.
I do think that city adventures typically run a lot more role-playing than combat. At least that has been my experience thus far. Don't worry, though. You'll have plenty of combat this season. All right, you head over to the auction area and see a metal automaton come up for bidding. The auctioneer starts off the bidding at 500 shadow shards, and there is a short bidding war, 550 from a woman in an emerald dress, 600 from a dwarf near the rear, 625 from a Arakocra standing off to the side. Then the man you followed in raises his hand, 626. There is silence, and then the auctioneer slams his gavel down. Sold to Marcus Nightshade, then.
Well, we have his name now. Who has he been?
You don't know. However, everyone stopped bidding as soon as he bid, even though fully functional metal automatons like that can go for as much as 3,000 gold pieces, especially one as well-formed as the one being sold. They can serve as a servant for hundreds of years and are deft fighters as well.
Someone important, then. Should we ask the doctor?
That's a good idea.
You turn to find yourself face-to-face with the doctor himself. Yes, I thought that was you three. You've traveled a long ways in such a short time. Did you use the Grave Transit System? How was the last test run? Does it work properly now?
No, sorry, Doctor. The feral you sent through teleported right into the middle of a tombstone, splitting it in half. Can I ask why graveyards? Couldn't you just choose a more level and controlled environment?
Well, graveyards are the controlled environment you see. Nobody is ever in them, except for maybe the cleaners. And they are large enough that you shouldn't have to worry about two people teleporting into each other. The gravestones do present an interesting predicament. I'll have to think of something to avoid them. Can't be having all my users just be getting rebooted all the time. Let's just try it again then. Let me know next time you are in a graveyard.
Well, in the meantime, who is that guy? Marcus Nightshade or whatever his name was?
Ah, yes, Marcus. I do a lot of business with him. He is Baron Metis's right-hand man. He runs most of the day-to-day operations of the Night Watchers.
Interesting. So he's like royalty here?
Sort of, I suppose. Though that is a funny way to put it. This little event is allowed by the Night Watchers to keep an eye on more suspicious residents. Since the Baron allows the Nautical Bazaar to operate, Night Watchers get really good deals when they bid on items. They don't bid often, though, so it isn't a real problem. Besides, would you bid against someone who would probably kill you for it? Granted, Darkon residents would just reform a few days later, but it's not a fun process to lose everything you are. Property rights are a joke here.
Yeah, I can imagine. Someone dies but comes back without their memories, it'd be pretty easy for someone else to claim ownership of a house. And even if that person did still own it, do they really if they have no recollection of it? They are pretty much just a new person.
Indeed, that is what has been the best way to run things. If someone dies, or worse yet, goes feral, then their property is sold to the highest bidder unless there is a clear line of inheritance. That latter part was used a lot more just after the eclipse. Nowadays, there is not really such a thing as inheritance, I suppose. Most people could be standing next to their brother and not know it.
You sure know a lot about Darkon for someone who isn't from here.
Ah, the ambassador filled you in on my history then? Yes, I'm not from Darkon. I found my way here about 1,000 years ago, though. I like it. It provides me with lots of things to study and bide my time with.
How are you over 1,000 years old? Thorn said you are new here, and shouldn't you be dead?
There are plenty of ways to postpone death. Though I'm not immortal, not like the undead. I'll die someday, I suppose. And if nothing has changed for 2,000 years, I suppose I am the newest resident of note.
Sounds reasonable enough. Now, any progress on something to destroy souls?
Well, a bit. I might have something ready in a week or so. It'll take me quite a bit of time. It's something I haven't studied before, so I must thank you for that.
Sure thing.
All right, to start off our session, we are still in the Nautical Bazaar. You made the plan to knock out Marcus, but haven't put it into motion yet. When do you want to try to knock him out?
I think we should try to do it in the hallway on the way off the ship. Easy to see if there is anybody around. The wall of darkness can hide us, and we can be quick and then be gone before anyone knows what happened.
You seem to be pretty proficient in planning this stuff out, Donatello.
I'm pretty proficient in just about everything, Barack.
All right, well, before we kick off the plan then, anything else any of you want to do before leaving the Nautical Bazaar? You never know when you can come back.
I would want to see how much that displacer beast would cost, but I know it's probably a lot more than any of us have.
Yeah, the displacer beast is currently going for about 5,000 shadow shards.
Holy hell, who would even have that much money?
High nobility. The bazaar attracts people from all over Darkon. You are probably in the room with the wealthiest and most powerful people in the whole domain. Potentially even other domains if people found their way across.
I wonder if those other two champions are here too. What were their names again? Sardines and emus or something?
It was Cardina Artazis and Madame Eris. Wow, I don't even have a response for sardines and emus.
It's okay, Ben. Take a moment. I don't think there's anything else I wanted to do at the bazaar. Donatello, Joden?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too. Let's knock this guy out, rob him, and steal his eyeball.
That sounds kind of weird, but yeah, let's do that.
All right, you meander through the bazaar for a bit, keeping Marcus in the corner of your eye. Eventually, you see him turn and leave.
All right, now's the chance. Is there anyone else in the hallway?
No, the hallway is empty except for Marcus up ahead.
All right, I'll cast invisibility as a third-level spell on both of them, and then use my staff to make a wall of darkness covering the hallway, leading back into the bazaar.
All right, Donatello and Joden, both of you will need to roll stealth, with advantage because of the invisibility spell. But again, Donatello, you also have disadvantage, so you'll just roll the once.
I got a 24.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, I got a natural one, but also I have a -1 on my stealth, so I got a 0. These dice are so rigged, but also that's terrible enough that I can't help but laugh at that one.
All right, Joden, as you begin moving down the hallway, deftly choosing where to place your feet, Donatello begins running down the hallway, hitting every loose board and scraping his armor against the walls. Marcus turns around, pulling out a knife and seeing through Donatello and Joden at Barak holding the staff and causing the wall of darkness. What manner of trickery is this? He throws the knife at you, Barak, but instead, it is going to hit Donatello. That's a 19 to hit for 4 damage, and I'll need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Damn, that's only a 10? These dice are literally so rigged. I need to get new dice. I still haven't gotten those gold ones I ordered.
I think you got scammed then. You bought those a long time ago.
Yeah, oh, well, it was only 15,000.
Did you actually spend $15,000 on a pair of dice?
Yeah, what of it?
All right, well, Donatello, you take an additional... Wow, now it's my turn to roll terribly. You take an additional 2 damage, but you are also severely poisoned. You can feel the poison already beginning to spread through your arm, a cold, icy feeling. The two of you have now reached Marcus. What do you want to do?
I want to headbutt him.
All right, that works. Roll a strength check, with advantage since you are wearing heavy armor and he is just in everyday clothes.
Holy hell, thank the gods I had advantage, otherwise I rolled a 2. But with the advantage, that's a 23.
You slam your head into his, feeling his nose break as he lets out a cry and falls back to the floor. You can hear people asking, "What was that?" back in the market.
I want to slam the hilt of my short sword into his face.
All right, you'll have advantage on that since he is prone.
That's an 18 for 7 damage. I just rolled the regular damage, though. Should I do something else?
No, that's all right. You slam your hilt into his face and he falls flat on his back, unconscious and probably with severe brain damage. It's a good thing there is magic in this world. You guys just pulled a Batman on this poor guy. Back in the bazaar, people are starting to move for the door.
I'll put the sight stealer on his eye and then begin rifling through his clothes looking for any and all money he is carrying.
I'll start running down to where they are as well, carrying the wall of darkness with me. Actually, can I also cast invisibility on myself too?
Unfortunately, no. Invisibility requires concentration and you can't concentrate on 2 spells at once. The staff probably wasn't allowed either, but since it isn't you casting the spell, I allowed it, even though since you are controlling it, you do have to concentrate and think on it. But also, invisibility ends when you make an attack, so none of you are invisible at the moment.
Damn, I didn't know that. All right, do I find anything on him as we begin to make a run for it?
No, guys, we can't make a run for it. They'll catch us and we will look guilty.
And us standing here with a dagger in my arm doesn't look guilty?
Oh yeah, okay, we need to run for it then. Maybe we can dive in the water and avoid detection for a bit.
I don't fancy our chances in the water. If there are haze inklings and krakens, who knows what's in there? Then again, we don't have much time.
You do find a pouch of shadow shards, probably around 50 or so, and 2 more of those daggers, as well as a small vial of a green liquid. All right, the people are going to be coming in the door, Donatello. I will need you to make a Constitution saving throw, and you all need to actually make a plan. You could say you found him like this, but that does look suspicious with the wound in Donatello's arm, or you could try to make a run for it, or you could hide somewhere on the ship and act like you have no idea what is going on. He would probably recognize Barak if he saw him again, since he saw you conjuring the wall of darkness.
I got a 19 on the Constitution saving throw.
All right, you take 5 poison damage as you can feel the icy poison spreading from your arm into your chest.
Oh yeah, you're also dying. All right, I'll go invisible. I think you guys should hide somewhere and then come back with the crowd and act concerned. Joden, use your spells to patch Donatello up as best you can. I'll meet you guys at the graveyard.
That sounds like a good plan. All right, Ben, we'll head to a room off to the side, and once we are inside, I'll use Cure Wounds on Donatello, first as a 2nd-level spell healing. 7 points of damage, and then as a 1st-level spell healing. 6 points. I don't have Cure Disease or anything, but that should buy some time.
What about the vial I found? Do you think it's more poison or the antidote? I could see both as being likely.
I don't think we want to find out.
The poison is spreading. Did the Cure Wounds at least slow it down, Ben?
You do feel a bit better, but you can still feel the poison seeping into your muscles and skin.
All right, screw it. I'll take a sip from the bottle.
You take a sip, and it burns going down your throat. Luckily, though, it does appear to be a quick working antidote of some kind. You still feel weakened from the poison, but the effects do begin to wane. I'll need one of you to make a stealth check. I'm assuming Joden, but I'm not giving you advantage since Donatello is still in heavy armor.
I'm not so sure that 16 armor class is worth it anymore. All right, yeah, I can roll it. That's a 14.
Good enough. People are pretty distracted and making a lot of noise in the hallway. All right, Barack, where are you at?
All right, so I cast invisibility on myself, and I'm going to make a run for it, trying to get off the ship and into the town.
All right, make a stealth check with advantage to see if you can make it past the guard.
That's a 13. Damn, we are all rolling pretty terrible this session.
That's a lot better than what I rolled.
Didn't realize it was a competition, but all right, how do I do, Ben?
You're able to make it past the guard, though he does look in your direction for a moment, but then rushes on board to check out the commotion. You are able to slip away into the town.
All right, time for us to go back into the hall and then try to blend in with the crowd.
You're able to do so pretty easily. The guard rushes in, sees Marcus on the ground, and then orders everyone to back away. The crowd begins dispersing off the boat, and it appears the operation was a success. You're able to make it to the graveyard without much issue.
All right, I need to learn some kind of disguise spell, I think. Especially if he is going to recognize me next time we are in town. I am honestly a bit dumbfounded that worked as well as it did, though.
Yeah, me too. There was not a chance I saw that working. It probably would have failed if it wasn't my plan.
That was pretty lucky to get through that with Donatello getting poisoned but then cured and only Barack being recognized going forward. Could have been a lot worse.
Agreed. All right, I know it's nighttime, so there are going to be monsters and stuff out there, but I think we need to leave now to try to get out of the city before the guards come looking. I should have a bit of time before they could spread what I look like to the guards at the walls. Maybe it won't be as bad if we head down the coast. Is the mist pretty thick, Ben?
It is for sure just as thick as it always seems to be at night. You can get heading whenever you want, but you will also need to rest sometime, otherwise you'll get a level of exhaustion. Do you all want to get on the road then?
Yeah, let's do it. Can I take a look at the stone linked to that sight stealer?
Nothing yet. He is still unconscious, probably. It will take some work and magic to get him up and running again.
Is it like the sending stone where we can only use it once a day?
No, this is more powerful magic than those. You can use it as often as you want. You just have to look at the stone.
Sweet. All right, on the road we go then.
I'm only down 1/3 level and 1 second level spell. I can hold my ground if we get in a fight too. And you're all the way healed back up, right, Donatello?
Yeah, Joe healed me. But it wasn't necessary. I would have been fine either way. We are heading down the coastline, right? Isn't that what Zephyr said at least?
Yeah, he said it's about 25 miles south along the coast, and you'll come to a little cove with a cave.
Piece of cake. We can make that in a day, yeah?
If everything went smoothly, you could make it in a day, but it would take pretty much the full day. Standard walking speed would have you traveling 24 miles in 8 hours, and you'd need to rest and take breaks along the way.
I don't need to take breaks.
What type of terrain are we traveling in?
Well, that depends on how closely you want to follow the shoreline. You could travel along the beach, or you could go a bit further inland and hike through the forest.
I have my natural explorer for forests, so I think that we should go through there.
We just might run into more things in the forest than we would traveling along the beach. It would provide us some more cover, though.
Let's just head through the forest, but just barely so that we can still see the water.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. Lead the way then, Joden.
Hell no, I'm leading the way.
I have the natural explorer and stuff, though.
Does it say that you have to lead the way for that ability?
Huh, no, I guess it doesn't.
All right, then follow me.
You guys head up to the forest and begin moving down the coast, staying enough in the forest to have cover, but close enough to the shore to know that you are still following it south towards the cove and the cave that Zephyr had mentioned. Traveling at night is slow. You can hear creatures moving in the darkness, see shapes darting through the mists, but nothing attacks you. Then you see a human figure walking towards you, a cape billowing behind it.
Oh hell, another vampire, Ben? Am I really going to have to kill another one?
We all did about equal damage to Silas Donatello.
Yeah, but I did the most and took the most damage.
You died, though. All right, can I call out to the guy, hey, who are you?
It stops, just a short distance away, and yet the fog is thick enough that all you can really make out is the form and the cape billowing behind it. You are trespassing in my forest. Leave. Now.
I'm sorry, we are just passing through. Didn't mean to trespass, just trying to head down the coast.
It points off towards the shore. Then leave my forest. Last warning.
Last warning? I'll have you know I go wherever I want to go and ain't no vampire going to stop me.
Vampire? No vampire here. He then vanishes, and you can hear his voice sounding like it is leaving. I warned you once. Leave my forest.
All right, let's leave then. We can just travel on the beach. Ben, have we seen anything down there?
Well, due to the thick mist, you haven't really been able to see the beach. You can more of just hear the water and barely see the end of the forest.
Well, I say we go down and travel along the beach, or at least rest.
No way, let's just keep going in the forest.
I'd rather stay in the forest, I think. Ben, could I make a nature check to try to find out what it was?
Sure, I'll allow that.
I think I get double my proficiency since it is a check related to the forest, right?
That sounds right, yeah.
All right, that's a 21 then.
As you pass by where it was standing, you don't see any tracks whatsoever. You have heard druid and ranger stories of guardian spirits of the forest, typically benign spirits that attack those who seek to destroy their home.
Well, we aren't doing that. I think we'll be safe, guys. Let's just keep going.
Seriously, it just threatened us.
Then we get a fight. Sounds good to me.
All right, as you keep moving in the forest, I am going to need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it, guys. I knew we should have just headed down to the beach. All right, that's a 13 for me.
Damn, only an 11 for me.
I got a modified 20.
All right, Donatello, you take 38 points of cold damage as a wave of frost comes crashing over the three of you. Barak and Joden, you are able to take cover behind Donatello and pull up clothes and barriers to stop the cold, but you still both take 19 points of damage. All right, we will end this session here, but next session we'll start with rolling initiative.
Wait, what attacked us?
You see the humanoid figure about 30 feet down the path, which is where the cones seem to originate from. You hear a deep, evil laughing as it pulls out a spear-looking weapon.
God damn it, not a vampire then.
Nope. We definitely should have gone down to the beach. If I had failed the Constitution check, that would have one-shot me. What was the save DC, Ben?
You got really lucky. So that was Cone of Cold dealing 8d8s worth of damage with a save of 13. You literally hit it right on the marker.
Damn. Well, hopefully my luck continues and we can kill this thing.
Let's roll for initiative then.
I got a 16.
I got a 9.
God damn it, I better start rolling better real quick here. I got an 8. This is so rigged.
I got a 5, so that wasn't great. You guys will all go before it does. Joden, you're up.
All right, do any of you guys remember the name of my bow again? I remember it did something, but I don't quite remember what.
The name is Thorn, and it adds 1d6 damage to each of your shots with it. It can only be used once a day, though.
Oh, that's right. So I'll activate the bow by saying Thorn, and then I want to shoot at the thing twice. That's a 24 and a 12. What do we need to hit him?
You need a 16, so the 24 does hit.
That's 14 damage then.
Nice, all right? You let loose 2 arrows, the first one striking true and the second just slightly off, slicing through his billowing cape. Anything else for your turn?
I want to move off into the forest, taking cover where I can. I have 35 feet of movement speed to do that.
All right, you run off to the side and hide behind a fallen over tree.
All right, for my turn, I want to cast Lightning Bolt at him. Might cause a forest fire, but honestly, he is dealing enough damage that it doesn't even really matter.
He got a 13 on the spell save.
Sweet, he needed a 15. That's 27 damage then.
You unleash a massive lightning bolt, striking true as he tries to move out of the way. He vanishes for a second, then reappears. The heat from the bolt causes the mist to melt away, and you can see that he has pale blue skin. He begins to grow, whereas before he was the same size as a regular human, now he is about 12 feet tall. The spear in his hand, now recognizable as a glaive, grows with him.
Oh, damn, that's an Oni then?
I'm kind of surprised that you recognized it, Joden.
Well, yeah, of course I did. It must have laid claim to this forest then. We can definitely kill it, guys. Oni are typically pretty evil.
That was definitely the plan, Joden. All right, I want to run off into the forest in the opposite direction of Joden and take cover over there.
You guys are always hiding and just making me face the things. No matter though, I am the strongest. All right, my turn then?
Finally, I will enter Bladesong just in case, but yeah, your turn, Donatello.
Great. All right, you said it was 30 feet away, so I am running up to it and attacking with my longsword.
All right, yeah, you can make it to him. As you get close, you see the cape is a brown hood that extends up to his head, and you can see 2 yellow eyes and a menacing grin hiding behind the hood.
That's a 14 and an 18 to hit. What did we need again?
You need a 16, so only the 18 hits there.
All right, that's only 9 damage. Then I'm going to action surge and attack him again. That's a 16 and a 19 on the dice, so the 19 is a critical hit. That's 31 total damage. I'll also use my second wind as a bonus action to heal back some health. That's 11 health back.
Wow, all right. He takes a heavy blow as you swing and slash at him. He grunts, and you can see the grin begin to fade and be replaced by a look of worry. It is his turn now, though. Barak and Joden, I am going to have the 2 of you make perception checks. Joden, I think you'll have advantage because of your natural explorer thing.
That's a 19 for me.
Only a 14 for me.
Both are good enough. You hear something running at you and are able to spin out of the way as 2 strange-looking dogs leap at both of you. The dogs snarl, showing a lot of teeth and a maniacal grin. Long, pointy ears and almost human-like eyes peer at you, and they are covered in a strange, almost leathery-like skin.
What the hell? Do I recognize what they are?
I'll let you roll for a nature check.
That's another 21.
You recognize them as goblin dogs, creatures that have long been extinct in the Sword Coast. Their grins and skin led people to believe that these creatures were goblins that had been transformed into beasts somehow. In actuality, they are just a rare type of mutated rodent, but were often used and trained by goblins.
Well, Donatello, you're going to have to handle the Oni by yourself. We have our hands full over here.
Nothing new there.
All right, so the two dogs are going to attack the two of you. That's a 17 and a 14 to hit Joden, and a 6 and a 9 to hit Barak. What's your armor class, Joden?
Mine's a 15.
That's what I thought. All right, you take 10 damage as the dog tears into your arm.
Damn, these things are going to kill us. That first spell from the Oni was very well done on his part.
No worries, guys. We got this. I'll come and kill the dogs, too, once I deal with this guy.
All right, for the Oni's turn, he's going to slash at you with his giant glaive. That's a 13 and an 18 for 12 total damage.
Weak. I'm going to kill it on my turn.
All right, that's all for these things. Joden, you're up next.
Well, I'm going to drop my bow and swing with my short swords. I get 4 attacks then, 1 for normal, 1 for extra attack, 1 for horde breaker, and 1 for dual wielding. That's a 9, an 18, a 19, and another 18. So the 19 is attacking one of them, and the 2 18s going at the other. That's 11 at the 1 and 9 at the other.
A heavy slash to both of them have them whimpering and in a defensive posture, slowly backing away with those maniacal grins staring at you. Anything else for your turn?
If I run, they get attacks of opportunity on me, yeah?
That's correct.
All right, nothing else then. Barak, you're up.
All right, well, I'm going to cast Scorching Ray at them. That's a 13, an 18, and a 17. What do I need to hit?
You needed a 13, so all of those hit.
Nice, all right, that's 5, 4, and 7 damage.
You could kill one of them or split up the damage.
I'll kill the one.
All right, you let out 3 rapid rays of scorching fire, leaving one a sizzling corpse and the other becomes more wary, also taking up a defensive posture.
I'll also use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Donatello. Could I do that?
What's the range?
60 feet.
So, for anyone new to the series, this is a bit of homebrew that we have added to the campaign. First, Barak learned Healing Word while doing a rotation at the hospital wing at the Academy of Neverwinter, even though it isn't a typical wizard spell. And second, typically wizards can only cast 1 spell per turn, unless they are both cantrips and one has a casting time of 1 bonus action. However, for this campaign, sure, Barak, you can do that.
That's 6 hit points.
Well, I'll take it, I guess. I'm going to kill this guy, though. My turn, then?
Yeah, your turn.
All right, I'm doing what I always do. That's a 24 and a 21 for a total of 22 damage.
He's looking extremely wounded. All right, for his turn, he is going to slash at Donatello again with his glaive. That's a 26 and a 21, so both of those are going to hit you, Donatello, for a total of 24 damage.
Damn. All right, it pains me to say it, but thanks for the health, Barak. I'm at 3 now, so I would be down.
Then the 2 dogs are going to strike at Joden, and the other one is going to attack Barak. That's a 23 and a 6 to hit Joden, and a 12 to hit Barak. Joden, that's 8 damage.
Damn, I'm almost dead too.
The 2 dogs are then going to run away. Joden, you'll have an opportunity attack.
All right, I'll swing at the one that I did more damage to. That's a 21 for 7 damage.
That does kill the 1 dog. The other is able to make it 45 feet away into the forest. What about you, Barak? You can make an opportunity attack against the one that is running away from you as well.
I don't even have my scimitar out, and he is at full health. I'll just forego my opportunity attack.
All right, that is it for my turn. Joden, you're up next.
I'll pick up my bow again and shoot at the Oni.
Hell no, this is my kill.
We don't even know how hurt he is.
Ben said he was extremely wounded. I swear, Joden, if you kill him, I'm going to kill you.
I'm still shooting at him. That's a 17 for 8 damage.
That does finish him off.
God damn it, Joden.
You're welcome.
I had it handled. You just stole all my glory. You're lucky that I'm a nice guy. Otherwise, I'd have killed you for that.
Relax, Donatello. We all know that you did most of the damage here for real this time.
Yeah, I did, and everyone out there better know it.
They do. All right, so kind of a weird and gruesome question. But I know in a lot of places you can sell goblin ears for money. Do they do that for these 2 dead dogs?
They could. You'd have to ask one of the locals if you want to try. You would have to carry some bloody ears all the way back with you.
Okay, I don't think that's worth it. That was a pretty close combat, guys.
Maybe for you guys, I'm still doing fine.
You're literally at 3 health. I'm only at 11, and Barak, what are you at?
I'm at 19. That spell did exactly half my health. Luckily, none of the dogs hit me.
Yeah, I rolled pretty bad against you, Barak. I rolled great against Joden and Donatello, though.
Yeah, that was a close one.
Well, the sun has begun to rise following the combat, and the mists begin to lessen. You can see the green of the trees and can even see all the way out to the sea. The dead body of the Oni, a towering 15-foot-tall, blue-skinned creature, rests with the glaive beside it. What do you guys want to do?
Can I take the glaive?
You aren't able to wield it effectively. It's definitely made for a giant.
So is the Oni a spirit then? It didn't leave footprints, but it does have a physical body.
It is basically just a magical ogre. A lot of times they are even called ogre mages. Typically they use their magic to abduct people, but this one apparently laid claim to this forest and saw you as trespassers. It was using its magic and the mists to appear incorporeal and hide its footprints.
I see, interesting. Do they typically work alone?
They can. They also form tribes on occasion, or have been known to work for other typically evil-aligned creatures if the pay or rewards are great enough. Oni love their treasures and their food.
Well, I think we need to take a rest. Even if it is just a short rest, but I'd prefer a long one. Even if it postpones making it to the Oracle.
Agreed.
All right, since it looks like you guys need it, we can take a long rest then.
You find a small little grove and rest up, taking turns being on watch. Your rations are beginning to run low, but Joden is also able to effectively find a lot of food in the forest, so you don't really have to worry about that. All right, everyone can gain the benefits of a long rest, and I think we should also level up to level 7 then.
Hell yeah! I better get a better roll on the hit dice this time. I need more health if I'm going to continue tanking all of this damage for you two. All right, I rolled a 7. Not terrible, I only get this remarkable athlete thing. That was already true, and it doesn't look like it does a whole lot. Just lets me add half my proficiency bonus to some things and add some feet if I am jumping.
I'm just doing the average hit points. I am up to 60 now, so that's not bad. I also get multi-attack defense, which buffs my AC when someone attacks me more than once in a turn.
I gain my first slot of level 4 spells. I'm taking Storm Sphere, and then I'm also learning Disguise Self for when we return to Mantira Bay. I'll have to use that to hide from the Night Watchers.
Okay, great. I think that is everything for the level up then. If everyone also healed back up to full Barak, you can recover your spell slots and everyone can refresh all abilities. Then we can move on.
All right, let's get heading to this blind oracle guy then.
So I think Zephyr said that the Blind Oracle had spent some time in the Feywild, yeah? Ben, do I know anything about that?
I can tell you all about it. It's a plane of unrestrained beauty. Pretty much back when the planes were formed, the Feywild, the Material Plane, and the Shadowfell were all duplicates of each other. But different magics went to different ones. So the Feywild became suffused with potent magic, which led to the creation of the Fey. The Shadowfell became a dark reflection of that, and then the Material Plane got a balance of the two.
I didn't realize Donatello had that much experience with the different planes.
He's definitely metagaming again.
Yeah, that's what Ben was getting at.
Yeah, so Barak, since you're an elf, you do know all of that, since the elves are part of the Fae that came to the material plane.
I'm not metagaming. Donatello is a fighter and a scholar. He's the smartest person alive, probably.
You wouldn't just know all of that about the Feywild, Shadowfell, and Material Plane without making a roll or having studied somewhere or having some reason to know it beyond I'm smart.
Maybe you wouldn't.
All right, anyway, so Barak, you also know that time does pass differently in the Feywild. You've heard of elves that swear they were only gone for a day or two that had vanished for centuries, or the opposite, where one leaves for a day and comes back centuries older. The same is true for the Shadowfell, where you guys are at now, actually. So it could have been 100 years in the material plane already.
Damn, that's trippy.
Yeah, alright, anyways, just wanted to see if I knew anything before we continued on to the cave place.
It's about midday when you begin traveling again, the mists receding slightly and allowing you to more clearly see your surroundings.
Before we leave too, are you sure, Ben, that I can't wield the Oni's weapon? I have an 18 strength.
Even if you could, you'd have disadvantage on every attack since it is made for a giant. Though, as the three of you head back to where you had killed the Oni, you don't find its body or the weapon.
Damn it, I bet Joden didn't even kill it.
I definitely killed it. Anyways, you were right up there. If it wasn't dead, why didn't you kill it?
Are there any tracks or anything leading away, Ben?
I'll let you guys roll for perception or nature to try to find a trail.
That's only a 13.
Hey, I got a 13 too.
And once again, I reign supreme. That's a 15.
Donatello, you notice that there are a lot of branches and things moved about, as if someone was covering their tracks. They did a really good job, though, and you are able to see that the rough direction is towards Mantira Bay, but can't make out much more than that.
Damn.
So either it walked away and for some reason covered its tracks even though it was able to not leave footprints before, or someone took the body and the weapon and then covered up their tracks. Are Oni bodies worth anything?
The weapon probably was, even if the body isn't.
That was my damn weapon. I'm going to kill whoever it was that took it.
This means we have bigger problems, though, guys. Either something was able to find this body in the middle of nowhere by luck, or someone was able to follow us through the mists without us realizing it. They could still be following us now.
They have a death wish then.
Can I roll for perception to see if I can spot anyone around us, Ben? Maybe hiding somewhere?
Sure, go for it.
That's a 21.
You don't see anyone around you, even through the mists. You are pretty confident that you are alone, at least at the moment.
See, nothing to worry about. Though yeah, someone was probably following us. Or maybe the Oni had some servants or friends that came and took the body and didn't want us to follow them.
That could have happened. All right, anyways, we should definitely get on the road back down towards the Blind Oracle.
Agreed. Now that the Oni is dead, or hopefully at least, we should definitely keep traveling in the forest, yeah? Though obviously staying somewhat close to the coast so that we don't miss the cove in the cave.
Yeah, all right. Now that I'm a level 7, we better have another fight soon, Ben.
Don't worry, Donatello. I'm sure there'll be more combat soon. All right, the three of you continue following down the coast, feeling a lot better after you were able to rest. The traveling is rather uneventful in the daytime. You hear creatures in the forest, but they definitely give you a wide berth as you continue onward. The sun begins to set on the distant horizon as you finally reach the cove. A large river pours out into the ocean, the fresh water from somewhere inland merging into the salty sea. You see a large cave entrance, probably about 20 feet tall, with a pair of large torches on either side of it. You also see a large ship in the cove, shipwrecked and decaying, the back half submerged in the tide.
Well, we are definitely going there after the Blind Oracle.
Why?
Treasure. Can you imagine what must be on that ship?
I wonder if it's actually how the Oracle got here. Perhaps the Shadow Shippers traveled from the Feywild and the Oracle came with?
I don't know how you come up with this stuff, Joden. Half the time it sounds like you are an idiot, and then you say something that actually could make a lot of sense.
It's just how I roll.
Whatever, it wasn't that impressive. I could have come up with that too.
You didn't, though. All right, to the cave first, though. I don't think it's a great idea to be in this cove at night. We still don't really know what all is out here.
Yeah, let's go.
You approach the cave entrance, finding more torches lighting the way inward. A long passageway begins to open up into a large cavern, with a throne carved into the rock on the far side. You see a large figure sitting on the throne, and feel an intense stare as you enter.
Damn, this is a trap for sure.
Not everything is a trap, Donatello. You say that literally every time we go anywhere.
And I'm right every time. Can I ready my longsword, Ben?
Sure. As you reach for it, the figure says, "I have waited a long time for our reunion, adventurers. We have both traveled far. Let us not sully our acquaintance with further violence."
Wait, we know this guy?
Yes, we have met before. Long ago, though perhaps not for you. The figure begins to stand, and the ground shakes beneath its weight.
Oh, it's Lug.
Yes, in front of you, eyeless but appearing to be quite a bit more formidable as when you last saw him, stands Lug, the hill giant who you stabbed in the eyes like Odysseus and the Cyclops.
I'm drawing my sword.
He chuckles. Do not worry. I bear no ill will towards you. Though yes, it is because of you that I was separated from my beloved Henrietta, doomed to walk the forbidden lands of the Feywild for many years. But it is also because of you that I gained power and knowledge, enough to see into the future and overcome my inner nature.
Why should we believe you? It sounds like you blame us for a lot of things. Just gaining power and knowledge isn't enough to offset that.
Sitting back on the throne, he raises a hand to his chin. Yes, I suppose you are right. Do not misunderstand me. I have not forgiven your trespasses. But I do see the bigger picture now. The Fae blessed me to see the future, and I understand your purpose. Besides, if we did come to blows, you would best me. I am not prideful enough to fight you, though I suppose I could have arranged for significant traps to have turned the tide in my favor. I have looked forward to our meeting for quite some time now.
How long has it been for you? For us, it's been like maybe a week.
It has been many years since we met for me. Time passes exceedingly fast in the Feywild. I do not even know for how long I wandered, lost in the dark, before the lady found me.
Who was it that found you then, and gave you these powers?
I do not know. All that she said is that she saw great things in my future and opened my mind to see it as well. Then I traveled here, waiting for your arrival so that the events of the future can unfold.
And what are the events of the future?
If I told you, it may not come to pass.
We could beat it out of you. You said that we would win in a fight.
You could try, though I did not mean to say that all of you would walk away. But again, I do not wish to fight.
All right, well, we came here to ask if you know where Zephyr Pebblefoot's family is at. He sent us here to ask you.
Indeed, they are here as a matter of fact.
In your cave?
No, not in my cave, you fool. My apologies, I did not mean to speak so harshly. Sometimes I must restrain my more crude nature.
All right, that's it. Nobody calls me a fool and gets away with it.
Shut up, Donald. He's still a hill giant. Makes sense that he still has aggressive tendencies.
To paraphrase a wise dragon, what is greater? To be born evil, or to overcome evil through great effort?
Hey, that's from Skyrim.
Lug looks at you curiously. I do not know of this land that you speak. It was a fairy dragon that I met in the Feywild that spoke those words to me, though perhaps he had heard it from somewhere else.
So where is his family if not here then?
They were captured by a paladin, Sir Morgrim the Fallen, in his conquest that led to him traveling here to Darkon. He lives in Ilaluk, in one of the mansions of the Ashen Hollow district to the south of the city. I believe that Zephyr would like to know that they are no longer alive. Nothing in Ilaluk is, but they are there as slaves of Morgrim.
So they're zombies now?
I believe they prefer the term undead, but that is a trivial local quirk. Yes, they are zombies, though that may not bother Zephyr. Most of his business is with the undead.
Interesting. And what about the shipwreck outside?
I would not travel there if I was you, though you would find items of value, and I know how much you like shiny things. Donatello of Trumpville. You three would have your work cut out for you if you step on board its cursed decks.
What, ghosts or something?
Or something. But for now, I have arranged bedding for you three, and there is food as well. I would recommend getting some rest while you can. You have trying times ahead of you.
Why are you helping us, Lug? What are you getting out of this?
My reasons are my own, though I will ask a favor in return.
What favor?
I know that you are in Mantira Bay looking to destroy the Night Watchers, or at the very least, Baron Metis. The Royal Ambassador's plan is a solid one, and one that would heal the land from its seeping wounds. The Baron has in their possession a magical orb of seeing. It is what has allowed them to crush the resistance beneath their feet, all but a select few, that is. They need somewhere for rebels to gather, so they leave a few alive and well, recruiting to their cause. Bring me the orb following your quest, and we shall be even.
If they have that orb, then that means that they know we are coming, right? That's not good. They could be on their way here now.
Indeed they could, but nobody can scry within my walls.
But they can once we leave. They could ambush us in the forest on our way back.
To assuage your worries, I can give you a warding stone. It would prevent anyone from scrying you, though, for better or for worse.
Why would that be for worse? I don't think we want anyone scrying us.
You do not only have enemies within the boundaries of this festering land, there are those who would see your success.
Who?
You shall have to find them yourselves, I'm afraid. Though I can tell you that Thorn and Zephyr are both allies to your cause, though both have their own motives as well.
Yeah, everyone has their own motives. You're saying you're not an ally to our cause, then?
I am not, though I am not an enemy either. I am simply a watcher. I care not for the land of Darkon or those puny humans from Loudwater. All of these things are but whispers in the wind, gone before one has the chance to blink.
Are you immortal now, then?
No, though I will live for a very long time, and I suspect that it will be for far longer than the three of you. You lead a dangerous life and actively seek that which would destroy you. Tell me, have you heard the whispers in the night yet? The beckonings of invisible beings offering power and knowledge? You will. Ravenloft is built upon them.
What do you mean?
My apologies, I do not mean to worry you, but I do seek to warn you that with all power comes a very real cost. But such power may be necessary to you accomplishing your goals. Now the three of you must rest. I know you seek to enter the ship tomorrow, and the day after you must return to Mantira Bay. Else you will be too late, as Zephyr will be leaving that night. If he departs through the mists, then your quest will be delayed, and the punishment severe.
You're saying you're going to punish us?
Wait, why should we go to the shipwreck then? Shouldn't we just head back up to Mantira Bay? We have the information we need. I don't think we should risk Zephyr leaving.
I will not punish you, no. But the Baron and his Night Watchers are aware that there are dangers in the land. Once the Shadow Shippers leave port, you will be immediately recognized as outsiders, and without a means to stop the Baron.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So we should leave tomorrow then, yeah? And not risk Zephyr leaving before we are able to get back there?
Ain't no way in hell that I am leaving without exploring that shipwreck. Not only did Ben put it there, but also Lug said that there are valuables on board. Besides, if we were going to die, then Lug would tell us.
That sounds good to me. I could use some enchanted short swords.
This is stupid.
Doesn't matter, you're outvoted. Do we die on the shipwreck tomorrow, Lug?
You could die. You could die tonight. You could simply pull out a sword and plunge it into your own heart, and I would not have seen it coming. I see possibilities, and sort through to find ones of greater import. No, I do not believe that you would die on the ship, though there are things worse than death in Ravenloft.
See, we shouldn't go.
He said we probably aren't going to die. Maybe there's even better armor for you on board the ship.
Yeah, I think it's a dumb idea, but we should do it.
Okay, fine, whatever. Just pointing out that you guys are idiots.
Well, Joe is. I'm a genius.
That's the most ridiculous thing you've said this session. All right, Lug, can we get those warding stones then? They will make it so that nobody can scry us, yeah?
Yes, of course. Lug reaches into a pocket and produces a couple of stones, nothing more than small pieces of gravel in his hand, but a decent-sized rock in yours. You can feel a magical ward pass over you as you take it from him.
All right, should we eat food and then go to bed then?
Sounds good.
All right. Lug points out a side passage. Much too small for him to travel through, you notice, but you find several beds, hot baths, and food waiting for you at the end of the hall. It is the nicest place that you have stayed in a long time.
Hell yeah.
That's strange. How would Lug have set this up if he couldn't fit in the hallway?
Servants?
Lug is the type to have servants for sure. He's like some sort of super genius hill giant now. He could figure it out.
I guess that could be true. Anyways, I just had a thought, actually. Do you guys think the Sight Stealer would be able to restore Lug's eyesight?
Huh, that's a good question. I don't think they could cure blindness, but Lug's eyes worked fine until we stabbed them out.
I had that idea a while ago, but I didn't say anything, just saying it was my idea. Ben?
You could try it for sure in the morning, probably. Unless you wanted to go back to the main cavern tonight.
Yeah, morning is fine.
On to more important matters, though. And speaking of the sight stealer, Ben, do I see anything in the stone for Marcus?
Pulling out the stone, you see a room with probably 20 or 30 hooded figures. Marcus looks to be standing on some sort of stage at the front of the room, and there is a man wearing an obsidian crown addressing the crowd.
We can't hear anything though, yeah? Just see?
Yeah, you can only see the room.
Could we take turns watching to try to get an idea of where in the town they are located?
Sure, you can do that. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do throughout the night?
I don't think so. I have a good spell set, so I don't think I need to swap any of them out or anything.
I want to search more for that gold teapot. What the hell happened to it?
Pulling out your gold pouch, where you are almost certain you stashed the teapot, you find nothing. Then, with a sudden jolt of pain, you feel something bite your finger, dealing 1 point of damage.
A mimic?
I want to dump out the bag of gold, all 150 pieces.
Wow, we've almost caught up to you, Donatello. I have 140 gold.
And we have more shadow shards now too, since you spent the most on your little sword.
Whatever, I have more in the bank. You guys are still much poorer than me.
I don't think there are banks.
There are in Trumpville, I own them.
That feels like a lie.
You guys are the liars. I've never told a lie before. Anyways, Ben, what the hell bit me?
Looking at it now, it is just a pile of gold coins.
I'm going to start stabbing them then.
As you start stabbing them, one by one, there's a flurry of movement all of the sudden, and you see a small reptilian-looking face looking up at you, hissing and gathering up all of your gold coins.
What the hell is it?
Do I know Ben?
Or me, this is clearly a magical creature, yeah?
Joden, you can roll for nature, Barak, you can roll for arcana.
Hell yeah, that's a natural 20 for a 23 total.
Nice, Joden. I got a 19.
Joden, you recognize it as a gold pseudo-dragon, Barak, you do as well. They are used as familiars a lot of the time and are typically shy and playful, though neither of you have ever heard of a gold one before.
Either of you speak Draconic?
I do. Hey, what are you? And why were you in Donatello's bag?
Hell no, I'm killing it. I don't care what it is. It's been in my bag this whole time.
Pseudo-dragons are nice, though, Donatello. Typically. Sometimes, I guess.
Joe, you hear a quiet reptilian voice in Draconic in your mind. My horde, mine.
See? Time to kill this thing.
Well, you did toss it into your gold pouch. I guess that means it's his now.
Hell no, you guys give it your gold if you're so inclined to keep it. I'm taking my gold back. Ben, I want to take my gold back.
As you reach down to start picking up your gold, you see a small spout of flames leap out of its mouth, dealing 2 fire damage to your hand, Donatello. It hisses and curls up, gathering up the rest of the coins. Joden, you hear that voice again in your head. Mine. This is mine.
That's it. I'm swinging with my sword, Ben.
I want to move to stop him.
Yeah, me too.
All right, Donatello, you can still swing, but you'll have disadvantage.
I don't care. This thing bit me. It has probably stolen all my gold, and now it burned me too.
All right, Joden and I have almost as much gold as you had. We'll split all of the gold we have remaining among the 3 of us, and just let this dragon keep his gold. He could be useful if he is on our side.
Oh yeah? And how do you suggest we get him on our side? All he wants is the gold.
Hey, we can give you more gold if you're on our side.
It looks up at you curiously. More gold?
Yeah, lots more. But only if you travel with us and help us out.
It nods its little head. For more gold.
All right, even if it is on our team, how could it even help us?
Apparently it can polymorph or something. It was a teapot initially, and then it became either a coin or a bunch of coins. Could be useful. How big is it, Ben?
It's about the size of the teapot, which was pretty small.
Whatever. Fine, give me your gold and we can take him with us.
The gold isn't worth that much here either, Donatello. We pretty much just use shadow shards. Besides, I thought you were rich. I'll give Donatello 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, I thought you were rich.
I'm rich because I don't go around giving away 150 gold pieces to dragons.
Giving is a good thing, Donatello. I'll give you 50 gold pieces too, though. That makes us all about even around 100 gold, yeah?
Yeah, I'm at 90. You're still the richest, Donatello.
I know you guys are trying to make me out to be the bad guy, but you'd be doing the same thing if a dragon just laid claim to all of your gold. It's not smart business to not do what I did.
Whatever, Donatello. Anyways, what's your name, little guy?
Master calls me Nugget.
Who is your master?
Master is master. Master is evil. Nugget hate master.
Interesting. Perhaps the halflings that were stealing the cabbages then. That's where we found the teapot. I didn't think they were evil, though.
Yeah, and it also looked like a family heirloom. Nugget could have been disguised as that teapot for a while by the time we stole him.
All right, we didn't steal him. We simply were taking a reward for clearing the giants out for the halflings. That's actually when we found Lug then.
Yeah, that's true. His master could be anybody, really.
Anyways, are you ready for the next day then?
One last thing before we go to bed. I want to ask Nugget if he can transform into anything or what all he can transform into.
His little reptilian face scrunches up in concentration, and his scales become solid, and within just a second or two, you see a gold teapot. Then a few seconds later, he becomes a pile of coins again. Then a golden chalice. Finally, a gold bar. Barack, can you make a history check?
Damn, that's a 9.
You feel like there is something you can't quite remember, something that is right on the tip of your remembrance, but that just isn't quite coming into focus.
That was strange. I wonder what it is that I can't remember. I have a +7 to my history. That was pretty lame. I only rolled a 2.
Probably that pseudo-dragons are evil and that it is going to kill us. I'm telling you guys, I don't trust this nugget at all. Any payments we are giving to him is coming out of your guys' shares.
Whatever he transforms into must be gold then? Interesting. We'll have to see how he can come in handy later.
See, all you guys want is a little slave type thing. You make it sound like I'm the bad guy, but at least I don't want to use him for free labor.
We aren't using him for free labor. We are going to pay him.
Sure you are. Anyways, we are sleeping then?
Yeah, that sounds good. And taking turns watching the stone.
All right, this seems like a good place to slip in a one-shot type adventure. Barack, since you are an elf and meditate instead of sleep, as you go into your trance, you find yourself whisked away to your days at the academy, specifically on a momentous day towards the end of your schooling there. So, does everyone have the character sheet and backstory I gave them? Other than Obama, of course, you're still playing as Barack.
Yeah, so I am playing as Varus, one of the soon-to-be graduating class from the Vanguard Institute in Neverwinter. I'm a human barbarian, though, not a fighter, trying to switch things up a bit.
I must say, I actually thought at the beginning of the campaign that you would have been a barbarian instead of a fighter.
I am much too disciplined for my main character to be a mindless barbarian.
But all you do is run up and attack with your sword.
Yeah, because I am the best fighter in the world. Would you all prefer I just hung back and did nothing instead?
All right, and Joe, your character?
I'm playing as Brahm, a newly ordained dragonborn cleric from the Scholars of Devotion, a sect of clerics that seek to increase the knowledge of your average layperson in matters of celestial, abyssal, and demonic entities and powers.
So this is taking place during the end of my schooling at the academy? I've been there for about 3 years then.
Correct. So the three of you have known each other for a while. The academies and the scholars do a lot of work and training together to provide a well-rounded education to their students. This particular day has the three of you outside of Neverwinter, actually, deep in the heart of Neverwinter Woods, on a training and fact-finding mission. There are rumors of a growing cult of demon worshippers that have been kidnapping travelers and sacrificing them in an attempt to open a portal to the abyss. Also, as a slight immersion issue, similar to the day in Trumpville one-shot, even though this takes place in the past, everyone is still a level 7.
Let's kill these demon cultists then.
I'm guessing it won't be quite that easy. We need to find them first. Brahm, you're the demon expert, right?
I guess that's right. Ben, can I make a nature or perception check to get a bearing on where the cultists could be?
Sure, I'll even give you advantage on the check since you have a lot of training in matters like this.
That's a dirty 20.
Thinking through your training, you know that rituals like this would likely be located somewhere close to a body of water for ritual needs, but also dark and secluded. Since you were born in Neverwinter and have spent a lot of time in the forest, you know of a small pool with a cave nearby that would work perfectly. That's even where you have been leading the group towards for a while now.
All right, let's get a move on, though. I am ready to kill these cultists and finally graduate from the damned institute. Way too much schooling for me.
Good schooling, though, right? Help you control that rage a bit?
I don't have a problem with rage. You'll be thanking my rage once we get to this cultist place.
Right, no problem with rage at all, Varus.
You reach the cave just as the sun is setting on the horizon. You can see torchlight flickering within the cave as well. It looks like you've arrived at the correct location.
All right, guys, remember what happened in the Call of Cthulhu campaign. Not only do we need to kill the cultists, but we probably need to mess up the sacrifices or altar and magic or whatever. We aren't going to take another victory where it turns out we also gave them what they needed for the ritual.
That's metagaming, but yeah, definitely. First we destroy the altar or magic circle, and then we take out the cultists.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, as you move into the cave, you see a cluster of cultists around a large altar, made of bone and covered in blood. You see a young man, bound and tied to the top of it, struggling as one of the cultists, the only one in a deep red robe, carves an arcane symbol into his chest with a ceremonial blade. It looks like you have made it here just in the nick of time.
Damn, I can't fireball with them being so close to the guy. He is still alive, yeah, Ben?
He is for sure, a look of sheer terror and pain on his face. As you enter, one of the cultists sees you as well, turning and shouting out to the others. Let's roll for initiative.
Damn, I rolled a nat 1. That's a 2 total. Today is just not my day.
I got a 10.
Hell yeah, I got a 14, so I'm going first then.
Not so fast, I got a 15, so the cultists are actually going to spring into action. The leader is going to continue his work on the man, while there are a total of 8 other cultists who are going to rush at you with ceremonial knives held high. They each have 2 attacks, and so 3 of them are going after Varus, 3 after Brahm, and 2 after Barack. That's a 21, another 21, a 9, another 9, an 8, and a 23 to hit Varus. What's your armor class?
Damn, only a 15. That's not great. 3 of those hit then.
That's a total of 23 damage then.
All right, guys, this is a fight for real then. We need to take out these cultists fast, otherwise they are going to chop us up. I got my rage, though, so we'll be fine.
All right, Brahm, that's a 7, 5, 22, 12, dirty 20, and 13 to hit you. What's your armor class?
Mine's an 18 this time.
Liar.
No, for reals, I have chainmail and a shield. I think the same as what Donatello has.
Oh, so you're just copying me now?
Anyways, that's a total of 9 damage to you. Finally, Barak, the 2 are going to attack you. That's a 21, a 5, another 21, and a 7 to hit you. So 2 of those hit, dealing a total of 9 damage, same as Brahm.
I'm not quite sure how this is going to be fitting into the pseudo-dragon we found, guys, but we need to kill these cultists.
No shit, Sherlock. Of course we need to kill the cultists. All right, is it my turn, Ben?
The lead cultist continues carving into the man on the altar as he screams out in pain. Yeah, it's your turn now.
All right, I'm raging, and I'm going into a frenzy, too. Finally, before I swing at the first cultist, I'm going to use my Great Weapon Master feat to subtract 5 from all my attack rolls, but I get to add 10 damage if I land the hit.
Oh wow, that's a lot of damage.
Hell yeah, it is, and I get advantage from the rage, right?
Only if you choose to reckless attack, and only for the first attack. Then anybody who attacks you will get advantage on their roll, too.
Well, I'm doing it. That's a 21 minus 5, so 16. Does that hit?
Yeah, that hits.
That's 23 damage then. All right, then I get to attack again, and I'm doing the subtract 5 thing again. Damn, these dice are rigged. That was a 10, so only a 5.
All right, with the first swing, you cut straight through the cultist, but it puts you off balance. As you swing again, the second cultist is able to dodge out of the way.
All right, I'll take it. I'm raging too, so I take half damage, yeah?
That's right. And after this, you can attack a 3rd time per turn, too. All right, Brahm, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to use my breath weapon, I think. How many cultists could I fit in a 5 by 30-foot line?
It's a line, not a cone. Well then, if you let one of them make an attack of opportunity, I'll say you could get into position to make it against the remaining 7.
Deal.
That's a 19 to hit for 7 damage.
Damn, all right, now they all need to make a dex saving throw, though.
That's a 8 for the first 2, an 11 for the second 3, and then a 17 for the final 2. What's the save DC?
It says 13, and half damage to those that succeeded. So it's 14 damage to all of them, but only 7 to those that succeeded.
All right, they're all still alive, but they are wounded as you unleash a... What type of breath does it say for copper?
Acid.
As you unleash an acidic stream of copper liquid. Anything else for your turn?
I guess I'll also use Healing Word on Donald. Sorry, I mean Varus as a 3rd level spell. Healing for 10 points.
Not necessary, but all right.
Okay, Barak, you're up next.
If I cast Burning Hands, would it extend far enough to hit the head cultist performing the ritual?
It can, but you would only be able to hit the 2 cultists in front of you in that case.
All right, let's do that then, as a level 3 spell. They need to make another dexterity saving throw.
Damn, that's a 6 and a 9 for the 2 in front of you. It's a 22 for the head cultist, though.
That's 16 total damage.
Flames erupt out of your hands, melting the faces of the 2 cultists in front of you as they were still off balance from Brahm's breath weapon and igniting the robe of the head cultist. He ignores the pain, though, continuing to frantically carve into the chest of the man. "You will never stop us!" he cries out, voice shrill and unearthly. All right, it is the cultist's turns again. I believe there are still 2 of them on Varus and 3 on Brahm, yeah?
Damn, yeah, still the 2 of them on me.
Did I not kill any of them?
I don't think so. You did hurt all of them, but didn't finish any of them off. All right, so the 2 cultists are going to attack Varus first. That's a 6, an 11, a 9, and a 15. And that was with advantage on each of them. Damn, that was pretty terrible rolling.
My armor class is a 15, so only one of those hit.
All right, so that is 8 damage, which is halved because of your rage, so 4 damage. Then the 3 are going to slash at Brahm. That's a 5, a 7, an 11, an 8, a 20, and a 23. So only 2 of those hit, for a total of 13 damage. With that, the head cultist is going to cry out in an arcane language, plunging the dagger down into the chest of the sacrifice. As you watch in abject horror, the altar begins sinking in a bubbling pool of crimson liquid. The remaining 5 cultists close to you are going to turn and fall to their knees, bowing to the pool. You see a demonic hand reach out, grabbing onto the stone floor and begin climbing out of the abyss. Thin spiked protrude from its arms, back, and shoulders, and a pair of horns are the first thing you see on its reptilian and draconic face. You all will have one more turn before it fully emerges.
Damn. All right, guys, we gotta kill this thing and seal that portal. Otherwise, we will have a full incursion on our hands.
Yeah, demons are bad, we get it.
No, Barak is right. If that portal isn't closed, then it will continue to spread and fester, allowing more and more demons into our world. Why did they only send 3 students to investigate this?
Well, it's not often that someone actually does open a portal to the abyss. Most of the time, they don't have the arcane knowledge or components to successfully do that. Varus, you need to go kill that head cultist. He could be a powerful wizard.
I can do that. All right, for my turn, Ben, I want to run up and slash at the head cultist guy.
All right, do you want to use your great weapon thing?
I do for the first one with advantage because I am also reckless attacking. That's a 15.
That barely hits. You needed a 15.
Damn it, I only rolled a 1 on the damage die. That's 17 damage then.
You rolled a 1 and still did 17 damage?
Yeah, it would have been like 30 damage.
Wow, this guy seems stronger than Donatello.
You shut your damn mouth. Donatello is the greatest fighter in all of the Sword Coast. Though in his absence, I am willing to say that Varus is a close second, which is why I am playing him, of course. All right, I'm swinging again. I guess I'll still do the great weapon fighting on this and on my bonus action. God damn it, after subtracting the 5, that's a 10 and a 5. That wasn't great.
Yeah, but still, it was something. All right, Brom's turn.
I kind of wish I had gone before Varus, but I'm going to try to use confusion on the whole area with the demon and the head cultist. It only has a 10-foot radius. Can I do that where it wouldn't hit Donald?
I'll say you can. You can aim the center of the spell behind the altar against the wall, and Varus will be out of the range.
Sweet, all right, so the creatures within that range need to make a wisdom saving throw or be confused.
That's a dirty 20 for the cultist, but only a 12 for the demon. What was the save DC?
14. So on the demon's turn, it needs to roll a d10 to see what it has to do or act like. Then it gets to redo the save, and if it succeeds, the spell ends.
Okay, that sounds good. Anything else, or is it Barak's turn?
That's it for me.
All right, I still have a bad feeling about that head cultist, and I think he will be easier to deal with than the demon. So I'll cast Scorching Ray as a 3rd level, getting 4 attacks off of that. If the head cultist dies, then I'll have the other ones go to the demon. Is that okay, Ben?
Sure, I'll allow that.
That's a 21, another 21, a 26, and an 11 for 10, then 4, then 5 damage.
All right, so with 19 damage total, you do manage to finish off the head priest. Launching 4 incendiary rays of fire at him and only missing 1, the priest stumbles backwards, 3 holes in his chest. He slumps against the cave wall, dead. With this, the other cultists are going to be shaken from their religious revelry and turn to attack Barak and Brom.
Oh shit, I had kind of forgotten about them. All right, Varus, you're up with killing that demon thing. Hopefully the confusion helps a bit.
All right, let's do the cultist first, and then we can do the demon.
Sorry, on my turn, could I also enter Blade Song?
Yeah, for sure. All right, so the 2 cultists that had been attacking Varus are going to attack Barak, and Brom, you still have 3 of the cultists on you. Barak, that's a 15, an 18, a 22, and a natural 20. What's your AC?
With Blade Song, it's a 16, so that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, so that's 26 damage.
Damn, could have been worse, but that was a heavy hit.
Then for Brom, it's an 8, a 9, a 23, a 13, an 11, and a final 9. So only one of those hit, dealing 6 damage. Since you are also in concentration for the spell still, you will need to roll a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration. The rules are that you need either a 10 or half of the damage taken, whichever is higher. So that's a 10 in this case.
That's an 11. Dang, that was a close one.
Nicely done. All right, the demon will be confused on its turn then.
The fact that they get 2 attacks each and there are so many of them isn't really fair.
Agreed, that's a lot of damage they are pushing through. What's their damage die, Ben?
It's just 1d6. Wait until you see the demon, though. All right, so the demon, Brom, you recognize it as a Glabrizu, finished clambering out of the pit to the abyss. That's a 3 on the confusion check, though. What effect does that have?
Nice, so that means it can't move or take any actions this turn.
Oh, all right then, that's pretty good. All right, so now I get to make the wisdom saving throw again. Damn, that's only a 10. It'll be confused for its next turn as well then.
If I take damage and the concentration ends, would it still be confused for that turn, or would it end immediately?
Typically, it would end immediately. But since I take all of the enemy turns at the same time, I'll say that it goes for 1 more turn. All right, Varus, you're up next.
It's about damn time. All right, time to show this demon what a barbarian is made of. I'll swing at it 3 times, the first using my reckless attack and great weapon master feat, the other 2 just normal. Hell yeah, that is a critical hit. Natural 20. I am literally the greatest even when I am not playing as my character.
Damn, nice job. All right, you'll add 20 to the hit then off of that.
That's 49 total damage.
Holy shit, that's a lot of damage off of a single swing.
Hell yeah, it is. That's what I'm talking about.
You swing at it with all your might, leaving a long gash across its scaly chest. It shrieks in rage and pain. All right, you still have your other 2 attacks too.
That's a 9, which I'm guessing misses, and a 26 for 13 damage. What's the armor class?
It has a 17 armor class. All right, so you did 62 points of non-magical damage. That's pretty impressive.
God damn it, Ben, why'd you say it like that? Is it immune to non-magical damage or something like that? That would be total horse shit.
It has resistance, but not immunity. But since you rolled a critical, I let that part deal full damage.
Hell yeah, thanks, Ben. Knew you were good for something.
Thanks. I think. All right, Brom, your turn next.
All right, I don't have a lot I can do, but I will cast Guiding Bolt at the demon, I think. Damn, that's only a 14 to hit. Then I guess I'll use my bonus action to cast Healing Word and heal for 9 damage. Barack, you gotta kill these guys. Otherwise, we're gonna die before the demon even finishes its confusion.
Yeah, I think I am going to cast Burning Hands using a second-level spell slot on the cultists. They're all injured, right, Ben?
Yeah, they are all still injured from Brom's breath weapon.
All right, so they need to make dexterity saving throws then.
I'll roll once for the cultists in front of you, and then once for the ones in front of Brom. Holy hell, that's a natural one for both of them. I'll say that you can roll for a critical strike.
Hell yeah, so that is 40 damage then.
Nice. All right, you completely melt the cultist in an act of pure magic, the walls and floor turning into molten slag from the heat of the combustion. Anything else?
How much health are you at, Brom?
I'm at 30.
All right, I'll use a second-level spell to cast Healing Word on myself then. That's another 8 points of damage.
All right, it is the demon's turn then. I'll roll for confusion first. That's an 8.
All right, so according to this, it can make a melee attack against a random creature within its range. Damn, that's only Varus then.
All right, so it is going to swing at Varus. It only gets the 1 attack, not its usual 4.
It normally gets 4 attacks?
Yeah, normally. So it also gets advantage on Varus since you used your reckless attack. That's a 25 to hit for 16 bludgeoning damage, which is halved for you as well. And it is going to pick you up Varus, grappling you.
Hell no, he didn't. All right, what does grapple do?
In this case, it just sets your speed equal to 0. You can still attack it if you want.
Of course I want to.
All right, first I need to roll for its wisdom saving throw. That's a 19, so it is free from the confusion. That ends its turn as well, so it just reached out and grabbed Varus, stabbing him with its claws and the spikes protruding from its body.
Time for it to die. I'll reckless attack and use my great weapon master thing again. That's a 21 to hit, dealing 24 damage. Then for the other 2 attacks, it's an 18 and an 11 for 19 damage.
All right, it is still able to maintain its grip on you as you swing your great axe at it again. Brom, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna cast Sacred Bolt at it again. That's a 21 to hit for 17 radiant damage.
Nice! A ray of piercing white light shoots out, impaling it in the stomach. It groans and lets out a roar, but is still holding tight to Varus.
All right, that's it for me.
I'll actually try something different. I'll use Tasha's Mind Whip. It needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
That's a 21.
Damn, all right, it still takes half damage. That's only 6 psychic damage, though.
All right, anything else, or is it my turn again?
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, it is going to make another attack roll against Varus. That's a 28 to hit. You actually aren't going to take any damage, though, as the demon throws you into the portal to the abyss. You tumble out the other side, crashing down a mountain and into another glabrezu that was about to make it through the portal. There is an acrid, poisonous smell to the air in the abyss, and as you look around, the landscape is writhing, almost alive.
Hell no. I gotta get back through that portal then.
That might be difficult. As you look around, you see probably a dozen or so of the glabrezu on this side of the portal. Anyways, we will get to that in a moment. Back in the material plane, the glabrezu is going to attack Brom next. That's a 15, which misses. Then he'll attack again. That's a 25, which does hit. That deals 13 damage, and you are grappled as well as he closes a hand around your throat. He's going to march back over to the portal, ready to throw you in as well. But that'll have to wait until next turn. He can only do that once per turn, but he will squeeze your throat, dealing another 14 points of damage. You'll need to make a constitution saving throw as well.
Wow, I think we lose this, guys. That's a 10.
You are barely able to hang on to consciousness. All right, Varus, your turn.
Could I make it back to the portal?
You could try, but there are a dozen hungry glabrezu that are looking at you as if you are their next dinner, and are also moving towards the portal to the material plane.
Those idiotic cultists. All right, well, I'm going out swinging. I want to run up and attack the glabrezu that is the nearest to entering the portal.
Okay, you can make it up to him. Still probably another 60 or so feet from the portal.
Well, I'll reckless attack and then use my great weapon thing again. That's a 19 to hit, dealing 17 damage. Then I'll swing twice more, but without the -5 to my hit. That's a dirty 20 and a natural one, dealing a total of 15 damage.
You swing at it several times, and on the last swing, it catches your great axe mid-swing, wrenching it from your grip. All right, Brom, your turn.
I want to cast Guiding Bolt as my last 3rd level spell. That's a 17 to hit exactly. That does hit, right?
Yeah, that hits his armor class.
That's 23 radiant damage then.
The Glabrizu lets out a roar of pain as you fire a blinding bolt of celestial energy right into his face. He drops you, and you are barely able to catch onto the edge of the portal before falling into the abyss.
All right, Barack, you gotta close this portal and get out of here. I'll drop into the abyss.
What the hell, Joe? How am I supposed to close this thing?
Brom, you find yourself crashing into the same Glabrizu as Varus as well, knocking it onto its back as it drops Varus's great axe. All right, Barack, it's your turn.
All right, well, I guess since Brahm isn't there anymore, I'll use Storm Sphere centering on the portal. It needs to make a strength saving throw. Also, within the 20-foot sphere, it is difficult terrain.
That's a 22 on my part.
Really? That's all, Barack? We just sacrificed ourselves so that you can close this thing.
Then as my bonus action, I'm going to shoot it with lightning. That's a 19 dealing 15 damage.
The cave becomes the center of a whirlwind, and a bolt of lightning strikes the Glabrizu. It howls with pain, turning in the general direction of Barack, but blinded from the guiding bolt by Brahm. It isn't quite able to make it out of the sphere.
All right, it needs to make another strength saving throw.
That's a 12.
That's 9 bludgeoning damage then.
It shakes, falling to a knee. Back in the abyss, the horde of Glabrizu descend on Varus and Brahm. They are able to hold their own until something new lumbers up the writhing landscape. A hulking behemoth, twin heads snapping violently. Your vision blurs and the ground seems to begin to swallow you up. Despite desperately and valiantly fighting back, Varus and Brahm cannot stand in the way of the ruler of the abyss, Demogorgon itself. All right, your turn again, Barack.
Holy hell, this is really bad, guys.
Yeah, close the portal, Barack.
I don't know how. All right, first I'll use my bonus action to hit it with lightning again. That's a 17 for 15 damage. Finally, I'll use my last 3rd level fireball spell on the ceiling of the cavern, hoping to collapse it and buy me some time to get back to the academy.
Roll for damage.
That's 29 damage.
There is a massive explosion as the cave shakes, Barack. You tear for the exit, using your enhanced speed from Blade Song to make it just as the cave collapses behind you. The whirlwind stops, and you just see a pile of rubble where before there had been a cave.
Damn, that was a close one, guys. I still don't quite know how this connects to the gold pseudo-dragon, though.
That's what you say, we literally just died.
Well, I figure that I know that I am in my meditation. So I know that this happened a long time ago, and I've already processed my grief and disbelief.
That's fair. What do you do now?
I'm guessing back to the academy, yeah, Ben?
Yeah, you hurry as fast as you can back to Neverwinter, hardly stopping from a breakneck sprint. You make it to the campus, running headfirst into Master Incantara, the headmaster of the academy. Watch where you are going. Damn, people are walking here. I have half a mind to kick you out of the school on the spot. He then notices your state of disarray, sweat coating your brow and blood from your wounds. What happened? Where have you come from?
Neverwinter Woods, sir. We were sent to investigate a cult that was kidnapping people, and then they opened a portal to the abyss.
Oh, really, a portal to the abyss? Tell me, what did this fictitious portal look like? And then you'll tell me what really happened and where you have come from.
No, really, Headmaster. It was a bubbling pool of crimson, and then a creature emerged that was covered in spikes. It took Brahm and Varus with it back to the abyss.
He eyes you suspiciously. Roll for persuasion.
Could I do Arcana instead?
Sure, I'll allow that.
Well, that could have been better. That's a 12.
He frowns, a crease furrowed in his brow. If this is some kind of prank, I'm warning you, my patience has already worn thin.
It's not a prank, I swear.
Nodding slowly, he gestures. Come to my office. We can talk more there. He leads you into the administration building and up a spiral staircase to an office. There, on his desk, you recognize something. The exact same goblet as the one that Nugget had transformed into when he was demonstrating his skills.
Damn, I knew I had seen it before then. I just couldn't remember. So Nugget used to belong to Master Incantara at the Academy? How did those halflings get a hold of it?
All right, tell me everything about this portal. Who opened it? Had it been fully developed? Is it spreading now?
I don't know. We arrived just as the cult was performing the final parts of the ceremony or whatever. Then the Crimson Pool appeared after he performed the sacrifice. Then the demon came out, we killed all of the cultists, and then it dragged both Varus and Brahm into the portal. I used all my magic that I could and conjured a storm inside the cave, and then blew up the roof with a fireball.
You see a look of anger grow on his face. You threw a fireball and destroyed the cave? That is bad news indeed.
Why is that bad news? I stopped them for a moment, but I need help to seal the portal.
I think you have helped enough. You are what, a third year? You should have come straight back here and let someone know the moment you found the cult in the middle of such a rite. You got those other 2 students killed, you know that? You're an idiot and a fool. Leave. You are banished from the academy. Gather your things and get out of my sight. We have quite the mess to clean up because of you.
Why are you banishing me? I've done nothing wrong.
You've broken protocols and rules and gotten other students killed. You should be ashamed of who you are as a wizard.
Wow, that seems harsh. You probably saved the world back there.
Thanks, Joe. All right, well, I'll storm out and gather up my things.
As you gather up your things and leave the academy grounds, you see a man walking towards you with a hood on. Hello there, Barack, wizard of the academy. I apologize for your situation. Rest assured, you did the right thing.
Who are you?
Someone with a job offer that I think you will be interested in. I have here a letter from King Rex. He rules over a small land not too far from here. He is organizing a team of bodyguards to protect an ambassador. Anyways, the letter explains it in further detail. I was sent to give it to a worthy wizard of the academy, and after hearing of your heroics, that was obviously you, despite what these children in ivory towers may believe.
That doesn't really answer my question, though. Who are you?
It is not important. He hands you the letter and begins walking away. If you are interested, the group shall meet in Phandelver in just a few weeks' time. You see a glimmer of gold in a pouch on his backpack, the same chalice as you had seen in the headmaster's office. Nugget.
Damn, this is strange. Did I get a good look at him at all, Ben?
You didn't. No, he had a cloth covering his face and he was wearing a hood.
Well, I don't have anywhere else to go. My family would reject me now that I was banished from the academy. I guess luck would have it that I went to Phandelver then.
All right, that does wrap up our little flashback episode, though. So back in the present, the three of you are in Lug's cave, resting and taking turns watching the stone linked to Marcus's new eye. Barack, you emerge from your meditation in a sweat. You had not visited those memories since they had happened, and they still leave you a bit shook.
All right, I'll relay everything about Nugget to both Joden and Donatello.
So you're saying that a hooded man approached you out of the blue and hired you for this job? A hooded man did the same for me. He even helped me find out Amabo had cheated and was a worthless coward.
That same thing happened to me too. I was walking through a small town and then he came out of nowhere with a job offer. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to go for it.
Strange. Anyway, so I saw Nugget all the way back then. Master must have literally been Master Incantara. I have no idea how or why Nugget would have ended up in that halfling home.
Obviously, there is something strange going on here.
Yeah, and Nugget is at the center of all of it. We should kill him.
I want to ask Nugget if he remembers being taken to the halfling home.
He looks up with a rather proud expression on his face. Well, yes, of course. Traveler was very kind. Took Nugget away from Master. Master was evil. Demons all around.
Damn it. So that was why I was banished then. I thought that was strange when it happened, but I was pretty angry and confused. Master Incantara must have been involved with the demon cult. That was why he was so angry after I told him I had destroyed them.
Wait a minute, I thought that you graduated. Was that all a lie then?
I should have graduated. I stopped a demon incursion for Christ's sakes. I completed all of my schooling and everything, and then the headmaster banished me for nothing. So yeah, technically it was a lie, but I pretty much graduated.
But you didn't. That means you aren't even a real wizard then, right?
I've been doing magic this whole time. Wizards don't have to go to school.
Yeah. Just because you couldn't hack it at the academy doesn't mean you are a failure as a person. Just as a wizard.
For Christ's sake, Donatello, you better shut your mouth, otherwise I'm going to come over there and shut it for you.
Besides, I thought you said that you were the champion of the arena Donatello and the greatest fighter in all of Trumpville. But you lost to Amabo the dwarf, didn't you?
All right, that's it. I'm pulling my sword and killing all three of you.
Okay, guys, calm down. Let's get back to the campaign.
I want to ask Nugget who this traveler guy is.
Traveler was a traveler and a watcher, always up to something he was, and always kind. Made sure I was safe in my new home. Took the other teapot so that Nugget wouldn't be noticed, then told Nugget to hide until Nugget was taken from the home. Nugget was supposed to reveal himself when the mists came. Nugget was too scared by the mists.
God damn it, Ben. That means that someone has been setting this up the whole time.
But why? Why would they make sure that we had a gold pseudo-dragon, and why would they choose us? I mean, obviously we are growing in power now, but at the time we were all pretty low-leveled nobodies.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, something strange is going on here. Somehow somebody recruited us specifically and knew ahead of time that we were going to end up in the domains of dread. The obvious choice is Peter, but he said that when he left Darkon, he ended up just outside of Phandelver where we met him.
Damn, that was so close to a nice job remembering all of that, Joe. I was about to be proud of you until you said that it was Peter. Obviously, they had to have been working with either Rex or whatever dark power sent Thorn to Loudwater, since he knew that we had been hired to help him at that point. Regardless, I don't see a whole lot that we can do about it. We are here now, and I think our best option is still to defeat the champions and help out Thorn. Maybe we could ask either him or the doctor about who that traveler would have been.
Or Lug, he's an oracle, right?
Yeah, but he hasn't been very helpful as of yet, except for telling us where Zephyr's family would be.
That's kind of the only question we have asked him, though. Maybe we just need to ask about it and he could help us more.
Whatever. If I know Ben, Lug is just going to give us some cryptic answer.
Guess you'll just have to wait and see. All right, anything else you guys want to ask or talk about Nugget, or do you want to discuss what you saw in the Sight Stealer?
Let's discuss the Sight Stealer. Are we able to make out where they are located?
During your watches throughout the night, you saw them exit from a crypt in the very same graveyard where you had hidden outside of the church. There was a tunnel in the crypt that led into the basement, which is where you saw the meeting taking place. You did notice that it was a maze, but you should be able to track through it now that you have seen Marcus exit.
Did we see any traps or guards?
There's a pair of guards at the very end, just before the meeting room. You didn't see any traps along the path, at least along the right path.
All right, any other information, or can we go ask Lug if he knows who the traveler is and get over to the shipwreck? Ben, there better be treasure there, or I swear I'm taking over as dungeon master.
I guess that's another thing we will have to wait to see. All right, in addition to all of that, you are also able to see Marcus's home, and he also paid a visit to a small prison where you saw a handful of people locked in small cages, very inhumanely. The prison was located just outside of the market district in a small abandoned house.
All right, we should free them first thing then. Well, after we get the soul capturer from Zephyr. One final thing before we leave, we should try sending another message to Silas. Joden, I think you haven't sent one yet, yeah?
All right, yeah, I can send it this time. Let's see here. Silas, it's us again. Hope you're doing well or are back in the marsh of Chelumber. Meet us in Mantira Bay.
You once again can feel someone on the other side, but then the connection closes forcefully, and you can feel that the other stone has been destroyed.
Damn, I bet Silas is in some deep shit if he is here. Otherwise, I think he would try to talk to us.
I guess that's another thing to talk to Lug about. Hopefully he has some answers.
You exit the small tunnel where you stayed the night, and find Lug still sitting on his throne, stroking his massive chin as though he is deep in thought. He does look up as you enter, though. Greetings. I hope the accommodation suited you well enough.
Yeah, it was great. Now, Lug, you need to give us some answers. First things first, do you know who recruited us for this quest? Like, it seems that some stranger specifically sought out the three of us and hired us to accompany Thorn. But according to him, he wouldn't have been in the Sword Coast at the time.
That was before I had the sight. I do not possess knowledge of things that I could not have known, but there are machinations in play, with the three of you at the center of them. I do not know what chose you, but something or someone did. And I do believe it was for nefarious purposes. You have avoided fate before, though, and I trust that you could do it again.
All right, well, that's good to know, I suppose. So something is pulling strings, and pretty crazy strings too, since there was only a small chance that we would end up taking the teapot from the halfling home. Lug, would this sight stealer help to restore your sight? We feel kind of bad about that.
He lets out a deep laugh, booming and shaking the cavern walls. Yes, that would restore my physical sight, and if it so be that you choose to give it to me willingly, I would be grateful. But I am more than capable without my sight as well.
Yeah, we give it to you willingly. Finally, do you know what happened to Silas? Did he come with us to Darkon? Is he okay?
You see a dark blue light emanating from within Lug's empty eye sockets, which slowly fades. Yes, I had tracked the vampire here to Darkon, but where he is now is warded from my sight. That is not a good sign. He may be a champion already.
A champion for Vampire? Could that really happen so fast?
If one gives themselves willingly to a dark power, it can be almost instant. I believe that you will feel of their power soon enough. I am sure that each of you has attracted one of their foul gazes. There is power in serving them, to be sure, but you must be aware that there is a cost as well.
That's the second time you mentioned them. Are you saying that the dark powers are seeking to make us champions as well?
I suppose that is one way of looking at it, though I believe for now they would just be curious. You do possess more power than the average Darkon resident, and have performed some mighty feats.
Interesting. Well, I'm turning them down if I have a choice in the matter. No way am I going to serve a dark power.
And if your friends' lives depend on it?
Well,
I'll keep an open mind, but they'd need to tell me the cost before I accept any help from them. I'll give Lug the sight stealer and the stone associated with it, just to make sure that he doesn't think we are just trying to spy on him. All right, reluctantly, should we head to the shipwreck then?
Hell yeah, I'm ready to go treasure hunting for once.
Lug places the sight stealer in his left eye, letting out a groan of pain before he opens his eye, the sight stealer shining brightly. Thank you, adventurers. I do appreciate this gift, though I hope you know that it means nothing in the long run. I am still merely a watcher, and though I hope you are able to heal the land, I will not be of assistance in your quest. You exit the cavern, and you hear the booming words of Lug echoing behind you. Do not forget my orb. I have traveled far for it, and can reward you with more knowledge for its retrieval.
I had honestly kind of forgotten he wanted us to get an orb from Baron Midas. Did he give us the warding stones too?
Ha! Guess who forgot it this time? Wasn't me. I know for a fact that he gave us the stones, and I had not forgotten about the orb for a second.
Is that true, Joden?
Yes, absolutely.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Anyways, what's the shipwreck like, Ben?
As you exit and your eyes adjust to the blinding light, you can see the shipwreck more clearly now that it is early morning. The salty spray of the ocean pokes holes in the thick mists of Ravenloft, giving the ship an almost ethereal look. As you approach closer, wading through the water, you see a hole in the hull that would allow you to enter through the bowels of the ship. It is heavily waterlogged, so it would be covered at high tide.
In we go then.
The room you enter into looks to be an old storage room. As your eyes adjust to the dim light, you see a bunch of storage crates and old supplies strewn across the floor. The rancid smell of rotting fruit is quite potent. Maneuvering through the boxes, you see a door leading further into the ship.
Anything of value or mostly just the supplies for the crew as they traveled?
Anything of use would have rotted or rusted away by now. It looks like this ship has been here for quite a while.
All right, I'll go through the door then.
Hell no, I'm going first, and I get first pick of any treasure that we find.
All right, whatever, Donatello. You go first then.
As you begin to push open the door, you can hear faint whispering coming from within the ship, and then a gust of air blows salt into your eyes. Wiping the salt away and squinting through watery eyes, you see a translucent figure glowing with a low green light staring down at a skeleton on the floor. The room appears to be a kitchen of sorts. You see a couple of cupboards with the doors having rotted off, and a table is in the middle of the room, held up by a solitary leg that looks like it would give out at any moment.
All right, haunted shipwreck it is then. Let's kill him then.
Hold up, Donatello. Does he seem hostile, Ben?
On the contrary, he hardly seems to acknowledge that you are here at all, just staring down at the skeleton on the floor. As you get a closer look, you see a knife, jabbed in the back of the skeleton and having rusted away. It looks like someone had stabbed him in the back. You hear him muttering, "He was my friend. He was part of the crew. Why would he do this?"
Damn, I feel bad for this guy.
Well, let's put him to rest then, yeah?
Yeah, might as well, I guess. How, though? Just kill him? That might upset any other ghosts that are on board. Ben, do I know any spells or rituals that I can use to help him pass to the other side?
I'm going to go with no. Since none of you are clerics or paladins, you aren't familiar with that type of magic, though you do know that it exists for sure.
Let's just leave him alone then. He isn't harming us.
Yeah, that won't come back to bite us in the ass.
I'm a bit torn here, not sure what we should do.
I'm going to stab him with my sword.
As you stab your sword through his back the same way he died in life, his ghost gasps and falls to his knees before fading into the ether.
Damn it, Donatello.
You'll thank me later.
Why'd you have to stab him in the back, though? Damn, he died twice by being stabbed in the back.
Yeah, that seemed cruel. All right, let's move on then. Anything else in this room, Ben?
Nothing in this one, but you do see another door. This one leading to a rotted staircase leading up to the next level.
Probably a lot more ghosts up here.
I wonder if this is what Luke was talking about when he said there are fates worse than death in Ravenloft. Being a ghost on a shipwreck for the rest of eternity sounds pretty bad.
That and the fact that everyone here is a zombie means that just dying might not be the end, especially if necromancers are so popular here. All right, what's up the staircase, Ben?
Well, two things before you enter the next room. First, what's your marching order?
I'm in the lead, obviously.
I'll be behind him then.
Guess I'm taking up the rear.
All right, second, I'll need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Hell yeah, even with my -1 to dexterity, that's still a 16.
You're kidding me. I have a +6 to my saving throws for dexterity, and that's a 9 for me.
Damn, sorry, Joe. That's a 18 for me.
All right, Donatello. As you slowly creep up the stairs, Joden takes a slightly different path, and one of the steps caves in, sending Joden tumbling down with a splash. Joden, you are now in a different room of the ship that is beneath the sea level, and it's a good 20-foot fall from the steps up above. You do take 8 damage from the broken wood in the fall.
Damn. All right, well, I guess I have to save the day again. I do have some rope. Let me pull you up, Joden.
Wait, we should make sure that we have a good spot to pull him up. If the stairs are already unstable and we add Joden to those stairs, good chance we end up falling in too.
Damn, you're right, Barack.
All right, whatever. Ben, is there anything that I could tie the rope to and then pulling him up? But this way we have an anchor.
As you reach the top of the stairs looking for something to tie the rope to, you hear the clashing of metal, and as you open the door, you see a crowd of ghostly sailors engaged in an eternal fight, slashing each other with spectral swords and then getting back up after they would have died. 3 of the ghosts look over at you and then begin to charge. Back in the submerged room, Joden, you feel a hand grab your leg and begin pulling you down, and you see a sailor, flesh rotting off his face, pulling you down to the floor with a hungry look in his eyes. Looking around, you see probably 15 or so of the drowned zombies, all slowly moving through the water towards you.
Damn, really trying to turn up the difficulty. This is like that scene in Harry Potter.
Only if you cast a fireball from up there.
All right, let's roll for initiative then. Joden, just as a couple of additional rules since you'll be fighting in the water, your bow has disadvantage, but your short swords are fine, and you have resistance to fire damage. In addition, if you are underwater and take a hit, You'll have to make a Constitution saving throw to avoid inhaling a bunch of salt water. That's a bit of homebrew, but I think it makes sense.
Damn. All right, let's do this.
We'll be down to help you in just a moment, Joden. Just don't die. That's a 21 for initiative for me.
God damn it, I'm rolling terrible here, guys. I probably will need help. That's a 10 for me.
That's an unnatural 20 for me.
I got a 17, so it'll go Donatello, Barack, me, and then Joden. All right, Donatello, you're up first.
Time to kill some ghosts. All right, I'll just be swinging with my longsword. That's a 25 and then a 12 to hit. What do we need to get?
You need a 13, so that's just the one hit then.
Damn it. That's only 8 damage. That was stupid. I don't want to action surge yet either. Better to save that for whatever stupid dungeon boss Ben has worked up.
All right, my turn then. I'm going to enter Blade Song using my bonus action, and then cast Scorching Ray as a 3rd level spell. I don't think Fireball would be a good choice here.
Sure, it'd just blow up the ship.
That's a 9, a 13, a 16, and a 19 to hit, so 3 of those hit for 11, 4, and 7 damage. How much health do these ghosts have?
You are able to kill one of the ghosts with that damage plus Donatello's. All right, it's the zombies and the ghosts' turns now. The 2 remaining ghosts are going to all attack Donatello since he is in the lead. That's a 14 and a 22, so one of those does hit for 14 necrotic damage. You'll need to make a Constitution saving throw too, Donatello.
Not this shit again. Is it the same thing the Wraith did to me that almost killed me, allegedly at least?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's a 25 for me.
All right, it's just the 14 damage then. Then the zombies are going to begin pulling Joden underwater. Joden, you'll need to make an athletics check, but I'll let you use dexterity instead of strength.
Thank goodness, that's a 19.
All right, you do resist the pull underwater, but you feel the zombies scratching at your legs as you kick them away. You take another 14 points of slashing damage.
Damn, these guys hit hard.
Well, there's 15 zombies down there. That's not very much damage across that many zombies.
I guess that's fair. All right, Joden's turn then.
Ben, am I faster than the zombies?
You most certainly are, especially if you use your action to try to get further away.
What about a door? Are there any doors or anything down here?
There is a door, but it is underwater and on the other side of the room. You'd need to succeed on a strength check to push it open, and you don't quite know what is on the other side. Since the whole door is submerged, though, it wouldn't be a hard check or anything. Just have to push open a rotted and old door underwater.
Well, that's where I'm heading, I guess. I can't just sit here until you guys finish up with the ghosts up above.
All right, make a strength check.
God damn it, I'm rolling completely garbage all of a sudden. That's a 7.
All right, you aren't able to quite open the door before going back up for some air and to get out of the zombies' reach. Donatello, you're up next.
Time to kill these ghosts for real this time. Damn, none of us are rolling good. You guys probably cursed me or something. That's a 17 and an 11, so only one of those hit for a total of 13 damage.
All right, that ghost is still looming menacingly and does look injured from your hit. Anything else?
Nah, still saving my action surge.
At this rate, we might need to take a short rest, though. You and Joden both took a hit.
Mostly Joden over there, I'm still doing fine.
Whatever. All right, I'm going to slash with my scimitar at the ghost Donatello just hit, and then firebolt it after that since I'm in Blade Song.
Sounds good.
Only a 12 to hit with the scimitar, but then a 24 with the firebolt for a total of 20 damage.
Nice, all right. Your scimitar barely misses, probably due to you being a bit out of practice with a sword, but as you unleash the firebolt, it leaves behind just a small puddle of ectoplasm on the floor. Anything else for your turn?
No, that's it for me.
All right, the last remaining ghost, or rather the last ghost focused on the two of you, is going to attack Donatello again. That's only a 10 to hit, so it misses. All right, now, Joden, you'll need to make another dexterity saving throw to try to stay above the zombies.
Hell yes, finally it's about time. That's a natural 20.
All right, I'll say that you are actually able to just stay completely above the reaching zombie hands and take 0 damage this round. You are also able to lead the zombies away from the door, giving you another chance to try to open it without risking an attack from the underwater zombies. It's your turn now, too.
I'm going for the door then. All right, things are looking up. That's a 21.
You're able to push through the door and push it closed behind you, though you aren't quite sure how long it will hold against the zombies. The room is completely submerged, but also zombie-free. You see some more of the crates, and out of the corner of your eye, and thanks to your dark vision, you see a small, watertight jewelry box. You also see a hole in the wall that would lead you into the ocean, just below where the entrance was that the party entered up above.
I'm grabbing the jewelry box and then getting out of here then. I'll make my way through the ship and go meet up with them.
All right, you are able to do both of those things, but we'll have to finish combat to see when you meet up with them. Donatello, it's your turn next.
I swear, if I get below a 13 on either of these rolls, I'm gonna lose it for real this time. All right, this is more like it. That's a 19 on the die, which is a critical hit, and a 25. That's a total of 26 damage.
With a quick slash back and forth, you reduce the last ghost to a steaming pile of ectoplasm as well, which drips through the floorboards into the room Joden had fallen into. Looking back, you see Joden, completely soaked from his trip in the ocean, climbing up the stairs.
Glad you made it back, Joden.
Yeah, enough chit-chat. What's in the jewelry box?
I think we should deal with the rest of the ghosts and this whole haunted ship thing first, right? Then we can take a look.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, do any of the other ghosts attack us, Ben?
None of the other ones pay you any attention, too focused on their raging battle. The water damage does appear to be less up here, though there are many holes in the floor where the zombies had fallen down below. You find another staircase leading up another floor, presumably onto the deck, judging by the rays of light streaming through.
Upwards we go then. Not completely sure where we need to go, though.
Obviously up Barack God. Have you never played a video game? It's a rather straightforward dungeon here.
Christ, Donald, I meant what our purpose is here. Unless it really is just treasure. I'd love to learn more about what happened to make this ship crash and end up here, and free those ghosts down below if we can.
Yeah, I agree on both counts, though treasure isn't bad either.
All right, as you come up on the deck, the sun is shining faintly through the thick mists rolling in from the ocean. A bird circles the crow's nest up above, and the top of the deck is a mess. You can see on the far side of the ship the captain's quarters, a luminescent green glow emanating from under the door. As you swing the door open, you see that the inside has been remarkably well preserved, or is under some kind of illusion spell. Before you can really examine anything, though, you see a spectral green figure rushing at you, and just behind it, a lumbering zombie. Both of them are wearing a captain's hat, and both look like they are out for blood. Traitors. Traitors. The whole lot of you. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. A brief lag happens between the voice of the ghost and the voice of the zombie lumbering behind it.
Interesting. A pirate captain ghost and a pirate captain zombie. Something strange is going on here for sure.
All right, here we go, boss battle time.
Yeah, let's roll for initiative.
That's a 23 for me.
A 13 for me.
A 13 for me as well. You can go first, though, Barack.
Thanks, Joden.
I only got a 6, so you guys will go before the captain. Or captains, I guess.
And I'm going first. All right, I'm going to attack the ghost one, and I'm going to use my action surge to attack twice. What do I need to hit?
The ghost has a 16 armor class, and the zombie has an 18 armor class.
Damn, upping the difficulty I see. All right, I got this, though. That's a 23, a 15, a 24, and a 19 on the dice for a critical hit. That's a total of 43 damage.
Nice hit, Donatello.
Thanks, I know, I'm pretty awesome.
The captain hardly flinches as he swings out with his glowing green cutlass. Damn, only a 13 to hit, though. I rolled pretty bad.
Wait, why did he get to attack?
He has legendary actions. Both of them do, actually. The other zombie is going to lunge forward as well, moving with superhuman speed to stand in front of both Joden and Barack.
Well, I guess we are going to have to deal with this zombie then, while you deal with the ghost Donatello.
No worries, I got this here, guys. I'll help you out once I finish this guy off.
I'll go ahead and enter Blade Song with my bonus action, and then I guess I'll use my 4th level slot to cast Storm Sphere. Any chance I can hit both of them with that, Ben? It's a 40-foot sphere.
You could, but then you'd also hit Donatello as well.
Damn.
Just hit me with it, I'll be fine.
All right, just with the first part of the spell. You should move out of the sphere on your turn. All right, so the two captains and Donatello need to make a strength saving throw.
Hell yeah, I got this for sure. That's a 25 for me. I'm on fire here, guys.
I got a 19 on the ghost and an 11 on the zombie, so he will use his legendary resistance to succeed on that, though.
Damn, all right. I need to wait until my next turn to cast a lightning bolt as my bonus action, so Joden, you're up.
All right, well, I think I need to attack with my short swords, which aren't great, but otherwise he'd get an opportunity attack and might wreck Barack. What the hell? All right, you guys aren't going to believe this, but I just rolled 3 19s in a row. I don't have Donatello's improved critical, but those all hit, right, Ben?
Yeah, those all hit.
Sweet, so that's a total of... Damn, 14 damage. I really need some better short swords, guys.
You just need to use your bow.
All right, also at the end of Joden's turn, the ghost is going to attack Donatello again. That's 9 slashing damage and 11 necrotic damage. You don't need to roll this time, though, Donatello. He doesn't reduce your hit points.
Holy hell. That wasn't even for his turn, right? That was just a legendary action?
Yeah, now it is their turns. The ghost is going to attack Donatello twice. Damn, that's an 11 and a 10. One of those was a nat 1 and the other was a 2. All right, the zombie is going to attack once at Joden and once at Barack. That's a 17 to hit Joden and a 27 to hit Barack. Joden, you take 11 slashing damage and 14 poison damage, and Barack, you take 16 slashing damage and 8 poison. Barack, that also means you need to roll for your concentration. The save DC is 12.
That was close. I can't take another hit like that, guys. I got a 15 on the save DC. They need to remake the strength saving throws, or they take damage, though, since they ended their turn in the sphere.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a fail on both of their parts, but they will use their remaining 2 legendary resistances to succeed instead.
I really hate that feat.
Yeah, it is pretty annoying. They don't have any more until tomorrow, though. Well, back to Donatello, then.
Why the hell didn't Lug warn us about this? There's a good chance we die here, guys.
I told you all we shouldn't have come here.
Whatever. All right, I'm attacking the ghost again. That's a 16 and a 25 for a total of 24 damage. Then I'll also use second wind to recover. 15 hit points. I'll also move outside of the storm sphere, but stay within range of the ghost so he doesn't get an opportunity attack. That's my turn.
All right, starting off on my turn, I'm going to throw the lightning bolt at this zombie. I have advantage since he is in the sphere too. That's a 19 for... Damn, only 9 damage. That was 4d6, and I only got a 9. That was dumb. All right, for my action, I'm actually going to disengage, and I'm going to use my extra movement speed to cross the deck as far as I can.
All right, anything else for your turn, Barack?
Sadly, no, that's it for me.
I think you're right, Donatello. I need to use my bow. But if I move, then he gets an opportunity attack against me. Guess it's worth it, though. All right, Ben, I'm going to move and provoke an opportunity attack. I do get to move 35 feet because of my new armor, though.
That's a 21 to hit, dealing 12 slashing damage and 13 poison damage.
Damn, I'm dead then, guys.
For reals, Joden, you're so weak.
It wasn't my fault I was listening to you. Besides, I think you're the only one who's been down so far this whole campaign.
All right, you aren't dead, though, just knocked unconscious. You'll have to make death-saving throws to see what happens. Those will be kept private as well, so nobody will know if you are dying or not.
All right, damn, is it their turn then?
It is, yeah. So the zombie is going to have to dash to get over to Barack. He can't attack, but he is now face-to-face with you. Then the ghost is going to attack Donatello twice. Damn. You must have something watching over you, because I can't hit you at all, Donatello, even with a +9 to the hit. That's a 10 and a 14. All right. The ghost is going to make a strength-saving throw again since he is still in the sphere. That's a 13, so he does fail and has no more legendary resistances.
Damn, only 5 damage, though. All right, that was pretty lucky for us. I guess I could just keep running away from this zombie. It takes his whole turn to catch up to me.
Yeah, until he gets his legendary actions back. Then you're dead too. All right, my turn then?
Yeah.
I'm attacking the ghost, of course. That's a 13 and a 16, so only one of those hit for a total of 11 damage.
All right, the ghost is looking wounded now.
Now he's looking wounded? For Christ's sake, Ben, you can't just kill off all of us in one go.
You guys chose to come to a dangerous shipwreck.
Of course we did. You basically shouted that there was loot here.
I guess that's fair. All right, anything else for your turn, Donatello?
No, that's it for me.
All right, I'm gonna lightning bolt this guy in the face.
He got a 22 on the save, so he'll take half damage.
Damn. All right. That's 32 total, so 16 lightning damage then. I'm also going to use my bonus action to throw a lightning bolt from the storm sphere at the ghost. I'm probably dead here, but I think our best bet is to kill the ghost, and then focus the zombie. God damn it, only a 13 to hit, so that's a miss.
All right, Joden, it is your turn now. Before you roll your death-saving throw, though, you do hear something in your unconscious mind. I can save you and your friends if you want me to. Just say yes and I can do it, a man says. The voice sounds incredibly familiar, but you can't quite place it.
Damn, of course I'm the one who gets first contact with the dark powers.
You better say yes. It pains me to say this, but we need your help.
Yeah, I think you have to do it, Joden, otherwise we might all die here.
Yeah, fine, I get it. Lug is an oracle and saw this coming from a mile away. All right, yes, I need your help.
You feel a surge of power coursing in your veins. All right, here is your new temporary character sheet.
Holy hell, I'm a level 20?
For now, at least.
I'm about to wreck these guys. All right, I'm going to attack the zombie first, since I think there is a chance I can just kill him. How do I activate my bow thing again?
First off, I'd just like to say that this isn't fair that Joden is a level 20 now. This is all rigged. But you just have to say Thorn. It's that easy.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. All right, I'll say Thorn. And then I want to shoot at the zombie. How far away are the zombie and the ghost?
They are further than 10 feet, so you can't do your volley or horde breaker, unfortunately. Also, as you say, Thorn, your bow grows nasty thorns and becomes larger, taking more strength to pull back the string. You'll deal 2d6 on the attack instead of 1d6, and you'll roll 3d6 for your extra damage.
That's awesome. All right, I'll shoot at the zombie twice then. That's a 23 and a 29. That's 50 total damage against the zombie. Damn, even with all of that, my damage didn't go up nearly as high as I thought it would.
Yeah, you would probably have a lot stronger of a weapon if you were level 20, and you could attack any number of creatures with your volley attack. Just against one enemy, you aren't dealing as much damage.
That's fair, and it was a lot of damage.
Not that much. Can you imagine how much damage I would have dealt if that was me? Probably over 100.
Whatever, shut up, Donatello. How's the zombie doing then, Ben?
The zombie falls forward, and you see 2 arrow shafts in the back of its skull, Barak. All right, I believe it is the ghost's turn now, yeah?
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, the ghost is going to turn, a look of rage as it stares down Joden for killing, well, him. He's going to rush over to Joden, meaning you'll get an opportunity to attack Donatello.
Hell yeah, this thing is dead. Damn it, that's a 13.
He's then going to rush over to Joden and slash at him twice. That's a 27 and then a 27 again, which even gets through your multi-attack defense Joden for a total of 46 damage.
No sweat, I have over 200 health now.
That is kind of frightening, though. He still did a quarter of your health, and we are fighting him at level 7.
Whatever. I bet I'll have like 400 health.
Stop being jealous, Donatello. It's not a good look.
I am not jealous. It's just rigged, that's all. Have to call out injustice when I see it.
Sorry that I died listening to you and then became super powerful by accepting help from a dark power without knowing the cost, Donatello. Christ, you're just a big baby.
All right, calm down. Donatello, it's your turn now.
Time to kill this thing. That's a 9 and a 26 for a total of 14 damage. That better have killed him, Ben. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem.
That does kill him, Donatello, don't worry. He explodes, thick ectoplasm splattering across the deck of the ship. Joden, you feel the power beginning to fade, though your wounds heal up without so much as leaving a scar behind.
It was fun while it lasted.
You hear that voice again? Hauntingly familiar, but you can't quite place it. You are welcome, Joden the Ranger. I believe we shall meet again sometime.
That's not foreboding at all.
You also feel a strange tingling sensation in your arms, as though they were falling asleep. As you look, you can see them turning pale, the veins becoming increasingly dark and prominent. You'll gain resistance to necrotic damage, but you'll be vulnerable to radiant damage unless you find a way to remove the dark gift.
Interesting. All right, well, that was a lower cost than I thought it would be. That's not even that bad. Could be helpful to have in Darkon.
Not elsewhere, though. We should see what we can find out about that. All right. Is there anything in the captain's quarters, Ben?
As you enter the captain's quarters, you see a black obsidian medallion hovering above the captain's desk. You also see another ghost, this one sitting cross-legged on the ground inside of a magical binding circle. He looks up, a sorrowful expression on his face melting as he recognizes that you are not the captain. Is he gone? Is the Seawolf finally dead?
Yeah, we just killed him. Who are you?
Gabriel Flint was my name, though most called me Red Tide. I was the first mate aboard the Sea Seraph here, until the crew grew restless about the cruelties of Captain Blackwater, the Seawolf. We staged a mutiny, and I made it all the way here, fighting the Seawolf himself. Anyways, it did not go well. The Dark Star Medallion, he gestures at the floating necklace. It cursed us, trapped us here, doomed to forever be in a fight to the death with our fellow shipmates. After we died, the captain threw my body overboard and trapped me in this circle. I've been trapped here for, God, who knows how long it's been.
Damn, that sucks, man. Who were you guys? Pirates?
Shadow shippers. We shipped goods across the domains of dread. It was an honest enough living, except we'd get the goods to sell through raiding other ships. The Seawolf wouldn't take hostages either. All of our ledgers are gushing blood, that's for sure. We probably deserve this fate.
I don't think so. Do you know how we could free you?
He looks up, a look of surprise registering on his ghostly face. If you could destroy the Dark Star, it would probably free us.
How would we destroy it?
He looks over at Barak. You're a wizard, right?
I'll nod, yes, studied at the academy.
Yeah, studied. Didn't graduate, though.
Could you cast a fireball? That would probably do the trick.
All right, say we were going to do that. What's in it for us?
He points over at the far wall. That's a false wall. Behind it is the treasure chest. There's probably 1,000 or so shadow shards in it. I hope those are still used as currency here, yeah?
All right, I'm sold. Let's get the loot and get out of here.
Yeah, that's a good chunk of money. Probably not worth selling my soul to whatever dark power that was, but it lessens the pain for sure.
It doesn't seem like you've sold your soul quite yet either. Just started that process, I guess.
Fair. All right, let's get the money then. We'll destroy the Dark Star too.
Or we take the Dark Star and sell it at the black market. Probably a lot of people willing to pay a lot of money for it.
That's low, Donatello.
I know, obviously we have to destroy it. Just pointing out that we could make a lot of money.
As you push back the false wall, you find the chest and 999 shadow shards. There's also an engraved short sword, a blue streak running down the middle of it and emitting a faint blue light.
Hell yeah, my new sword.
Hold up, why does he get a magic sword?
It's just one magic sword, Donatello. You already have one. Do I know what it does, Ben?
It'll function as a +1 magic short sword, but that should increase your damage output in close quarters by a good amount. Are you guys blowing up the Dark Star then?
Yeah, let's do that.
Casting a fireball, you see the medallion begin to glow red hot before breaking in two as the entire cabin explodes. The waterlogged ship doesn't catch fire, but the structural integrity was definitely damaged. Gabriel begins to vanish. Thank you. We are in your debt. The ship is yours, if you could fix it up. No finer vessel has ever sailed these oceans. He fades from view, and you can hear the clamor down below fade as well, leaving you with just the sound of the ocean waves crashing against the hull.
Hold up, can we become pirates then, Ben?
It would take quite a bit of time and a fair amount of money to fix up the ship, especially with that fireball, but definitely cheaper than buying your own. It would be a good ocean vessel too, and can apparently sail across the domains too.
That's pretty cool. All right, well, back to Lug then.
Yeah, there's nothing more on the ship for you guys to see. As you descend back into the ship to exit, made a bit more difficult with the rising tide, you can see that the ghosts have all faded and the zombies down below have been put to rest. The sun has risen far in the sky, making it just in the early afternoon when you approach Lug's cave again. As you enter, once again, you feel that deep, throaty laugh that shakes the whole cavern. I must admit, that was entertaining. I have not seen such fighting in a long time.
You were watching us? Why didn't you help? We could have used a giant oracle against that stupid captain.
Perhaps, but I said before I am just a watcher. I do not intervene in the petty triflings of mortals. I did not sense you in real danger, though. He points a large finger at Joden. I must admit, I did not foresee your gift coming so quickly. The three of you must have really attracted the attention of some powerful entities. I suspect now that one has made contact, the other two of you will receive your own visitation shortly.
So, out of game moment for just a second, but does this mean that we can't actually die? Like I died, but then a dark power just leveled me up to 20 and healed me back to full?
That's actually a fair point.
I don't want to give anything away, but you guys can definitely still die. Let's just say that that type of boon is very rare and difficult to pull off, even for a dark power. There has to be the right collection of variables. It might be able to stabilize you, might even be able to heal you back up, but that type of power is definitely a rarity.
So you're saying that I might not get to try out my level 20 fighter?
Not for a while in the campaign. Still a long ways to go before any of you hit level 20 for real. All right, let's get back to it then. Lug looks over at both Barak and Donatello. I can see that you both have sustained heavy wounds. Feel free to rest this afternoon, but I would suggest traveling through the night to get back to Mantira Bay. I have seen a lot of the trials awaiting you, and though I won't interfere, I would prefer if you succeed and bring me back the orb.
Are we going to get ambushed or something? I thought that the warding stones would protect us from that.
They will, I can assure you, even if you travel at night. Now that the Guardian of the Forest has been removed, you'll arrive safely in Mantira Bay. But I would warn you that things will not be easy when you get there. You should seek out the Resistance. They can help you gain a foothold with which to challenge the Baron.
How would we find them? Thorn said that he doubted that there was ever more than a handful of people resisting the Night Watchers at any given point in time.
You see the light within Lug's eyes again, growing in power and then fading away. Head for the burgomaster of the town. He is corrupt, but has his hands in many different pockets. With enough motivation, he will put you in touch with the Resistance.
Interesting, I'm still confused as to what you get out of this, Lug.
For now, let us just say that our motives and goals are aligned. There may come a time in the future when we must battle, and do not mistake me, if it comes to blows, I will not hold back. But I do not wish that future to come, nor do I think it has to. Despite our history, I must say that I am quite intrigued by the three of you. You've come a long ways from who you were when you stabbed out my eyes all those years ago.
We haven't come that far. That was only like a week ago.
A very long week, then. Now the three of you should rest. And I believe that you still have the jewelry box obtained from the depths, Sir Joden of the Forest. I would recommend that you use what is contained therein. I believe that there is an item of interest to each of you inside.
Also, we should discuss Nugget again. I have warmed up to the idea of keeping him around a little bit, but I think we should discuss how he can help us more.
That's a good idea. All right, Ben, what's in the box?
As you open the box, you see 3 rings, each gently laid on a velvet pillow. One of them has engravings of the elements, another has engravings of shadows, and the final one has engravings of battle and healing.
Well, I think that's rather obvious what we should do then. I'll take the battle and healing one, Joden can have the shadows, and Barak can have the elements.
Do we know what they do yet?
After spending the long rest attuning to them, you do find what they can do. Joden, your Ring of Shadows allows you to blend into your environment as the shadows accept you as one of their own. You can use it 3 times per day to take the hide action as a bonus action, which allows you to move around unseen. Barak, your Ring of the Elements requires daily attunement to an element of your choice, and whenever you use something that deals damage of that element, you can add 1d6 to the damage. And finally, Donatello, your Ring of the Warrior allows you to, once per day, regain health equal to the damage on a single attack.
Damn, that's pretty nice on all counts. That'll help Joden get set up in a good spot with his bow, help Donatello with some sustain, and help me deal some more damage if I plan ahead what spells to use. Nice work, Ben.
Thanks. I definitely wanted to have some unique items for each of you. All right, finally, you wanted to talk more about Nugget?
Yeah, I don't really see how he can help us unless we are planning on setting him up somewhere to spy on someone. So I was thinking, what if we send him to infiltrate and spy on the Night Watchers? He can let us know if they are planning anything, and then can come get us if things are going south.
I don't quite know how he would infiltrate them, though.
So I don't think we had discussed who was holding Nugget after you found him in Donatello's bag. Who took him? Does Donatello still have him?
Hell no. He isn't stealing all the rest of my stuff.
I'll take him then.
All right, he pops his head out of Barak's bag. Nugget very good at sneaking. Nugget turns invisible and hides very well in plain sight. With that, he does indeed turn invisible.
All right, yeah, once we get back to Mantira Bay, we should have him infiltrate the Night Watchers then. I'm surprised you trust him with that Donatello.
Well, worst comes to worst, he just betrays us and we kill the Night Watchers that way.
Nugget would never betray. You promised Nugget more gold. Nugget loves gold.
Yeah, whatever. All right, well, should we head back to Mantira Bay then? Anything else that we need to do down here?
Actually, I thought we would go ahead and end the session here. Kind of. I feel like things have been getting a little tense, so I thought we could finish off the session with a bit of PvP, finally settle that question of who would win in a fight.
Oh, hell yeah, you better not be shitting me, Ben.
I mean, that was assuming that you guys would want to do that. We could just end the session or keep going a little bit longer.
I think I'll sit out for this fight, but that sounds fun. I could use a nap, and honestly, I'd rather watch the two of them fight than join myself.
Okay, that seems fair. A bit easier to manage too, since that means that two people won't just gang up on the third. All right, so it is Donatello versus Barak, the fighter from Trumpville against the wizard from Neverwinter.
I'm going to win this so easy, just like I beat Hillary in the election.
Are you sure you won't lose like you did against Joe?
It was rigged, just like my dice are whenever I roll bad.
It is settled. But let's make this fun. It's just supposed to get out some tension and settle the constant bickering. You guys will battle in a very light forest, 105th by 105th, and start on opposite corners. So you won't know where the other person is. Trees will be consistent, but be far enough apart so there will be enough open areas. Is that okay with you guys?
I don't know, I'm a fighter. Starting that far apart will put me at a disadvantage.
But if you're in a closed arena, Barak would be at a disadvantage. This way, both of you will have to find the other person. If you find him first, Donald, you could still easily get the upper hand.
Fine, doesn't matter. I'm the best fighter in all of Trumpville. I will probably just one-shot Barak.
Barak, are you okay with the arena choice?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Great. All right, the sun is just setting over the distant horizon in this alternate universe, as you have found yourselves transported to the domain of Valrock, the Warbringer. Valrock hosts these arenas, snatching people from across the Forgotten Realms in a fight to the death. You guys know the other is in the forest, but you don't know where. The forest isn't too dense. You can still see pretty far before your vision is blocked by the trees, and there is an open plain in the middle, probably about 50 feet across in all directions. Let's roll for initiative.
I rolled a 12, but my +6 gives me an 18. Even with mid-rolls, I'm still the best.
Yeah, I only got a 10.
Donald will go first. What do you want to do?
Barak, don't listen. You don't know where I am.
Did you say my name? Joe's snoring now. I couldn't hear you.
It's fine, just talk quietly. This table is big enough if you talk softly, neither will hear the other.
Can I make it to the opening?
No, not with your base movement, but you could use a dash to get there, but that will take up your action, so you won't have an attack. You will have a bonus action still, but you don't know where Barak is, so it probably won't be useful.
Okay, I will use my dash and move just to the edge of the opening so that I am still covered by the tree line. I just want to be at the edge.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, I'll end it there.
Barak, your turn. What do you want to do?
I want to cast invisibility as a second-level spell, move 30 feet, heading directly toward the center, and then end my turn. How close am I to the opening, Ben?
About 20 more feet. You can easily get to the opening next turn if you wanted to. Donald, your turn again.
God damn it, I can't think with Joe's snoring.
You think this is bad now? You should have heard him back when I was in office.
All right, focus, Donatello.
Sorry. All right. You know what? I am the greatest in all of Trumpville, and probably the world. I am not hiding like a coward. I move to the middle of the opening. Can I roll a perception check to see if I can find Barak, or at least know the basic direction he is in?
Sure.
Okay, I got an 11. These dice are rigged. You guys probably set this whole thing up just to try to show that Barak is stronger than me.
All right, Barak, can you roll a stealth check?
Sure, do I have advantage because I'm stealthed?
I'm going to say no on this one. You would have to be moving quietly through the forest.
That's a 13.
All right, Donatello, you hear movement coming from both the right and the left.
He is to the right, I know it. I have the best intellect in all of Trumpville. Can I raise my crossbow to ready if he attacks me?
Yeah, you can save your action to use it as a reaction in that case.
I do that and end my turn.
Barak, your turn.
I will move 15 feet forward so I have a good look at the open area but still covered. I know I am invisible but want to play it safe. Do I see Donatello in the middle of the field?
You see him with his back towards you, aiming a crossbow at the far side of the clearing.
Guess nobody in Trumpville is that smart then. Okay, I want to cast Storm Sphere, so Donatello, you need to make a strength saving throw. And then for my bonus action, I'll throw a lightning bolt at him.
God damn it, that's a natural one.
You take 9 points of damage from that, and then I'll attack you. Since you're in the sphere, I have advantage too.
You're a coward, Barak.
Why would I run out and fight you out there? That would only end badly for me. This is called strategy. It's like a drone strike. Holy hell, I just rolled double natural ones.
Yeah, because I am the best. You literally couldn't hit me with advantage.
Alright, well, you also have disadvantage on perception checks while you're in the storm sphere. And it's difficult terrain.
How big is the sphere again, Barak?
It's a 20-foot radius, so 40 feet in total.
This is so stupid.
I'll end my turn there.
All right, Donald, it's your turn then.
I want to run as far as I can into the forest. I'll use my dash action too. Barak isn't invisible anymore, right?
That's right. He can only maintain concentration on one spell at a time.
All right, so it costs a total of 40 feet to get out of the storm, so I'm able to make it 20 feet outside of it if I dash. Can I then make a perception check to see if I can find him?
Yeah, you can do that. Barak, I'll need you to roll stealth as well.
That's a 10.
Damn, only an 8 for me.
All right, Donatello, you see Barak standing just inside the forest, not more than 20 feet away from you. You aren't able to quite make it to him this turn, though, since you already used all your movement.
Yeah, fine, whatever. I'll end my turn then. It is basically over. Next turn, Obama will be dead.
Don't be so sure. All right, first thing I will do is shoot another lightning bolt at him. That's a 19 for 11 damage. Then I'm going to try to break line of sight before casting invisibility again.
God damn it, this is so annoying. You know you're dead once I catch you, Barak.
Yeah, but I still have one more second level slot for another invisibility. And you're already down almost to half, yeah?
You wish. All right, is it my turn then?
Yeah, your turn.
I want to run 30 feet in the direction I saw Barak running away in, and then make a perception check to try to find him.
All right, roll for perception, and Barak, roll for stealth.
That's a 9.
That's a 13 for me.
Damn it. All right, I'm going to use my other action to ready my crossbow again.
All right, Barak, you're up again.
I don't think I'll really get past your armor class, so I'm going to third level cast Magic Missile. So I'll launch 5 magic missiles at you, Donatello. That's a total of 22 damage then. I'll also enter Blade Song. But I don't want you to just call me a coward the whole time. So now that we are on more even footing, I'll move so that I am about 40 feet away.
Yeah, after you already took me all the way down to less than 30 health. This was dumb. I demand a rematch in an environment better for me. Do I get my reaction shot with the crossbow?
You were the one who ran out into the open, Donatello. That definitely gave Barak the upper hand. You do get your reaction shot.
Whatever. Damn, that's only a 9 to hit, so that misses. All right. I'm then going to run and use my action to dash over to Barak, and then I'll use Action Surge to attack him twice. That's a 25 and a 16. What's your armor class, Barak?
It's a 16, so both of those hit.
Hell yeah. All right, that's 22 damage then.
Damn, nice one. All right, my turn then?
Not quite. I'm also going to use my second wind to recover. Damn, only 8 hit points. All right, your turn.
All right, I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt.
That's so rigged.
For Christ's sake, Donatello, you can't just say everything is rigged. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
That's a 5.
Damn, that's only 27 damage. You're at 36 right now, yeah?
That's damn right I am. All right, is it my turn then?
I think if I run away right now, it'd be my best chance at victory. But I'm okay with ending it here. I would have had you if I kept backing away and was smart about it. I just didn't want to be too cheap because then you'd say it didn't count.
That's because it wouldn't have counted. All right, I'm going to attack you twice. Damn it, that's a 12 and a 21 for a total of 12 damage.
So I win then, right? I have 18 health. I'll use my last turn to cast Magic Missile as a 3rd level spell. That's 15 damage.
All right, well played. I'll give you that one. I almost had you if I just didn't roll so terribly.
We are on closer footing than I would have thought.
That was a lot closer than I would have thought. You were definitely on a pretty big disadvantage, Donatello. In a 1v1 fight, I would say past level 5 fighters usually don't stand a chance against wizards, unless you can get in close fast enough.
I am the greatest fighter in all of Trumpville. All right, well, this has been a fun time, guys. Even though I lost, I think it just goes to show that I truly am the greatest.
I don't quite know your logic there, but That was a really good fight. Thanks for having that at the end, Ben. This has been a really good session. A lot happened for sure.
Yeah, a lot definitely happened. Well, should we wake Joe up then?
Oh no, he is out, practically in a coma for the next 8 hours or so.
But this is my house. He can't stay here.
Relax, Ben. He'll just be chilling in his chair. Besides, a sleepover with Ben Shapiro and Joe Biden? Who wouldn't pay money to see that?
Sorry, Ben, he'll probably be here until we put together our next movie.
Thanks for joining, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe if you agree that fighters are the best and wizards are just a bunch of cowards.
No, you should like, share, and subscribe if you agree that fighters are just weaklings and that wizards are truly the best class of D&D.
All right, stay posted for our next movie on the channel and for the return of the presidential D&D campaign. Thanks for joining, everyone. We will see you all next time.